the French black rose blossoming beside the inaugural Dark Lord. She once resolutely followed Grindelwald like a shadow, traversing Europe until her last breath. Even at the end of her life, Vinda harbored no regrets about her choices. The diminutive which fortuitously triumphed over death, when her soul transcended into the era of Harry Potter. As the Saints became a third-party force in the conflict between the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters, how would she navigate the rise of Dumbledore and Voldemort, and how would she overturn the Statute of Secrecy? All for the greater good. Chapter 1. Long time no see, sir. The last enemy to be defeated is death. This phrase is etched upon the gravestone of the Potter family in Godric's Hollow. Whenever one visits this sacred site, the statues of James and Lily Potter are adorned with a myriad of floral tributes, honoring the couple who sacrificed themselves to protect their child as wizards pay homage to them in their own ways, celebrating the long-awaited peace that has enveloped the wizarding world and the year 1991. With Voldemort having vanished for a decade, the wizarding community seemed to bask in a blissful tranquility. At long last, the boy who lived had reached the age to attend Hogwarts. Harry Potter awaited an owl's letter at the Dursleys, and a whole new world slowly unfurled before him. Each passing day leading up to the start of school heightened his anticipation as he longed to escape the confines of the Dursleys. Yet, during this extraordinary yet ordinary holiday, an owl journeyed from France to the castle nestled in the Scottish Highlands, delivering a transfer application to the headmaster of Hogwarts. The applicant Vinda Rogier, 14 years old, the top student of the third year at Durmstrang, seeking to transfer to the fourth year at Hogwarts. In the approval section, the signatures of Durmstrang's headmaster, Karkaroff, along with the seals of the German and French Ministries of Magic, and the confirmation stamp from the British Ministry of Magic were all present. It was evident that everything was in order, awaiting only Dumbledore's signature. The British Ministry of Magic was undoubtedly eager for this exceptionally talented young witch to grace the wizarding world of Britain, and every arrangement had been meticulously laid out, seemingly awaiting Dumbledore's endorsement. However, the story's protagonist quietly departed from the Rogier estate in France, boarding a Muggle airplane bound for Austria. The girl donned a form-fitting emerald green robe, elegantly accentuating the curves of her youthful figure, the matching wizarding hat tilted at an elegant angle, adding an air of mystery and aloofness to her noble presence. Her black hair was neatly pinned up, exuding a cleanliness and precision that belied her age. Her pale blue eyes seemed capable of piercing through all, embodying an expression that suggested an indifference to the world's changes, yet an air of nonchalance as if she possessed knowledge of all. Vinda Rogier, the French black rose, blossoming in the shadow of the first Dark Lord. Vinda Rogier would forever honor Grindelwald's choices following Bhutan. She swiftly arranged matters concerning the Saints and her family, striking a deal with the French and German ministries of magic. So long as Grindelwald remained in Nurmengard, the ministry would refrain from targeting those families and followers, including the Rogier family. Yet, Vinda still felt a twinge of discontent. Perhaps her initial devotion was intermingled with admiration and affection for Grindelwald, but after years of pursuit, she had long adopted the belief in the greater good as her life's creed. While she respected the choices of the man she revered most, Grindelwald was resolute in her determination not to halt her progress. How could a witch who had glimpsed the impending war within the wizarding world so easily abandon her aspirations? After all, even death is merely another grand adventure. The French Black Rose bid farewell to this world in 1960, and no one knew or cared why such a formidable witch departed so young. Perhaps those in the German and French ministries of magic reveled in their triumph, even if Grindelwald's breach of contract had cost him a significant ally. Those foolish individuals sought to bury her alongside history, yet a life prematurely ended was undeniably a seed. Vinda suddenly recalled that year in Paris when the natural seer was brought before her. Seemingly perceiving an incomprehensible emotion, the lovely golden-haired darling gazed at her with kitten-like curiosity, asking, "Are you married?" To which she replied, "Let's say deeply committed." Long ago, her heart had already found its home. For the sake of her beliefs and ambitions, she would go to any lengths. Austria, Nurmengard Castle. The weather at Nurmengard was notoriously dreary. As if hundreds of thunderbirds were in migration, the clouds loomed low, and lightning crackled incessantly atop the castle. Much like Grindelwald's tumultuous thoughts, the inaugural Dark Lord imprisoned within this tower gazed out day after day. Yet the rose that arrived was not the anticipated red one from England. "Sir, long time no see." The girl in the green robe stood tall and graceful, her black hair and blue eyes reminiscent of their first encounter during the purity party. Her elegant demeanor seemed almost out of place against the backdrop of the decaying castle, akin to a fairy lost in ruins. Yet they were both founders of this tower, having witnessed its construction and the subsequent collapse. Grindelwald had never anticipated a day would come when he would see Vinda Rogier again. After his most devastating gamble, in the countless years of self-imprisonment in the tower, he often reflected on the past. He questioned himself, was he truly unrepentant towards Dumbledore? He bore no regrets for igniting a revolution, his hands stained with blood, yet he felt a profound guilt towards Vinda Rogier, the girl who had been the first to step through the protective flames, always his most steadfast follower. The clever and capable girl who had chased the 3 deathly hallow symbols from Durmstrang to Paris, followed him to Bhutan, remained by his side throughout her youth and the tumult of 1945, never once regretting her unwavering support. She was his most trusted aide. The first to pass through the protective flames, Grindelwald was well aware of Vinda's unspoken feelings for him. The world often said they were a perfect match, yet the golden thunderbird had long bowed before another rose in Godric's Hollow. Unspoken, it had become a mutual understanding that required no words. They were the most steadfast companions, their synergy unparalleled, their bond surpassing mere affection. It was not love, but a deeper trust and understanding. Grindelwald certainly cared for Vinda throughout their lengthy battles side by side. He had come to regard her as family, having grown accustomed to her presence in every corner of his life. No matter the time or place, whenever he turned, he would see the black rose gazing at him with unwavering resolve. Yet, that rose blossoming beside the inaugural Dark Lord was meant to have embarked on another adventure. Grindelwald stared, entranced, at the somewhat youthful visage of the black rose before him. That was the face of 14-year-old Vinda, different from the mature elegance he had seen during the purity party. Her black hair and blue eyes now appeared tender and delicate. Yet she possessed a steadiness and pride unlike her peers. She was a powerful witch, nurtured by him like a rose. He let out a sigh, his voice tinged with nostalgia and joy. Long time no see, Vinda. Chapter 2. Magic is the miracle that blossoms deep within the soul. Vanda has taken residence in Nurmengard. The desolate and antiquated castle seems to have been invigorated by the presence of the young girl. The little witch in her green robes deftly wields her wand, swiftly banishing the accumulated dust and restoring the aged furniture to a semblance of its former glory. Naturally, Vanda has her own room in Nurmengard, as she is one of the original architects of this castle. As long as she desires, the grand entrance of Nurmengard will always be open to her. This place remains the most comforting harbor for the Black Rose of France. In a moment of reverie, Grindelwald is suddenly enveloped by an illusion of returning to the past. He gazes upon the pristine and resplendent castle before him, the familiar coffee and meals laid out on the table, and the youthful visage of Vanda, as if they had not endured the cataclysm of the war in 1945, as if they were still striving for a greater cause, still laboring together to dismantle the Statute of Secrecy. Their understanding of one another is profound. A mere glance suffices to convey their desires. This friendship, which transcends mere kinship, is an indelible bond. Are you not curious about what has transpired? Vanda inquires, unable to restrain herself, her patience falling short of Grindelwald's. She had intended to let him speak first. The elegant yet tempestuous Black Rose of France is, after all, merely a young girl before Grindelwald. She yearns to linger a few more days in Nurmengard. Vanda sighs. For tomorrow she must journey to England to explore the only European wizarding school she has yet to attend, Hogwarts. In her first life, she transferred from Beauxbatons to Durmstrang. And now, for the sake of a greater cause, she must bid farewell to Durmstrang and set forth for Hogwarts. If you wish to tell me, you will sooner or later, Grindelwald responds, closing the newspaper Vanda had brought. Since her arrival, Rogier Zal has taken on the additional task of delivering newspapers from various wizarding nations, allowing Grindelwald to stay informed of the latest happenings in the wizarding world. How utterly tedious, sir. Vanda expresses her dissatisfaction, the graceful Black Rose of France rarely revealing her displeasure. Do you remember the letter I had my junior send before my passing? Gellert, I have always cherished the decision to transfer to Durmstrang. I have never regretted coming to Durmstrang. I have never regretted the decision I made beneath the symbol of the 3 relics you left behind. Vanda Rogier has never regretted following Grindelwald. No one knows you better than I do, Gellert, Vanda asserts, pausing momentarily before continuing, except perhaps for Dumbledore. Vanda teases the name of the greatest white wizard, fully aware of the past enmity between the two. However, decades of loyalty and conviction have transformed her initial feelings. Compared to the boy she once knew, she has long since embraced a more profound aspiration. The endeavor to dismantle the Statute of Secrecy has never been about extinguishing Muggles. It is about the future of wizards. Muggles, devoid of magical wonders, have nonetheless reached out to the cosmos through the power of technology. Wizards, reveling in their magic, remain ensnared in their own mire. Should another medieval war erupt, the scales of victory will not necessarily favor wizards. She cannot allow a day to come when wizards become mere house elves to Muggles, nor can she permit her kin to be dissected, experimented upon, or enslaved. If her initial following of Grindelwald stemmed from a moment's astonishment, an admiration for genius, and a reverence for prophecy, then with the establishment and ascendancy of Nurmengard, Vanda has deeply entrenched her belief for the sake of a greater good, the interests of the wizarding world. I had thought it would surely end in failure. Yet it seems that both the unexpected and the miraculous have chosen me. The girl recounts her audacious adventures with a hint of pride. Vanda chose her own death. But rather than death, it was more accurate to say she willingly severed the connection between her soul and body, grateful to the ancestors of the Rogier family. Even Grindelwald is unaware of the lineage's extensive research into soul magic. Deep within the dungeons of the Rogier family lies a hidden chamber containing forbidden tomes bequeathed by their ancestors, detailing a singular spell for the separation of soul and body, along with conjectures regarding the fusion of soul and body. Although many Rogier family members have attempted to follow the texts, death cannot be documented or experimented upon. Each instance of demise and the dispersal of the memory soul renders this a futile pursuit. In the fleeting moment before her soul slumbered, Vanda did not anticipate ever opening her eyes again. Fortunately, thanks to Merlin's favor, magic is indeed a miracle in itself. Do you remember this? Vanda extends her hand, revealing a metallic necklace, the vile pendant shattered into two halves yet connected by silvery threads. Is that the blood pact? Grindelwald's expression shifts to one of complexity. He had thought the emblem of his past with Dumbledore, once cherished close to his heart, had vanished like the summer of 1945 amidst the battle. Vanda gazes at the blood pact, her expression a tapestry of emotions. Sir, do you know? There exists a soul that has resided within the blood pact. My soul, upon its separation, found itself tethered to the pact, where I discovered her. Time has been long, and her soul has been gradually dissipating, awakening slowly only after I joined. Ultimately, it was she who, drawing upon the pact's magic and the strength of her soul, guided my spirit to merge with this body. Her name is Ariana Dumbledore, sir. I believe you must remember her. Vanda invokes a name that takes Grindelwald by surprise. Ariana, the sister of Albus. The deepest barrier preventing him and Albus from returning to the past. You once said at the Lestrange Cemetery, magic blooms in those rare souls. It is true, sir. Magic is the miracle that blossoms within the soul. Yet we have never considered that silence is a form of magic. And the power of silence conceals the essence of the soul's conclusion. The source of silence is not our body, but the soul. After departing the body, the soul cannot wield magic, yet the power of silence remains potent. Vanda closes her eyes, recalling the girl with eyes as blue as the sky, with whom she spent decades in the realm of the void. It seems even a raven, once deemed ominous, can receive mercy befitting a pure white dove. Chapter 3. A New Journey. Merlin's old robes. This is simply unbelievable. Grindelwald could scarcely fathom all that Vanda had revealed. It is known that the soul is a magical taboo that even Merlin would not dare to breach. Undeterred by Grindelwald's astonishment, Vanda continues to elucidate the events that transpired, aware of their astonishing nature. But magic itself is a miracle, is it not? Perhaps it is as such. In truth, Ariana's soul has always resided within the blood pact. And only after its shattering in 1945 did it begin to fade slowly. Coincidentally, I had brought back a fragment of the blood pact, which later became the vessel for my soul. Subsequently, the British dark wizard Voldemort emerged. One branch of the Rogier family that relocated to England saw some members become Death Eaters. Among them was a descendant named Evan Rogier, who, in his quest to assist Voldemort in seeking the Rogier family's records on the soul, betrayed the Rogier family. Vanda hesitates momentarily, her eyes brimming with disdain and rejection towards the traitor of her lineage. That accursed betrayer returned to the Rogier estate with Death Eaters, where they unleashed a massacre upon the Rogier family. By a twist of fate, I found myself witnessing the birth of my mother, only to be thrust into a harrowing moment when the traitor extinguished her life. It was then that Ariana, with the remnants of her soul and the binding power of the blood pact, intertwined my essence with that of the stillborn. However, since that fateful day, while I can perceive her spirit, I have been unable to awaken her. Wanda gazed out the window, elucidating the tragic incident. One must understand that a soul requires a vessel for connection. The infant of the Rogier family, whose soul was snuffed out by Avada before it could fully form, became Wanda's corporeal vessel. In this empty yet bloodline-identical body, with Ariana's aid, Wanda's spirit gradually melded with that of the deceased child, flourishing as a result. This ambitious which truly triumphed over death itself, embarking on a new adventure, she returned from the depths of hell, intent on constructing her own paradise. Ariana. Such an overwhelming influx of information left Grindelwald somewhat dazed. Wanda's peculiar reincarnation and the intricacies of Ariana and the blood pact surpassed even the imagination of the original Dark Lord. Indeed, it seems that our souls, Ariana's and mine, are in a state of both fragmentation and fusion, with part residing in the body and part within the blood pact. Thus, the blood pact cannot temporarily sever its ties with me. Otherwise, both Ariana's and my souls would begin to dissipate once more. I am uncertain if this is related to the immortality bestowed by the Phoenix, but I can sense Ariana's spirit gradually mending. Perhaps in due time, she shall awaken. Wanda, satisfied, observed the bewilderment in Grindelwald's mismatched eyes as she took the blood pact from his hands, carefully securing it against her chest. Despite the myriad of unexpected turns, I have triumphed, Gellert. Grindelwald chuckled at the unmistakable pride shining in the youthful Wanda's eyes. So Miss Rogier, what do you wish to accomplish in this precious second life of yours? Gellert, the endeavors you left unfinished, I must carry on. After much contemplation, I remain convinced that Nurmengard is more suited to bask in the sunlight as a castle than to serve as a prison. I have returned for 14 years, and I have since restructured and assembled the saints. Gellert, can you believe it? The Muggles' advancements are far more formidable than we ever anticipated. Look at those pitiful wizards who remain ensnared in the trivial confines of the magical world, while the Muggles they once scorned have ascended to gaze down upon the earth from the moon. Wanda poignantly recounted the marvels she had witnessed in the Muggle realm over these past years. Those technologies, those weapons, all validating Grindelwald's prophecy. Yet you know I shall never abandon Nurmengard. Wanda. Grindelwald turned his gaze away, no longer looking at the girl. Time had eroded his once vibrant form, and the wings of the Thunderbird no longer bore the strength they once did. He looked out the window of Nurmengard, where the skies remained overcast. What prison could ever hope to confine him? He had always been free to go wherever he wished and do whatever he desired. However, this time, he willingly chose to become a prisoner. Wanda had never anticipated Grindelwald's return. She had been his follower for far too long and knew him all too well. Regrettably, the Black Rose of France had never been the one to unlock the doors to his heart. I have applied to transfer to Hogwarts. This year's Hogwarts should be quite intriguing, as that little savior is finally of school age. Wanda paused before adding, by the way, Gellert, do you think Dumbledore will suspect your intentions to return upon seeing me, and come to Nurmengard with ill intent? Wanda recalled the secret romance and adversarial relationship between the Dark Lords, casting a curious glance at Grindelwald. The two exchanged glances, both struggling to envision such a scenario. It seems Dumbledore will have quite a few matters to ponder this year. I must take my leave, Gellert, until next year. As for Christmas, I shall send you a photograph of Dumbledore. The Black Rose of France possesses a curious heart, especially when it comes to the tale of the Dark Lords. Grindelwald watched Wanda's retreating figure with a mixture of bemusement and exasperation. This girl seemed to be reverting to a more naive state. Clad in a deep green wizarding robe and a pointed hat, she waved goodbye, departing from the self-imposed shackles of her elder brother, now aged. Sir, am I capable? Can I truly fulfill the ideals you once aspired to achieve? The witch did not voice her worries aloud. The road ahead was long and treacherous. Yet the Black Rose feared neither death, nor the formidable challenges that lay in wait. Chapter 4. The Hogwarts Express. London, England, King's Cross Station. At Platform 9. The Hogwarts Express awaited the young witches and wizards, eager to return to Hogwarts. The young sorcerers bid farewell to their parents, one by one boarding the Crimson train. Each new school year heralded the beginning of fresh stories. Before Harry could deliberate on how to gain entry, Wanda Rogier had already arrived at the station, her luggage in tow as she passed through the barrier, ready to embark for Hogwarts. I hope Dumbledore won't be too surprised to see me, Wanda mused, recalling her old rival with a slight smile. It must be admitted that the levitation charm and the shrinking charm are indeed remarkably practical foundational spells. As Wanda maneuvered her belongings, she soon found an empty compartment in which to sit, her anticipation for her encounter with Dumbledore and her forthcoming 4 years at Hogwarts bubbling within her. However, her solitude was short-lived, as a knock echoed at the compartment door. "Hello, is anyone in here?" A shy boy clutching a toad timidly inquired. "Please come in, sir." "It's just me," Wanda replied, glancing at the boy. She recognized him from the information provided by the Saints, Neville Longbottom, hailing from a pure-blood family of 28, with both parents serving as Aurors, who had suffered at the hands of Death Eaters Bellatrix and her husband, enduring torment at St. Mungo's. Ah, the Blacks, if memory serves. They are still related by marriage to that traitorous branch of the Rogier family. After a short while, as the train prepared to depart, a girl with unruly, voluminous curls burst into the compartment, announcing loudly, "Hello, I'm Hermione Granger, a first-year student. I hope you don't mind my joining you." Her prominent buck teeth and slightly raised chin exuded a touch of pride, her exuberant tone unmistakable. Neville, startled by the girl's entrance, stammered, "Hello, I'm Neville Longbottom. Also a first-year." The girl turned to Wanda, seemingly eager for an introduction from someone who appeared to be an upperclassman. "Wanda Rogier, 4th year, however. I am transferring to Hogwarts." Wanda raised an eyebrow, giving her wand a slight flick, causing Hermione's luggage to levitate and neatly settle on the overhead rack. Hermione gasped. I know that spell. It's the levitation charm, right? You didn't even say the incantation. Is it a silent spell? How did you do that? I didn't read about this. This girl is quite the Ravenclaw, Wanda thought as she listened to the barrage of questions, forming her first impression of Hermione. You must allow your upperclassmen a bit of skill, don't you think, Miss Granger? Wanda replied, come on in, we're about to depart. Finally enjoying a moment of peace, Wanda continued to peruse her copy of Hogwarts, a history. Hermione cast a curious glance at the book, but upon realizing it was one she had already read, her interest waned. Moments later, Neville suddenly exclaimed, my toad is missing. Toad? Hermione asked, intrigued. Yes, my toad. Trevor is gone. I can't remember where I last saw him. Neville's face fell in despair. The young sorcerers swiftly reached a consensus, intending to inquire about Rafe's whereabouts compartment by compartment. Without any hesitation, they extended an invitation to Wanda, who, lifting her gaze, indicated her desire to continue reading. She felt no inclination to engage in the budding friendships of the young wizard's initial encounters. Wanda observed the book Hogwarts, a history and the Dumbledore card procured from the train attendant, where the elderly wizard with a white beard smiled and winked, entirely different from the formidable middle-aged wizard in a suit that lingered in her memories. The card bore an inscription introducing this century's most illustrious white wizard, Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts, recognized as the greatest white wizard of this century, with notable achievements including defeating Grindelwald in 1945, discovering the 12th use of dragon-s blood, and achieving remarkable accomplishments in alchemy with his friend Nicholas Flamel. Wanda traced her finger over the line detailing Grindelwald's defeat in 1945, contemplating the description of the chocolate frog for what felt like an eternity, before exclaiming, both expectantly and confirmatively, Hogwarts, how thrilling it is. This year, Hogwarts is indeed bustling with excitement. The half-blood wizards and muggle-born sorcerers awaited the arrival of the prophesied savior, while the sole heir of the pureblood Malfoy family had also graced Hogwarts this year. Yet for Dumbledore, his concerns extended beyond merely nurturing the savior's growth. He had to remain vigilant against the threats posed by Voldemort and the Death Eaters. Additionally, he had received a transfer student from Durmstrang, a name that stirred unease within him, Wenda Rocher. While it was not uncommon for pureblood families to name their children after their ancestors, doing so just decades later, especially while the name still bore connections to their predecessors, was unprecedented. This compelled Dumbledore to ponder what this transfer student represented. Was she a descendant inheriting the will of the saints? Why, of all families, did it have to be the Rocher family, which had birthed a Death Eater? Why was it precisely during Harry's arrival at Hogwarts that she transferred? Did this hold any connection to Grindelwald? Gellert, what are you truly thinking? The aged headmaster gazed into the distance, lamenting the vast chasm between England and Austria, a distance that surpassed the grasp of even this powerful old wizard's thoughts. His once vibrant blue eyes now filled with profound worry. Unbeknownst to Wenda, she had already heightened Dumbledore's concerns before even meeting him, inadvertently placing a heavy burden on Grindelwald, who resided far away in Nurmengard. Certainly, even if she were aware, it would not alter her plans. The name of the French Black Rose had always been Wenda Rocher, and she had no need to become anyone else. One could not deny that at 14, she towered over her 11-year-old companions, making her presence quite conspicuous among the throng of first-year students. Dumbledore, scanning the crowd, inevitably spotted the young Black Rose, her face still bearing a hint of youthful innocence. How strikingly similar. The impact of her visage on Dumbledore was second only to the shock of seeing a younger Grindelwald once more. He knew well what the second-in-command of Grindelwald's faction looked like, especially since at that time, many had speculated about the nature of Wenda's relationship with Grindelwald. In a sense, he considered her a rival. Sensing his complex gaze upon her, the dark-haired girl raised her head to meet the stare of the starry-robed elder, arching an eyebrow with a hint of defiance. Greetings from my brother, Professor Dumbledore, she said in German. Chapter 5, Sorting. Wenda was pleased to witness Dumbledore's momentary astonishment, though she cast a slightly disdainful glance at the somewhat tattered and dirty sorting hat perched beside Professor McGonagall, which was already singing with fervor. You may think I am not beautiful, but do not judge by appearances. If you can find a hat more exquisite than I shall gladly consume myself. Listening to the sorting hat introduce the four houses and the veiled derision toward Slytherin embedded within the lyrics, Wenda could not help but find it amusing. So Hogwarts practices discrimination after all. Hannah Abbott. Hufflepuff. Harry Potter. Upon hearing a somewhat familiar name, Wenda lazily lifted her gaze towards the legendary young savior. Harry, with his disheveled hair and lightning scar, appeared nervous and apprehensive. Quite adorable, she mused, but Voldemort was defeated by a mere child? Wenda found herself somewhat speechless. The individual dubbed the Second Dark Lord turned out to be so inept? The French Black Rose struggled to comprehend. Having returned, she had only encountered information about this Dark Lord through her studies. Gellert was already labeled the first Dark Lord, yet the second was so easily vanquished? He fared no better than Gellert, who had lost a duel to his former lover. Wenda raised an eyebrow, pondering. Gryffindor. With the Sorting Hat's proclamation, a resounding cheer erupted from the Gryffindor table. We have Potter. Wenda glanced up at Dumbledore's satisfied smile from the staff table, reflecting, Dumbledore is also a Gryffindor. How amusing. A new favorite student of Dumbledore's had arrived, although she found herself curious as to whether this young boy was favored more by Dumbledore than Newt. Quite an intriguing tidbit to relay to Gellert later. Wenda mentally compared herself with another student loathed by Grindelwald, Newt Scamander. With a penchant for observing, she planned to send an owl that evening to inform Gellert of the emergence of Dumbledore's newest favorite student, Wenda Rocher. Once the sorting of the first years concluded, it was finally Wenda's turn. McGonagall regarded the girl before her with a complex expression. Dark hair, green eyes, a blend of modesty and nobility, exuding a beauty that held an edge. Unlike the curiosity surrounding the other 3 long tables, Slytherin's purebloods were somewhat familiar with the news of this transfer student. The top student from Durmstrang? Durmstrang? I nearly attended there myself. From the Rocher family in France? Is she now the head of the Rocher family? She doesn't seem particularly remarkable. Harry observed the clearly older student with curiosity. Is she a first year? Of course not. I heard she is a transfer from Durmstrang, the school that teaches dark magic. I bet she is a little snake. I think so too, mate, the Weasley twins chimed in, their mischief making them well connected to unique sources of information. Hermione looked at Wenda with surprise. She hadn't anticipated that the elegant and kind upperclassman who had helped her with her luggage using the levitation charm was from a school known for dark magic. As Wenda felt the Sorting Hat attempting to invade her thoughts, she employed a mental occlusion technique, bringing forth only the part she wished to reveal. Wow, impressive mental occlusion. The Sorting Hat marveled. Even if it's just a fragment, your ambition is vast and resolute. It seems you already have a clear vision of your future and goals. I believe there is only one place for you to go, and that is a resounding Slytherin. Echoed through the hall, followed by applause from the Slytherin table. Wenda made her way to the Slytherin table under the gaze of all, noting the empty seat beside Draco Malfoy, clearly reserved for her. She certainly hadn't arrived at Dumbledore's domain unprepared. Prior to the holidays, she had leveraged the influence of the Saints and the Rocher family to collaborate with Lucius, fully aware that the platinum-haired boy was the sole heir of the Malfoy family. Just a spoiled child, yet fortunately obedient to his father. After greeting the fifth-year prefect, Victor Shafik, Wenda settled beside Malfoy. Shafik had once followed Grindelwald, and after Wenda had reassembled the Saints, she had contacted the first generation of the Shafik family to ascertain the significance of the British region's influence and information sources. Victor Shafik was the heir of the Shafik family and the current fifth-year male prefect of Slytherin. This incident piqued the curiosity of the Slytherin serpents, who cast sidelong glances at Wenda. When had the French Rogier family forged connections with the Malfoys and the Shafiks? Dumbledore had certainly observed this exchange as well. The Malfoys and the Shafiks had already established ties with 2 pureblood families upon their arrival at Hogwarts, one a former Death Eater clan, the other a lineage of saints. This only deepened his conviction that Wenda's motives for attending Hogwarts were far from innocent. Moreover, that greeting, brother. Who was her brother? He had never heard of any boys from Rogier's generation. Dumbledore felt a twinge of concern. Yet he maintained a cheerful demeanor as he announced the commencement of the feast, and introduced the school regulations along with the new professors. As customary, regardless of whether they were first-year students or returning pupils, the forest outside the castle remained off-limits except when accompanied by a professor. While he eagerly anticipated the imaginative ventures of the young wizards, he hoped they would refrain from causing trouble for Mr. Filch. The use of magic in the corridors was strictly prohibited. Lastly, a new regulation had been instituted. Students were advised to steer clear of the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor if they wished to study safely within the castle. Wenda found herself intrigued by this mention of the 4th floor corridor. She sensed that Dumbledore's warning was not merely a precaution. Even Durmstrang students were not devoid of adventurous spirits. The best way to conceal and prohibit access to something was not through school rules. Rather than wishing to deter young wizards from approaching, it seemed Dumbledore anticipated someone would. With a twinkle in his eye, Dumbledore proclaimed this new regulation before turning his gaze to the staff table, introducing the new professor. Professor Quirrell would take on the role of defense against the dark arts instructor. having graduated from Hogwarts himself. He expressed delight at reuniting with familiar faces within the castle. Now please enjoy your feast. After the banquet, the heads of houses organized the young wizards' return to their respective common rooms, advising the newcomers on various important matters. As an additional transfer student, Wenda was pleased to have secured a single room. The emerald green decor suited her taste perfectly. Gazing out at the Black Lake, she pondered when Dumbledore would seek her out. Both the Malfoys and the Shafiqs were sufficiently noteworthy to catch his attention. She found it hard to believe that Dumbledore, even decades later, would have forgotten the visage of her half-rival, particularly as he was the brother of Ariana. Wenda eagerly anticipated their meeting, hoping that Nurmengard would receive an owl with a letter the following day. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore regarded the Elder Wand and a blank photograph, his expression somewhat grave. The sound of the door creaking open heralded Severus Snape's impatient entrance. Severus, that transfer student. Keep a close watch on her, Dumbledore implored, glancing at Snape. She has joined Slytherin. I have no obligation to monitor yet another giant, replied the Slytherin head, his tone laced with annoyance. He did not believe a transfer student could pose any significant threat. Slytherin students were well versed in dark magic, and Durmstrang students were no different. I am uncertain of her connection to Grindelwald. Moreover, the Rogier family has produced a Death Eater, and one who has been missing for 15 years, Snape remarked, his demeanor weary. Additionally, that girl seems to have ties to both Malfoy and Shafiq. Very well, I understand, Snape replied, somewhat irritated. One Potter is already bothersome enough, and now there's another? A transfer student with connections to the Malfoy family? Why has Lucius not mentioned this? What a nuisance. Chapter 6. The Friendship of Hufflepuff. The first class of the fourth year was potions with Professor Snape. Well, at least it's the headmaster's class first, Wenda thought as she entered the Great Hall, savoring her breakfast at Hogwarts. She had to admit that the house elves' culinary skills were quite impressive, as they had not left Wenda, a French girl, feeling queasy. Upon arriving in the depths of the dungeons for potions class, the colors of yellow and green were sharply defined. Wenda took a seat in the last row of Slytherin with her book in hand, contemplating whether the division of houses at Hogwarts was a distinctive feature, or merely a source of discord. The Hufflepuff badgers began to whisper among themselves upon spotting Wenda, their glances evasive and fearful. Hey, isn't that the transfer student? You dare to be curious about someone from Durmstrang? Aren't you afraid a curse might end your life? But she's somewhat attractive. One of them whispered, is it okay to say that? Professor Snape strode into the classroom, his black robes billowing with each step. The potions master surveyed the room, and noticed Wenda sitting alone in the corner, his voice deep like a cello, and the acerbity of his words seemed at odds with one another. I trust that none of your brains have been filled with the weeds that grow during the holiday. While I have little desire to teach a bunch of foolish giants again next year, if anyone fails their OWLs in potions, well. Snape smirked. Miss Rogier, I hope your mind has not been corrupted by Durmstrang's dark magic. Since you are confident enough to complete the potion alone, tell me, what potion can be made with African snake bark and the horn of a bicorn? Polyjuice potion. African snake bark and bicorn horn are required for the second stage of the polyjuice potion, Wenda replied. Now tell me, what is the function of the filtered juice from a murtlap tentacle? The filtered juice can be used to treat cuts or abrasions, she answered again. While she was not a master of potions, the curriculum was still quite manageable for her. Snape fixed his gaze upon Wenda's eyes, letting out a cold snort as he turned his attention to the other students who were still sneaking glances. So why don't you all write down the answers at once? The Hufflepuffs and the gleeful Slytherins immediately lowered their heads. No one dared to challenge the dungeon's Serpent King. In this potions lesson, they were brewing the elixir of joy. The finished potion would take on a golden hue, resembling a lower-quality Felix Felicis, often used by unscrupulous dark wizards in Nocturne Alley to deceive novices. Wenda efficiently handled the hibiscus flowers with an elegant yet swift precision, slicing the petals until their fragrance and juice were released, carefully controlling the heat. She then soaked unicorn hair in hot water before mixing it with the hibiscus juice, and stirring it into the cauldron. While stirring, she glanced at the progress of the other young wizards in the classroom, and after a moment's thought, she retrieved a peppermint from the cabinet where the potion ingredients were stored. Noticing Wenda's actions, Snape was somewhat taken aback, a rare hint of satisfaction flickering in his hollow gaze. The elixir of joy temporarily induces feelings of euphoria in the drinker. However, excessive consumption can lead to the drinker being overly compliant to anyone. Even small doses can cause occasional side effects such as excessive singing or nose twitching. But few know that adding a peppermint can alleviate these effects. Not entirely foolish, somewhat smarter than those giants, Snape mused. Regrettably, The danger level of the Hufflepuff Potions class was second only to Gryffindor's. Snape's attention waned for just a moment when a loud explosion erupted from the back of the Hufflepuff classroom, causing the cauldron to explode. Instinctively, Wenda drew her wand and cast several silencing charms on herself and the Hufflepuffs seated behind her. The scene was quickly tidied up. Snape glared disdainfully at the remnants of the cauldron and the brownish stains of the potion. After a few swift cleaning spells, he began to unleash venomous remarks. I thought at least you would not manage to blow up a cauldron on the very first class of the term, Miss Flitwick. Clearly, your mind, much like your holiday, is utterly vacant and useless if you could even blow up the elixir of joy. 3 points deducted from Hufflepuff. The black-robed bat angrily deducted points from Hufflepuff, then turned his attention to Wenda. A silencing charm? Let us grant 2 additional points to the benevolent Miss Rosiree. The little badger trembled slightly, yet cast a surprised glance at Snape when he mentioned that the ironclad charm had been released by Wenda. A kind-hearted Slytherin? Pray tell, when has Slytherin ever been associated with altruism? However, the silent ironclad charm, utterly magnificent. One can always glean the emotions of Hufflepuffs from their faces, for they are incapable of concealing their feelings. After satisfactorily blending the peppermint into the potion, Wenda gazed at the golden liquid with careful scrutiny. Its quality was commendable, albeit not quite perfect, yet it surpassed the majority of potions available on the market. Snape regarded the joyous potion that Wenda presented, begrudgingly awarding it an E, observing her somewhat astonished expression before speaking. I presumed the kind-hearted Miss Rosiree would not be unaware that while peppermint alleviates side effects, it also requires a reduction in stirring frequency post-addition. Professor? After introducing peppermint to cool it, stir half a turn less, and I might reluctantly grant you an O. Wenda reflected on the changes in the potion after adding peppermint, somewhat astonished. Indeed, he was a master of potions. Unfortunately, she was neither particularly adept at nor enthusiastic about potions, having learned about the enhancement of the joyous potion through her previous studies at St. Mungo's. Thank you for your guidance, Professor, Wenda replied politely, jotting down the newfound knowledge at the edge of her book before turning to leave. Shortly after exiting the cellar, she was intercepted by several Hufflepuffs. A sun-kissed boy with brown hair, slightly bashful, stepped forward to greet her. Hello, I am Cedric Diggory, he said, scratching his head. Thank you for the ironclad charm. Otherwise, we would have all been in trouble. No one wishes to experiment with the aftermath of an exploded cauldron or an unidentified potion. And me. I'm Mary Freely, the one who blew up the cauldron. She squeezed forward, her golden eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Wenda. Wenda fell silent. She rarely encountered such enthusiastic witches and wizards. Even Queenie, who had always been straightforward due to her innate ability to read minds, had not looked at her with such fervor upon their first meeting. Wenda Rosiree, she introduced herself. It was merely the ironclad charm. I noticed you were preparing to cast it as well, so I didn't think you would encounter any issues. Cedric chuckled sheepishly. Oh, don't say that. My skill level isn't sufficient for the swift release of a silent spell. I would undoubtedly end up injured or splattered with potion. The Hufflepuffs had redefined the transfer student from Durmstrang in just one potions class. Wenda's effortless prowess in potions had spread throughout Badger House. Mary, it was me. I did it. Wenda praised me. Consequently, Wenda found herself inundated with a myriad of perplexing questions and starry-eyed gazes from the little badgers, along with an unending barrage of inquiries. Wenda, are all Durmstrang students as good-looking as you? Is there really a dueling arena at Durmstrang? Do they use dark magic in fights? Wenda, I heard that Durmstrang students are all cursed 10 times over. Is it true that they resort to dark magic at the slightest provocation? The little badger was curious, and thus raised a hand to inquire. Wenda remained silent. She was aware that Durmstrang had a rather notorious reputation, yet she did not anticipate it had escalated from being merely a breeding ground for dark wizards to a haven for seasoned practitioners of the dark arts. Resorting to curses and dark magic could lead to being apprehended by the Ministry of Magic. Wenda pondered for a moment, and deemed it necessary to clarify the reputation of her alma mater. Durmstrang does indeed teach dark magic, including its use in dueling arenas. Yet it explicitly excludes the 3 unforgivable curses, and certain forms of dark magic that may lead to irreversible consequences. As for dark magic, I surmise your definition leans towards the evil and unforgivable. However, in truth, Durmstrang does not distinctly categorize magic as light or dark. Over time, even dark magic can possess harmless and utilitarian aspects. Rather than defining the magic itself, I believe it is more appropriate to define the wielder of the magic. The flue powder is made from the ashes of cattle and sheep, along with blood and flesh. and blood rituals are traditionally recognized as one of the clearest forms of dark magic. Yet would you forego using flu powder because of that? I acknowledge that many forms of dark magic possess an enticing quality. For instance, the well-known unforgivable curses require the wizard to harbor sufficient malice to wield them, and prolonged exposure can erode the wizard's will. I believe this is the primary reason other wizarding schools, aside from Durmstrang, prohibit the study of dark magic. Wenda paused momentarily before continuing. One of my brothers believes that magic is a miracle born from the soul. I have always held the view that will is a facet of the soul. Only when the will transcends magic does magic truly belong to the wizard, thus allowing for a genuine definition of light and dark. Furthermore, the dueling arena at Durmstrang is not nearly as fearsome as rumored. There is no rampant use of dark magic, or else the professors in the infirmary would surely go mad, Wenda explained with exasperation, as the rumors were indeed excessive. At that moment, Wenda remained oblivious to the unforeseen assistance that this encounter and her burgeoning friendship with the Hufflepuffs would bestow upon her in the future. It is vital to recognize that loyalty and kindness are invaluable traits. The forthrightness of Gryffindor and the cunning of Slytherin may indeed cause harm to a relationship. Yet Hufflepuff shall not. Loyal and kind Hufflepuffs have always proven to be the best of friends. Have they not? Chapter 7. Animagi and Patron Uses. If there is anything at Hogwarts aside from Dumbledore that Wenda eagerly anticipates, it is Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. Though the Transfiguration professor at Durmstrang is also a renowned master of the art, he is not an animagus. Since her rebirth, Wenda has yearned to advance her skills in transfiguration, whether it be consulting Grindelwald on human transfiguration or seeking guidance from Professor McGonagall, one of the 7 registered animagi in Britain. Both are excellent choices. Wenda arrived early at the classroom and spotted a tabby cat perched on the windowsill, observing with great interest. Minerva McGonagall, a graduate of Hogwarts, currently serves as the deputy headmistress, the head of Gryffindor House, and the instructor of transfiguration, as well as one of the 7 registered animagi in Britain. She is also a trusted protégée of Dumbledore. Animagi are truly marvelous. Unlike human transfiguration, when an animagus transforms into an animal, it is not merely their exterior that changes from human to animal. Their essence and thought processes also undergo transformation, encompassing the instincts of the animal. Numerous wizards have encountered mishaps while practicing to become animagi, resulting in their inability to revert to human form over time, and they may gradually lose their memories, becoming true animals. The essence of transfiguration is deception, Wenda meticulously inscribed in her textbook. It is well known that Gellert Grindelwald is also a master of transfiguration. During her time at Nurmengard, Wenda learned much from Grindelwald beyond previously unmastered dark magic. The Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration is a fundamental principle of transfiguration in the magical world, allowing wizards to alter objects or create new ones. Wizards cannot conjure food from thin air. Even if they transform a stone to resemble bread, it will still be stone upon consumption. However, they can alter existing food. Living beings and inanimate objects cannot be permanently transfigured. Even if a clock is transformed into an owl, it will revert to a clock once the magic dissipates. Magical items cannot be transfigured, such as our currency, historical artifacts, etc. The transfiguration spell cannot change quantity. One bed cannot become 2 stools. The transfiguration spell cannot create something from nothing, but a summoning spell can achieve a similar effect. Wenda recalled Grindelwald's guidance at Nurmengard, and on top of that, Wenda, have you ever contemplated that since transfiguration cannot achieve permanent transformation or creation, what, then, is the true essence of transfiguration? It is deception. Deceiving rules, deceiving the naked eye, deceiving perception, and even deceiving the soul. That is the true art of transfiguration. The content of the 4th grade transfiguration class focuses on the rudiments of biological transfiguration. Today, the lesson entails transforming a snuffbox into a mouse. After elucidating the key points of biological transfiguration, Professor McGonagall waved her wand and transfigured the desk into a large, plump pig, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the young wizards. With another flick of her wand, the snoring pig reverted back to the desk. Following this display of skill, McGonagall proudly introduced the topic of the class, biological transfiguration. Unlike the simplest forms of inanimate transfiguration, biological transfiguration requires not only a profound understanding of the creature being transformed, but also the infusion of willpower through magic to sustain the transfiguration and the vitality of the being. McGonagall emphasized the significance of the creature's appearance post-transformation. She transformed the first snuffbox into a mouse. While the mouse appeared lifelike, it remained utterly still, resembling a statue despite its flesh having undergone metamorphosis. This is the essence of biological transfiguration. The second snuff box morphed into an identical mouse, but this time, the transformed creature scurried across the desk, energetically approaching the statue of its companion, seemingly questioning why it remained motionless. The young wizards waved their wands. Some managed to conjure mouse heads, while others produced footless mice. Vinda waved her wand, transfiguring the snuff box into a mouse that ran about the desk. Observing the mouse with a hint of disdain in her eyes, she promptly waved her wand again, and the mouse quietly reverted to a snuff box. McGonagall, recognizing the gifted transfer student from Durmstrang, awarded Slytherin 5 points for Miss Rogier's remarkable transfiguration skills. "Excuse me, Professor McGonagall," Vinda called out, intercepting the professor as she was about to leave. "Is there an issue, Miss Rogier?" McGonagall inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. She was aware of Dumbledore's suspicions regarding Vinda. Yet as a professor, she could not deny the joy of witnessing an exceptional student. "Professor McGonagall, I have learned about animagi at Durmstrang, but they do not teach it there." Vinda looked at McGonagall, surprised to discover that the transfiguration instructor at Hogwarts was a master of animagus transformation. "I wish to seek your guidance on practicing to become an animagus." McGonagall, taken aback, noted that animagus transformation is not typically within the student's curriculum. This advanced form of transfiguration demands an extensive investment of time and innate talent, and few students would approach her with inquiries about it. "Miss Rogier, your transfiguration skills are indeed commendable, yet you must understand that becoming an animagus is no trivial matter and carries significant risks. Many wizards who transform into animals never manage to revert back. Moreover, a foundational understanding of human transfiguration is required before mastering animagus transformation, which is generally covered in the 5th year. I am uncertain whether you have been exposed to such coursework at Durmstrang. I have a general grasp of human transfiguration, perhaps not at the pinnacle of proficiency, but I am fully prepared for the newts," Professor Vinda explained, detailing her academic progress. It was astonishing for McGonagall to imagine that Miss Rogier had already mastered human transfiguration at such a young age. After a moment's contemplation, McGonagall responded, "There is a book in the library titled The Secrets of Animagi that you may find enlightening. I also recommend borrowing The Essence of Transfiguration. Once you have read them, please submit a paper on animagi to me. Should I ascertain that you possess sufficient knowledge of transfiguration and animagi, you may visit my office for further guidance on the subject." "Thank you, Professor McGonagall." Vinda departed, her heart swelling with satisfaction. Despite receiving McGonagall's guidance, she still found the complexities of becoming an animagus to exceed her expectations. The first step required an entire month, from one full moon to the next, during which she must continuously hold a single leaf of mandrake in her mouth. At no point could she swallow the leaf or remove it, for if it left her mouth, the entire process would need to restart. After inadvertently spitting out the mandrake leaf for the 3rd time, Vinda wished fervently to use a spell to secure it in her mouth, but McGonagall had dissuaded her, noting that no one knew if a spell would alter the magical properties of the mandrake leaf. Ultimately, on her 4th attempt, she succeeded. When the full moon arrived, she extracted the leaf, filled a crystal vial with her saliva, and submerged the leaf within, casting the disillusionment charm upon herself. She felt fortunate that the moonlight was splendid that night. Had the sky been overcast, she would have endured another month of torment. Vinda added a strand of her hair, and a silver teaspoon of dew collected from a place that had seen neither sunlight nor human contact for a full week. Grateful that the depths of the Forbidden Forest provided her with a suitable location for gathering dew. Finally, she included a cocoon of a boggart moth. This concoction was to be placed in a quiet, dark space, untouched until the arrival of the next thunderstorm. Vinda murmured to herself, "Now begins the long wait. Except for the daily incantation at dawn for my heart." She pondered curiously, what might my animagus form be? Will it resemble my Patronus? Reflecting on her animagus shape, she recalled that her Patronus was a raven, an ominous harbinger of death in the eyes of muggles, yet a herald of her transcendence over mortality in her heart. Chapter 8. The Deal Between Quirrell and Dumbledore. Vinda expressed her irritation with the stairs at Hogwarts, remarking how they truly were quite bothersome. Due to her queries about animagi after transfiguration class and the unforgiving stairs, she found herself late to her first defense against the dark arts lesson. As she stepped through the door, the overwhelming odor of garlic assailed her senses, provoking a wave of despair. What a dreadful professor! Is Dumbledore unwell to have hired such an individual? Quirrell, still adorned with a purple turban, stammered as he gazed at Vinda. "Miss Rogier, you are late, and I must regrettably deduct 2 points from Slytherin. You will report to my office for detention after class." Vinda scrutinized Quirrell. taking in the peculiar professor who claimed to wear the turban to ward off vampire attacks, and could not help but smile with intrigue. Very well, Professor. Could it be that someone else shared her duality of spirit? Yet, it seemed their experiences diverged. The professors at Hogwarts were indeed a mysterious lot. She wondered how long it would be before Anna awoke. Perhaps the secrets surrounding this professor could aid her friend? Upon arriving at Quirrell's office on the 3rd floor, Vinda discovered he had yet to appear. She glanced at his bookshelf, Dark Arts Unveiled, the Compendium of Curses and Fantastic Beasts and Dark Magic. Vinda mused that the office resembled more of a research center on dark magic than a place for defense against the dark arts. At that moment, Quirrell arrived. His face pale and the garlic odor intensified as he entered. Vinda's face turned ashen in response. The bubblehead charm, she declared, unable to bear the stench any longer. Though it might have seemed impolite, she prioritized her own well-being. Miss Rogier, I heard you possess some knowledge of dark magic? Quirrell stuttered. Vinda sighed inwardly. She had presumed that the professors at Durmstrang were not secretive about dark magic. Yes, I simply wish to ascertain your views on dark magic, Miss Rogier, Quirrell continued, his voice quivering. Vinda regarded Quirrell and replied, I hold no particular opinion on dark magic. Yet I believe Professor Dumbledore might be quite interested in the notion of a Hogwarts professor utilizing the Cruciatus Curse on students. What do you think, Professor Quirrell? By the time Vinda returned to the Slytherin common room, she found herself in possession of a permit for the restricted section, and a copy of the intricacies of dark magic. Ah! Has one truly become a professor of dark arts? Nevertheless, glancing at the approval slip for the restricted section in her hand, Wenda maintained a rather buoyant mood. It was uncertain whether Dumbledore could no longer contain himself, or if Wenda's brazen excursions into the restricted section had stirred whispers among the young wizards at Hogwarts. After the conclusion of Transfiguration class on that day, Professor McGonagall called out to Wenda. Miss Rogier, Headmaster Dumbledore requests your presence in his office. The password is cockroach cluster. What atrocious taste, the French Black Rose mused inwardly. The staircase to the headmaster's office was somewhat arduous to navigate, and Wenda meandered her way to the 8th floor, lamenting the inconvenience of Hogwarts' inability to utilize apparition. Cockroach cluster, she thought, reflecting on the peculiar preferences of the old man, as she uttered the password to the gargoyle. Good day, Professor Dumbledore, I hear you summon me? The white-bearded old wizard in his starry robes greeted her with a cheerful smile. Indeed, Miss Rogier. I wonder how you have been faring at Hogwarts this week? Have you adapted well since transferring? Of course, Headmaster. Hogwarts is indeed quite different from Durmstrang, and Slytherin is fascinating. However, the absence of a dueling platform renders it somewhat dull. I am glad to hear you are enjoying your time here. Would you care for some honey water and a cockroach cluster? Sweet treats often provide a delightful contrast to life's monotony, do they not? Dumbledore did not acknowledge Wenda's insinuation regarding the dueling arena, instead retrieving a large box of cockroach clusters from his drawer and cheerfully popping one into his mouth. No. No, Headmaster. I fear I might struggle to appreciate your taste, Wenda replied, somewhat exasperated, contemplating how her former rival had devolved into this peculiar state in his old age. Miss Rogier exchanged pleasantries with me during the sorting ceremony. Yet I have pondered for quite some time, and remained unaware of who Miss Rogier's brother might be. I wonder if you would indulge this old man's curiosity? Wenda met his familiar blue eyes with a smile, activating her mental barriers. Dumbledore was not one to easily overlook those who aroused his suspicions. That would depend on the capacity in which you are inquiring, Headmaster. If you are merely asking as the Headmaster of Hogwarts, I may be reluctant to answer, as my current esteem for Hogwarts is not particularly high. However, if it is the great wizard who vanquished Grindelwald posing the question, I believe I would be more inclined to respond. Miss Rogier is quite knowledgeable about Grindelwald? The white wizard's eyes narrowed slightly, regarding the girl with a mix of pressure and implication. I have acquired some understanding, having come from Durmstrang. That emblem still adorns the walls of the school. It appears the professors and headmaster there lack the capability to erase that mark, leading to annual disputes among the young wizards. And what of you, Miss Rogier? Do you share Grindelwald's beliefs? Wenda smiled brightly at Dumbledore, her green eyes betraying an uncontainable ambition. Aside from the holiday prior to my arrival at Hogwarts, I have spent every vacation within the Muggle world. The magic of wizards is indeed wondrous. Under the influence of the memory charm, Muggles cannot conceal their secrets, yet I am consistently astounded by their progress. While we wizards have yet to explore the cosmos, Muggles have already set foot on the moon. What spells elude our detection, Muggles can now observe through machinery. And those weapons that remain undisclosed in the Muggle realm, who does the Statute of Secrecy truly protect, wizards or Muggles? If we were to experience another witch hunt akin to the Middle Ages, Headmaster, who do you believe would prevail? Us or the Muggles? You see, we have never shown compassion for the hundreds of house elves at Hogwarts. What makes us think that one day wizards will not become the house elves of Muggles? Magic is a miracle born of our existence and souls, but to Muggles, it is merely fodder bestowed upon monsters by the devil. Let us not forget. Hogwarts was established to protect young wizards. If one day, it is not animals but young wizards being dissected in Muggle laboratories, you tell me, who can safeguard them? Should we rely on the moral compass and conscience of our enemies for protection? Wenda gazed at the greatest white wizard of the century and posed a question she had long wished to ask Dumbledore. Dumbledore, do you truly believe that you have always stood on the side of justice? With her wand, Wenda extracted a memory. A moment from the previous year when she had entered a secret Muggle laboratory using the disillusionment charm, only to be detected by sophisticated radar equipment. Though she had employed a forgetfulness charm to erase all traces, what she had glimpsed of Muggle technology warranted serious consideration. From World War II to the present, Muggles had accomplished many miracles through what they termed technology, feats that wizards could not achieve. The wizarding world was minuscule. A single atomic bomb could obliterate everything. The silvery memory fell into Dumbledore's pensive under Wenda's control. No longer concealing her intentions, she fixed her gaze upon Dumbledore and inquired, "You wouldn't suggest I leave a gift, would you, Headmaster?" The girl smiled, waved her wand, and placed a double-sided mirror and a neatly folded piece of paper on the desk before turning to exit the headmaster's office. "Do not worry, Dumbledore. Unless you wish for him to depart, he will not leave Nurmengard. That double-sided mirror is a gift for you and your brother. The paper contains a proposal for a rather lucrative transaction I wish to discuss with you." Dumbledore regarded the closed door of the headmaster's office, his expression grave, before long focusing on the pensive and the note left by Wenda. The elegant cursive revealed but a single, succinct message: 10 drops of foxblood to keep an eye on Quirrell and your golden boy. Chapter 9, The Halloween Troll. Life at Hogwarts remained relatively calm. The disputes of first years had yet to escalate to the fourth year. Wenda continued to maintain her cordial acquaintance with Slytherin and the enthusiastic friendship with Hufflepuff until Halloween. Besides the requisite coursework and the daily attendance for the Animagus transformation, she also managed the important affairs of the saints in various countries, particularly those infiltrating the Ministry of Magic and the Muggle world, maintaining weekly communication with Grindelwald, much of which related to Dumbledore. Dumbledore had yet to finalize any transactions with her, and after a month of observation, Wenda had discerned nothing particularly remarkable about the so-called Chosen One. The reckless Gryffindor seemed to possess little worth noting beyond his talent for flying, save for that scar, which emanated an odd aura reminiscent of a faintly decayed soul. Perhaps it was the consequence of a portion of his soul being damaged by Avada when he was but a babe? Wenda speculated. Malfoy proved to be a commendable collaborator, albeit solely in relation to Lucius rather than Draco. Wenda noted that the little platinum-haired boy seemed entirely besotted with causing trouble for the Chosen One, demonstrating a fervor that appeared almost drug-induced. Time and again he fought and failed, only to rise and fight again. With the assistance of Shafik and Malfoy, Rogier's alchemical products successfully penetrated the British market. Wenda entrusted all earnings to Shafik, for the British Ministry of Magic was utterly absurd. Fudge had amassed a fortune over the years, his greed swelling relentlessly. Shafik soon dispatched people to infiltrate the Auror office. Incredibly, the department most difficult for the German ministry to penetrate had become the easiest for the British ministry. This was the realm Dumbledore sought to protect, Wenda scoffed, as she had always found it perplexing that he guarded the British wizarding world with such fervor. It seemed there were indeed those, nearly all wizards, willing to believe that the one who could be called the Dark Lord, Voldemort, could be vanquished by a mere infant and would never return. As long as one is subjectively willing to believe, anyone can be a Karkaroff, Wenda scoffed, deriding her former headmaster. Wenda had already concluded that Quirrell must possess a profound connection with Voldemort. That peculiar soul, if not bound by a powerful soul contract or medium, was likely a fragment of Voldemort's own essence. How else can one elucidate the presence of two disparate soul essences? How can one account for Quirrell's fervent enthusiasm in guiding her toward the dark arts, resembling the nurturing of a fledgling Death Eater? As a follower of the original Dark Lord, Wenda's mastery of the dark arts certainly rivals that of Quirrell. She genuinely scoffs at the absurdity of the second Dark Lord being bested by an infant. Furthermore, she dismisses his claims of pureblood supremacy. Who would genuinely believe that the current pureblood families are the most ancient? The only uncertainty that lingers for Wenda is Dumbledore's degree of suspicion regarding Quirrell. Is he truly aware of the profound connection between the Dark Lord and Quirrell? If he is, Why has he not acquiesced to the transaction proposed by Winda? Does he really possess such unwavering confidence in his protection of Harry Potter? For heaven's sake, Dumbledore could easily be misled outside the school, Winda mused. Are Death Eaters truly inept? They wouldn't he even spread rumors about Grindelwald's resurgence. The wizarding world lacks the courage to confront Gellert, even if he has relinquished his wand and is gradually aging. Otherwise, why would they have to solicit a professor from England to intervene in battles taking place in Germany and France? Winda felt a genuine concern for the intellectual capacity of the Second Dark Lord's followers. If she does not procure phoenix blood before Christmas, she might indeed have to contemplate infiltrating the headmaster's office to deliver a fatal blow to Fawkes. Anna's little phoenix is far too frail. Without the strength of phoenix blood, the newly hatched creature may not survive its 10th rebirth. Whether it be she or Ariana, they both require the power of that little phoenix to truly achieve the fusion of soul and body, thereby embarking on a completely new life journey. Fortunately, Quirrell took action before Christmas. During the Halloween feast, while the young witches and wizards were joyfully indulging in their repast, Quirrell abruptly flung open the great hall doors, staggering inside to exclaim loudly to Dumbledore, "A troll! There's a troll in the basement classroom, I thought you knew," and promptly fainted without hesitation. How could there be a troll at Hogwarts? The hall was immediately thrown into chaos, with young witches and wizards in a state of agitation, as the heads of houses and professors hurriedly organized the students back to their common rooms. Winda cast a glance at Dumbledore and the swiftly escaping Potter and Weasley. After a moment's contemplation, she exchanged a knowing look with Victor, cloaked herself in the disillusionment charm and the invisibility charm, and quietly slipped away from the Slytherin crowd. She was not in search of a troll. Quirrell's remark, "I thought you should know," piqued Winda's curiosity. What should Dumbledore know? What collaboration could exist between Dumbledore and the Death Eaters? Without hesitation, Winda made her way to the 4th-floor corridor. She was determined to uncover Quirrell's intentions, for this seemingly timid professor must harbor some secrets. Indeed, Winda did not wait long in the 4th-floor corridor before she spotted Quirrell, who was supposed to be unconscious in the Great Hall. With a resounding Alohomora, a cacophony of frantic barking erupted from within the door. Just as Winda was about to follow suit, she noticed Snape hurrying over, and had to retreat to observe from a distance. A three-headed hellhound? Winda gazed in surprise at the magical creature injuring the unprepared Snape. What was Dumbledore protecting? It was astonishing that he would employ such a dangerous magical creature as a guardian. Upon seeing the ajar door, Snape entered without hesitation. Faced with the now enraged three-headed dog, even Snape appeared somewhat discomfited, sustaining a bite on his leg. Seemingly pressed for time, Snape departed after confirming the trapdoor had not been opened. Once Snape had left, Quirrell emerged from his hiding place, casting a begrudging glance at the locked door and muttering angrily, "Damn it! How am I supposed to deal with this mad dog when even Snape has no solution?" What Dumbledore sought to protect was precisely what Voldemort desired. Winda realized this was a trap set by Dumbledore, but it also presented her with an opportunity. Perhaps she could soon negotiate for Fawkes' phoenix blood. She was not inclined to genuinely attempt an assassination on Fawkes. The risks and difficulties were considerable, even though that mad bird could resurrect itself. Grindelwald had killed it more than once, but this would undoubtedly place her squarely in opposition to Dumbledore once more. Upon Dumbledore's return to the headmaster's office, he found Winda already waiting at the door. He was well aware that Winda must have uncovered something significant for her to seek him out. However, Dumbledore was equally curious. He could sense Winda's desperate yearning for phoenix blood. Yet, as far as he knew, phoenix blood served no purpose beyond healing wounds. And Winda had made it clear that she did not require phoenix tears. Only phoenix blood could facilitate their transaction. Dumbledore could not fathom why Winda was so fixated on phoenix blood. Perhaps it was a secret she wished to keep hidden. Surely the headmaster must grasp my intentions? Winda requested a cup of unsweetened tea without preamble. Dumbledore added several sugar cubes to his own cup, stirring leisurely, and inquired with curiosity, "I am genuinely intrigued. Why do you desire phoenix blood? If it is for healing wounds, I can provide you with ample tears from Fawkes." "Dumbledore, that is not within the scope of our transaction," Winda interjected, not allowing the cunning old fox to continue his inquiry. However, she benevolently offered a piece of information. "Your defense against the dark arts professor might as well be a dark arts professor. He not only has me perusing various tomes on dark magic, including those that influence emotions, but Dumbledore, are you aware that he harbors two distinct soul essences?" Dumbledore straightened in his seat, as if confirming a troubling suspicion. "Miss Rogier, can you ascertain this? I doubt anyone is more acquainted with distinguishing soul essences than I am." "I can assure you in the names of the saints and Grindelwald," Winda replied. If you remain unconvinced, we can establish an unbreakable vow. I promise not to lay a hand on your little savior. If you are also willing to guarantee that you will not side with Tom, aka Voldemort. I believe we need not resort to an unbreakable vow. Dumbledore responded. Winda was somewhat taken aback. This was not the Dumbledore she had come to know. She blinked, unable to conceal her astonishment. It appeared that Gellert was not entirely one-sided in his affections, suggesting there might still be hope for Dumbledore to release him. Of course. Not everyone is worthy of my allegiance or collaboration, the proud French Black Rose replied. Chapter 10. The Art of Fiendfire. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room from the headmaster's office, Winda discovered it was nearly curfew. To her surprise, the common room was ablaze with light. First years to seventh years of Slytherin congregated there, all turning to look at her, as if they were anxiously awaiting her arrival. Is there something amiss, everyone? Winda inquired, glancing at Victor Shafik with curiosity. Before Victor could respond, a disgruntled Slytherin stepped forward. "'Tis they. If Miss Rogier is still aware that she is a member of Slytherin and not a Hufflepuff fool, she ought to comprehend the significance of upholding Slytherin's honor," taunted Marcus Flint, a fifth year and captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. "Don't tell me Rogier is preparing to live alongside mudbloods." Winda had always been indifferent to the sentiments of the pure-blooded youngsters. To be precise, if they were their forebears, they might have been of some use. But a group of children who possessed little more than their bloodline was hardly something she believed could be of any assistance. The tenets of the saints do not revolve around pure-blood supremacy. However, Winda did not wish to squander too much time on these yet immature young witches and wizards. If necessary, the saints would engage with their families. "Victor, what implications would a duel in the Slytherin common room entail?" Winda asked calmly. The Slytherins appeared momentarily taken aback. An unusual commotion of unease stirring among them. The pampered little snakes seldom encountered such directness. "Madam, Slytherin also venerates the strength that transcends rules. Violations without evidence are not considered violations," Victor responded, his address to Wanda eliciting astonishment from the little serpents, indicating a certain degree of subordination between Shafik and Rogier. "It appears that Slytherin possesses commendable insight." Wanda nodded in satisfaction. "Now then, those of you with dissenting opinions step forward. Let us settle this swiftly." A few transfiguration spells and a non-detection charm transformed the already spacious common room into a miniature dueling arena, with Wanda standing at the center, surveying the serpentine assembly. Miss Rogier, while the Slytherins were momentarily taken aback by this display, it was seventh-year Roxel Worm who rose to his feet. This former head boy held a significant status within Slytherin, bolstered by both lineage and prowess, affording him a sense of pride. "Perhaps you remember Jennifer Selwyn. I've heard my sister speak of your formidable abilities demonstrated during the Durmstrang seat contest." "The Durmstrang seat contest?" The Slytherins appeared perplexed. For the headship at Durmstrang is divided into year heads and the overall head, the former merely signifying excellence within a year, while securing the overall headship in the third year is an extraordinary feat. "Jennifer, you are her brother?" Wanda expressed surprise, recalling that promising young girl who was earmarked for the saintly reserve in Durmstrang. "Indeed, I do not believe there exists any among Slytherin present who can rival you. I stand here solely to seek your guidance on the dark magic learned over the holiday. Hogwarts does not teach dark magic. While pureblood families often have records, they still lack proper instruction in its application." Selwyn replied with a composed demeanor. "It is Fiendfire, Miss Rogier. I learned this spell during the holidays, yet I cannot control it. Had it not been for my elders, I might have made a fool of myself. Making a fool of oneself is hardly possible. Children of pureblood families, no matter how enamored with dark magic, would not so recklessly play with fire." Wanda regarded Selwyn, assessing his worth, and smiled gently. "Please proceed, Fiendfire." Selwyn appeared grave, concealing nothing. Fiendfire is no simple dark magic, and its release does not equate to mastery. In an instant, an enormous fire serpent manifested in the dueling arena, flames voraciously consuming everything within the common room. The serpent opened its massive maw and surged directly towards Wanda. "Fiendfire is not to be trifled with," Wanda murmured, recalling the time when she followed Grindelwald, who had taught her the Fiendfire curse. "Wanda, Fiendfire is not wielded in such a manner. Any form of dark magic, if not governed by adequate control, will lead to one's descent into the abyss. Fire is never constrained by form. Fiendfire, one of the most formidable dark magics, consumes all combustible materials, proving exceedingly difficult to tame. But who dares to claim that Fiendfire can only manifest in serpentine form? Who asserts that it cannot thrive without combustible matter? Protego Diabolica, the fire shield. Wanda, your will and magic ought to be the fulcrum of the spell, the very fuel of Fiendfire. Wanda recollected that moment in Paris at the Lestrange Cemetery, where she had resolutely traversed the blazing blue fiendfire, dedicating her allegiance to Grindelwald as her lifelong conviction. Now, she remained steadfast in her belief in the future of the wizarding world. The unfinished endeavors of those gentlemen shall be continued by me. Wanda waved her wand, drawing the fiendfire together, coalescing it into the form of a bird, compressing it until the fiery red transformed into a chilling blue. The searing heat instantly diminished. Yet none dared underestimate the latent energy it possessed. Wanda channeled her magic once more, the bird transforming into a canine creature, lunging forward before dissipating just above the ground. Everything returned to its original state. Wanda gazed at the vanishing fiendfire with a sigh, restoring the common room to its former glory. The display of fiendfire had left the pure-blood Slytherins utterly astonished. Whether in class or otherwise, the attitudes of the little serpents underwent a profound transformation. At the very least, they would no longer regard Wanda with derision when they saw Hufflepuffs in her company. Before Christmas, Wanda ventured to Nurmengard with the key in hand. She entrusted Foxblood to a certain elderly recluse, having previously handed Ariana's phoenix to Grindelwald before her arrival at Hogwarts, for besides Dumbledore, it seemed he was the only one who truly understood phoenixes. Surely you have handled 3 phoenixes, haven't you? Wanda mused, finding amusement in the notion that Dumbledore and Grindelwald seemed to share some connection, from Albus to Credence, and now to Ariana, with phoenixes leading back to Grindelwald. Once Ariana awakens, I shall lure Dumbledore here, Wanda thought with satisfaction, watching the phoenix successfully undergo its rebirth. After 10 cycles of rebirth, it had completely shed the frailty caused by overexertion, becoming indistinguishable from any other phoenix thereafter. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Wanda began contemplating Christmas gifts, professors and friends from Durmstrang, the head and heir of the saintly family, the heirs of pureblood families worth befriending within Slytherin, as well as professors at Hogwarts and Dumbledore. I never imagined I would prepare a gift for Dumbledore, she mused, twirling her quill, a thought that had never crossed her mind in her previous life. Struggling to conceive a gift and feeling the pressure of Christmas socializing, Wanda decided to indulge in a long-forgotten student pastime, nighttime exploration. Ascending from the cellar to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors, Wanda instinctively glanced down the corridor, wondering when Dumbledore's trials for Potter would commence. Hearing some commotion, she turned to investigate. It was Snape and Quirrell. Snape, gripping Quirrell by the collar, menacingly threatened, "Do not think I am unaware of your little schemes. That thing in the 4th floor corridor. You would do well to keep your distance, should you remember for whom you pledge your loyalty." With that he released Quirrell, who limped away. After Quirrell had departed, Wanda was about to head back, when she suddenly overheard a hushed conversation. I knew it was Snape. He must be up to something. He even threatened Professor Quirrell. It was Potter's voice, indignantly condemning the potion's master. He wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone. We must stop him. He is certainly still investigating that 3-headed dog, and his leg must have been bitten by it. Another voice, presumably from the Weasley family, chimed in, as the two exchanged accusations against Snape. Assuming no one was around, the 2 Gryffindors pushed open the door to an abandoned classroom, preparing to recount their suspicions about Snape. Poor Professor Snape, Wanda thought. Though he certainly does not have the appearance of a good person. It turned out that the 3-headed dog was guarding the Philosopher's Stone. That old fool Nicklemore had actually entrusted the stone to Dumbledore. Perhaps I could involve myself as well? The Philosopher's Stone should also be beneficial to Anna in restoring her corporeal form. Chapter 11. The Mirror of Erist. The contents of the abandoned classroom were quite disordered. Upon entering, Harry and Ron removed their invisibility cloak. Wanda stared in astonishment at the cloak in Harry's possession. What is this? This is not an ordinary invisibility cloak. It is one of the Deathly Hallows. Wanda could hardly fathom that one of the 3 Hallows, which she had not encountered even after battling Grindelwald across much of Europe, rested in the hands of a first-year Hogwarts student, or rather, in Dumbledore's possession. How could a savior raised in the Muggle world possibly have mastery over the Deathly Hallows? Before Wanda could ponder Dumbledore's motives for bestowing the Deathly Hallows upon the savior, the reckless Gryffindor hastily yanked back the curtain of the large mirror within the classroom. Like the opening of a theatrical performance, the long dusty magical mirror once again glimpsed into the hearts of wizards. On the side of the mirror, an inscription read, Eris stra eru oi ube kafru oitan wosi. If one were to carefully reverse the letters, they would form a phrase. I show not your face but your heart's desire. Harry stood in a daze before the mirror of Erist, grabbing Ron's arm. Ron, look. That's my parents. They're in the mirror. But what is there? Ron, puzzled, exclaimed a moment later. Oh, I'm wearing my Quidditch robes and the prefect badge. This mirror reveals the future. Until the moonlight rose, Harry remained entranced by the mirror, the young savior having never seen his parents, only able to glimpse the familial love he was meant to possess through its reflection. After Harry departed, Wenda finally lifted the disillusionment charm. Gazing at the mirror from a distance, uncertain whether to approach. Is Miss Rogier not curious? Dumbledore's voice resonated in the empty classroom. Wenda was not surprised to find Dumbledore present. The young savior and the invisibility cloak were sufficient reasons for his attention. The French Black Rose stepped before the mirror, her light green eyes peering into its depths. It was the castle of Nurmengard, devoid of storm clouds, illuminating under the sunlight. More magnificent than it had been over 40 years ago. Gellert and Ariana gazed at her from within Nurmengard. A fiery phoenix perched upon a sycamore branch. The flames in the fireplace flickered, remnants of a pile of burnt papers barely revealing the title The Wizarding Secrecy Act. It was the future I yearned for. And the very essence of my existence. Wenda gazed unblinkingly at the mirror, a smile of contentment and resolve gracing her lips. And what of you, Dumbledore? What do you see? Dumbledore regarded Wenda with a complex expression. The not yet mature girl bore an undeniable longing and obsession, reminiscent of what he had once seen on Grindelwald's face. Wool socks, I see wool socks, Dumbledore remarked, looking into the mirror. Wool socks are never enough. People always seem to think I would enjoy books. Receiving one after another as Christmas gifts, yet the wool socks are perpetually insufficient. You truly have a knack for humor, Albus, Wenda replied, not exposing this transparent falsehood. She remained transfixed by the mirror of Ariste. But I will ensure you receive a pair of wool socks. Wenda Rogier regarded the mirror, its significance representing her voluntary descent into death only to rise again in the mire. I shall transform that vision into reality, the French Black Rose vowed. Dear Gellert, I regret not being able to spend Christmas together at Nurmengard. Yet I have procured some delightful news for you. Dumbledore claims he saw wool socks in the mirror of Ariste. Perhaps you might consider sending the headmaster a fine Christmas gift? Dumbledore generously gifted the invisibility cloak from the Deathly Hallows to his golden boy, the young savior Potter. Which makes me feel quite sorry for Mr. Scamander, who as Grindelwald's most detested adversary, must now settle for second place on Dumbledore's list of favored students. I secured a piece of sycamore from Dumbledore. Perhaps you would like to find a lovely pot to plant it in? Ariana's little phoenix would surely appreciate it. I sense that the ghastly Voldemort and his subpar followers are becoming increasingly impatient. Though I also desire the Philosopher's Stone. How could Nick not have it on him? Has that old coot finally lived long enough? I believe the Philosopher's Stone might assist in shaping Ariana's form. I hope Dumbledore might graciously allow me to use it. Though he is unaware it is for Anna. Lastly, I wish you a joyful time at Nurmengard and hope we may spend next Christmas together. Wenda Rogier. Wenda eagerly organized her gift list. Gellert. A complete collection of chocolate frog Dumbledore cards and a candid photo of Dumbledore speaking in the Great Hall. Captured by Wenda. Dumbledore, the entire new collection from Honeydukes, consider it a gift for Ariana, Wenda thought. Snape, a small vial of phoenix tears and a note stating, the book mentions that phoenix tears possess remarkable healing properties for wounds inflicted by magical creatures. Victor Crumb and Roxanne Weasley, each a copy of The Will of Dark Magic. Lucius Malfoy, a cinema in the Muggle world, recent screenings all related to World War II. Draco Malfoy, a custom golden snitch emblazoned with the Malfoy crest. Karkaroff, a standard invisibility cloak, suitable for hiding. The remaining professors received a bulk order of Felix Felicis and mementos from the Muggle Moon Landing. After meticulously confirming the accuracy of the gifts and the list, Wenda contentedly approached the window, admiring the moon climbing the branches. Moon Landing, Muggles can indeed conjure unimaginable feats. On Christmas, Wenda categorized the gifts she received, distinguishing between those that needed unwrapping and those that did not. The first was from Grindelwald. A piece of parchment inscribed with the fire shield charm. Finally willing to teach me? Wenda felt a surge of joy, akin to a child who has long awaited affirmation. She had coveted this charm for quite some time, as Grindelwald had continuously denied her on the grounds that the time was not right. The second gift was from Dumbledore. A feather from Fox's tail, rarely generous. The third, a gift from Quirrell, a tome titled Advanced Dark Magic, really the dark arts professor? After unwrapping several gifts sent by saints and pureblood families, Wenda donned a deep green wizarding robe and gathered her belongings to head to the Great Hall. Dumbledore's taste was indeed peculiar. The bearded old man seemed to relish his role as Santa Claus, cheerfully distributing gifts to the remaining children at Hogwarts. Snape shot a disdainful glance at Harry, his expression nearly screaming, "I can't stand you." Harry, clad in a red sweater adorned with a large H, blended seamlessly into the Weasley family, aside from his hair color. What a splendid Christmas, Wenda mused, clutching her pumpkin juice as she pulled out her magical camera to snap a photo of Dumbledore, capturing the Santa Claus Dumbledore limited edition picture, to be promptly sent to Nurmengard. Snape, witnessing this scene, cast Wenda an incredulous glance. Words were unnecessary, as his black eyes conveyed the sentiment. Are you also a dimwit with your head filled with bogwort? Wenda sighed, blaming Grindelwald entirely. Unbeknownst to her, Snape was equally astonished to receive the Phoenix Tears, considering Dumbledore's vigilance over his little dark wizard. Gifting Phoenix Tears? It is well known that Dumbledore is the only one with a phoenix. With a mind filled with irritation at the thought of having to brew a dental potion for that old bee, Snape stormed into the headmaster's office. Dumbledore, still clad in his festive attire, stared vacantly at the wool socks and the card from Nurmengard. It was the first letter he had received from Grindelwald in many years. The Basilisk King of the Dungeons paid no heed to Dumbledore's contemplations, coldly addressing the headmaster, who remained in his Santa Claus garb. If Headmaster Dumbledore is feeling bored, please do not burden that poor potions master with the task of keeping an eye on that student from Durmstrang. You instructed me to monitor her, yet she can even produce Phoenix Tears as gifts? How much of Fawkes's tears did you give her? If you trust her so completely, why ask me to watch her? What is your relationship with her? Dumbledore, somewhat taken aback, accepted the vial, as Fawkes flapped his wings, curiously leaning closer and chirping cheerfully at Dumbledore. As if having heard something astonishing, Dumbledore muttered, "No, it cannot be?" Snape sensed that something was amiss. "This is not Fawkes's tears. These belong to another phoenix," Dumbledore murmured. "Voldemort, Quirrell, and the phoenix. What are their true intentions?" Dumbledore finds it increasingly difficult to decipher Voldemort's motives. Yet the wizarding world is already on the precipice of another war. Are you suggesting that there exists a living phoenix? Snape gazed incredulously at the vial. Chapter 12. The Test of Gryffindor. For Quirrell, the moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. The International Confederation of Wizards had summoned Dumbledore, and that evening, Fawkes flapped his wings, delivering a message from Dumbledore to Voldemort. "It is your turn to fulfill your promise, Miss Rosier." The parchment bore Dumbledore's handwriting. After gently stroking Fawkes' feathers, Voldemort rose and made his way to the abandoned classroom along the fourth-floor corridor, preparing to confront Quirrell and the trio of Gryffindor cubs. Gryffindor truly is a remarkable breed, Voldemort mused. While they may have mastered only a handful of spells, their audacity far surpasses that of any dark wizard or three-headed hellhound, which is indeed rather reckless. Yet isn't Dumbledore the same? Voldemort found himself perplexed. He had keenly observed Dumbledore's caution and cunning. Wasn't he Dumbledore also a Gryffindor? As he watched the trio boldly invade the fourth-floor abandoned corridor, Voldemort cast a silent charm upon himself, and leisurely followed Harry and his friends. He had promised Dumbledore to keep an eye on them and, if necessary, intervene to preserve their lives. Alohomora. Hermione expertly unlocked the door, the resounding noise accompanied by the furious growls of the hellhound. Inside, they discovered a harp, indicating that someone had arrived before them. "Snape has already descended," Ron exclaimed anxiously upon seeing the harp, knowing that music could soothe the beast. Voldemort observed as Harry produced a silver flute, somewhat clumsily attempting to play, trying to quiet the hellhound. Perhaps it lacked the necessary melody, for the beast did not immediately succumb to slumber, but instead staggered a few steps, revealing a trapdoor beneath it. The little lions encouraged one another, and as they opened the trapdoor and leaped down, a cry ensued. "What is this? Help!" It was Ron's voice. "It's tightening," came Harry's voice. "It's the devil's snare. I read about it. Relax, don't struggle. Otherwise, you'll only die faster." Hermione reacted swiftly, attempting to halt her two companions. "Die Fasta. How am I supposed to relax?" Ron panicked further, struggling desperately against the snare's grip. Hermione allowed herself to be drawn down into the passage, urging, "Trust me. Relax." Harry also attempted to ease his tension, leaving Ron as the sole one still wrestling with the devil's snare. Let me think. I've definitely seen this," Hermione exclaimed urgently. "I remember now. The book said they fear sunlight. Lumos solum." Hermione raised her wand. With the incantation, the three little ones finally gathered together. Voldemort used the levitation charm to follow Ron through the gaps in the snare, somewhat astonished to see the curly-haired girl, a first-year witch, even one of Muggle descent, displaying such remarkable mastery of spells and knowledge. Truly a gifted young witch, Voldemort mused internally. Before them fluttered a myriad of golden keys, among which one copper key appeared somewhat worn, and nearby lay a broomstick. Voldemort found himself speechless. Dumbledore had indeed tailored this challenge for them. He recalled Draco's furious outburst in the common room upon hearing that Harry had become the Seeker. Undoubtedly, the Savior's flying talent was undeniable. And soon he discovered the correct key amidst the flurry, successfully unlocking the bronze door to the next challenge. It was Wizard's Chess, a vast room transformed into a giant chessboard, with enormous pieces scattered across it. Voldemort immediately recognized it as the handiwork of Professor McGonagall, a master of transfiguration. Hermione, you take the castle next to the Queen, Ron commanded, stepping forward. Harry, you go to the bishop's position. As for me, I need to occupy the knight's position. It was as if he had entered his own domain. Ron's face serious and determined. Soon they reached a stalemate. And Voldemort watched in astonishment as the knight occupied by Ron had to be sacrificed by the Queen to secure victory. Gryffindor's courage was never lacking. Even Ron, whom Voldemort had often deemed ineffectual, played an irreplaceable role at that moment. As Ron was knocked off his horse, Voldemort discreetly cast a minor cushioning charm to mitigate the impending impact on Ron. Checkmate, Harry declared resolutely as he approached the king, announcing the outcome. Leaving Ron behind, they faced the next challenge, potions. 2 flaming doors barred the path of the young wizards, and a table laden with potion vials and riddles awaited them. Hermione quickly deduced the correct answer, but the potion to pass through the fiery gates was only sufficient for Harry, meaning he would have to confront the dangers beyond alone. I must stop Snape from taking the Sorcerer's Stone, Harry stated firmly, drinking the potion and stepping through the flames. Hermione watched anxiously as Harry's figure receded. Do not worry, Miss Granger. Voldemort dispelled his invisibility charm. I believe you should escort Mr. Weasley to the infirmary. After a moment's thought, he left behind a vial of essence of murtlap and strode purposefully toward the fiery gates, undeterred. After all, Snape's challenges for the young wizards were not beyond Voldemort's capabilities. Beyond the fiery gates lay a desolate, abandoned room, where Quirrell stood, draped in a purple scarf, before the enormous mirror of Ariste. What are you doing here, Professor Quirrell? The Savior found it increasingly difficult to believe that the pitiful figure behind the door was the cowardly Quirrell. Of course it's me. With Snape around, who would suspect me? Quirrell laughed triumphantly. But that day, during the Quidditch match, it was Snape who tried to kill me. Harry could hardly believe it. No. It was I. I wanted to kill you. Snape was chanting a counter-curse to save you. If it weren't for Snape's robes catching fire and colliding with me, I would have succeeded. Quirrell spat venomously. Even worse, Snape suspects me. After I unleashed the troll, everyone was distracted by it. Yet he rushed to the 4th floor to try to stop me. Harry stared in shock at Quirrell, as everything he had believed was being turned on its head. Quirrell ignored Harry, fixated on the mirror of Ariste. What is this mirror? I see myself holding the Sorcerer's Stone. Quirrell stared intently at the mirror. But how do I obtain it? By using that boy. A strange voice suddenly echoed. Voldemort was taken aback. Was that the decayed soul? Quirrell compelled Harry to approach the mirror, and as Harry blinked at his reflection, the Sorcerer's Stone slipped into his pocket. Strangely, Harry's pocket suddenly felt heavy. It was the Sorcerer's Stone. What did you see? Quirrell asked eagerly. Let me speak to him. The strange voice echoed once more. As Quirrell, his face tense, unraveled his scarf, revealing a blurred visage with grayish skin. A face that appeared at the back of Quirrell's head. It was Voldemort. Harry Potter. Voldemort hissed, calling Harry's name. We meet again. Voldemort. Harry gasped, overwhelmed by the revelation. Yes, look at what I have become. See how I linger on. A parasite living off others, Voldemort growled. The blood of unicorns granted me power, but it cannot provide me with a body. Yet there is one thing that can. And that thing lies in your pocket. Harry realized, the Sorcerer's Stone. He immediately turned to flee. The stone must not fall into Voldemort's hands. Quirrell waved his wand, conjuring flames to block Harry's retreat. And Voldemort chuckled triumphantly. Harry, don't you want to see your parents again? Hand over the Philosopher's Stone to me, and we could even share eternal life. Voldemort lured Harry, who was far too eager to obtain the stone's power. You are lying. Harry shouted angrily. I will never give you the stone. Kill him. Voldemort commanded Quirrell, who lunged toward Harry. Chapter 13. You are unworthy to be compared with him. Upon hearing Voldemort's command, Quirrell hesitated no longer, brandishing his wand as he aimed to slay Harry in vengeance for Voldemort, intending to seize the Philosopher's Stone thereafter. Stupefy. Wanda, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, lifted the disillusionment charm, compelling Quirrell away from Harry. Quirrell sidestepped, casting a malevolent glare at Wanda. It is you, Wanda Rosier. Good evening, Professor Quirrell. Wanda greeted nonchalantly, offering a slight bow, as if they were at a social gathering. And you, Mr. Voldemort. Why not join me since you too have a keen interest in dark arts? Despite Quirrell providing you with tomes on dark magic, and even the Cruciatus Curse, you did not inform Dumbledore. Voldemort spoke coldly, fully aware of the insatiable thirst for power that consumes those who study the dark arts. Believe me, you would achieve greatness in dark magic. If only you would deliver that boy behind you to me. Harry grew increasingly anxious, realizing that this Slytherin upperclassman had claimed that the Durmstrang professor of dark magic was a preparatory dark wizard. Could she also be after the Philosopher's Stone? Help! How am I to protect the stone? I have always been curious about the Dark Lord of England, who could inspire a traitor from the Rosier lineage. My uncle, Evan Rosier, dared to betray my great-aunt's admonitions, and return to Rosier Manor to turn against his family. Wanda stated coldly. To be precise, it was her admonition that, even if she never awoke again, the Rosiers would carry on in glory through Grindelwald and the dismantling of the Statute of Secrecy. Wanda was utterly convinced that the rise and fall of the Rosiers should be determined by her. This decayed and declining family shone brightly because of her. Even after Grindelwald's conviction, she preserved the Rosier legacy with her own demise. Before that, the Rosiers had merely been a decaying pure-blood family, relying on their daughter as a bargaining chip for profit. The moment she resolved to leave Beauxbatons, she had already regarded the Rosiers as her possession. Whether enduring at Beauxbatons or venturing to Durmstrang to carve her own destiny as the sole matriarch of the Rosiers, she would obtain what she desired. Indeed, she had achieved it. However, this did not mean she would allow a traitor to emerge from the Rosiers. Although Evan's betrayal fortuitously allowed her soul and Ariana to be reborn, Evan? That Rosier. I still recall that little fellow. Naturally, what I think should be presented by my servant. Alas, my loyal servant did not bring me the texts on soul research from the Rosier lineage. Voldemort sneered. I shall grant you this honor. The great Voldemort will offer you assistance. Why not join me, and together we can reconstruct the glory of purebloods, even transcending death. Wanda felt a twinge of disappointment, finding it laughable. So the so-called second Dark Lord was merely a coward terrified of death. Truly disheartening. How dare you? Quirrell's expression turned furious. I had forgotten. The Rosiers once followed Grindelwald. Voldemort seemed to recall something, snickering, a fool defeated by Dumbledore. Condemned to spend his remaining days imprisoned in the very prison he constructed. What a pity. Wanda was not incensed by Voldemort's mockery. She never expected the world to understand her and Grindelwald. They were revolutionaries who had willingly severed their own conscience for ambition. Believers who glimpsed dawn amidst a long night. Why did the prophet, having seen the path home, continue to forge ahead? The world only cared that Dumbledore had vanquished Grindelwald. No one pondered the reasons behind the prophet's revolutionary uprising. They easily defined good and evil, clipping the wings of the raven, leaving the phoenix to await a dawn it would never see. Only it knew that it had come to deliver warnings from the prophet. The white doves of the church would never tenderly kiss the raven. The ocean's tales could only be answered by the seagulls. The prophet willingly confined to the tower of Nurmengard, while wizards deceived themselves, reveling in some corner. A parasite, defeated by an infant, was hardly qualified to utter his name. What could this feeble yet arrogant creature before her be worth? The so-called second Dark Lord was merely an arrogant parasite, a coward who could not even face death. What right did he have to be compared with her master? You are unworthy to be compared with Grindelwald, Wanda scoffed. Dumbledore is one thing. He is a figure my master cannot touch. But a braggart defeated by an infant? Ah, batskin curse. Wanda struck first, summoning a swarm of bats that flapped their wings, surrounding Quirrell. Crucio. Quirrell angrily raised his wand, seeking a gap to strike back at Wanda. Shatter. Protego. Wanda unleashed the shield charm to block Quirrell's attack, glancing at Harry, who was hiding behind her. She had to protect Dumbledore's little savior. It was best to resolve this swiftly. Fiendfire. Demonic flames in azure took wing, with temperatures capable of annihilating everything, surging toward Quirrell. The moment Quirrell heard the incantation, Voldemort abandoned his loyal servant, transforming into a wisp of black smoke and fleeing. The fiendfire instantly consumed Quirrell, reducing him to ash in mere moments. Wanda made no attempt to stop Voldemort. A visible enemy could always divert Dumbledore's attention, and she was not yet prepared to confront a Dumbledore wholly against her. For the greater good, Wanda told herself, humanity is always laughable. Only a common enemy can forge a united front. No matter how vigilant, as long as Voldemort stood in front, Dumbledore would not strike against her. As long as Voldemort appeared before the Ministry of Magic, the saintly factions could rightfully take their stand as the champions of justice in the eyes of the world. From the moment Wanda began plotting, she understood that Voldemort's existence was her best opportunity to break free from the confines of Nurmengard. Upon seeing the visage formed from the black smoke, Wanda suddenly realized it was Voldemort's soul. The very decay she had sensed within Quirrell was, astonishingly, incomplete. Even she and Ariana, although a portion of their souls was bound by the blood pact, leading to instability, remained whole due to their silent understanding and shared experiences of the void. They could not sever the blood pact, which was why Wanda could not return it to Grindelwald. A fractured soul? How could he still be alive, even conscious? Wanda sensed something was amiss. His situation seemed quite different from hers and Anna's. She retracted the blazing fiend fire, and Harry, having never witnessed such a spectacle, was horrified to see the once unbeatable Quirrell reduced to ashes in an instant. Terrified, Harry stumbled back, clutching the Philosopher's Stone tightly, eyeing Wanda, clad in Slytherin robes, with caution. Even now he remembered to protect the stone. Wanda turned to see Harry, who had retreated to the side, displaying a touch of exasperation. Perhaps it truly was easy for a Gryffindor to define good and evil. Of course, she could not claim the mantle of a hero. Mr. Potter, do not worry. When you awaken, you will see Professor Dumbledore. Before Harry could voice his doubts, Wanda cast a stupefy, rendering him unconscious, and the Philosopher's Stone slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Wanda picked up the fallen stone and departed with Harry, leaving the aftermath for Dumbledore to handle upon his return. In the infirmary, Hermione stood vigil over Ron, her brow furrowed in concern as she spotted Wanda with the floating Harry. "Harry," Hermione called, her worry evident as she rose. "Is Harry all right?" "Rosier? Do not fret, Miss Granger." Wanda guided Harry's unconscious form to the bed adjacent to Ron's, reassured that Mr. Potter had merely succumbed to a temporary fainting spell, with no grave repercussions. As for the other matters at hand, she presumed that Professor Dumbledore would soon make his return. She comforted the young witch, deftly avoiding any mention of the Philosopher's Stone, while deftly quelling the girl's inquiries, assuring her that he would elucidate everything. The extent of Dumbledore's revelations remained beyond her concern. After all, she was merely a collaborator in fulfilling the terms of their arrangement, was she not? Wanda mused. The mention of Voldemort stirred echoes of memories long buried regarding Grindelwald. She yearned for a moment of solitude beneath the luminous moon, to reminisce about the days now faded into the past. Trapped within the tower's confines, it was not solely Grindelwald and Dumbledore's youth that lingered. The remnants of her own life were also interred within that desolate, time-worn castle. Chapter 14. The Philosopher's Stone and Ariana. Early the following day, Wanda awaited news from Dumbledore. "Miss Rosier, could you visit the headmaster's office after potions class?" The silvery phoenix Patronus burst into Wanda's dormitory, carrying Dumbledore's voice, the password being Chocolate Frog. Finally, she thought to herself. Wanda had anticipated Dumbledore's summons ever since she had taken the Philosopher's Stone. He could not possibly allow her to depart with it unchallenged, especially considering the matter of Voldemort's essence residing within Quirrell. The young savior would undoubtedly share everything with her deeply trusted headmaster. Of course, she harbored her own motives for seeking Dumbledore. She was not the only one in need of the Philosopher's Stone. One might say my frequency of visiting the headmaster's office rivals that of the professor's, Wanda reflected as she stood before the water nymph. Dumbledore greeted her with his characteristic smile, while Fawkes tended to his feathers on the yew branch, acknowledging Wanda warmly. Sensing the essence of the phoenix within her, "Miss Rosier, would you prefer tea or coffee?" Dumbledore beckoned her to sit, producing a large box of Honeyduke's licorice wands. A Christmas gift from Wanda, evidently to the old bee's liking. "Coffee will suffice," Wanda replied, waving away the confections. "It seems you are quite pleased with the Christmas gift I prepared, headmaster." Indeed, as one ages, there is always a need to derive a modicum of joy from sweet indulgences. He then revealed the Philosopher's Stone, placing it upon the table, and gazed at Dumbledore, inquiring, "What do you plan to do with the Philosopher's Stone?" Dumbledore, taken aback by Wanda's forthrightness, sighed and confessed, "I intend to destroy it. Rather than fret over its potential acquisition by those with nefarious intentions, it is wiser to obliterate it. My old friend and I have concluded that it is time for the Philosopher's Stone to cease existing in this world." Dumbledore disclosed that this was a mutual decision shared with Nicholas Flamel. Wanda was astonished. The destruction of the Philosopher's Stone signified that Nicholas and his wife had also chosen to conclude their lengthy existence. The alchemist who had once thwarted Grindelwald's destruction of Paris was finally prepared to embark on another adventure? "I believe the stone should not be destroyed just yet," Wanda remarked, her gaze fixed on the Philosopher's Stone, recognizing that she could no longer conceal the truth. Noting the look of inquiry on Dumbledore's face, she refrained from further explanation, instead extracting a strand of memory with her wand, one that recounted her confession to Gellert about her resurrection, and the essence of Ariana. I suggest you view this first, Albus. It may satiate your curiosity, Wanda stated, revealing her reason for needing to borrow the stone before its destruction. After Dumbledore absorbed the memory, disbelief washed over him. You speak of Ariana? Ariana's essence? The subject of Ariana's death was a chapter in the past he dared not revisit. The century's most renowned white wizard bore a fragmented family, believing he had attained redemption, only to have it utterly dissipate with his sister's demise. The summer shared between Albus and Gellert became an irretrievable past. No one knew from whose wand the fatal blow had been struck, or rather, it mattered not. Ariana's death had become the insurmountable chasm between the opposing factions. In the aftermath of that momentous conflict, while Dumbledore repeatedly reflected upon the summer through the pensive, quietly slipping into the Hog's Head to converse with Ariana's portrait only to be expelled by Aberforth, he found himself ensnared within the confines of his sister's death. He and Grindelwald were shackled by their respective burdens. Just as Dumbledore had never ventured to Nurmengard, he had also never contemplated the possibility of seeing Ariana again. I presume you are aware that there is a phoenix alongside me, Albus, Gellert remarked. Whenever Dumbledore required it, the phoenix would invariably come to their side. Wanda regarded Fawkes. The phoenix belonging to Ariana, whose blood was also meant for that child. It was too frail. Unable to navigate the 10th cycle of rebirth without the essence of phoenix blood, that little phoenix had just surpassed its 10th resurrection. It was fortunate that Gellert possessed a profound understanding of phoenixes. Listening to Fawkes' jubilant song, Wanda declared, "Thus, I have entrusted Ariana's phoenix to Gellert for the time being. Should you wish to see it, you may visit Nurmengard." The life of a phoenix comprises but 2 stages: infancy and maturity. The immortal bird undergoes 10 resurrections to acquire the strength for rebirth. However, Ariana's little phoenix had expended much of its power in sustaining Ariana's essence, rendering it incapable of surviving the 10th cycle alone. Observing Dumbledore's distressed demeanor, Wanda felt a surge of complexity within her. Moreover, Anna has yet to awaken. However, I believe it shall be soon. I can sense her essence gradually mending, and at times, I feel her emotional fluctuations. Once she regains consciousness, I must extricate her essence from both myself and the blood pact. At that juncture, we will need to recreate a corporeal form. Wanda's gaze returned to the Philosopher's Stone, contemplating. I suspect I may require your assistance along with that of the stone. Dumbledore's expression grew intricate. He finally understood why this seemingly youthful girl evoked such familiarity. She was not merely a substitute for Wanda Rosier. She was the very embodiment of the once-renowned French Black Rose, the powerful and elegant witch who had stood beside Grindelwald. Her presence ever watched by him, and the ministry of magic, whether it pertained to Ariana, Wanda, or the arcane art of soul resurrection. These matters far exceeded the scope of this white wizard's imagination. If Anna awakens, please inform me, Wanda, Dumbledore implored, despite their former enmity. In that moment, he was no longer the white wizard burdened with the weight of the wizarding world. He was simply a brother yearning to reunite with his sister. I shall bring the Philosopher's Stone to you when the time comes, he assured her. Indeed, Dumbledore, you are Ariana's brother. Wanda nodded in agreement, adding moreover, the doors of Nurmengard Castle have always been open to you. After a considerable pause, seemingly allowing both herself and Dumbledore a moment of respite, Wanda slowly sipped her still-warm coffee and began recounting the events surrounding Quirrell and Voldemort. It was likely due to the peculiar nature of my soul that I sensed something amiss with Quirrell during our first defense against the dark arts lesson. He bore 2 distinct soul signatures, one of which was feeble yet reeked of decay. In our final confrontation, Voldemort's essence abandoned Quirrell and fled. Wanda paused momentarily, her expression turning grave. However, I must caution you, Albus. Voldemort's essence is profoundly unsettling. His soul is incomplete. She leaned forward, locking eyes with Dumbledore. I cannot fathom how he managed to evade death while possessing an incomplete soul, but I am certain he shall return. Perhaps he has already resurrected. A reformed body possesses the potential to inherit the entirety of the magical essence contained within the soul. Wanda elucidated the gravest aspect of the situation. This is not akin to my circumstances, Albus. What of you, Wanda? Dumbledore gazed into Vinda's emerald eyes and inquired, what are your intentions this time? Do not deceive me by claiming ignorance of the movements of the saints in Germany and France. Are you aspiring to become the next Grindelwald? The greatest white wizard of this century posed a challenging question. The deaths, including your own, along with Rogier and the once mighty families that followed you. Is that not sufficient for you to acknowledge the error of your ways? That depends on how you define it, Vinda retorted, a flamboyant smile adorning her lips. Whether I wish to leave Nurmengard forever hinges entirely upon you, but I shall not be confined by your will. Furthermore, Dumbledore, Do you genuinely believe that preventing him is the right course of action? The unwavering conviction and madness reflected in Vinda's eyes were unmistakable. Do not tell me you have never contemplated overturning the Statute of Secrecy? Dumbledore beheld the familiar black rose. He had indeed witnessed the memories Vinda had presented to him. The development of Muggles had far exceeded his expectations. Yet he could not persuade himself to alter his stance. At least for now, the wizarding world still required the Statute of Secrecy, he reasoned. Chapter 15. The Deathly Phoenix. After resolving the matter with Quirrell, Vinda returned to the tranquility of campus life, with the serpents of Slytherin retreating to their safe perches, none daring to disturb the formidable witch. Day after day, she directed the tip of her wand at her heart, experiencing a sporadic second heartbeat amidst the incantations of Armani, Onimo, Amato, and Animagus. At long last, a tempest of thunder and lightning descended upon them, and Vinda awaited the opportune moment for transformation. In an instant, lightning cleaved through the night sky over Hogwarts as she traversed the forbidden forest towards the location where she concealed her crystal vial. The liquid within had transformed into a mysterious blood-red hue, suffused with magical essence, reminiscent of fresh blood. Without hesitation, Vinda pointed her wand at her heart and slowly intoned the incantation. Armani Onimo Amato Animagus. She then uncorked the vial and drank deeply. A searing pain surged through her, and Vinda curled upon the ground in agony. She exerted every ounce of strength to stifle her cries, lest she provoke the creatures dwelling in the forbidden forest. The rain fell relentlessly, soaking her to the bone, and under the intensity of her suffering, she could no longer maintain the waterproof charm. This was a rare moment of vulnerability. Pain and mud intertwined as she felt her body undergo a cyclical process of collapse and reconstruction, an endless torment. After an extended period of acclimatizing to this suffering, the two intense heartbeats became increasingly distinct, and as the pain reached its zenith, Vinda's form began to shift, gradually shrinking as dark feathers sprouted forth. With another crack of thunder, Vinda vanished from her previous location, only to be replaced by a diminutive raven, her Animagus form, a creature embodying the essence of death, much like her patronus. The deathly raven soared into the night sky, its jubilant calls echoing as it reveled in the tempestuous embrace of thunder and rain. Vinda spread her wings and circled among the treetops, closing her eyes to savor the sensations of her Animagus body. The world of the raven was distinctly different from that of humanity. The night sky deepened yet felt less distant, and the wings of the bird were a bestowed power. The flora and fauna of the forbidden forest became more vivid, the mingling scents of rain and vegetation wafting pleasantly through the air. In the distance, a few spiders vied for the remains of prey, exuding the aura of death. Having fully adapted to the form of the raven, Vinda returned to her wand, envisioning her human shape in her mind as her wings reverted to arms. The dark-haired witch reappeared, her laughter vibrant, as she retrieved her wand. Vinda cherished the raven, that pitch-black avian often regarded as a harbinger of evil and misfortune, one that betrayed the will of death, ever attempting to awaken the ignorant with its compassionate gaze and cries. Even as the foolish repeatedly turned away in disdain from its counsel, the wise would thrive in its presence, while the foolish would banish it towards death. Vinda restored her waterproof charm to rid herself of the mud, brandishing her wand as she navigated the forbidden forest. Unbeknownst to her, this night-esque excursion into the forest would yield unexpected discoveries. After meandering aimlessly, Vinda seemed to have stumbled into the domain of some wondrous beings. Before her lay a resplendent lake, shimmering with silver light beneath the moon, as raindrops fell upon the surface, creating rippling circles. Another bolt of lightning illuminated the scene momentarily, revealing a group of ethereal and noble creatures hiding beneath the trees and by the lakeside. Unicorns. These pure beings, endowed with divine vitality, were adorned with treasures, their horns and blood cursed to protect them in death, a curse trivial to malevolent souls. Vinda, having overheard Quirrell and Harry's conversation before the mirror, was well aware that Voldemort had manipulated Quirrell into hunting the unicorns in the forbidden forest. These pitiable yet pure creatures, possessing treasures within, could not safeguard themselves. Vinda quietly admired the tender moment as the unicorns groomed one another. She refrained from approaching. The unicorns favored those with pure souls, yet her own spirit was stained with the blood of the innocent. She did not wish to disturb their tranquility. However, to her amazement, a young unicorn seemed to have taken notice of her. The hesitant youngling approached Vinda, standing before her and nuzzling against her. Vinda, feeling the warmth of the young creature, allowed the little unicorn to nuzzle against her form. The young unicorn nudged Vinda's hand, encouraging her to stroke its delicate head. In a daze, Vinda ran her fingers through the young unicorn's golden mane, soft and smooth, imbued with the warmth of its life. An adult unicorn gradually approached, affectionately brushing against Vinda, licking the young unicorn's body, seemingly oblivious to the sins that burdened the girl before them. Indeed, she bore another soul, one truly deserving of the unicorn's affection. A pure spirit. Vinda attributed the unicorn's fondness to the slumbering Ariana. After all, her own sins had long been broadcasted to the world, had they not? Moreover, she herself felt no remorse regarding those accusations. The souls of the innocent who had begged for peace were the very lives she had extinguished. The Black Rose of France would mourn for the departed souls, yet Vinda understood that, given the chance, she would not hesitate again. Certain transgressions must be borne. Certain sacrifices must be made for the greater good. For her unwavering convictions, Vinda never regretted casting the killing curse time and again. I confess my sins. Yet I harbor no regrets, she mused as she caressed the young unicorn. But Ariana was different. Vinda felt a pang of longing for the girl she had encountered in the void. That girl's eyes sparkled like a crystal-clear spring, possessing the purest soul and kindness. Even as Vinda repeatedly treated her with indifference, she would always draw closer. Representing sanctity, the white dove sought to embrace the soul beneath the raven's eyes time and time again. As Vinda bid farewell to the unicorn herd, she slowly made her way towards the edge of the forbidden forest. After an indeterminate time, a voice suddenly echoed behind her, "Little witch, this is not a place for you." The girl halted, turning to face the centaur that had appeared. "And so?" she replied. "Mr. Centaur, you have followed me all this way merely to warn me to leave?" To her surprise, the little witch had sensed his presence all along. The centaur's face reflected a moment of astonishment, quickly morphing into a complex expression. "The stars have grown increasingly chaotic of late," he remarked, gazing at the night sky, uncertain if he was speaking to Vinda or merely to himself. "Falling stars have escaped the tether of fate, which heralds uncertainty." Wenda chuckled nonchalantly, akin to a centaur gazing up at the night sky, as if the answers to her questions resided among the stars. "Mr. Centaur, I have a friend who is an exceptionally powerful seer. Yet amusingly, this seer, who should be the most faithful believer in fate, scoffs at it. Coincidentally, I share the same sentiment. Fate is merely an excuse for the defeated. It is the victorious who inscribe their own narratives." The young witch gently caressed her wand, treating it as a cherished treasure. "I do not place my faith in the stars, I only trust in myself. Everything I desire, I shall attain through my own efforts. Even if it requires 100-fold sacrifice, I shall pursue it relentlessly." Wenda's resolute voice echoed through the shadowy forbidden forest. The centaur seemed to grasp her intent, no longer obstructing her path, merely bowing in deference. "I am Firenze, young witch. It is a pleasure to meet you." Wenda reciprocated the gesture, saying nothing as she turned to leave. After a moment of silence, Firenze spoke softly. "Mars shines brightly these days." Wenda disregarded Firenze's insinuation, continuing her forward march, pausing after a while to murmur, "Is Mars bright? How splendid! War has always served as a stepping stone for revolutionaries. How could that not be a splendid affair? Let them all perish," the girl thought maliciously. Chapter 16. The House Cup. Dumbledore's Machination. The end-of-term month for the young witches and wizards was equally rife with anxiety and frustration. With the authorization slip from Dumbledore permitting access to the restricted section, Wenda spent her days immersed in the library, navigating the tomes of forbidden knowledge and the history of magic. She keenly sensed the shift in the ebb and flow of students. Perhaps Dumbledore had embellished Wenda's presence before the Golden Trio. Aside from the eager Hufflepuff badgers, Wenda's end-of-term review class had morphed into a trio, featuring the ever-resourceful Gryffindor Ms. Weasley and her two not-so-bright companions. This unusual assembly of red, yellow, and green was a rare sight. Yet the most eager for knowledge, the little eagle, had yet to appear. After all, who wouldn't he relish the opportunity to study alongside a brilliant and beautiful senior? Especially one who seemingly had answers to every query. Far more accessible and congenial than seeking out a professor. At least in Hermione's eyes, Wenda had ascended to the status of an idol, possessing knowledge rivaling that of the professors. And Hermione was deeply inspired, aspiring to become as formidable a witch as Wenda herself. Nonetheless, even Wenda had her own tribulations. And that was the history of magic. Indeed, the sole subject that caused her a headache was magical history. Professor Bin's lectures were so dreadfully dull that Wenda regarded them as mere time to sort through paperwork. And the myriad details she had memorized from her previous life had nearly all been returned to the instructors of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, leaving her to grapple with the realization that she would have to gradually reacquaint herself with the past. How bothersome, Wenda thought, gazing at her notes with exasperation. The study of magical history was indeed painfully tedious. Yet on a brighter note, the Reborn Black Rose had ample time to review. for the other subjects were mere trifles to her. Fortunately, Wenda ultimately achieved her desire, securing straight O's in her exams. Surely, she could not allow herself to be outdone by those younger witches and wizards in her second life, she mused, contentedly organizing her report card. With the conclusion of the term came the much-anticipated announcement of the House Cup. Slytherin had surged ahead, leaving the other 3 houses trailing far behind. The little snakes were particularly invested in this collective honor, striving to reclaim lost points even after relinquishing the Quidditch championship this year. Before the feast commenced, students from each house gathered at their respective long tables, awaiting the announcement of this year's House Cup winner. The little lions of Gryffindor hung their heads in dismay. The crystal in the hourglass clearly indicated they were destined to finish at the bottom. The Hufflepuff Badgers rejoiced in their second-to-last position. Having long since adopted a nonchalant attitude toward the House Cup, now celebrating not being in last place, enthusiastically engaging in the feast. Ravenclaw maintained a tranquil atmosphere. The little eagles focused on completing their own tasks, unconcerned about dragging down the score, for collective honor was of lesser importance to them. In contrast, Slytherin was abuzz with anticipation. The younger snakes looked forward to basking in the glory, while the 7th-year students proudly observed the hourglass, eager to emerge from Hogwarts with the honor of having successfully defended the House Cup for 7 years. Even the typically composed Roxanne could not conceal her excitement. The grand hall was awash in intertwining shades of green and silver, exuding an air of mystery and nobility. Slytherin proudly held their heads high, on the brink of claiming their 7th consecutive House Cup. This honor was destined to belong to Slytherin. Dumbledore stood at the podium, raising his hand to beckon silence among the young witches and wizards. Quiet. I am delighted that you have all successfully completed another academic year. Many of you have achieved remarkable accomplishments and progress during this time, which brings me great joy. We are now on the verge of announcing the recipient of the House Cup. However, before we proceed, I believe it necessary to slightly amend the rules to incorporate some previously overlooked points. Dumbledore announced slowly. As soon as the words left his lips, an uproar erupted in the hall. The young witches and wizards had never witnessed such a scene, particularly at the Slytherin table, where the seemingly assured outcome now appeared uncertain. The expressions of the little snakes grew grave, especially among the older students who could no longer conceal their dissatisfaction and unease. Dumbledore, appearing oblivious, loudly proclaimed the newly added points. Hermione received 50 points, Ron 50 points, Harry 60 points, and even Neville was awarded an additional 10 points. Just like that, Gryffindor surged ahead, exceeding Slytherin's score by 10 points. I believe we need to make a slight adjustment to our arrangements. The old headmaster winked at Harry, waving his wand. In an instant, Slytherin's green transformed amidst the cheers of Gryffindor into a blend of red and gold. The Slytherin table fell into silence, the exquisite feast before them suddenly unappetizing. Wenda's expression turned pained, although her sense of belonging to Hogwarts and Slytherin was not particularly strong. The act of having something that was rightfully hers snatched away, coupled with Dumbledore's deliberate orchestration of a narrative favoring the light, left her feeling nauseated. The trio cast puzzled glances at Wenda, noticing her discomfort. Yet the sudden euphoria overshadowed any thoughts of why the senior had emerged victorious against Quirrell. Yet the headmaster had not awarded her house points. Wenda gazed at Dumbledore, the eyes of the white wizard and the black rose intersecting in the air. Will you stand to oppose me? In that moment, Wenda comprehended Dumbledore's intent. Will you oppose me at this juncture? Do you now care for the honor of Hogwarts, or perhaps for Slytherin's glory? Will you sacrifice his reputation as the savior for the sake of the House Cup? Will you allow your public persona to become the focal point? Wenda discerned Dumbledore's grand design. She understood that no matter her choice, she would ultimately lose this game. To oppose him would equate to forfeiting the trust of the savior, diminishing both his and Dumbledore's standing, effectively bolstering Voldemort by undermining his adversaries. Conversely, to abstain from opposition, swallowing this slight, would align her with the savior. Yet her long-standing detachment from Slytherin's social circles would lead to rejection by the pure-blood families of Britain. More critically, she would be used as a stepping stone by Dumbledore, with the narrative of confronting Voldemort conveniently transferred as a gift to the savior. This is Dumbledore's grand scheme. He does not permit Grindelwald to retain his unique position as a third party, even if this is merely a simple test. Regardless of the decisions she makes, Hogwarts stands to benefit in the end. A glimmer of danger flickered in the eyes of the Black Rose as she mused. Truly, Dumbledore is remarkable, a saint clad in the garb of a politician. Chapter 17. The delayed visitor to Nurmengard. The sun rarely shone upon the towers of Nurmengard, yet today, the pristine clouds danced gracefully with the azure sky, casting a joyful light upon the spirits of those below. Ariana's little phoenix alighted upon Grindelwald's shoulder, cherishing the care of this elderly man with mismatched eyes, even if his attentiveness was sometimes lacking. Grindelwald, donned in an uncharacteristic black suit, gazed sternly at the impatient magical mirror, which was vociferously exclaiming, "You are already handsome, perfect. Stop asking me. This is the 18th time." The mirror was on the verge of bursting. Indeed, just yesterday, an owl delivered a letter of visitation to this long desolate castle. Today, Nurmengard was to welcome a guest who had never before graced its halls, a bitter rival in the eyes of the mundane world, the very person Grindelwald despised most. Yet for the elderly resident of this castle, this visitor represented a summer of nostalgia, a romance from his youth, a tumultuous 2 months of infatuation, and a century of unspoken words. This was the master of Nurmengard, delayed by nearly half a century, Albus Dumbledore. He was the greatest white wizard of this century, a figure as revered as a deity in the wizarding world, behind whom both Grindelwald and Voldemort cowered like children. Unable to confront the formidable wizard alone, repeatedly pressing Dumbledore, who remained at Hogwarts, to confront the revolutionary who had incited war. However, Albus was precisely that kind of person. Grindelwald believed even more fervently than the Ministry of Magic that Dumbledore would stand against him, which was peculiar, given their brief 2-month history. It felt as if they had shared a lifetime. He knew well what kind of person Albus was. The phoenix never hesitated to sacrifice itself for those as insignificant as mere dust. Yet, he also understood that only such an Albus Dumbledore could be the red rose plucked from the Thunderbird's grasp. More of an enemy meant less of a potential ally. It could only be that way. Albus Dumbledore, the saintly figure he was. The courage of Gryffindor did not merely manifest in the face of adversaries, but also in the resolve to confront friends and even lovers. Dumbledore paused, gazing at the tower that should have been a joint creation, now a painful testament to his past. "Welcome to Nurmengard, Albus," came a voice as Grindelwald emerged slowly from the castle, interrupting Dumbledore's tangled thoughts. "The gentleman is waiting for you inside." This marked Dumbledore's first entrance into this castle, which resembled a fortress yet functioned as a prison. After a year of restoration and arrangement, Nurmengard was no longer the desolate place it had been when Grindelwald had last visited. Lavish, vintage furnishings adorned the castle, and vast bookshelves overflowed with a variety of tomes, both magical texts from the wizarding world and mundane literature. Yet, what astonished Dumbledore most was the presence of Muggle items, telephones, televisions, electric lights, and more. Aside from the phoenix perched on the table, preening its feathers, there was little that spoke of magic. Nurmengard could not harbor strong magical fluctuations. Although the German Ministry of Magic firmly believed that Grindelwald had no further ambitions to incite revolution, they would not forget the threats and power of the original Dark Lord. It was undeniable that Grindelwald's coercive methods were effective. He now showed no aversion to the Muggle trinkets that, while seemingly trivial, held a significance that warranted caution. Dumbledore gazed quietly at the familiar yet foreign figure of Grindelwald before him. The once golden hair now bore the marks of age, just as he had. Time had not spared any once glorious genius, except for those piercing eyes, which seemed unchanged since their days in battle, still reflecting the youthful arrogance of years past. They had not seen each other in nearly half a century, since that fateful day in 1945. In this moment, Dumbledore realized that he perhaps still was not prepared to face Grindelwald. Though Dumbledore and Grindelwald were the greatest of adversaries, Albus was a rose ensnared by Gellert's enchantment. He thought he was here to meet the ambitious man, only to discover that the ambitious facade had been shed, revealing the cunning Gellert who stood before him. "You seem to be faring well, Gellert," Dumbledore uttered, uncertain of the absurdity of his own words. Oh dear, what was he saying? He was addressing his former lover, now an enemy confined within a cage, asking if he was doing well? The wise white wizard's mind was a muddled mess. He always acted this way, much as he had in that Parisian CAF, where he had impulsively confessed his past love for Gellert. The Thunderbird's mismatched eyes showed no hint of offended displeasure. Gellert could effortlessly see through Albus's fluster. Grindelwald was an adept hunter, and the prey named Albus had never been able to conceal his vulnerabilities from the traps laid by Gellert. "You're a bit worse off than I, it seems." Gellert's face betrayed an uncontainable smugness as he fixed his gaze upon Albus. "See, Dumbledore? You still feel the tension, don't you? Are you still reveling in your monotonous nurturing of fledglings?" Dumbledore turned his head to evade Gellert's stare, and approached the long table, where a small branch of a sycamore tree was planted. Feeling a sense of warmth and comfort, the little phoenix began to chirp joyfully, flapping its wings before Albus. "Cool me. Stroke me. I know you are Ariana's beloved brother. Where is your phoenix? Call him out to play with me." Albus extended his hand, instinctively and skillfully tending to the little phoenix's feathers. Grindelwald had cared for a phoenix, but that did not guarantee the creature was well treated. The little one often found tangles in places it could not reach, much like Fox. The small phoenix chirped contentedly, lightly tapping the white wizard's hand, then called out to its longtime caretaker, as if to complain or report a grievance. Albus understood the little phoenix's meaning all too well, yet he no longer held the authority to reprimand Grindelwald. Instead, he summoned Fox to meet his kin, and the two phoenixes spiraled around each other, their vibrant plumage weaving a tapestry across Nurmengard. This was Ariana's phoenix, and Albus found himself momentarily lost in the scene. As evening fell, Grindelwald's and Dumbledore's half-century-long conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a table laden with food and exquisite desserts, brought by Grindelwald. With the reasoning that Ariana would agree that the elderly needed healthy routines, she left Dumbledore in Nurmengard, where there were many vacant rooms. The one next door to Gellert was quite suitable. Ariana's spiritual presence had grown increasingly vivid in recent days, and Grindelwald knew that her awakening was imminent. Keeping the White Wizard nearby could help mend the fractured bond between them, especially since Ariana needed both her brother and the Philosopher's Stone. Blood allegiance, as the term implies, cannot be forged by a single individual. It is born from the love shared between two, with neither able to stand alone. Dumbledore, in a state of confusion, found himself remaining in Nurmengard. Standing by the window, he gazed at the night sky and suddenly realized how remarkably similar the moonlit expanse of Nurmengard was to that of Godric's Hollow. We shall radiate like those stars, Albus. The summer nights in the Valley of Godric are graced with exceptionally beautiful stars and a resplendent sky. That year, a red-haired youth gazed vacantly at the heavens, allowing the river to drench his form, his cerulean eyes entranced by the splendor surrounding him, while the low murmur of a golden-haired boy echoed in his ears. In the future that we forged together. Chapter 18, The Unbreakable Blood Pact, Ariana's version. Albus Dumbledore had been residing in the castle of Nurmengard for a whole week, during which the three of them fervently perused various magical tomes to investigate the intricacies of souls and the means to forge a corporeal body. On this day, Ariana's spirit finally began to awaken from the slumber of self-repair. When the voice that had accompanied her in the void for 17 years resonated in her mind, Wenda momentarily believed it to be a mere figment of her longing. The raven had called out for Ariana countless times since her rebirth, and at this moment, she finally received a response from the dove. Anna? Wenda queried uncertainly in her heart. Is it truly you, Ariana? A wave of elation surged forth from the blood pact nestled within her chest, and that familiar, melodious voice echoed once more in Wenda's mind. Wenda, I miss you dearly. Behold, the beautiful dove once again embraced the solitary raven tightly, proclaiming the significance of the raven in a resounding voice. A week later, in the grand hall of Nurmengard, the three were gathered together, a rare occurrence. Dumbledore's countenance was grave as he scrutinized the remnants of the blood pact on the table. This esteemed white wizard of the century appeared as though he had encountered an insurmountable dilemma, while standing beside him, Grindelwald radiated with an uncontainable joy, as if faced with an unexpectedly beautiful future. Throughout the week, they had combed through nearly every magical ancient text available, and after perusing all obtainable soul books and the spellbook left behind by Nick Flamel, they arrived at a conclusion that was both rational yet somewhat ludicrous. The time Ariana's soul had been bound to the blood pact was exceedingly long. Her spirit and magic had now become irrevocably intertwined with it. This indicated that separation was impossible. The sole means to reconstruct her body was to make the blood pact the heart of Ariana, for otherwise, her soul would be unable to merge with a corporeal form. This implied that while an ordinary person might perish from a mere heart wound, for Ariana, the shattering of the blood pact would signify a complete return to the embrace of death. The blood pact was already fractured, existing in a state of disrepair, merely sustained by the fact that Anna and her magic had yet to completely separate. You mean we must reconstruct the blood pact? Albus asked incredulously. Unlike Grindelwald, who could hardly contain his exuberance, Dumbledore's expression was fraught with complexity. The blood pact was a treasure of Dumbledore's earlier life, a subject he had evaded in the latter part of his existence. It was an irretrievable past, a summer that could not be spoken of. When Newt produced the blood pact stolen by Niffler, Albus found himself uncertain whether to feel relief at the prospect of liberation or sorrow at having lost the reason to refrain from opposing his beloved. Dumbledore never anticipated that he would one day need to reconstruct the blood pact. Yet for Grindelwald, it was an unforeseen delight. The blood pact, forged from love, existed to ensure that one's beloved would never betray. Conversely, it could also shatter due to the betrayal of those who once loved, thus allowing for a return to companionship. The thought of restoring the blood pact brought such joy to Grindelwald that even the sight of Fawkes made him smile. And he mused that this was far more dependable than the pact they had previously established. Dumbledore could not possibly disregard Ariana's fate, indicating that this time, the blood pact must remain intact. Merlin above, Grindelwald was nearly delirious with joy. After lying shattered for 47 years, the blood pact once again absorbed the magic and blood of its two masters. This miraculous alchemical object once more keenly detected the affection concealed deep within the hearts of the two wizards. The silver chains entwined around the clasped hands of the dark and light wizards, the similarly colored vials drawing closer, and the fissures began to mend. Reminiscent of the images from that summer's barn, and the mirror of Erist, the blood pact was placed at the center of a massive magical array, and Grindelwald summoned the power of the Philosopher's Stone, vast life force and magic flooding into it. Wenda stepped towards the center of the array, activating the immense enchantment, while Dumbledore, standing aside, once again slit his palm, allowing his blood to flow into it. They resolved to forge a body with the blood pact as its heart, using the blood of kin as a conduit to guide the wandering soul back. Ariana's little phoenix circled and sang in the air, as if foreseeing her master's imminent awakening. The power of the Philosopher's Stone and the blood of kin coalesced into a sphere, rushing towards the center of the array, where the blood pact floated, wildly absorbing everything. Wenda approached the blood pact, pressing her forehead against the vial, silently calling to Ariana. "Anna, are you ready?" "Of course." The girl's voice was as bright as ever. "Let us begin." Wenda activated the magical array. A violent force surged into her and the blood pact. A soul-rending pain flooded through her mind. Unlike the anguish of an Animagus, far more intense and tormenting. It was akin to enduring countless cruciatus curses, an unending agony surging from the depths of her soul, threatening to consume her. Wenda endured the excruciating pain, relying on this strength to separate her soul from Ariana's, and with Dumbledore's blood, she guided Ariana's spirit to merge with the body created by the Philosopher's Stone. As the souls began to separate, the pain intensified, and Wenda felt herself nearing unconsciousness. Yet she could not relent, for the dove that had saved her deserved to bask in the sunlight freely, not to end her life hastily as a mere specter. Merlin above, please bless her. This was Wenda's final thought before losing consciousness. Grindelwald and Dumbledore stood in awe before the unfolding scene. Even the most powerful dark and light wizards had seldom delved into the secrets of the soul. As a brilliant light radiated outward, Ariana's spirit coalesced in the air. The outline of the blue-haired girl was precisely as Albus and Gellert remembered her, waving her arms in greeting to her two brothers, gently planting a kiss on the unconscious Wenda's forehead before turning and resolutely rushing towards the blood pact. The immense magic erupted, forcing Grindelwald and Dumbledore to uphold a magical barrier against the overwhelming magical backlash. As the dazzling white light receded, the girl with light brown hair slowly opened her eyes, revealing the same blue hue as Albus's, yet clearer and more gentle. "Albus, Gellert, we meet again." Ariana cheerfully greeted her brothers, announcing her complete recovery, then immediately turned to lift Wenda, cradling her in her arms, just as she had in the void. The dove, having waited in solitude for 60 seasons in the void, finally embraced her beautiful raven that belonged to her. Albus gazed at Ariana in a daze. They had succeeded. He had finally reunited with his long-lost sister, and their fractured home began to heal, much like the blood pact. The starry sky over Nurmengard seemed to mirror that of the Valley of Godric. Thunderbird and Phoenix, Raven and Dove. This night, the towers of Nurmengard no longer needed to gaze longingly at the unseen Hogwarts, for the stars of the Valley of Godric quietly blessed this ancient castle. The stars shimmer like water, and the moon hangs bright and clear. Behold the beauty of the night, and let the clamor of the mortal world fade momentarily from your memory. Chapter 19, Side Story, GGAD from the perspective of AD in the original timeline. How much longer do I have? At most a year. Severus Snape left the headmaster's office in a daze, leaving behind only a foot poised on the threshold of death, alongside a tearful Fawkes. Albus gently stroked Fawkes' feathers with his one remaining functional hand, soothing the weeping phoenix. "Old friend, do not mourn. Death is merely another adventure." The other hand hung limply, marred by dark, intricate patterns. How absurd, the greatest white wizard of the century. Even a sage-like figure is not immune to overwhelming temptation. How could Albus be unaware? Of course, he knew it was but an illusion. He had once pursued the Deathly Hallows and was the master of the Elder Wand. How could he not understand that the Resurrection Stone cannot truly bring back the departed? Moreover, Ariana lay buried by his own hand, her soul long since dissolved into the unchanging currents of eternity, never to return. Yet how could he resist such a deadly temptation? That fervent emotion had never waned. From its boiling state to a calmness, The flames had transformed into a fine wine, richer and more fragrant with the passage of time. After the Great Battle of 1945, the days spent in Nurmengard under Grindelwald's imprisonment were, in a sense, the very moments that ensnared Dumbledore. But he could not forget Ariana's death. The brave Gryffindor had indeed forged the pensive, yet he dared not recall, nor revisit that most devastating attack. Everything had lost its significance. Do not look back, he repeatedly told himself. Even if Grindelwald were not the instigator, what difference would it make? Those days, the summer blooms of Godric's Hollow, had long been forsaken. Yet Dumbledore could not cease. After all, he was not a true saint, unable to see only in black and white, unable to forget the deeply etched emotions. He wished fervently that he possessed no selfish desires, that he were truly a saintly being, so that he might not have to confront the cravings within his heart time and again, revealed by the mirror of Erist. His unacknowledged desires could not be known to others. Yes, this great white wizard yearned for the prophet he had vanquished, yet he could not, nor would he dare to revisit the truth of events. Dumbledore had long since lost clarity regarding what he truly hoped for. What if Grindelwald had not leapt from the windowsill to escape? What if the fatal curse had been cast by himself or by Aberforth? Ariana was gone, a chasm they could never cross. For a long period, Dumbledore had been gripped by an intense fear of hearing news of Grindelwald. During his tenure as a professor at Hogwarts, when pressured from all sides to confront Grindelwald, yet still hesitating to act, each time he heard that name, Albus could not help but fantasize. If only Ariana were alive, if only he were among Gellert's companions, what might the outcome have been? Perhaps Grindelwald would not have become as extreme as he was now, or perhaps their names would have been celebrated together throughout the magical world, creating a future for wizards, much like the dreams and promises they once shared, rather than now being confined to a corner of a chocolate frog card, where people could only commemorate his most painful day. What kind of man was Dumbledore? He possessed the softest heart and soul, yet he made choices that left him riddled with scars, with no regrets to speak of. Dumbledore harbored too many unattainable dreams and hopes. Those suppressed and deliberately forgotten emotions could not withstand the allure of the Philosopher's Stone. Put it on, go on, put it on, he urged himself. Everything could revert to that summer in Godric's Hollow. Everything was subject to change. Dumbledore was no saint, and the Phoenix had its own desires. Albus was tempted, much like he had been when Gellert had seduced him. Yet Dumbledore still bore an irretrievable saintly heart. He would transform the remnants of his life into a blade sharp enough to rival Gryffindor's sword, aimed directly at Voldemort's heart. You must kill me, Severus. Albus heard himself resolutely instructing Snape. The saint-like Dumbledore could not retreat, nor could he regret. In 1945, he had forged Grindelwald's shackles with the magic of love he so cherished, and now he intended to wield the blade born of his life against Voldemort's shattered soul. It is unclear when Dumbledore began to impose upon himself the burden of responsibility for the wizarding world. See how those wizards believe in you. As long as Dumbledore is here, Hogwarts is the safest place. One by one, they come to you for aid. How can you not respond to their prayers? Dumbledore belonged to the wizarding world, while Albus belonged to Gellert. Yet he had long since been alone, from the moment he mercilessly defeated his former lover. From the instant he imprisoned Grindelwald in a tower, never to meet again. From the moment the blood pact felt the betrayal of those once in love. The passionate boy known as Albus was buried by his own hand in the summer of Godric's Hollow. The living body belonged to Dumbledore. But the buried emotions would forever belong only to Albus. The Hogwarts astronomy tower stood tall, yet it could not surpass the glowing orb of the moon illuminating the earth. The aged headmaster gazed longingly towards Austria. Perhaps there stood another elderly man, yet they were destined never to see one another, existing only in the eyes within the mirror of Erist. After all this time? Albus heard himself absent-mindedly ask Severus. Always. That was Snape's unwavering reply. Always. Would also be Dumbledore's answer. After that, he had no choice but to move forward, unable to retreat, until death should finally come. And now, the last enemy to be vanquished had quietly arrived. I am more than willing to meet my end. Dumbledore gazed at the empty picture frame on his desk. Speaking to himself, Albus remembered that moment when Gellert's eyes were shattered, filled with disbelief. Who will love you now, Dumbledore? You are all alone. At that time, Albus did not turn back. He merely coldly responded to Grindelwald's inquiry. But there was another statement Albus did not voice. And me either. Both I and my beloved have perished within that tower. Chapter 20. Meeting in the Land of Nullity, Embracing in Nurmengard. Wanda seemed to dream of the time she first arrived in the Land of Nothingness. The weight of the soul here felt as light as a feather yet as heavy as a mountain. They cannot see me, Wanda quickly realized. One soul after another passed before her, boarding trains bound for unknown destinations. No matter how she tried to attract their attention, they offered her no response. Suddenly, Wanda became aware that her gamble had succeeded halfway. She was indeed dead. Arriving in the land of nothingness was the best proof of that. Yet, it seemed she was not entirely dead. She could consciously control her soul, steering clear of that train heading towards the river of time. Hey, hello? At that moment, a soft, melodic voice sounded behind her. They cannot see you either? Wanda turned abruptly to find a small girl with neatly arranged light brown hair and sky-blue eyes resembling a clear spring. One could see the curiosity and anticipation sparkling within her gaze without the need for magic. Hello. As if confirming their shared uniqueness, the girl's eyes lit up with joy, and she exclaimed, "Hello, my name is Ariana Dumbledore. May I ask what year it is now? I have been trapped in this place for far too long." A trace of sorrow glimmering in my azure eyes. Wanda was taken aback. Dumbledore? She never anticipated that she would have such a profound entanglement with Dumbledore, lingering even after death. Ariana keenly detected Wanda's astonishment. She must know my brother. Indeed. Do you know any other Dumbledores? The girl's eyes brimmed with anticipation as she shared with Wanda. I have two brothers, one named Albus and the other Aberforth. Do you know my brother? Wanda's astonishment deepened. The girl before her was Dumbledore's biological sister? I am uncertain, Miss Dumbledore. Wanda spoke slowly. If my memory serves me correctly. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Is that the person you refer to? Yes. That is my elder brother. The girl's eyes ignited with fervent light. You know him. How is he? Is he well? Before Wanda could respond, the girl fell into another wave of guilt, her voice tinged with sobs. I do not know. I do not know what happens after death. They must be quarreling incessantly. Everyone has lost control. It is all my fault. If it were not for me. The girl crouched down, hugging her knees, tears streaming down her face. It is all me, all because of my body. Why must it be me? Albus. He truly wished, he truly cared for Gellert. I can feel it. If it were not for me, they could have realized their dreams. Aberforth would not have hindered them. They should not have met such an end. Wanda felt somewhat paralyzed. She was, of course, aware of the intimate past between Grindelwald and Dumbledore, having always presumed it to be a one-sided affection on Gellert's part. Yet here was this girl claiming that Dumbledore also harbored feelings for Gellert. Pray tell. On the day of the great battle, aside from the two of them, she was the closest, was she not? The curses were hurled one after another. Could this truly be called affection? Although Gellert seemed to show no mercy either. No, I must ascertain this. I cannot unjustly tarnish the gentleman's name, Wanda thought. Mariana. Wanda cautiously inquired. Are you referring to Gellert Grindelwald? You know Gellert, brother? Oh dear, what a calamity. The French Black Rose had not anticipated that the afterlife could be so absurd. Dumbledore is truly formidable, seemingly omnipresent. Ariana was quite fond of Wanda. In this void, she had endured over 60 years of solitude, her only amusement being counting the visitors at the station each day, attempting to deduce what had transpired in the wizarding world based on the number of souls journeying towards death. For Wanda, this pure white girl was excessively exuberant, flitting about her like a chirping sparrow, chattering incessantly. The French Black Rose found this unsettling. She was inherently solitary, having embraced the loneliness that accompanied her fight for belief throughout the lengthy revolution against the purebloods. She had assumed that death would be akin to this. No descent from a high pedestal, no stirring up of dust, waiting for her soul to dissipate into the sea of humanity when it could no longer endure. However, this unexpectedly encountered white dove had never considered relinquishing the solitary raven. Wanda always perceived Anna's presence, regardless of her coldness or sarcasm. The girl would cheerfully orbit around her, perceptively attuned to her emotions, sometimes providing a considerate silence or exuberance at just the right moment. Over time, Wanda found herself occasionally willing to indulge Anna's curiosity about the wizarding world, particularly tales of Grindelwald and Dumbledore. So, Gellert has been in that castle all along? Anna, after absorbing the story of Grindelwald and Dumbledore, looked deeply saddened, as if she believed the conclusion should not be so. The girl hesitated for a long moment, seemingly mustering immense resolve to share with Wanda. Actually, I used to dream of some things about Gellert. Anna gazed wistfully at the station as another train slowly pulled in. I stood beside him, very close. I saw you too, Wanda. You were by Gellert's side, together. You crossed the blue flames and stood before me. The girl appeared to reminisce about some invaluable secret, smiling joyfully. Then one day, I came to my brother's side. Every day, someone would come looking for my brother, calling him to confront Gellert. Anna's tone revealed her confusion, as if she could not comprehend how the two had ended up on opposing sides. Each night, my brother would quietly watch me, I knew he was deeply saddened. I had never seen him like that before. Then, one day my brother and Gellert dueled at a great height, and I seemed to fall from the sky. Anna recounted, puzzled, and then I never dreamed of them again. I felt as if I were alone once more. Wanda suddenly realized something. The items that had spent a long time beside Gellert, and then moved to Dumbledore's side. The fragments at the Boutonniere Tower could only be that which she had secretly brought to the Rogier home, the blood pact. Wanda felt as though she had been ensnared in an interminable nightmare. Surrounded by an infinite abyss of darkness. She had run through the boundless blackness for what felt like an eternity, where endless shadows seemed to whisper that it was futile to cease her struggle, for she could not resist. From running to walking, until she could no longer take a step, Wanda sat down, hugging her knees as she confronted her confusion and fear, feeling the darkness and numbness gradually consuming her soul. So be it, she heard her own voice. The darkness slowly ascended upon the girl's spirit. She offered no resistance as she allowed herself to be engulfed. Suddenly, it seemed as though a light descended, a radiant warmth, gentle yet not blinding, gradually enveloping Wanda, dispelling the darkness that surrounded her. Wanda, how I long for you. Wanda jolted awake, feeling the girl clutching her tightly, as if holding her with such strength would ensure that Wanda would never leave her side again. The white dove unfurled her wings, sheltering the wounded raven beneath her feathers. Though she herself was still a child, resolutely declaring to the raven, I will be by your side, never to part. They met in the void and finally embraced in Nurmengard. Chapter 21. Ollivander's Wand Shop. This was also Wanda's first visit to Diagon Alley, accompanied by Ariana and Dumbledore. On the very next day after Ariana's awakening, an owl traversed the channel from Hogwarts to the Tower of Nurmengard, delivering a letter from Professor McGonagall. Dear Albus, this year's list of accepted students has suddenly revealed a new name. I believe it is necessary to inform you that the child's name is Ariana Dumbledore, residing at room 2 far left side of Nurmengard, Austria. Minerva McGonagall. Ariana is to attend Hogwarts as well. Her body, reshaped by the Philosopher's Stone, had conveniently halted at the age of 11, and the newly emerged young witch was promptly captured by the acceptance list, receiving the letter she had longed for in her previous life, but thought impossible. Headmaster. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Knight of the First Order of Merlin, Chief Warlock of Wisengamot, President of the International Confederation of Wizards. Dear Miss Dumbledore, I am pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Your loyal Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Ariana clutched the acceptance letter tightly, and the young witch erupted in a joyous scream. She could finally attend Hogwarts. Dumbledore's primary role was to provide a backdoor for Anna to bring Zoe to Hogwarts. After Ariana awoke, she joyfully named the little phoenix. And although new students were not permitted to bring phoenixes as pets, due to the Dumbledore family's unique circumstances and Albus's position as headmaster, she successfully obtained special permission. The three figures materialized at the entrance of the leaky cauldron, where Wenda surveyed the dilapidated and somewhat grimy surroundings with a hint of disdain. Old Tom, spotting Dumbledore, joyfully welcomed him, while the wizards still nursing their drinks greeted him with enthusiasm. Professor Dumbledore, what a pleasant surprise. Are you here to escort the new students this year? Which fortunate young one is it? Albus chuckled, stroking his white beard. I am not here for that purpose. My little girl has reached the age to attend Hogwarts. I am merely accompanying her to Diagon Alley for her school supplies. Little Dumbledore? Tom exclaimed in surprise. Greetings, Miss Dumbledore. You must be quite the talented young witch. Wenda wished to linger at the leaky cauldron no longer, so while Dumbledore engaged in pleasantries with the wizards, she approached a garbage bin, counting 3 bricks up and 2 across, and tapped thrice. Suddenly, a door swung open, revealing Diagon Alley beyond. Diagon Alley was a long street paved with cobblestones, brimming with an array of peculiar and exhilarating shops and eateries, flanked by whimsical wizarding architecture. The street bustled with individuals adorned in various wizarding robes, including both adult wizards and parents escorting young witches and wizards on shopping excursions. Dumbledore led Anna and Wenda to Ollivander's wand shop, where Mr. Ollivander, one of the 3 foremost wand makers in Europe, was renowned alongside Germany's Gregorovitch. Undoubtedly, Mr. Ollivander was the finest wand craftsman in the world, with nearly all British wizards procuring their wands from him. The quaint shop was dimly lit and rather small, with a long bench and shelves filled with thousands of slender boxes containing wands, reaching almost to the ceiling. Garrick, Garrick, Dumbledore called out, pushing the door open and enthusiastically summoning Ollivander. Ollivander emerged from a back room, his silver-white eyes gleaming. Before Garrick Ollivander took over the family business, wands were made with a variety of cores, A customer would often present their favored magical substance, inherited from ancestors or trusted by their families. However, in wand-making Mr. Ollivander was a purist. He firmly believed that the finest wands would never have cores made from a customer's pampered pet's whiskers, nor from the branch of a plant that saved the customer's father from poisoning, or from the hair of a mermaid encountered during a holiday in Scotland. Albus! Ollivander exclaimed, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Dumbledore. What brings you here? But then he noticed Anna and Wenda standing beside him. Goodness, young lady, you share the same eyes as Albus. Are you also of the Dumbledore lineage? Yes, sir. I am here to purchase a wand, Anna replied politely. My word, it has been ages since I last saw a member of the Dumbledore family. The Dumbledores have always been favored by the Phoenix. Miss Dumbledore, if it wouldn't trouble you, could you sell me a few Phoenix tail feathers in the future? Ollivander's excitement was palpable. Albus has previously given me 2 Phoenix tail feathers, and the wands crafted from them were remarkably powerful, each finding its rightful owner. Dumbledore interrupted the still chattering Ollivander. Oh, old friend. I believe it is time we select a wand for young Anna. Reluctantly, Ollivander's gaze shifted away, muttering, very well, very well. Let me think. Dumbledore wands are always suited for Phoenix feathers. Now, where are those delightful Phoenix feather core wands? Here. Miss Dumbledore, try this one. Ollivander climbed a ladder and retrieved a wand box. Alder Phoenix feather, 10.5 inches. He handed it to Anna. I find this wand tends to produce quite cunning results. It often refuses to cast spells for wizards other than its master. And if not wielded by a gifted witch or wizard, it will not perform to its utmost potential. Anna waved the wand and with a bang, sparks erupted from its tip, startling her greatly. Clearly, this was not the wand for her, and she returned it to Ollivander. Ollivander, unfazed by the incident, calmly stored the wand and retreated to his back room, emerging with a somewhat aged box. I believe this one will do splendidly. Ash also Phoenix feather. 10.3 inches. Once again Anna waved the wand, and vivid flames coalesced into a small phoenix, swirling around her and the wand. It suits you perfectly. Ollivander observed with satisfaction. The wand chooses the wizard. The ash wand steadfastly remains with its true master, and cannot be passed on or gifted, lest it lose its magic and skill. Typically we prefer to pair unicorn hair with ash, but clearly, you are better suited for Phoenix feathers. Those who are ideal for ash wands, in my experience, never waver in their beliefs and goals. The ideal owner of an ash wand may possess a degree of stubbornness, but they are also remarkably courageous, devoid of arrogance. Ollivander elaborated, that will be 7 galleons. Wenda quietly stepped forward and handed the galleons to Ollivander, who then noticed this clearly not Dumbledore's French young witch and inquired, and who might this be? Wenda Rosier, sir. Wenda paused before explaining. I am not a new student here to purchase a wand. I am merely accompanying Anna. Ollivander appeared intrigued rather than deterred. Greetings, Miss Rosier. I don't believe I've seen you in my shop before. In fact, I remember every wand that has left my hands and their respective owners. Yes, sir. I transferred to Britain, and my wand was crafted by another master, Mr. Gregorovitch. Wenda had no intention of purchasing a wand from Ollivander, as she had sought out the same materials as in her previous life, to have her wand custom-made by Gregorovitch. May I see it, Miss Rosier? It has been some time since I've seen Gregorovitch's craftsmanship. Ollivander inquired eagerly upon hearing the familiar name. Of course. I actually need to purchase a couple of wand maintenance supplies as well. Wenda produced her wand. What exquisite craftsmanship. Ollivander marveled at the wand in his hand. Gregorovitch is indeed still a master of his craft. The wand was made of pine, with a dragon heartstring core, measuring 11.25 inches. Gregorovitch had even inlaid a ruby at the base with mithril, an intriguing design. Mithril and ruby are exceedingly rare alchemical materials, perfectly complementing the pine, which is not typically suited for fusion with dragon heartstring. Both ruby and mithril require a wielder of considerable conviction to be tamed. These materials do not acknowledge the common wizard. Even within alchemy, they are not easily employed. Only a fearless and luminous spirit can conquer them. Ollivander returned the wand to Wenda, explaining, a straight-grained pine wand typically chooses those recognized as solitary, intriguing, and perhaps a touch mysterious individuals as its masters. Unlike other wands, pine wands thrive on creative use, and are not averse to adapting to new spells and incantations. They are also particularly responsive to silent magic. You shall undoubtedly become a powerful witch, Ollivander concluded. Chapter 22. The Commotion at Flourish and Blots. Upon departing Ollivander's wand shop, Dumbledore discreetly made his exit. No matter the location, this century's most esteemed white wizard was bound to attract attention. The Leaky Cauldron buzzed with excitement today, as Gilderoy Lockhart hosted his own book signing event. Wanda found herself questioning Dumbledore's judgment once more regarding the selection of professors for the defense against the dark arts position. The authors of the 7 books listed were none other than a flamboyant peacock, who seemed more adept at flashing his dazzling smile than imparting wisdom. Meanwhile, Harry, spending his holiday at the Burrow, accompanied the Weasley family to the bookstore. The conspicuous cluster of redheads maneuvered through the crowd with difficulty, soon attracting the attention of the grinning celebrity. This headline was simply too enticing to overlook. Harry Potter? Lockhart approached briskly, and the photographers swiftly turned their cameras towards Harry, who was still attempting to squeeze into the store. Lockhart, with his signature radiant smile, drew closer. "Come on, Harry, give the camera a smile. We're going to make the front page of tomorrow's Daily Prophet." He enveloped the still-stunned Harry in a hug, exclaiming, "I never imagined the Savior was one of my little fans. I shall prepare a grand gift for him. I intend to present him with an entire set of magical me." Lockhart flashed his trademark grin once more, declaring, "I have wonderful news. I am thrilled to announce my return to my alma mater. I will be the defense against the dark arts professor for the next academic year at Hogwarts." Dumbledore must have some serious flaws in his judgment to appoint such a professor, Wanda thought, pulling Anna into the bookstore, convinced that this was even more alarming than Quirrell. Suddenly, Lucius Malfoy appeared, intercepting Wanda. "Miss Rosier, what a pleasure to see you again." Following closely was another platinum-haired boy, Draco. "Long time no see, Mr. Malfoy." Draco Wanda nodded. The Malfoys truly excelled in investment. For profit, they were willing to set aside their pureblood pride to engage in Wanda's ventures within the Muggle realm. Lucius had also contributed to her earnings, helping her forge connections with numerous Muggle politicians. "This is Ariana Dumbledore. She will soon be attending Hogwarts as well," Wanda introduced. "My sister." Both Lucius and Draco appeared taken aback. An offspring of the Dumbledore family? However, their good upbringing prevented them from voicing their inquiries. They were undoubtedly aware of Wanda's warning. This girl from the Dumbledore household was under her protection. Should they encounter her at school, the Malfoys would naturally refrain from crossing any lines, for the profit-driven Malfoys disliked engaging in unwise ventures. Lucius soon departed, having spotted his new target, Arthur Weasley, and his family. It seemed the Ministry of Magic had not compensated Arthur with even an extra galleon for his inspections. Lucius cast a disdainful glance at the young girl beside Arthur, whose cauldron was filled with tattered books, and he looked down upon her worn wizarding robes with a haughty pity. "It appears that being different does not provide you or your children with any advantages." Arthur turned crimson with fury, yet the Weasleys' poverty was common knowledge. With a tremendous crash, the red-haired girl hurled her cauldron, which arced through the air before landing heavily at Lucius's feet. Arthur shouted and lunged at Lucius, both colliding into a bookshelf. In an instant, chaos erupted. No one had anticipated such a farcical scene. It took quite some time for bystanders to separate the entangled Lucius and Arthur, as their respective children rushed to assist their fathers. Such a display was unbecoming of platinum aristocrats. Lucius snorted derisively, clutching his body where the bookshelf had struck him, glaring malevolently at Arthur. He coldly taunted, "I hope your father can afford to buy you something decent, poor Weasley child." With that, Lucius angrily tossed the tattered textbooks into the young girl's cauldron before storming out of the bookstore with Draco. Wanda noticed a stack of books in Ginny's cauldron, among which was a black-covered diary, its name faintly visible, Tom Marvolo Riddle. That was Voldemort's true name, although little known. Wanda had already gleaned information about this adversary destined to confront her from Dumbledore. Was this truly Lucius's method? Wanda was taken aback by the crude simplicity with which he dealt with that item. It was evident he was eager to rid himself of that dark artifact, which he claimed Voldemort had entrusted to him after the previous Malfoy patriarch's death, instructing him to keep it safe. Thanks to her unique sensitivity acquired from having traversed death and returned from the void, Wanda mused that perhaps this was a gift of fate. After all, how else could she have so easily detected Quirrell's peculiarities, as well as the decaying aura emanating from that diary, akin to Voldemort's very essence? During her visit to Malfoy Manor, Lucius had entrusted Wanda with numerous dark artifacts, asking her to safeguard them. Arthur Weasley's voluntary overtime had caused him considerable trouble, prompting Lucius to delegate part of these items to Borgin and Burkes for handling, while he retained a portion for Wanda, including that diary. Naturally, Wanda would not hesitate to alert her partner, but she refrained from revealing that Voldemort still lived, merely cautioning Lucius that the diary would influence the soul, its malevolence exceeding his imagination. The Malfoys, being adept at generating wealth, would undoubtedly seek to align themselves with their own grand vessel. Wanda hinted to Lucius that he might consider disposing of the diary at Hogwarts. Surely the great white wizard would manage everything adeptly, and even if Voldemort were to resurface, He would only bear resentment towards the old headmaster, while she subtly alluded to the forces supporting her. The disparity in information allowed Lucius to unwittingly step into this trap. He needed to find a scapegoat for the diary. After another disturbance caused by Arthur Weasley at Malfoy Manor, Lucius resolved to frame the Weasley family for the diary's misdeeds. As for what would become of the Malfoys once Voldemort returned, they would of course seek assistance from the Death Eaters, who would provide a route of escape for the Lucius family. Wanda gathered her and Anna's new textbooks for the upcoming academic year, preparing to leave the bookstore after shrinking them, when she was spotted by the keen-eyed Hermione. Wanda Sr., the young witch, having seen her role model, rushed over to Wanda and Anna, dragging Harry along. "Wanda, are you here to buy books too? I can't wait for the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. I've read so many of his books, those adventures and spells. I'm simply itching to attend his class." Wanda was surprised that the clever young witch she admired had fallen under the spell of that smiling celebrity. Beside her, Harry seemed unable to bear it any longer, complaining, "Senior, you have no idea how obsessed Hermione is. She hasn't stopped talking about it." The savior hoped that Hermione's other idol might offer some reasonable perspective, but he soon noticed the new face beside Wanda. "Senior, who is this?" Anna had long heard of the young savior. Both Wanda and Grindelwald had often referred to Dumbledore as the caretaker of his golden boy. So this was Dumbledore's most beloved student? "Hello, Harry Potter." Anna greeted with a bright smile. "I'm Ariana Dumbledore. I've heard about you from Albus." "Dumbledore!" exclaimed the Weasley twins Ron, Ginny, and Hermione, along with Harry. "Goodness! George, there's a little Dumbledore here. You absolutely must join Gryffindor. It's the best house." The group erupted into enthusiastic chatter, attempting to extol the virtues of Gryffindor to Anna, ultimately concluding, after all, she is a Dumbledore. A Dumbledore will surely choose Gryffindor. Chapter 23. Commit to your heart. After escorting Anna back to Nurmengard, Wanda departed, for she had many matters to attend to, especially regarding the various ministries of magic across Europe. She had refrained from intervening excessively during this holiday. With the return to school, her situation would become even more inconvenient. Thus, she required a confidant, someone entirely trustworthy, capable, and sharing a common objective. Queenie Goldstein was soon to be identified as the ideal candidate. The innate Legilimens who had once briefly joined them but departed due to love. Jacob had been away for several years now, and it was time for her to return to their fold. Wanda reached for the quill resting on her desk, preparing to send a surprise to her old acquaintance. "Dear Queenie, perhaps you might still remember me, your old friend, Wanda Rogier. Death is merely another grand adventure, yet I feel there remain unfinished matters. As you may have observed during your time in the Muggle world, the war foretold by our esteemed prophet will inevitably arrive. If you still wish to forge a hopeful future for our kin, I shall await your arrival at Rogier Manor. Enclosed, you will find the key to the manor's gate. I look forward to our reunion. Yours sincerely, Wanda Rogier." The now-aged Legilimens gazed upon the familiar handwriting, pondering the notion of old friends. How could they not be considered old friends? Years ago, within the confines of the Lestrange Cemetery, she too had ventured into that daunting yet exhilarating shield of fire. Like those around her, she had yearned to dismantle the Statute of Secrecy, to allow wizards to bask in the light of day. At Rogier Manor in France. How long had it been since their last encounter? Wanda reclined on the sofa, greeting her with a languid yet graceful demeanor, reminiscent of their days gone by. "If we consider the Great War, it has been nearly 47 years. If we speak of your funeral, it can only be 32 years. The once beautiful golden-haired darling had aged, yet her dimples still hinted at the beauty and sweetness of her youth when she smiled. "To be honest, I never expected to see you again," Queenie sighed. "But you appear to be doing quite well." Wanda waved her wand, causing a teapot and cups to levitate gracefully before Queenie, signaling her to feel at ease. "I regret not being able to attend your wedding." Queenie suddenly burst into laughter. Wanda's demeanor, even the red tea before them, mirrored the past impeccably. "You look well too," Queenie remarked, her gaze fixed on Wanda. For those sufficiently familiar with one another, employing legilimency felt like a waste of one's abilities. Old friends understood each other well enough, did they not? "Will you approach things the same way as before?" Wanda was pleasantly surprised that after all these years, her once timid American sweetheart would be the first to articulate her intentions. It seemed she had grown considerably during their time apart, which delighted Wanda. "Yes, though not entirely." Wanda raised an eyebrow, admiring her familiar old friend. "The best moment is not in our past, but in the present. Why not commit to your heart?" Wanda retrieved a business card from a nearby cabinet and slid it across the table towards Queenie. "Be my representative," she declared, her gaze steady, seemingly certain that Queenie would not refuse. "I require your assistance." Welcome back, Queenie. In the summer of 1992, at the Saints Conference held at Rogier Manor, presided over by Wanda Rogier, the attendees included the core of the Saints. The list of participants featured Queenie Goldstein, innate legilimens, Jess Johnson, noted magical biologist from Germany, professor at Durmstrang, Amelie Stephen, deputy director of the International Magical Cooperation Department in Germany, Nolan Grigovich, renowned wandmaker, Jaden Thomas, director of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes in France, Lucy de La Salle, director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement in France, and Eliana Nash, deputy director of the OR office in the UK. Family members included the Shafiq family, UK, 28 purebloods Ethan Shafiq, head and Victor Shafiq, heir, and the Selwyn family, Germany, 28 purebloods Rock Selwyn, heir, and Jennifer Selwyn, Durmstrang student. The minutes of the meeting declared Queenie Goldstein as the spokesperson for the witchcraft party, endowed with the highest authority aside from Wanda Rogier herself. Grigovich was to commence the crafting of Grindelwald's new wand using yew wood and a thunderbird heart. Supporters for the upcoming ministerial elections in Germany and France were confirmed, with new Durmstrang students being dispatched to the magical creatures departments of both nations. The Shafiq family would represent a strengthened collaboration with the Malfoy family in the UK, while Rock Selwyn would enter the International Magical Cooperation Department in the UK. A Hogwarts student club would be established to disseminate ideas and cultivate spells, aiming to advocate for the necessity of overturning the Statute of Secrecy and attract a new generation of wizards to join the witchcraft party. The leadership of the already established Durmstrang Mithril Club would officially transfer to Jennifer Selwyn, seeking to recruit outstanding Durmstrang students for the reserves of the Saints. Efforts would be made to identify and select talents in potion making, confirming whether Professor Snape from Hogwarts could be persuaded to join the Saints, as well as contacting members of the Potion Association. Ongoing tasks included tracking Voldemort's whereabouts and gathering information on former Death Eaters, infiltrating authoritative newspapers and media in various countries, including the Muggle realm, all for the greater good. One can hardly fathom your current plans, Queenie observed with a complex expression after the meeting concluded. How did you conceive the idea of utilizing magical creatures to confront Muggles? Now you realize how vital your abilities are to the plan, do you not? Wanda stirred the sugar cubes in her coffee cup, her expression reflective. Since that day, I have contemplated why, despite our intentions for the future of wizards, there exists such opposition. In the Lestrange Cemetery, all were our supporters, and the Prophet's reputation had peaked. Yet, whether it was Dumbledore, Newt, or even you, was it because they failed to perceive the risks posed by the Statute of Secrecy? Queenie remained silent. Although she too longed for wizards to stand in the sunlight, she had her own reasons for departing. The Prophet is formidable, Wanda mused softly. To him, utilizing convoluted methods against his adversaries is beneath him. Aside from Dumbledore, no one can threaten him. Queenie's expression grew complicated. She understood that Wanda, like Grindelwald, harbored a certain disregard for life, for the greater good. Death was merely a necessary means. Yet I am different. I do not yearn for a victory that is glaringly apparent. As long as I can achieve my desired outcome, I do not mind taking a few detours. The Prophet is an exceptionally sharp blade. He can certainly shatter the shells of those fools. But I am not. I cannot break through their defenses with sheer force. I can only gradually erode the enemy's shield. Of course, I truly require your strength. We do not concern ourselves with blood purity theories. As long as one is a wizard and possesses value, they shall be our ally. Wanda rose and gazed into the distance. From the moment of her rebirth, she had resolved upon her goal. If Grindelwald were no longer suitable to lead, then the leadership of the Saints could only belong to her. The emergence of Voldemort was their opportunity. With his presence, the Saints could be completely vindicated. They need not stand in outright opposition to the Ministry of Magic. Instead, they could infiltrate the wizarding world's power structures gradually, without resorting to violence. In the realm of Muggles, once they amass sufficient power and wealth, they will inevitably encounter fantastical creatures and formidable monsters that defy the limits of technology. The insatiable proliferation of vampires and werewolves, alongside the invulnerability of Dementors and Boggarts to physical harm, poses a grave challenge in the absence of wizardly might. What means do they possess to confront such adversities? They must either attain unparalleled strength or present themselves as steadfast protectors. For Muggles have no reason to reject assistance from their gifted kin, do they? Wanda gazed out the window and remarked to Queenie, to some extent, we ought to express our gratitude for the emergence of Voldemort. The most effective way to establish prestige has always been to vanquish the most terrifying foes. Just look at how Dumbledore accomplished this. This time, someone will generously take upon themselves the bloodshed to embody that nefarious antagonist. Look. It is not we who are violent. Chapter 24, Hufflepuff. We have Dumbledore. As the new academic year commenced, Platform 9 3/4 welcomed an exuberant throng of young witches and wizards. Wanda observed the jubilant Ariana, who was filled with wonderment at everything around her. Despite hailing from a wizarding family, Anna had never experienced the typical life of a young witch due to her quiet nature. For her, this rare beginning was precious and beautiful. She cherished her newfound possessions wholeheartedly, expressing gratitude to Merlin for granting her a sanctuary amidst life's tribulations. Wanda escorted her to Selwyn's private box, as Selwyn was one of the Hogwarts governors and naturally possessed his own privileges. Having graduated, Rook Selwyn had handed over the box key to Wanda, mentioning that the governor's box was more spacious and comfortable, ideal for her and Miss Dumbledore to rest. After a while, Ginny and Hermione arrived, laden with luggage. Ever since their encounter at the Leaky Cauldron, Anna had maintained correspondence with the two young witches, and they quickly became friends. Once Wanda confirmed, Anna eagerly invited them to Selwyn's box. However, it was peculiar that Harry and Ron had yet to make an appearance even as the train departed. Ginny expressed her impatience. Where are my brother and Harry? The two girls anxiously awaited as the train rolled on, but there was still no sign of the boys. Finally, they arrived at Hogwarts, and the sorting ceremony was about to begin. Anna pulled Ginny and Wanda along as Hermione bid farewell to join the first-year line. The tattered sorting hat began to confidently showcase its vocal talents. You may belong to Gryffindor, or perhaps to Hufflepuff. If you possess a clever mind, you might enter the wise old Ravenclaw. You could be sorted into Slytherin, where true friends may be found, but beware, for the cunning and treacherous will stop at nothing to achieve their ends. Professor McGonagall, clad in her deep green robes, stood before the young witches and wizards. Reading from the list of names, Ginny Weasley, Gryffindor. When she called out Ariana Dumbledore, a wave of astonishment swept over the great hall. The surname Dumbledore struck the young witches and wizards with an impact akin to that of Harry Potter from the previous year. Sensing the collective gaze upon her, Anna cast a nervous glance at Albus and Wanda, who encouraged her with reassuring looks. She donned the sorting hat, and it chimed in her mind. Wow, a Dumbledore. Let me see what secrets lie within your little head. Are you the sorting hat, sir? Anna blinked and responded in her mind. My, what a splendid adventure this is. Utterly unbelievable. The sorting hat exclaimed in her thoughts. Perhaps I should place you in Gryffindor? You exhibit courage akin to your two brothers. However, I believe there is a more fitting place for you. Kindness and loyalty are such beautiful qualities. Young Dumbledore, I deem you to belong there. Hufflepuff. The Gryffindor lions froze in shock, their cheers stifled as they realized this Dumbledore would not be joining their house. Conversely, the Badgers, engrossed in discussions about food, momentarily paused before erupting into thunderous applause. As the largest house, Hufflepuff's cheers resonated throughout the hall. Hey, we have a Dumbledore. Wanda smiled as she watched Anna rush towards the Hufflepuff table, raising her hands to applaud. Victor and Draco joined in, and gradually the Slytherin serpents followed suit. After all, as long as she wasn't a Gryffindor, they had no qualms about giving a nod of respect to someone who could easily command a fierce fire. After the feast concluded, Wanda excused herself from the Slytherin table to seek out Anna. Thankfully, due to last year's incident, she had fostered a good rapport with the Hufflepuff students, who warmly offered their seats to welcome their new angel. Anna, Wanda gently patted the girl's shoulder. Congratulations. Hufflepuff is a perfect fit for you. Anna joyfully embraced Wanda. I love it here. Even though I couldn't be in the same house as you, everyone is so friendly. Wanda ruffled Anna's hair and exchanged greetings with Cedric, saying, Hey, Cedric, I haven't congratulated you on becoming a prefect yet. Cedric, the new fifth-year prefect of Hufflepuff, scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful. Thank you, Wanda. Do you know Miss Dumbledore? Of course, Anna is a dear friend of mine. I trust you will look after her in Hufflepuff. Wanda smiled at the Badgers. If anything arises, please do let me know. Anna felt slightly embarrassed, sensing that Wanda often treated her as a child, even though she could theoretically be considered Wanda's elder. Yet she continuously relied on Wanda's care. As expected, Harry and Ron had indeed gotten into trouble. This innovative method of arriving at school had become widely known, and the Gryffindors even took pride in it, oblivious to any wrongdoing. Wanda leisurely enjoyed breakfast in the Great Hall, analyzing the recklessness of the young savior and his friend. Had it not been for Albus and the other professors arriving in time, they would have met their end along with that car. The flapping of wings heralded the arrival of hundreds of owls, swooping in to deliver packages to their respective owners. See, Albus has provided an explanation, Wanda indicated to Anna, gesturing towards the Gryffindor table. Such a significant event could not be ignored, not even by Dumbledore. The savior could not be expelled, Nor could Gryffindor be penalized with point deductions at the start of the term. He had to devise a way to ensure everyone believed that some form of punishment had been administered. A howler would suffice. Wanda's keen eyes spotted the object dropped by the owl, raised high and gently descending, providing an explanation while mitigating the punishment. Ron Weasley. Mrs. Weasley's voice boomed with authority. How could you steal a car? This is utterly unacceptable. Your father has been suspended from his job for this. The verbal onslaught left Ron trembling, and the howler soon turned its attention to Ginny, the tone shifting to one of love and warmth. Ginny, my little darling. I hear you've been sorted into Gryffindor. We are so proud of you. What a spectacle. Wanda mused as she took a sip of coffee. Chapter 25. Wanda would rather duel Dumbledore. Wanda felt the world's deep malice, having complained numerous times about Dumbledore's recruitment of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. I would rather attend class as Voldemort than confront that utterly ridiculous examination paper, which left Wanda frowning in dismay as she suddenly found herself yearning for Quirrell. What is your favorite color? What color do you detest the most? What is your greatest achievement? What aspirations do you hold? On what date were you born? Is this person deranged? A question mark slowly unfurled in Wanda's mind. Who do you think you are? Even at the height of her infatuation with Grindelwald, she never encountered such absurdity. Who would be so idle as to remember such trivialities? With a sense of exasperation, Wanda filled in the answers according to Grindelwald's preferences, leaving blank those questions she knew nothing about. Hopefully, the professor would not be displeased. Lockhart was truly grading the papers before the young wizards, even loudly commenting, "How is this possible? How could you not know so much?" Yet there were still some students who answered commendably, such as the second-year Miss Granger. That clever little girl who managed to respond to everything. She even knew that my secret ambition is. Upon seemingly discovering something, Lockhart paused mid-sentence and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, whose paper is this? It cannot be that my secret ambition is to build Nurmengard?" He scrutinized the paper. "Ah, it's Miss Rogier's." With a sorrowful glance at Wanda, he continued, "Headmaster Dumbledore mentioned you. You transferred from Durmstrang last year." He hesitated, then cheerfully consoled her, "It's all right, it's all right. I am aware of that school. They must have instilled some rather undesirable notions in you. But fortunately, you have arrived at Hogwarts. And even more fortuitously, you encountered me. I will save you, my dear child. I will help you cultivate the right mindset. When you leave this campus, you need not thank me excessively. I am merely a recipient of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, an honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts League, and a 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly." He confidently displayed his 8 gleaming white teeth to Wanda. "What would happen if I killed the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor?" Wanda pondered seriously for a moment. It should be fine after all. It wouldn't be the first time she had killed a professor. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate this one as well. Lockhart's continued existence was surely a matter of luck, for he seemed either oblivious to the increasingly dark expression of the 5th-year student before him, or genuinely felt benevolent enough to spare Wanda and the other young wizards. "I believe you have all read my books. Therefore, allow me to present the most dangerous creature in the world. A dark entity I wrote about in Traveling with Vampires, the cave bat." He cheerfully wheeled out a large stone cabinet from behind him. "But fear not. As long as you have prepared adequately, the young wizards will surely manage. Moreover, I am here. Nothing will go awry." No sooner had he spoken than he confidently opened the cabinet, and a swarm of bats surged forth, hurtling toward the delectable young wizards before them. Oh, Merlin's trousers. Those are cave bats. The most terrifying aspect of these creatures is their ability to absorb a portion of a wizard's magical power, converting it into their own. Once they accumulate sufficient power, they can split and create another bat. Unless one employs specific methods or possesses a magic far exceeding their defenses, this could lead to a catastrophic disaster. Fortunately, being 5th-year students, the young wizards had some capacity for self-preservation. The moment the bats erupted from the cabinet, several prefects from Slytherin and Ravenclaw conjured up a shield charm to keep the bats at bay, prompting the other young wizards to follow suit. Yet, the horror of the cave bats lay precisely in this. They extended their beaks and bit into the shield charms, and the young wizard leading the charge of magic immediately sensed something was amiss. The shield charm had lost a portion of its power to the bats. Gradually, the number of bats swelled, and a few that could not taste the magic turned their attention toward the smiling celebrity. They flapped their wings and charged at him. Lockhart, lacking the prowess he claimed in his writings, was lucky that a few of his brain cells reminded him of the situation. He dashed back into the cabinet where the bats had emerged, and without a second thought, locked the door behind him, securing himself, which he deemed a victory. Wanda felt utterly exasperated. She would rather confront Dumbledore than endure another session of this absurd defense against the dark arts class. Unable to contain her frustration any longer, she intercepted a young wizard who was still attempting to maintain the shield charm, stepping before them and channeling her magic into her wand. Thunderous explosion. Wenda cast a spell upon the podium, instantly shattering it into fragments that mingled in the air with the bats. Raging fire. The subsequent fire spell, controlled by Wenda, transformed into a flock of small birds. As these birds made contact with the swarm of bats and the splintered, flammable debris, a conflagration engulfed the classroom, dividing it into two halves. One half was a fiery sea that Wenda had suspended in the air, gradually descending, while the other half sheltered the young wizards behind her. Bang, bang, bang. The carcasses of the cave bats, accompanied by the ashes of the burnt remnants, plummeted to the ground, leaving the defense against the dark arts classroom in utter disarray. The young wizards exchanged astonished glances. The power displayed was indeed exaggerated. Even an auror from the Ministry of Magic would struggle to swiftly resolve a swarm of bats that had absorbed a considerable amount of young wizards' magic. Lockhart seemed to sense that the chaos outside had subsided and cautiously opened the stone cabinet, peeking out. Oh, what a splendid spell! Who unleashed this? He adjusted his somewhat disheveled attire, and feigned an air of nonchalance, smiling as if nothing had occurred. Yet it is evidently too violent. We must protect the teaching tools. Mustn't we? He winked at the young wizards, believing himself to be rather dashing. Wenda was on the verge of losing her composure. She was ready to cast Avada Kedavra in her fury. She had never despised anyone more than this self-satisfied, oily fool. Dumbledore must be ill. Wenda cursed him again in her heart. The moment class ended, she stormed toward the headmaster's office in a fury, and the nearby water nymph, unable to stop her in time, was shattered by a sudden spell. The other water nymph, witnessing this chaos, trembled in fear and promptly opened the door to the headmaster's office, allowing the enraged Tempest to enter, not daring to obstruct her after witnessing the fate of its companion. Dumbledore was startled by the commotion at the door, nearly spilling his full-sugar version of red tea. He gave a rueful glance at his robe, and upon meeting Wenda's gaze, had never seen the Black Rose so incensed. Wenda, he inhaled deeply, struggling to regain his composure. Do not let me see your defense against the dark arts professor again. Either I shall kill him myself, or you must ensure he never appears before me again. Dumbledore blinked innocently, realizing it was indeed Lockhart who had provoked Wenda to this state. Oh dear Wenda, do not be angry, even though you have already killed a professor. Dumbledore seemed to realize he had misspoken and hurriedly added, what I mean to say is, violence is not the answer, Wenda. Why not try to remain calm? Observing Wenda's increasingly dark expression, he quickly clarified, I mean, this one truly cannot be killed. I am not jesting with you, Albus, Wenda retorted, ignoring his placations. If you wish to avoid complications, you could lure him out of Hogwarts. I assure you, there will be no trace left. The Ministry's fools will at most trace it back to the Death Eaters. No one will trouble you. Wenda was now enthusiastically detailing Lockhart's 72 ways to die, and the 36 schemes for framing him post-mortem. The expression on the portrait in the principal's office grew increasingly sinister. Merlin's tattered socks, what had they overheard? A fifth-year wizard was introducing to his principal the various methods of a professor's demise. Dumbledore hastily interrupted Wenda, who was already contemplating how to torment Lockhart. The defense against the dark arts professor was already a challenging position to fill, and this year, he was the sole applicant. How about this? Dumbledore proposed. I shall grant you an exemption from the course, requiring only your presence for the final examination. After all, the OWL shouldn't pose much of a challenge for you, right? Dumbledore thought humbly, genuinely at a loss for a suitable professor. Tom's curse was indeed exasperating. Wenda seemed to deliberate whether to accept Dumbledore's approval, or to simply eliminate Lockhart once and for all. Ultimately, she suppressed her murderous intent, sitting up straight like a dutiful student, and presented her request to Dumbledore. I agree, but I have one more condition. Chapter 26, The Raven Club. Ariana quickly made friends in Hufflepuff. The kind and loyal Badgers never hesitated to express their goodwill. Everything here filled Anna with an extraordinary sense of beauty, and the shattered, painful memories seemed to dissipate. Wenda watched with satisfaction as Anna integrated seamlessly into Hufflepuff. To her, any house other than Gryffindor was a blessing. She bore no animosity towards Gryffindor, but if Anna were to join them, the likelihood of their paths diverging in the future would significantly increase. Once Anna stood in opposition to her, Wenda's most effective weapon against Dumbledore would lose its potency. Moreover, she was not keen on the idea that the White Dove, once encountered in the void, would one day abandon her. For the greater good, everything was worth it. Wenda gazed longingly at Anna's smile in the distance, reassuring herself. The lessons imparted by her master had already unfolded before her. With the benefit of hindsight, she vowed never to tread the same path as him. She would firmly grasp everything that belonged to her, allowing nothing to escape her control. Since it is I, and since I have been chosen, may I be favored eternally. Let this unwavering choice be mine, Wenda murmured while watching Ariana's retreating figure. I also wish to avoid reaching the point of needing to sever the dove's wings. Wenda soon became busy, and with Dumbledore's assistance, she swiftly obtained approval for her exemption request. Lockhart seemed aware of his limitations and ceased to conduct teaching demonstrations with his magical creatures. The defense against the dark arts class devolved into a theatrical performance, much to the dismay of the eager young wizards, especially those in 5th and 7th grades, who craved practical knowledge. It was during this time that Wenda established her club, approaching Professor Snape with the authorization she had secured through Dumbledore's threats. After an impassioned recounting of Lockhart's incompetence, she explained her aim in founding the club: to enhance communication among young wizards and to rescue those facing the upcoming Newts and OWLs. For it was unreasonable to expect Lockhart's theatrics to impress the examiners, was it not? Despite the ever-watchful gaze of the Slytherin king in the dungeons, Snape consented, likely influenced by his disdain for Lockhart's ineptitude. The newly formed Raven Club naturally spread rapidly throughout Slytherin, as Wenda showcased her prowess during defense against the dark arts class. Building upon her previous displays of skill, whether it was the use of spells or the study of dark magic, these young serpents were thoroughly captivated by her strength. Wenda had her followers design a batch of alchemical badges bearing the image of a soaring raven. The badges served to display the club's schedule and as proof of membership. Wenda enchanted an abandoned classroom, ensuring that only those wearing the badge could enter. Joining the club required a fee of 4 sickles for the badge, which could then be activated to participate in discussions and lessons based on the badge's displayed content. Currently, Wenda had set up 4 course activities: spell classes, potion classes, defense against the dark arts, and practical combat classes, the latter of which would include a smattering of dark magic content and required prior application and a signed agreement. Wenda entrusted the spell class to Victor as the primary coordinator, while another 6th-year top student in the advanced potions class took charge of the potions class. For now, Wenda would handle the defense against the dark arts and practical combat classes herself. The Raven Club consisted of 2 empty classrooms, one of which Wenda transformed into a spacious lounge, furnished with sofas and tables for club members to relax and converse. The other room was designated for course activities, stocked with relevant textbooks from 1st to 7th grade. As for the desks and chairs needed for lessons, Transfiguration would easily resolve that. If it were a practical combat class, Wenda could also convert the space into a small dueling arena. Slytherins were filled with enthusiasm for the spell and practical combat classes. Whether it was the practical spells or the combat techniques, the young serpents were deeply intrigued. The practical combat class, primarily overseen by Wenda, was filled to capacity within the first week, and these fortunate Slytherins entered the first lesson with the mindset of it won't hurt to try, just 4 sickles, only to swiftly shift to wow, she's terrifying. She single-handedly defeated a whole group of trembling opponents. During the first session of the practical combat class, Wenda employed a violent approach to subdue the proud Slytherins completely. It's worth noting that battles among wizards differ significantly from the mere casting of spells. Whether they are notorious dark wizards or aurors, the combat techniques are honed through life and death experiences. The combination of dismemberment and simple transfiguration paired with levitation spells can yield unexpectedly lethal results. Though wizards possess magical power and potions, their bodies remain exceedingly vulnerable in combat. The silent protection spell's efficacy is not merely about execution. It is also classified into different levels based on defensive capabilities. The effective use of the summoning charm can even counter Avada Kedavra and other incapacitating attacks, not to mention the necessity of being vigilant in a chaotic melee, always prepared for an enemy's ambush. Wizarding battles can easily claim lives. Not every adversary will be kind enough to use a disarming spell as their means of attack. Wenda's dueling techniques left the young wizards astounded, not to mention her straightforward introductions to dark magic and counter curses, knowledge that strayed beyond the Ministry of Magic's regulations, which she had expertly acquired from Durmstrang. Dark magic is never confined to the 3 unforgivable curses. Various minor jinxes, harmless curses, and delayed action hexes are all practical skills. Naturally, Wenda's club would not be limited to Slytherin alone. The Raven Club represented a crucial step in her efforts to cultivate allies within the British magical community, for ultimately, these young people would one day become the pillars of the wizarding world. Early planning and ideological cultivation could significantly lighten her future workload. Of course, Durmstrang also had a similar club, albeit with a more audacious and distinctive curriculum, given the differences in teaching styles between the two schools. Ravenclaw, often a companion to Slytherin in spell classes, quickly sensed something amiss. Whether in learning new spells or the manipulation of charms, Slytherin seemed to have suddenly ingested several bottles of invigorating potion, leading them to dominate the classroom points, much to the confusion of the knowledge-loving eagles. Nothing captivates Ravenclaw's heart more than an effective secret learning base, especially when they discovered they were falling behind their peers. The Raven Club swiftly attracted a significant number of Ravenclaws, and upon confirming with curiosity that it was not an exclusive Slytherin training program, Ariana promptly began to promote it vigorously among Hufflepuff. Thanks to last year's special end-of-term training group, the Badgers boasted vigorously about Wondai's versatility, establishing it as the largest gossip and intelligence hub in the entire school, where no question remained unanswered by the upperclassmen, except for those pertaining to the history of magic. Hermione's praises for Wondai swiftly reverberated throughout Hogwarts. Upon hearing this news, Hermione immediately rallied her two companions and Ginny to form a group. Although the expenses for the four of them were rather steep for Ron and Ginny, Harry generously shouldered the cost for his friends. Thus, Wondai's club flourished under the watchful eyes of the professors, who turned a blind eye. After all, the upcoming OWLs and Newts were a cause for concern, particularly regarding the alarming proportion of students at risk of failing their defense against the dark arts class, which could have dire consequences. Naturally, except for Professor Lockhart, who was quite displeased that his spotlight had been usurped by a young wizard, leading him to make snide remarks during class. The famed celebrity could hardly tolerate having his attention stolen, secretly devising plans to reclaim the limelight. Chapter 27. I am also a Slytherin. With the establishment of the Raven Club and Wondai's unabashed display of prowess, the attitude of the Slytherins underwent a significant transformation. As the new year unfolded, the young wizards remained fervently passionate about Quidditch, with the newly minted second years particularly exhilarated at the prospect of finally bringing their flying broomsticks to Hogwarts. At the Quidditch pitch, the Gryffindor team had arrived early, with the renowned Quidditch enthusiast Wood having gathered his players to commence training. The trio, along with his newly acquired fan Colin, were also present, with Colin persistently snapping photos of Harry, much to his annoyance. We have secured today's training field and time, Wood shouted in dissatisfaction at the nearby Slytherin team. This is not your place. We do not welcome you. Marcus Flint grinned smugly, displaying a special approval note from Professor Snape. We have the professor's explicit permission. See for yourself and do not tell me you cannot read the words above. The note read, I approve of the Slytherin Quidditch team using the pitch to train their newly joined seeker. Signed Severus Snape. Wood, true to his reputation as a Quidditch fanatic, quickly grasped an intriguing piece of information while the other Gryffindors seethed at Marcus's provocation. Training a new seeker? Who could it be? Of course, it was none other than Draco Malfoy, who strutted out with a triumphant air, the Slytherin players parting to make way for him. Malfoy. Fred immediately recognized the platinum hair, and the animosity between the two families was palpable in the air. The son of Lucius Malfoy? The Slytherins laughed disdainfully. It seems you are familiar with our benefactor, Weasley. Come and witness the generous gift from Slytherin's esteemed alumni, Marcus boasted, raising his broomstick with an air of contempt. Perhaps the Weasley family would have to sell themselves to afford even one. Just as the Slytherins reveled in displaying their characteristic snide remarks learned from their head, Hermione rushed out from the stands, pulling Ron along, and loudly proclaimed to the Slytherins and Draco's smug face. At least the Gryffindor players did not gain their positions through wealth, she asserted. The expression on the Slytherins' faces darkened instantaneously. Draco's countenance soured as well. Wondai sighed in resignation. It appeared that Lucius's request had been effective, as he was acutely aware of the pros and cons of such gifts. The advantage was that it would help Draco swiftly establish his status and significance within the Quidditch team, thereby expanding the Malfoy authority. The disadvantage was that, although Draco had earned his position as Slytherin's new seeker through his own abilities and talents, the first reaction from others would invariably be that he had attained it through money. Regrettably, Miss Granger, Wondai interjected, stepping beside Draco. The prowess and reputation of this popular club founder had already spread across Hogwarts. She spoke. Draco did not gain his position through the gifts of Malfoy. I had hoped that Gryffindor's courage did not equate to prejudice and rash judgments, Wondai remarked, looking at Hermione, who upon seeing Wondai, realized she may have been reckless once again. Wondai continued, in truth, Mr. Malfoy fully demonstrated his capabilities during Slytherin's internal selection process. Moreover, Hermione, I thought last year's events would have enlightened you to the misleading nature of prejudice against facts. Wondai observed the small witch's expression of regret. reminding her of the misunderstandings about Professor Snape stemming from the Philosopher's Stone incident. Draco, emboldened by the backing, puffed up his chest, allowing the platinum-haired boy to look down upon the Gryffindors once more. Ron felt deceived by Wanda. He had originally perceived her as an exception within Slytherin, but it seemed she was just like the rest. He burst forth, exclaiming, "Who knows if what you say is true, you evil Slytherin?" This statement immediately soured the expressions of both Slytherins and Draco. Red-haired Weasley, what qualifies you to question Slytherin matters? Is it your tattered robes? Draco retorted, shifting his gaze to Hermione and scrutinizing her curls. And you too. What gives you the right to speak on Slytherin's affairs? Draco's countenance twisted with disdain. What a filthy mudblood you are. Draco. Wendy's voice rang out in reprimand. Silence. Malfoy, came an enraged Ron's interjection as he stepped between Hermione and Draco, brandishing his wand. Go eat slugs. Wendy's expression shifted as she swiftly cast a silencing charm, yet it proved ineffective, as Ron's spell rebounded upon himself, causing him to regurgitate slugs. Spell cease. Wendy, exasperated, undid the slug curse on Ron, having witnessed a myriad of minor jinxes and curses. Yet this was her first encounter with someone applying such absurdity upon themselves. At last, Ron ceased his slug expulsion, while Hermione comforted him from the sidelines. Draco, apologize, Wendy commanded, casting a cold glare at Draco's disgruntled face. I do not believe that term accentuates any semblance of noble pride. Draco's expression grew awkward. He had not anticipated that the very person who had defended him moments ago would demand he apologize, especially to a mudblood. Yet, he recalled Lucius's admonitions. Wendy Rocher must be an ally of the Malfoys. That girl and her formidable connections should not be underestimated. Sorry, Draco begrudgingly muttered, his voice laced with resentment. Hermione, you are a clever girl, Wendy said, satisfied with Draco's apology, turning to the Muggleborn which she held in high regard. I do not subscribe to blood purity. You are, in my estimation, the most intelligent and gifted young witch in all of Hogwarts. Magic is born from the miracles of those rare souls, and it bears no relation to bloodlines. Blood merely increases the likelihood of descendants possessing such abilities. Tracing back to the earliest centuries, no one knows if the original wizards were so-called mudbloods. I hope your talent and wisdom are not overshadowed by environmental influences on your actions and judgments. Wendy addressed both Slytherins and Gryffindors, adding, when I first arrived at Hogwarts, I struggled to comprehend the house system, which seemed to gather similar personalities together. In reality, I only felt the weight of so-called prejudices. Gryffindors were foolish lions, impulsive and reckless. Ravenclaws were a bunch of bookworms, eccentric and reclusive. Hufflepuffs were mere gluttons, lazy and ineffectual. And Slytherins were mere apprentices of dark wizards, insidious and cunning. Wanda scoffed with disdain, exclaiming, how splendidly written is Hogwarts, a school history. A composition from a Gryffindor, merely extolling the virtues of Gryffindor and their esteemed headmaster, while fervently disparaging the very academy they loathe. Is this the self-righteous notion of justice that Gryffindor so arrogantly clings to? Yet it is the Death Eaters who predominantly hail from Slytherin. George retorted, asserting that it would not be inaccurate to label them as the Death Eater reserves, suggesting a shift in perspective. Wanda interjected, her gaze sharp as she regarded the Gryffindor before her. Slytherin has indeed produced many infamous Death Eaters and dark wizards. Yet it does not imply that they all fall within that category. For instance, the notorious Death Eater Sirius Black. I recall he was also a Gryffindor, was he not? Before the Gryffindor could respond, visibly shaken, Wanda continued, do not forget, I am also a Slytherin, and I hail from Durmstrang. What, do you intend to apprehend me? Do you possess the capability? The Gryffindors' faces paled. They were well aware of Wanda's magical prowess, extolled by various professors and revered by club members. I am a Slytherin, and I comprehend the pride and ambition inherent in Slytherin. I shall not tolerate any slander against my house. I implore you, do not let any falsehoods escape your lips, for you would not wish to face the consequences, I assure you. Chapter 28, The Petrified Cat. Whether it was fear or genuine contemplation of Wanda's words, the Gryffindors refrained from disseminating tales of Slytherin's malevolence for quite some time following that day at the Quidditch pitch. Meanwhile, Slytherin began to genuinely embrace Wanda, not out of fear of Shafik but rather due to her influence. Malfoy followed her lead, hinting at a nascent leadership within Slytherin. This development heightened Dumbledore's vigilance towards Wanda, for the last Slytherin leader to establish a club was none other than Voldemort. Wanda was well versed in this history. The Saints had never ceased their intelligence gathering on Voldemort and the Death Eaters. She understood that although Dumbledore appeared to maintain a congenial relationship with her, it did not equate to complete trust. The greatest white wizard of this century would be a wary sentinel when confronted with any entity that could jeopardize the wizarding world. After all, he had witnessed the rise of 2 generations of Dark Lords, and as he aged, the emergence of another akin to them would be insufferable for both him and the wizarding community. Thus, under Wanda's tacit approval and subtle guidance, numerous gossip representatives from Hufflepuff and inquisitive representatives from Ravenclaw approached her, inquiring about her views on Hogwarts and the house system. Seizing the opportunity, Wanda articulated her intent in establishing the club, albeit in a polished and embellished manner. In essence, she acknowledged the significance of the house system while emphasizing the importance of unity within the school. Subsequently, Wanda seized the moment to enhance the Raven Club's slogan to "For the Future of Magic." The introduction of this slogan relieved many observing professors. It indicated that this child was indeed concerned about the development of the wizarding world, a commendable trait that embodied ambition and aspiration. Yet Dumbledore grew increasingly uneasy, as this was clearly a variant of "for the greater good," albeit one that resonated more with notions of justice. Nevertheless, it undeniably ignited a fervor among a substantial portion of the club members, who diligently studied their textbooks each day, yearning to contribute to the magical community in the future. Days passed serenely until an unsettling incident shattered the calm. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, had been petrified. A message scrawled in blood on the wall proclaimed, "The chamber has been opened. The heir will purge all those unworthy of magic." Mrs. Norris's body hung on the 3rd floor, rigid and motionless, her wide eyes staring blankly at the crowd, while a puddle of water collected beneath her, a scene both eerie and perilous. The trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione were at the scene, and upon hearing the news, Professor McGonagall and Filch hurriedly rushed over. The typically fearsome Filch appeared transformed, cradling Mrs. Norris's body in despair. Trembling as he touched the petrified feline, clearly on the brink of a breakdown, he glared at Harry Potter with the fury of a sworn enemy, accusingly shouting, "It was you. It must have been you." He nearly lunged at Harry, convinced that the boy had seen something on his desk during detention, and had retaliated by harming Mrs. Norris. "My poor Mrs. Norris." Dumbledore soon arrived, meticulously examining the cat in Filch's arms, and reassured him, "Do not despair, Filch. It is not as dire as it appears. She is merely petrified, Mrs. Norris is not dead. You must save her." "I cannot endure without her," Filch pleaded. "You 3 follow me," Dumbledore instructed the trio, leading them to his office. The prefects diligently escorted the crowd of curious young witches and wizards back to their common room, bustling and noisy, oblivious to the pale-faced Ginny who stood amidst them. The incident garnered considerable attention, with young witches and wizards fervently discussing and speculating on the legend of the Chamber of Secrets. In Transfiguration class, Hermione queried Professor McGonagall, who relayed the tale that during the founding of Hogwarts, Slytherin believed that those of Muggle descent were unworthy of learning magic, consequently leaving behind a hidden chamber. When the heir emerged, they would embody Slytherin's will to eliminate those deemed unworthy of magic. However, the matter seemed trivial as it was just a cat, and the repercussions had not yet escalated to an irretrievable state. This petrification incident, and the ensuing turmoil concerning the heir abruptly reverted Slytherin's reputation back to its former state. Witches and wizards from other houses regarded the green Slytherin table with a mix of fear and disdain, although Slytherins were unperturbed by fear. Being scrutinized and whispered about daily felt irksome and vexing. Only Wanda, upon hearing the news, immediately grasped the implications. The Horcrux placed in the Weasley family's diary by Lucius was poised to fulfill its purpose. The 3 houses could not resist speculating about the identity of the mysterious and ruthless heir. After several rounds of gossip and heated debates, they converged on Wanda and Draco. One was an enigmatic and formidable transfer from Durmstrang, while the other was the sole heir of the Malfoy family, staunchly devoted to blood purity. Either could potentially be the heir of Slytherin, and even within Slytherin itself, many believed so. Some of Draco's acquaintances had even tentatively approached Wanda and Draco, but were met with negative responses. Wanda remained non-committal, while she held Slytherin in high regard. She harbored no significant interest in becoming the heir, particularly since she was fully aware of the orchestrator behind this scheme. Wanda retrieved her meticulously organized notes on Voldemort, flipping to the section detailing the concept of soul division. Following the incident with the Philosopher's Stone, she had compiled a new volume concerning Voldemort, documenting and analyzing his methods of manipulating his own soul. The notion of Horcruxes was something Wanda had uncovered during her holiday at Durmstrang, under the guise of Jace Johnson, as she perused tomes on dark magic. It is worth noting that within this school dedicated to the dark arts, an abundance of tomes concerning various forms of dark magic resides, including one that references Horcruxes, which happens to be the most aligned with the diary she has discovered. According to the accounts within that book, the process of creating a Horcrux is an exceedingly malevolent form of dark magic, devised by the dark wizard Voldemort as a means to elude the clutches of death. The crafting of a Horcrux necessitates the act of murder, where the extinguishing of a life serves as the price paid, utilizing a particular dark magic to fracture one's own soul. Subsequently, the pieces of the soul are fused with a chosen object through specialized magical methods. Upon the demise of the soul's master, resurrection can be achieved through the Horcrux, thereby escaping death. This process aims to establish a state of immortality, wherein the Horcrux remains unbroken, and the master remains undying. Yet, Wanda furrows her brow in contemplation, pondering why that diary, that Horcrux, could incite such turmoil at Hogwarts. Can a Horcrux truly be regarded as an heir? What method could achieve such a level of petrification? Is it impervious to spells, necessitating a potion concocted from mandrake root to be undone? Though Wanda humbly admits her understanding of dark magic pales in comparison to Grindelwald's, she is nonetheless among the foremost practitioners in the wizarding world today, and yet has never encountered such a form of dark magic. She rests her hand upon the table, gradually contemplating various possibilities, rhythmically tapping her fingers. Perhaps I should observe that young girl from the Weasley family, the Gryffindor girl who seems to be named Ginny Weasley. If memory serves me right, she appears to have a favorable relationship with Anna. Wanda resolves to closely watch Ginny, the girl in possession of the diary Horcrux. She needs to uncover the intentions behind Voldemort's Horcrux, and has developed a profound curiosity regarding the means and magic of petrification. You had best not set your sights on Anna, Wanda thinks uneasily, deciding that she would offer a strong warning to Ariana and her little Phoenix guardian Zoe. The following day, Chapter 29, The Peculiar Bludger. The Quidditch season is upon us, and there exists an undeniable animosity between Slytherin and Gryffindor, akin to sworn enemies meeting once more. Today's match is fortuitously the Battle of the Serpents and Lions. The stands are filled with a cacophony of support, particularly from the Slytherin side, where the affluent little serpents spare no expense. Pansy and Blaze, among others, have long prepared Draco's exclusive support banners, waving them proudly as this marks Draco's inaugural appearance on the Quidditch pitch. It is noteworthy that both Lucius and Narcissa have come to watch today. As Madame Hooch's whistle pierces the air, the 14 players ascend on their brooms, soaring into the vast sky. Victory has always been the paramount concern for Slytherin. Marcus Flint raises his arm menacingly, for Slytherin has never been bound by the rules, and the bludger is ruthlessly sent hurtling towards Gryffindor's chasers. Although the chaser adroitly evades this sudden onslaught, it still causes considerable disruption. The Gryffindor spectators erupt in a chorus of furious boos, deriding Slytherin's dubious tactics that flirt with the boundaries of propriety. The match proceeds with intense fervor, and all are on edge. Strangely, the bludger seems to have developed a fixation on Harry, for despite Fred flying in front of it and striking it towards a Slytherin player, the black bludger suddenly veers off course, determinately pursuing Harry from afar. This compels Harry to divert some of his attention away from searching for the golden snitch to keep an eye on the bludger, all while maneuvering his Firebolt 2000 to evade it. Slytherin remains unconcerned about why the bludger is fixated on Harry. The Weasley twins' protective efforts have led to a lapse, and Slytherin seizes the opportunity to strike the bludger with fervor. Slytherin scores 10 points. The enemy's distraction combined with the fleetness of their brooms has resulted in a significant score increase, with the bludger having struck the Gryffindor goal 6 times consecutively. This considerable advantage incites waves of jubilation among the Slytherin wizards in the stands. Harry is in a dire predicament. The bludger's relentless pursuit forces him to dart madly in every direction. Draco, reveling in Harry's distress, taunts him with biting remarks. "Ha! Are you dancing ballet, Potter?" Hearing Malfoy's jeer, Harry, while dodging the bludger, casts an enraged glance back at Draco. In the arena, Draco's golden hair is far more conspicuous than the golden snitch. That loathsome Slytherin. Wait, that's the snitch, Harry suddenly realizes, noticing an unusual glint of gold adjacent to Draco's hair, distinct from the shimmering of Malfoy's locks in the sunlight. After a moment's hesitation, he darts straight towards Draco, the peculiar bludger tailing closely behind. Draco, feeling a twinge of panic, wonders if Harry intends to take them both down. Surely it's unnecessary, considering he has often mocked him without provocation. Instinctively, Draco attempts to evade. A Malfoy cannot simply sustain injury. Just as he prepares to swerve aside, he recalls the badge Lucius had given him that morning, an alchemical item designed to negate a single instance of physical harm. Lucius had procured this trinket from Wanda in France to commemorate Draco's first match, for both the Malfoy patriarch and matriarch hold their only son in high regard, wishing to shield him from harm. In that case, It should be Harry who sustains the injury. Draco's eyes brighten as he slowly angles his body, adopting a defensive posture that would mitigate the impact and damage upon collision. Harry is taken aback that Malfoy has not managed to dodge. But faced with the oncoming bludger and his already accelerated broom, he can do little more than reach out in an attempt to grasp the elusive snitch before nearing Draco. This gesture prompts Draco to realize something amiss. He quickly glances in the direction of Harry's outstretched hand, spotting the extraordinary glimmer of gold, and he sees the snitch. Tantalizingly close. Draco swiftly pulls back, positioning himself between Harry and the snitch, seeking to leverage his advantageous position to conclude the match prematurely. Bang! The two collide fiercely midair, with the bludger instinctively following suit and crashing against Harry's arm. The momentum sends them entangled in the air, propelling them a short distance before crashing down to the ground. Ouch! Both clutch their bodies in pain, yet different outcomes ensue. The alchemical badge proves effective for Draco, who quickly regains his composure, raising his arm triumphantly. There is the golden snitch. The positional advantage allows him to seize it first. During the fall, he tightly grips the snitch that collided with his cheek until they land, fully lifting it aloft. Slytherin claims victory. Harry, meanwhile, is oblivious to such triumph. His arm broken by the reckless bludger. His forearm dangles limply at his side, waves of intense pain radiating through him. Madame Pomfrey and the professors rush to his aid, with Lockhart stepping forward confidently. "Oh, do not fret, Harry," he beams. "I shall mend your arm swiftly, just a simple spell." Harry is unable to interject in time. He watches in horror as Lockhart, in the next instant, renders him devoid of pain, his arm hanging limply like a rubber band. As the utterly unreliable Lockhart has inexplicably erased the very bones from his arm, Madame Pomfrey was on the verge of exploding, her fierce glare directed at Lockhart as she swiftly cast several diagnostic and healing spells upon Harry. She then lifted Harry and carried him to her infirmary, where he would need to consume a bone regrowth potion to regain his former state. A potion she had not brought with her, but was only available in the medical ward. The Slytherin common room was a scene of jubilant celebration. Their recent victory filled them with elation, seemingly washing away the humiliation of last year's defeat to Gryffindor. The room was already adorned in a splendid ocean of intertwined silver and green, with an abundance of delectable food and fine wine laid out for all to enjoy. Naturally, the noble and reserved Slytherins indulged in the festivities, for they were indeed the ones who relished victory the most. Marcus forcefully patted Draco on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done. I was a bundle of nerves back there. I certainly didn't want to be caught by that Harry Potter fellow again." Draco was aware that he had been somewhat fortunate this time, yet it did not hinder his enjoyment of being the center of attention and basking in glory. He proudly raised his platinum head and lifted his goblet, declaring, "To Slytherin's victory." The Slytherins raised their champagne glasses in unison, shouting, "To Slytherin! To Slytherin's triumph and glory." A resounding victory had always been the finest badge of honor for Slytherin. Wanda, too, smiled as she raised her goblet. In this moment, she found herself somewhat relishing the atmosphere. Perhaps from a long-ago instant, she had begun to see herself as part of Slytherin, a unity striving for glory. A Slytherin willing to go to any lengths for victory. Was that not also her, not unlike those steadfast believers? As she gazed at Draco amidst the crowd, she pondered. Perhaps young Malfoy was not entirely without merit after all. This child could be nurtured, whether for the Malfoy legacy or for his own sake. Today should not be spoiled. She would speak with that young lad tomorrow, perhaps even advance her collaboration with Lucius. Wanda swirled her goblet, sipping thoughtfully. Chapter 30. Once there was a moon so bright. Summary. From this chapter onward, Draco and Pansy lean more towards a personal interpretation, evolving from being ineffective purebloods into competent wizards with their own thoughts, diverging significantly from the original narrative. Draco and Pansy will ultimately join the Saints. In the original text, Pansy embodies a collection of many girls' flaws. Yet I personally wish for the girls in my narrative to possess redeeming qualities. Pansy will subsequently become akin to Wanda's heir, and I recommend envisioning Pansy's appearance as portrayed in the third film. Pansy Parkinson need not become anyone's wife. She can be the head of the Parkinson family herself. Slytherin House, Wanda's private dormitory. Wanda's chamber had been transformed entirely. Although not a prefect's dormitory, it was well furnished with a sitting area, potion and spell experimentation corner, and all essentials. The day after the victory celebration, Wanda invited Draco Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson to her quarters. Draco was surprised to find Pansy there as well. Had she partnered with Rogier? It was not that Draco looked down upon Pansy, but in terms of family influence. The Parkinsons were rather lowly compared to the Malfoys and the Shafiqs. Pansy was genuinely delighted to see Draco. From a young age, Her parents had instilled in her the importance of defending pureblood honor and perpetuating the pride of the Parkinson name. Despite this expectation being linked to the glory of becoming Mrs. XXX, Pansy had aspired to be Mrs. Malfoy ever since her first attendance at a Malfoy family gathering. Enchanted by the striking young platinum-haired boy and the opulence of the Malfoy estate, not to mention the incessant encouragement from her parents. Wanda gestured for Draco and Pansy to sit, waved her wand, and prepared them tea and pastries. "It is a pleasure to see you both," Wanda said warmly, looking at the two young wizards. "I summoned you today for a matter of importance. Draco, what are your thoughts on yesterday's Quidditch match?" Wanda directed her gaze first to Draco. Young Mr. Malfoy had not anticipated Wanda would bring up the match. She inquired, "What did you think of the alchemical badge?" "Quite impressive, wouldn't you say?" Draco felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had spent the match mocking Harry Potter, and had it not been for his desire to make Harry suffer with the badge, he might have indeed allowed the golden snitch to slip away. "Would you care to make a trade, young Malfoy?" Wanda did not wait for his response and immediately presented a significant proposition. "I thought you were aware that the head of the Malfoy family is my father." Draco felt puzzled. He had yet to formally engage with the Malfoy family's business affairs, and Wanda had long been in contact and collaboration with Lucius. How could she not know this? "This trade could pertain to the Malfoy heir or solely to you, Draco." Wanda smiled, explaining, "You may make your choice before leaving this room. However, if you decline, fret not. I will erase your memories of this room, and my collaboration with Lucius shall continue undisturbed. I merely offer you a new choice, Draco." With a flick of her wand, a notebook appeared before Draco. Confused, he took it, and upon opening the first page, he clearly saw the title Chronicles of the Wizarding Party, with a revision date indicating 1992, this very year? Draco's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked up at Wanda. So this mysterious transfer student held ties to the Wizarding Party? What was her connection to Grindelwald? Was that dark wizard, who nearly brought Paris to ruin, making a resurgence? "Open it," Wanda urged, smiling. "I will reveal everything you are now permitted to know." Lucius had initially chosen to align with his father and the Death Eaters. "What about you, Draco? If I told you that Voldemort still lives, would you, like your father, pledge allegiance to that fiend?" Wanda dropped a bombshell of revelation. "What?" Pansy could not restrain herself from exclaiming. "How can that be? I mean, the Dark Lord has long since vanished, hasn't he?" "Use your brains, little ones," Wanda replied. "If Voldemort were truly dead, why would Harry Potter, the favored little savior of Dumbledore, receive such privileges? At the end of the first year, don't tell me you couldn't see that Dumbledore was staging him?" But Pansy was rendered speechless by the shocking news. The spoiled girl unable to fathom such a reality. Draco's complexion paled slightly, but the Malfoy's upbringing allowed him to suppress his apprehension. "On what basis do you say this? What proof do you have?" "Even my father believes that man will not return. I can assure you 100% of this matter. As for evidence, you need only choose whether to believe or not. Draco, you must either join us and offer the Malfoys a new choice, or wait until that day arrives. How do you think the Malfoy family will fare when reckoning comes?" "Draco," Wanda continued, "you can only join a power capable of contending with the Death Eaters or Voldemort to prevent the Malfoy family from becoming his slaves and puppets. There are only two forces with such capability, the Order of the Phoenix and us. Allow me to assist you, Draco." Wanda possessed a charisma that rivaled even Grindelwald as she implored, "Let me help you, Draco. Allow me to guide you in making your choice. Let me aid you in becoming the true Malfoy. Let me help you grow into my most loyal friend, as we together forge a new world. You shall make the right choice." As Pansy departed Wanda's dormitory, she felt as though she were floating. She had never imagined that one day she would be told that becoming Mrs. Malfoy was not the ultimate goal of her life. It dawned on her that those grand worlds and splendid universes could also belong to her. "It turns out that I need not aspire to become a mere lady of a prestigious surname, for I can also bear the weight of my family and establish my place in the wizarding world." The only daughter of the Parkinson family suddenly seems to have opened the door to another realm, unveiling Pandora's box, lured and seduced. "Come with me, Pansy," said Vinda. "You need not be the most noble ornament. Join me, and you shall become the head of the Parkinson family. Look at me, girl." Her cerulean eyes brimming with audacity and pride. "Tell me, who is the head of the Rosier family?" Vinda continued, "Why not, my dear? Since our family has inherited flaws, why not seize control? Why not personally excise that rotten flesh?" Vinda paused, then added, "Once someone was my moon, pulling me from the mire. You remind me of my former self, girl. Come, grasp my hand, and let us journey to the stars together." These were the words that enchanted Pansy, who, like a moth to a flame, followed her heart and clasped Vinda's hand. Vinda always had a way of eliciting the answers she desired. In Pansy, she saw her own reflection, her past self, still struggling at Beauxbatons. Back then, she was like a fish on the brink of suffocation, the eldest daughter of the Rosier family, nurtured with abundant resources, but a sense of duty tethered her to the family that raised her. Yet, her immense talent left her unwilling to be merely a pawn in the grand designs of others, to marry for the sake of a name, to become someone else's lady. What right did they have? Those individuals were utterly useless, unable to best her. Durmstrang represented Vinda's own struggles, but it was Gellert Grindelwald who truly extricated her from the quagmire. The seer recognized the girl's potential and future, asking her, "Would you join me in creating a new wizarding world?" Vinda would never forget the moment she beheld Grindelwald's eyes, as radiant as the full moon suspended in the vast night sky. From that instant, Vinda Rosier vowed eternal allegiance to Gellert Grindelwald. Once, someone had been her shining moon. Now, she longed to become another's boundless sea of stars. Chapter 31. The Savior Speaks Parseltongue? The heir controversy at Hogwarts had shown no signs of abating. After a Quidditch match, first-year Gryffindor Colin Creevey was found petrified, still clutching his camera, only to discover that the film had been scorched. The wizards remained in the dark regarding the identity of the heir. Gilderoy Lockhart finally devised a way to reclaim the spotlight. Wasn't it simply a matter of forming a club? He could establish a dueling club. Perfectly timed with the current turmoil, he could launch it under the pretense of teaching young wizards to protect themselves, thus legitimizing his endeavor. The celebrity smiled, elated at the idea, and promptly sought out Dumbledore for approval. Armed with the club's founding authorization, Lockhart confidently ventured into the dungeons to invite Snape to be his dueling assistant. Surely, this would overshadow that insufferable Slytherin student. Lockhart, oblivious to Snape's dark demeanor, secretly reveled in his own cleverness. It was uncertain which of his words struck a chord with the brooding Snape. But perhaps it was the promise to demonstrate dueling spells together that led Snape to acquiesce. Consequently, the following Monday, the young wizards gazed in astonishment at the announcement board, discussing with great enthusiasm the introduction of Lockhart's dueling club. The day soon arrived. Lockhart, clad in ostentatious attire, had adorned himself to the point of becoming overly slick. Yet the young witch who was dazzled by his appearance perceived him as radiant. "He truly is handsome," remarked a Gryffindor girl, to which Hermione nodded in agreement. Harry and Ron exchanged exasperated glances, rolling their eyes, yet wisely chose to remain silent. "Welcome, everyone," Lockhart proclaimed, puffing out his chest. "I am thrilled to welcome you to my dueling club. To enhance your dueling skills, I have sought special permission from Dumbledore to establish this club." He winked at the young wizards, then gestured toward the dark-clad Snape. "Professor Snape is my assistant today. He will also participate in our dueling club. But fear not. I shall ensure your potions professor remains unharmed." Vinda could hardly believe her ears. How had Lockhart managed to survive this long with a dueling club and Snape as his assistant? This empty-headed vase had a knack for offending others that far surpassed his spellcasting abilities. Lockhart and Snape took center stage on the dueling platform. Lockhart sought to reinvent the art of wizard dueling, puffing out his chest, flashing his trademark smile. One hand on his chest while the other waved his wand in flamboyant poses, as if he were gracing the cover of a wizard magazine. In stark contrast, Snape merely inclined his head in acknowledgement before turning away, his black robes swirling with impatience. Expelliarmus. It was unclear if it was intentional, but Snape pronounced the incantation slowly and distinctly, yet it was this seemingly simple spell that sent Lockhart and his equally ostentatious wand flying off the dueling stage. They traced two distinct yet similar parabolic arcs through the air before crashing to the ground. A hush fell over the crowd. The young wizards, already aware of Lockhart's fate, were unsurprised. Yet those still entranced by Lockhart's facade and charisma had not anticipated that their idol, a professor with purported experience against dark creatures, could be so easily dispatched by a single spell. "Fear not," Lockhart called as he rolled to his feet, brushing dust from his robes, flashing his signature toothy grin to reassure the concerned young wizards. Professor Snape's demonstration was exemplary, but I must say, your intentions were far too obvious. I have several methods to counter it. Professor, Vinda interjected. "Lockhart, I believe you are well versed in dueling. In truth, it has been a long time since I engaged in a duel at Hogwarts. Might you be willing to spar with me?" Lockhart's expression froze, caught off guard by the audacity of this insufferable Slytherin student making such a request. He was certainly aware of Slytherin's reputation, especially given Vinda's display of prowess during their defense against the dark arts class, which had far surpassed his own abilities. "Miss Rosier, I believe we should allocate more time for everyone, should we not?" Lockhart quickly sought justification, glancing at the young wizards below. I suspect they are quite eager. Vinda chose not to regard Lockhart any longer. She had no intention of simply besting this fool at that moment. She possessed myriad ways to torment him. Instead, she turned to the other professor on the dueling platform, bowed and inquired, "Professor Snape, may I choose you as my opponent?" Snape, taken aback by Vinda's request, narrowed his dark eyes, seemingly assessing the necessity of this challenge, before offering a slight nod of agreement. Vinda engaged in merely a few exchanges with Snape before gracefully stepping down from the dueling platform. But even those few spells, enhanced by her transformation charms, were sufficient to leave the seventh-year students feeling inadequate. Severus Snape, naturally, exhibited a degree of restraint out of respect for Slytherin House, allowing Wenda to employ a myriad of spells in her demonstration of prowess. Although he discerned her intentions, he had no inclination to intervene, opting instead to evade and deflect her attacks with the shield charm, only to commend her proficiency in spellcasting when she leapt off the platform. Slytherins share an unspoken understanding. As long as their own interests remain unthreatened, they do not hesitate to extend even the slightest assistance to their comrades. Wenda aspired to showcase her abilities on this stage, and as the head of Slytherin, Snape was more than willing to lend his support. Gilderoy Lockhart immediately interjected, attempting to divert everyone's attention. "Let us invite a few young wizards to demonstrate the allure of dueling. Remember to utilize the disarming charm." He gazed around at the eager faces of the young wizards below before fixing his eyes on Harry amidst the crowd. "Harry Potter, it is you." His eyes sparkled with excitement, but Snape interrupted, suggesting, "Why not select someone from Slytherin?" He turned to spot Draco S. Goldenhead. "Malfoy, I believe you are ready to take the stage." Draco leapt onto the platform with a self-satisfied grin, casting a bemused glance at the bewildered Harry. The two bore the unmistakable countenance of adversaries, glaring fiercely at one another as they unleashed a barrage of spells, none of which were the disarming charm. Stupefy, Petrificus Totalis, Flipendo, Tarantaligra. The two exchanged a flurry of curses, each attempting to outdo the other, while Harry seemed to dance about the dueling platform. And Draco could scarcely contain his laughter. "Use the disarming charm. You must use the disarming charm," Lockhart shouted desperately from the sidelines. After observing for a considerable time, Snape finally intervened, casting a spell to restore silence, leaving both combatants looking rather disheveled. In a fit of dissatisfaction, Draco unleashed a spell he had recently learned during the holidays, summoning a massive black serpent that slithered menacingly across the dueling platform, startling the young wizards in the audience. "Do not worry, I shall handle it." Lockhart sprang forth from an unknown corner, brandishing his wand and reciting an incomprehensible incantation. The outcome was predictable. The serpent did not vanish but instead became enraged, lunging towards the young wizards in the stands. Harry stepped forward, his voice taking on a dark and mysterious tone. "That is Parseltongue." Snape rushed forward, vanquishing the serpent. However, the young wizard's focus had shifted entirely. "Parseltongue? What? The savior is a parcel mouth? He is a descendant of Slytherin? The Chamber of Secrets? Goodness, could he be the heir?" The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Disbelief etched on their faces as they grappled with the revelation that the savior had suddenly become the heir of Slytherin, a role they had long suspected Wenda to embody. But now the mark of Parseltongue left them utterly astounded. Chapter 32, Christmas and Polyjuice Potion. The tumult surrounding the dueling club persisted, and as the days passed, Christmas rapidly approached. Harry felt as though he was on the brink of madness. He had always assumed that speaking Parseltongue was a skill possessed by all wizards. Now, in the wake of the dueling club's revelations, students from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw began to shun him, their gazes reminiscent of those they had previously cast upon Wenda and Draco. Even within Gryffindor, many young wizards regarded him with fear and trepidation. He yearned to uncover the true identity of Slytherin's heir to absolve himself of the unjust stigma attached to him. Hermione and Ron resolved to probe Draco Malfoy's intentions. Rather than relying on Wenda, who had aided them with the Philosopher's Stone, they found themselves increasingly suspicious of the openly villainous Draco. After a discussion among the three young wizards, they swiftly devised a plan to use the Polyjuice Potion to transform into another person and infiltrate Slytherin to interrogate Malfoy. The Little Lions devised a clever scheme to pilfer African snake root and bicorn horn from Snape's potion ingredients, concocting the Polyjuice Potion in the abandoned lavatory. Hermione planned to seize the opportunity during her visit to the library, hoping to collect a strand of Wenda's hair, and then, during the Christmas festivities, she intended to incapacitate Goyle and Crabbe to gain entry to the Slytherin common room and interrogate Draco. In the library, Wenda's study corner thrived, serving as a significant draw for students from other houses wishing to join her club. Here, she addressed various theoretical questions regarding spells, and many young wizards sought to engage with the formidable yet kind Slytherin upperclassmen. Hermione was among them, eager to learn from her idol. Wenda had long observed this talented young witch, whose cleverness and insatiable curiosity marked her as a standout first-year student, a veritable fountain of knowledge. Perhaps due to her upbringing, which had left her somewhat naive to the customs of the wizarding world, she nevertheless presented as a child worthy of cultivation. Thus, when Wenda noticed something amiss in Hermione's demeanor during her inquiry, she chose not to expose her but rather allowed Hermione to take a strand of hair from her robe. Hermione hastily tucked Wenda's hair between the pages of her book, feigning comprehension of Wenda's explanation, and, as customary, bowed to express her gratitude. "Thank you, upperclassmen." "Not at all," Wenda replied with a smile, gently tousling Hermione's somewhat unruly curls. "I am more than happy to assist a clever young witch, especially since you are a member of the Raven Club." "Wait a moment, Hermione." Wenda contemplated for a moment, then tore a page from her notebook, scribbling something down before folding it and handing it to Hermione. "I believe you will find this of interest." Perplexed, Hermione took the note and departed the library. Once in the lavatory, she unfolded the paper to reveal 2 book titles accompanied by a note. The Witch Hunts of the Middle Ages by McFarlane. A Brief History of the Serpentess Heirs by Nancy Gant. Additionally, Christmas Eve is quite pleasant. I plan to quietly visit home to see my brother, but I believe it unnecessary to inform my Slytherin friends. The password for this week is Dragoness Blood. Moreover, I wish you success in uncovering the information you seek. Christmas Eve. Wenda arrived at Nurmengard using a pre-prepared key, where Queenie had already arranged everything, deploying various protective enchantments and house elves. The German Ministry of Magic remained utterly oblivious to the transformation of Nurmengard, which had lain dormant for half a century, rejuvenating under the quiet infiltration of the purebloods. Perhaps they genuinely believed Grindelwald would not reappear. After all, history often erases its scars over time, does it not? Christmas, of course, was to be spent with family. Wenda mused comfortably on the sofa in the hall. For her, Grindelwald was family, akin to a venerable figure, compared to the more saintly gathering at Riddle Manor. Nurmengard felt far more like home. For Grindelwald, even prior to the Great War, Wenda had been his most trusted aide, a thorny rose he had carefully nurtured. Here, Wenda could shed her guise from Hogwarts, teasing her brother freely, engaging in discussions, sharing her insights on current events within the wizarding world and the Muggle realm. In this sanctuary, Wenda could be the little girl who playfully sought her brother's affection, rather than the leader of the purebloods burdened with the weight of greater responsibilities. As long as Grindelwald remains here, Nurmengard serves as the sanctuary and spiritual haven for Wenda Rosier. Wenda has sworn eternal allegiance to Gellert Grindelwald, who in turn shall always be her steadfast support. Yet compared to the warmth within the walls of Nurmengard, Hogwarts still teems with undercurrents of tension. Hermione never anticipated that Wenda had already discerned her clandestine actions. The young witch felt a twinge of embarrassment, believing she had betrayed her senior. But with no choice but to proceed, she had Harry and Ron incapacitate Goyle and Crabbe, severing their hair in the process. Subsequently, she joined Wenda in the lavatory, where she combined the hair of Goyle and Crabbe to brew a polyjuice potion for the 3 of them. The young witch's talent was evident. This second-year student had successfully concocted a sophisticated potion, typically studied in the 4th year. "We mustn't reveal ourselves," she cautioned her companions repeatedly. With Wenda's assistance and Hermione's effort to maintain her composure, the trio smoothly made their way to the Slytherin common room. Draco's tongue would never utter kind words toward Gryffindor, and even in the presence of Goyle and Crabbe he spared no effort in mocking and disparaging Dumbledore, with the Weasley family, his most loathed adversaries, also falling victim to his scorn. Fortunately, Hermione was still present. Despite Harry and Ron being on the verge of exploding with indignation at Draco's derision of Dumbledore and Arthur Weasley, Hermione promptly interrupted Draco's taunts. Embodying Wenda's demeanor, she exhibited a newfound pride and tranquility reminiscent of her senior. Though Draco was visibly displeased under her gaze, he chose to remain silent. After all, following their previous exchange, Draco Malfoy had become acutely aware of the formidable forces backing Wenda. Forces that were not to be trifled with. The trio quickly gleaned the information they sought. The Chamber of Secrets had been opened once 50 years prior, resulting in the death of a student. Before the polyjuice potion could wear off, they hastily exited the Slytherin common room in shifts, for Wenda would not be seen entering and leaving alongside Goyle and Crabbe. 50 years ago? Hermione pondered, realizing it could not have been Malfoy. Even the current head of the Malfoy family could not be reconciled with that time frame. Who else could it be? Ron thought vehemently, his disdain for Draco deepening with every derisive comment aimed at Arthur. It couldn't possibly have been Senior Rosier, could it? Harry too was at a loss. Despite their trust in Wenda, they could find no third candidate who bore such resemblance to a Slytherin heir. I believe in my senior. But I can't shake the feeling that she knows something, Hermione mused, recalling Wenda's note. Perhaps I should take a closer look at the book she recommended? Chapter 33. Ariana is injured. Ariana Dumbledore has been injured. Mary Flitwick of Hufflepuff rushed to the Raven Club the moment she received the news, eager to inform Wenda. As Wenda's adoring fan and a diplomatic prodigy of Hufflepuff, Mary had certainly noticed Wenda's protective nature towards Ariana, and she felt compelled to relay the news immediately. Ariana has been attacked by the heir. Unfortunately, it was Harry and his friends who once again found themselves as the first witnesses to the scene. Their proximity to such incidents was hardly coincidental. They had heard that the location was near a staircase, perhaps on Ariana's way to find Wenda. But unlike Colin and the others who had been petrified, Ariana seemed to have been knocked unconscious. Only Ariana remained at the scene, accompanied by some unidentified bloodstains and a phoenix feather. Within a minute of their arrival, Dumbledore appeared, flanked by two phoenixes, Fawkes and Zoe. The little phoenix had sought Dumbledore's assistance even before Harry's arrival. Dumbledore rushed to the scene, having finally found his long-lost sister, only to discover she had been harmed right before his eyes. The moment Wenda heard from Mary that Ariana had been attacked, her expression darkened. Ariana was in trouble? How could this be? Ariana was pure blood, fortified by the alchemical protective items she had provided and under Zoe's vigilant care. How could she be in danger? Damn it. Wenda hadn't anticipated that the seemingly sentient Horcrux had targeted Ariana, although she believed that sacrifices were sometimes necessary for a greater good. She could not disregard Ariana's safety. At the infirmary entrance, Madame Pomfrey was angrily shooing away the little witches and wizards gathered outside. Whether they were from Gryffindor or Hufflepuff, all of whom had gotten along well with Ariana, the red and yellow-clad students were causing quite a ruckus. I've told you a patient needs their rest, Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, insisting no one could visit today. You'll have to wait until the patient awakens. Gradually, the young wizards dispersed, restoring tranquility to the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey departed the ward to return to her rest area and prepare potions. Once the crowd had cleared, Wenda discreetly cast a disillusionment charm and silently slipped into the infirmary, finding Ariana's bedside. Little Zoe was resting atop Ariana's pillow, and upon sensing someone approaching, the phoenix raised her head warily. However, upon detecting Wenda's familiar presence, she relaxed and returned to her languid repose. Ariana's complexion was somewhat pale. Perhaps due to the shock, the young girl was frowning tightly, clutching the blanket as she curled up, appearing to be in a restless slumber, perhaps plagued by nightmares. Wenda remained frozen as she gazed at Ariana, understanding that involving Ariana was never her intention. Yet she also recognized that the emergence of a new Dumbledore would undoubtedly attract the attention of Voldemort and his Death Eaters. The dangers Ariana faced were perhaps second only to those confronting the young savior, Harry Potter. Despite Zoe's close protection and Albus's formidable presence, it was inevitable that she would encounter peril. Wenda had not anticipated that Ariana would be targeted so swiftly, nor had she foreseen that she might bear some indirect responsibility for this harm. The Horcrux, which had incited the turmoil surrounding the heir, had evidently become aware of Ariana's existence, and seized the opportunity to breach the protection afforded by the little phoenix and Dumbledore to attack her. Although Ariana had not been petrified, the danger she faced was still formidable. Like a great serpent with yellow eyes, it was unsettling to gaze upon, wasn't he it? Wenda scratched Zoe's little head as the phoenix recounted the terrifying monster she had witnessed. Wenda quickly deduced the nature of this creature, a basilisk, lurking within Hogwarts. No wonder ordinary spells could not dispel the petrification afflicting those unfortunate souls. No wonder they would have to wait for Professor Sprout's mandrakes to mature before treatment could begin. The magical properties of magical creatures operate differently from those of wizards, and the basilisk was among the most formidable of magical beings. Although for some reason, it appeared that the basilisk's gaze did not immediately kill the young witches and wizards, but rather induced petrification. The residual threat was still daunting. Thank you, little Zoe, for always protecting Ariana, Wenda said to the little phoenix. If Ariana is ever in danger, please let me know at once, will you? Just this once. I promise to protect you. Wenda gazed at Ariana, silently pledging within her heart. Wenda was unsure of what Ariana truly meant to her. Perhaps it was merely a mutual aid stemming from their souls wandering in a void? Perhaps it was the friendship forged from mutual reliance after being drawn together like doves? Or was it an unbidden possessiveness that fueled her concern? Wenda could not discern the extent of Ariana's significance to her, yet she acknowledged that her possessiveness had reached an unprecedented level. The raven's gaze was fixated on the dove, allowing it to soar freely within its sight, as long as the dove remained close by. Ariana, do not emulate your brother. I truly wish to never find myself one day breaking your wings with my own hands. Since you have chosen me, remain steadfast in that choice. You are not a Gryffindor, and you need not possess the courage to stand against friends. All I ask is for your unwavering loyalty and your presence by my side. I shall offer you everything, all that you desire, as long as it is within my means to provide. A raven never hesitates to employ whatever means necessary to bind that which it covets. Upon recognizing her extraordinary possessiveness over the white dove, the raven resolved to don a fade for a lifetime, forging chains of emotion. She wished to ensure that the dove willingly adorned the shackles named after her. Regardless of where the dove might soar, she would always return to the one true home that is herself. The shallow, light-colored eyes of Wenda gradually filled with Anna's serene slumber and a hint of madness. The girl reached out to smooth Anna's furrowed brow, letting out a gentle sigh. Ariana, please do not let me down, do not stand against me. As long as it does not contravene the greater good, I am willing to make any concession for you. Sensing Wenda's presence, Anna's brow unfurled, and the little girl affectionately nuzzled against the palm of the girl's hand. Though still enveloped in dreams and unable to see Wenda, Anna seemed to grasp her existence, leaning slightly towards her, before surrendering to a tranquil slumber. The moon hung resplendently in the night sky over Hogwarts, and on this night, some were consumed with worry, others faced the consequences of their actions in despair, some plotted their next attack, while others made quiet resolutions. Each day at Hogwarts bore witness to myriad tales, with constant shifts among people and wizards alike, leaving no one to foresee what the next moment would unveil. The raven kept solitary vigil over her treasure throughout the night, until time gradually slipped away, and as dawn broke with the rising sun, she quietly departed. As daylight dawned, Dumbledore too arrived at the infirmary, gazing at Ariana's sleeping visage, a lingering sense of guilt enveloping him for the years lost during her absence. And now, in the aftermath of Anna's resurrection, once someone had asked him, "Do you love your sister?" To which he had replied, "I do not love her enough." Dumbledore's gaze drifted towards the direction Wenda had taken, suddenly recalling memories long sealed within his mind. Perhaps someone who cherished Ariana even more than he had already emerged. Chapter 34, Valentine's Day. In the blink of an eye, Christmas had slipped away a month and a half past, and as February arrived, Valentine's Day approached with stealthy grace, casting a rosy hue over the air of Hogwarts. The season heralded the annual peak of chocolate sales at Honeyduke's, while the Weasley twins' procurement business celebrated new milestones. It was undeniable that at this moment, Lockhart had once more reached new heights in his endeavor to create eye-catching spectacles. Dressed in a custom-made pink suit and adorned with meticulously styled hair gel, he stood at the professor's table in the Great Hall, flashing his trademark smile, a display of his 5-time Charming Smile Award. Finally, as it appeared that the hall had filled to capacity, this flamboyant figure rose from his seat. Remarkably, at this moment, he did not miscast any spells. Instead, he spoke loudly, pointing to his throat. "Ladies and gentlemen, Happy Valentine's Day." Lockhart proudly gestured to the hall, festooned with his pink balloons and roses, proclaiming, "This is a little surprise I have prepared for all of you, and this is merely the beginning." Wenda felt an ominous premonition, and indeed, her instincts proved correct. Lockhart clapped his hands, and 12 dwarfs entered the hall, clad in custom wings and attire, carrying small harps, their appearance quite peculiar. "Such a sight is truly an affront to the eyes," Wenda remarked, as several Slytherin wizards nearby nodded in agreement. Unfazed by the thoughts of the young wizards below, Lockhart beamed, showcasing his 8 gleaming teeth as he announced, "These are my specially prepared little cupids, who will convey your affections today. You may hand your love letters to them without hesitation. I have already received 46 Valentine's cards, thanks to those lovely little witches. I hope someone can surpass me." He winked at the young wizards below, utterly oblivious to the fact that 46 little witches had been foolish enough to fall for his charm. Wenda thought with a hint of pity. At this moment, Lockhart was utterly absorbed in his own world, continuing to prattle on. "Professor Flitwick is an expert in charms. Feel free to consult him regarding love spells. Of course, Professor Snape is also quite knowledgeable. I am sure he has many insights into the potion of love. Do not hesitate to seek their assistance." Professor Flitwick could hardly bear that this flamboyant peacock had graduated from Ravenclaw. At that moment, the diminutive professor wished to vanish. Professor Snape, on the other hand, wore an expression that conveyed a clear warning. "Dare to ask, and I shall ensure your demise." The poor headmaster's face darkened with ire. Wenda observed Snape's barely contained rage with sympathy. Yet, Valentine's Day was far from over. The Great Hall was merely the beginning. This day felt like a trial, equally terrifying for both professors and students alike. The little Cupids Lockhart had brought were omnipresent, often barging into classrooms mid-lesson, crashing through doors with a loud bang, delivering pink love letters to their intended recipients, leaving chaos in their wake, a scene of utter disarray. Even Professor Sprout, known for her patience, was nearing her breaking point. "Get out, all of you!" Sprout cried, waving her wand to eject the dwarfs, hastily locking the greenhouse door behind her. This day was utterly dreadful. Even more alarming was the emergence of a special type of love letter, one that came with a dwarf capable of reciting it aloud, and unfortunately, both Wenda and Harry found themselves on the receiving end of such a supercharged love letter bomb. However, Wenda, upon realizing something was amiss, swiftly subdued the industrious dwarf, successfully ending its day of mischief. Harry, however, was not so fortunate. In the corridor after potions class, he was surrounded by young wizards, and a dwarf blocked his path as he attempted to escape. The young savior's mood was as disheveled as his hair. He frantically gathered his scattered textbooks, his striking green eyes filled with despair, fully aware he could not evade the dwarf. The dwarf began its recitation performance, its eyes a vibrant green reminiscent of pickled frogs. The surrounding young wizards erupted in laughter, while Harry, mortified, wished only to sink into the ground and disappear. Merlin's pants, who orchestrated this prank. Harry despaired, finally seizing the opportunity amid the laughter to elbow his way through the crowd, clutching his belongings. As the unique Black Rose of Slytherin, Wenda was naturally not spared from the pursuit of the dwarfs. However, this formidable young witch either swiftly knocked them unconscious, or employed a potent silencing spell, ensuring none could utter a word before her. In the end, the dwarfs could only toss their love letters in her direction before making a hasty retreat. Work is truly no easy feat. Just look at this injury, surely it deserves a raise. This is the inner monologue of the dazed little dwarf. Ariana has also heard of Wenda's abundant love letters, and her remarkable feats concerning the dwarfs. Yet the young girl cannot quite fathom why a tinge of discontent stirs within her. After decades of waiting for a treasured friend, now that so many have discovered him, she remains oblivious to an emotion known as jealousy. Wenda is indeed quite popular. Anna glowers at Wenda, her tone soft and almost petulant, as if she were pouting. Wenda merely blinks and responds with a gentle smile, reaching out to pat Anna on the head. They are of no consequence. Then why did you accept those love letters? Anna sulks, her lips forming a discontented pout. It is a matter of courtesy, Anna, Wenda explains. For those who offer gifts for personal gain, courtesy may serve as the beginning of a transaction. For those who genuinely admire, it ensures that no harm or unnecessary annoyance arises. A small gesture can yield greater rewards. Is that not fitting? Sensing Anna's lingering dissatisfaction with this answer, Wenda beams cheerfully, gazing earnestly at Anna. They are insignificant, Anna. You are far more important. Anna appears momentarily taken aback by Wenda's words, her cheeks flushing shyly, her ears tinged with a delicate pink, rendering her both adorable and somewhat delicate. Why would you say such a thing? The girl mumbles, her voice not loud, yet sufficient for the other to hear. Wenda is important too. In a corner of Hogwarts, a dove and a crow nestle closely together, unaware of where their burgeoning relationship may lead. Yet the warmth of the moment is enough for them to cherish and care for one another. Chapter 35. Pansy, willingly petrified. Upon confirming that the creature responsible for the petrifications is the Basilisk, Wenda discreetly begins to devise a plan. For her vision of the world starkly contrasts with Voldemort's ideology of blood purity. Voldemort seeks to rally pureblood families to advocate for supremacy, while she and Grindelwald aspire to establish a world where muggles and wizards coexist, with wizards held in honor and esteem. The sole distinction between Wenda and Grindelwald lies in their methods. Grindelwald wishes to compel muggles to recognize the might of wizards through warfare, whereas Wenda opts to allow muggles to confront the issues posed by magical and dark creatures. Look, we wizards strive diligently against these perilous beings. Is it unreasonable to request a bit of protection money and status? It is precisely the divergence in their philosophies and tactics that has led them down different paths. Voldemort desires a gradual division within the Hogwarts houses, instilling fear among the other three houses towards Slytherin, while Wenda yearns for unity among students. For her, muggles, wizards, and half-bloods are indispensable forces, with purebloods serving as crucial stepping stones to gain access to the Ministry of Magic. Thus, Wenda not only opposes the division of students but also seeks to foster a more harmonious relationship between students and wizards, subtly guiding them towards understanding. The turmoil surrounding the heir and the Chamber of Secrets continues to escalate, with petrifications now reported among Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff's Muggle-born and half-blood wizards, and Ariana, a pureblood Hufflepuff, has also fallen victim. In contrast, Slytherin, whether pureblood or half-blood, has yet to see a single attack. This reality only serves to further alienate and isolate Slytherins from the other three houses, a prospect that does not align with Wenda's aspirations. The Gryffindor cubs are tirelessly working to solve the mystery, yet the trio's efforts yield no progress. Hermione feels as though she is perpetually on the brink of discovery, just a hair's breadth away from uncovering the truth. But what is it? The young witch scratches her head in frustration, recalling the clues she has gathered, the peculiar petrifications. Convinced there is something she has consistently overlooked. As soon as class ends, she dives headfirst back into the library, fervently poring over various texts, striving to unearth the knowledge and answers hidden within. 50 years ago, it was opened, and a student died, Hermione mutters to herself, flipping through pages. Strange. Slytherins have the bloodline of the serpent, and can command serpentine creatures. Hermione senses the truth drawing near, yet time slips away. Harry bids her farewell as he heads off to Quidditch practice, and the library's crowd gradually dissipates with the setting sun, leaving Hermione seemingly alone. "I've got it!" she exclaims, having finally glimpsed the answer. Clutching the book tightly, she prepares to return to the Gryffindor common room, her fingers gripping that crucial page. Just as she is about to hastily navigate the corner, she suddenly hears a faint hissing sound, as if a large creature were slithering nearby. Hermione's face pales. She knows exactly what it is, the Basilisk. Legend has it that the Basilisk is a magical creature conjured by Salazar Slytherin, hatched from a rare rooster's egg by a toad. It possesses the ability to petrify and kill with its gaze. This is the very answer Hermione has just uncovered. However, the young witch did not anticipate encountering such a legendary creature so soon. What should she do? Quietly, she tears off the page and retrieves a compact mirror from her bag, carefully adjusting the angle to glimpse around the corner. Steeling herself, Hermione nervously yet resolutely peers into the mirror. What meets her gaze are a pair of terrifyingly large yellow eyes. Both Gryffindor's Hermione and Slytherin's Pansy have been petrified. The following day, this monumental news spreads like wildfire throughout Hogwarts, igniting fervent discussions among all four houses. While Hermione's petrification is unfathomable and untenable for Harry and Ron, Pansy's petrification sends shockwaves throughout Hogwarts. Who is Pansy, you ask? Pansy Parkinson, the sole daughter of the esteemed Parkinson family among the 28 pureblood families. She epitomizes the quintessential Slytherin pureblood aristocracy in the eyes of her peers. How could she be petrified? Is she not pureblood? Is she not a Slytherin? Even pureblood Slytherins are subject to the heir's wrath. Instantly, a myriad of discussions erupts. Pansy was discovered near the site of Hermione's petrification. This Slytherin which seemingly adorned herself before her fate, sporting a different look than usual, complete with an elegant pair of delicate framed glasses adorned with exquisite gems. Yet her petrified expression betrays an aura of fear and trepidation, leaving one to wonder what horror she must have witnessed. Consequently, those who visited the hospital wing fervently discussed this unfathomable event, realizing that the mysterious heir has not spared even the pure-blooded wizards of Slytherin from attack. Now, a wave of anxiety sweeps through the school. Those from the other three houses, previously untroubled by their pureblood status, begin to fear for their safety, realizing they cannot compare to Pansy, one of the 28 purebloods. They are not even Slytherin students. Who knows when they might become the next targets? Even within Slytherin, many students are beginning to worry. Half-bloods tread cautiously, adhering to a philosophy of never straying from the main group to survive. Meanwhile, pureblood Slytherins wear grim expressions, perplexed by the situation. How could the heir target Pansy? What in the world is happening? Damn it, what does that fiend intend to do? Draco curses furiously. Does he wish to offend the pureblood families? Zabini's countenance was decidedly grim. His long-standing camaraderie with Pansy had taken an unexpected turn overnight. Who, after all, was this heir? If they were indeed the heir of Slytherin, why would they assail Pansy? He paused, recalling Pansy's peculiar appearance that morning, feeling a twinge of confusion. Hadn't Pansy returned with them the previous evening? What prompted her sudden departure, especially clad in such attire? She typically eschewed wearing spectacles. Seated in a corner of the Slytherin common room, Wenda observed the unfolding events with keen interest, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Indeed, Pansy was a girl of considerable potential and insight. Merely donning a pair of glasses and perusing a book had enabled her to grasp the situation swiftly, fulfilling her role with remarkable efficiency. Wenda mused to herself, acknowledging the ambition that gleamed in the child's eyes. Pansy had intentionally placed herself in harm's way. Upon receiving Wenda's gift, she comprehended the underlying message, that Wenda wished to ensure Slytherin's standing amidst the current turmoil. After a period of observation, she deduced that Hermione Granger, the ever-resourceful Gryffindor, might be the next target, as she had lingered in the library until midnight. Armed with Wenda's guidance and support, Pansy felt confident that she could shield herself from mortal peril, thanks to the petrifying lenses of her glasses, which would obscure her from the Basilisk's gaze. The gemstone engraved with a one-time-use armor charm would safeguard against any unforeseen consequences post-petrification. A petrified Parkinson would undoubtedly create a sensational incident. The urgency of her actions stemmed not only from the rare opportunity, but also from her desire to demonstrate her worth to Wenda. Pansy Parkinson possessed both the capability and the resolve to become the next head of the Parkinson family. She was indeed a worthy investment, rivaling many male heirs of other prominent families. Chapter 36. The Chamber of Secrets. Unveiled days had passed since Hermione and Pansy were petrified. Harry and Ron found themselves increasingly fraught. Though they sometimes chafed against Hermione's admonitions, they soon recognized the extent of her concern for them in her absence. The uproar surrounding Pansy's petrification was colossal. The Parkinson family was among the Board of Governors, and with Draco's support and pressure from the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore was temporarily dismissed from his position as headmaster due to inadequate protection of the students, leaving Hogwarts under a cloud of uncertainty. The two Gryffindors exchanged glances, reminiscent of lost cubs separated from their lioness mother, feeling utterly helpless as they sought any overlooked information. On the day they visited the petrified Hermione as usual, the keen-eyed seeker noticed that Hermione seemed to be clutching something in her hand, and quickly pried out a note. It was a revelation. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was located in the abandoned girls' restroom on the second floor. Myrtle and the Basilisk. Harry and Ron shared a glance, excitement lighting up their eyes. Their brilliant friend Hermione had indeed uncovered something significant. Yet before they could celebrate or devise a plan, a Hufflepuff burst in, breathless and agitated. "Weasley," he exclaimed, fixing his anxious gaze on Ron. "The chamber has been opened, and your sister has been taken by the heir." Ron's expression shifted instantly. "What did you say, Ginny? What has happened to her?" "I don't know. You should find Professor McGonagall quickly. Your brothers are there too." Harry and Ron hurried to Professor McGonagall's office, where she had just seen off a distraught Percy and the Weasley twins. As a prefect, Percy needed to maintain order within Gryffindor, and the twins, recognizing the gravity of the situation, complied with his instructions, hoping that the professor could swiftly assist in rescuing their little sister. "Professor McGonagall, has the chamber truly been opened?" Harry gasped, breathlessly, while Ron fixed an intense stare on her. "Professor Ginny." "Harry, Ron, calm down," McGonagall interjected, promptly halting their outburst. "I must ensure order at Hogwarts. With Dumbledore absent, we must prioritize everyone's safety. However, do not fret. Professor Lockhart is currently unoccupied, and you may need to seek his assistance." Concern clouded McGonagall's features. But as one of Hogwarts' deputy headmasters, she had numerous young witches and wizards requiring her reassurance. She could only hope that Lockhart, as an adult wizard, would protect the two boys. Unbeknownst to her, Lockhart, a Hogwarts alumnus, was already plotting his escape. When Harry and Ron arrived at the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, they found Lockhart nearly finished packing his belongings, preparing to flee. Ron's face flushed with anger as he brandished his wand at Lockhart, demanding that he accompany them to the chamber to confront the heir and rescue Ginny. Lockhart trembled under the threat of the wand, compelled to follow the two boys to the chamber. Along the way, this professor, who had boasted of his encounters with dark creatures, attempted to plead for mercy. "Those tales were fabrications. I will perish. I must leave. Dumbledore never warned me of such a threat when I accepted this position. I want to resign." Lockhart's pleas echoed as he endeavored to elicit sympathy from his youthful captors, hoping to escape the danger of Hogwarts. In the abandoned restroom, moaning Myrtle had vanished. Perhaps the memories were too haunting for her. The dilapidated restroom held a gaping hole beneath the sink, a dark abyss leading to unknown depths, the entrance to the chamber. Harry and Ron exchanged determined glances before unhesitatingly kicking Lockhart into the void, following him without a second thought. The filth was overwhelming. The stench of decaying rats and sewage assailed their senses. Upon descending, Harry discovered Ron had fainted, while Lockhart, shedding his earlier cowardice, immediately disarmed Harry with a spell. In an instant, Harry found himself wandless as Lockhart gleefully seized Ron's wand, eyes glinting with avarice. "Imagine what tomorrow's Daily Prophet will report. Lockhart triumphantly resolves the Chamber of Secrets crisis, but by the time I arrive, you and that girl will already be dead." He chuckled, envisioning the thrilling narrative for his next book. "Perhaps you thought you could mock me today. Ha! I possess a particularly adept charm. Without it, I would have been unmasked long ago. Obliviate." He waved Ron's wand, casting the spell, yet unbeknownst to him, It was defective. The incantation ricocheted back, striking Lockhart instead, sending him crashing into a pile of rubble unconscious. Harry quickly adjusted Ron's position to make him more comfortable, retrieved his own wand, and realized that he was now the only one conscious among the three of them. Summoning his courage, he illuminated the darkness with his wand and proceeded to explore further. Little did Harry know, as he ventured ahead, a small phoenix bearing Wenda appeared quietly behind him. Wenda surveyed the chaotic scene with the unconscious Ron and Lockhart, waved her wand to cast a simple restoration charm, ensuring both were unharmed before directing Zoe to escort them to Madame Pomfrey. Once the phoenix had escorted the two away, Wenda narrowed her eyes at the direction Harry had taken. "Let me see what you intend to do, heir of Slytherin, regarding Voldemort's Horcrux." Time slipped by as Harry traversed the lengthy corridor, ultimately arriving at the fabled chamber before him. "Ginny!" The little savior gasped as she beheld the familiar red-haired girl collapse before the Slytherin statue, her pallor resembling that of the deceased, utterly devoid of color. Strangely, not only was Ginny present, but also a Slytherin student Harry had never encountered before. This Slytherin boy possessed an extraordinarily handsome visage and an imposing aura. Had this individual appeared before, Harry would undoubtedly have retained some recollection of him. "Who on earth are you?" Harry demanded, brandishing his wand with vigilance. Meanwhile Vinda, concealed by the disillusionment charm, observed the spirit before her with grave concern. It was the very fragment of soul residing within the diary Horcrux. Yet, unlike the frailty she sensed upon first encountering the diary, this fragment of soul had solidified considerably, even reaching a stage where it could potentially be fashioned into a corporeal form. One could only commend Voldemort for his ability to extract such vitality and spiritual strength from that girl, allowing this half of his soul to develop its own consciousness and power. Vinda had to concede that she might have underestimated this Dark Lord of Britain. According to records, even the malevolent Horcruxes created by Helga did not seem to exhibit new consciousness arising from the Horcruxes themselves. Chapter 37. Past, Present, Future. Within the Chamber of Secrets, Harry and the enigmatic Slytherin remained at an impasse. "Who are you?" Harry questioned loudly, his wand pointed at the mysterious Slytherin. "Harry Potter?" The handsome Slytherin scrutinized Harry, sneering disdainfully. "You are the one who defeated the most powerful wizard of this century?" He appeared utterly unable to perceive any merit in Harry, turning in confusion to face the Slytherin statue within the chamber, declaring, "Tom Marvolo Riddle. That is my name." Several letters of the English alphabet floated in the air, their presence casting a foreboding atmosphere throughout the dim chamber. Suddenly, Harry recalled having seen this name during his detention in the trophy room. He remembered the name of the recipient of the Special Services Award, Tom Riddle. Calculating the timeline, it aligned almost precisely with 50 years ago, when the chamber was first opened, or rather, when Myrtle had perished. "I had long ago resolved that when I became the most powerful wizard in the world, I would instill fear in the hearts of all, evoke dread upon the utterance of my name." The mysterious Slytherin waved his arm, the floating letters rearranging themselves into a new, yet familiar and terrifying name. "I am Lord Voldemort." He gazed at Harry, a proud and arrogant smile gracing his lips as he coldly proclaimed, "Voldemort is my past, present, and future." The Slytherin student, or rather, Tom Riddle, declared with evident satisfaction. So he was indeed Voldemort. Or rather, that was Voldemort in his youth. Harry stared, transfixed, at the name suspended in the air, his eyes betraying a mixture of fear and gravitas. It dawned upon him that Voldemort was the heir of Slytherin, and it was he who had opened the chamber. Tom disregarded Harry's shock and continued, "You see, it is truly laughable. With merely a few words of comfort, that foolish girl regarded me as her closest confidant, divulging all your secrets to me. How peculiar that you possess no remarkable qualities." His face contorted with indignation and confusion as he inquired, "How did you defeat him?" Yet it mattered little. The great Voldemort had long since transcended death, achieving immortality. Seemingly unconcerned by this, he glanced at the diary and the unconscious Ginny on the ground, adding, "Ah, how laughable is that sentiment. A little girl's fervent adoration and infatuation with the Savior, which became the most advantageous conduit for me to siphon her life and soul. She unwittingly opened the chamber for me, unleashed the Basilisk, and slaughtered those roosters, petrifying those filthy Muggleborns. What a fool from Gryffindor." Tom cast a derisive glance at Ginny. Upon hearing this, Harry cast a worried glance at the unconscious Ginny and shouted, "What have you done to Ginny?" "Well, she should feel honored to have aided the heir of Slytherin in opening the chamber," Tom sneered. "Do not fret, Harry Potter. Soon you shall accompany her to hell." Harry hastily unleashed several curses, yet they passed through Tom's form without effect. "Do not struggle. It is futile. Your victory over him was merely a stroke of luck," Tom taunted, dismissing Harry and turning to address a corner of the chamber with cold words. That little pest trailing behind. Are you not coming out yet? Suddenly, Harry spun around in shock, realizing that it was Vinda Rosier, the Slytherin upperclassman who had once assisted him in protecting the Philosopher's Stone during their first year. Harry felt a modicum of relief. Although she was a Slytherin, she was likely not an enemy aligned with Voldemort, having aided him previously. Upon hearing this, Vinda released the disillusionment charm and revealed herself in the chamber, surprised that this young Horcrux had already detected her presence. The girl slightly nodded, performing a curtsy as if she were amidst a grand banquet rather than a dilapidated underground chamber, and spoke, "Greetings, young Lord Voldemort. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Vinda Rosier. I trust you have heard of this name." Even in such a tattered setting, the French black rose remained elegant and captivating. "You are that assistant of Grindelwald?" Tom immediately responded, recalling that he was indeed from an era dominated by Grindelwald. Vinda Rosier, as Grindelwald's most capable aide, was naturally well known. "No, you must be her descendant." Tom narrowed his eyes, realizing the timeline was awry. "But with a name like that, do you aspire to continue as Grindelwald's loyal hound?" He scoffed. "What a pity. That fellow has already been defeated by Dumbledore. Following a prisoner is hardly a wise choice." Harry was somewhat bewildered. Grindelwald? The German dark wizard who had been vanquished by Dumbledore on a chocolate frog card? What connection did Vinda Rosier have to him? What descendants and assistants? He was utterly in the dark. Did Professor Dumbledore know of all this? The era of the little savior had strayed too far from Grindelwald. The wizarding world in Britain had been sheltered under Dumbledore's wing, and few had felt the extent of Grindelwald's power. Instead, they harbored greater fears of the later Voldemort. As such, Harry had naturally heard little of Grindelwald's tale. "Thank you for your concern for the gentleman." Vinda disregarded Tom's mockery. However, the gentleman's mood has been rather pleasant recently, even though he still wishes to retire in Nurmengard, which troubles me greatly. Vinda tilted her head, sizing up the young Dark Lord before her. "I had always been curious before coming to Hogwarts. What manner of person could elicit such concern from Dumbledore? And what wizard could be defeated by a mere infant? It turns out to be a foolish, fragmented soul?" Vinda regarded the wretched fragment before her with disdain. "You, of all beings, dare to claim kinship with Grindelwald?" Tom's pupils constricted sharply. That was his greatest secret, the secret of his soul. He immediately retracted his intention to persuade the individual before him to pledge loyalty. No one could survive after learning his most profound secret. "What a pity. It seems you two shall remain here with them." Tom spat venomously. He then turned to face the statue of Salazar Slytherin beside him, hissing in Parseltongue, "Speak to me." Salazar Slytherin, the greatest of the founders of Hogwarts. Harry of course understood Tom's words. As his voice faded, the statue's mouth opened, and a series of slithering and hissing sounds emerged. Harry's face paled. He realized that the basilisk was about to emerge. He did not believe that he and Ginny could contend with such a formidable magical creature. "It's the basilisk. Close your eyes," the young savior shouted at Ginny, though she seemed somewhat baffled by their exchange. Nevertheless, this Gryffindor boy still offered a kind warning to his older peer. Chapter 38. The Phoenix's Flight. The statue of Salazar Slytherin opened its mouth, and the basilisk began to slither out, its dangerous yet beautiful yellow eyes locking onto Ginny and Harry. Both understood that they must not meet the creature's gaze. They bore no protective charms to shield them, and a mere glance would bring not petrification, but death. As soon as the basilisk emerged, Ginny and Harry immediately shut their eyes. "Kill the boy first," Tom commanded the basilisk in Parseltongue, urging it to end Harry Potter's life. The creature obeyed, glancing at the closed-eyed Harry, its massive, agile body coiling as it lunged for its target. Harry hastily conjured a barrier, but his feeble magic proved no match for the mighty basilisk, which paused only for a moment in the air before continuing its assault. He dashed away, seeking refuge behind a stone pillar. Ginny merely watched the frantic chase between the basilisk and Harry, her demeanor cold and detached, as if it were none of her concern. Tom was not surprised by Ginny's indifference. He hardly expected Grindelwald's followers to align with Dumbledore. Yet they were indeed not allies. "What, are you not going to help him?" Tom probed Ginny, seemingly confident in his victory. "Certainly not, Mr. Riddle," she replied, a hint of surprise flickering across her face, revealing her bewilderment at the triviality of his inquiry. "The safety of the Savior is Dumbledore's concern. What relevance does it hold for me?" Upon hearing Ginny's response, Harry felt a wave of despair wash over him. What was he to do now? He had no means to confront the basilisk, as he clumsily evaded the creature's pursuit. Keeping his eyes shut was a considerable inconvenience. He stumbled and fell multiple times, sharp stones lacerating his skin, leaving him battered and bruised. "Then what brings you here?" Tom inquired, his curiosity piqued. You are a Slytherin. I would think you would know better. Do not let me discover your existence. That would be the wisest course. Ginny smiled, acknowledging that she had no compelling reason to be present. After all, this was a trial set for Harry by Dumbledore, and the Horcruxes and petrification posed little threat to them. Yet she had her own reasons for being there. You should not have laid a hand on Anna, Mr. Riddle. Ginny's voice echoed through the chamber. Ariana Dumbledore, she pronounced slowly, her light eyes fixed on the soul before her. She is mine. Should you dare to target her, you must accept my retribution, Mr. Voldemort. That little Dumbledore? What is your connection to her? Tom found it laughable. He had thought this young witch possessed depth, only to realize she was merely a fool willing to expose herself for a friend. Tom smirked maliciously. No matter, Riddle. I shall send that little Dumbledore down to join you. Basilisk, do not hold back. Kill him. Tom commanded once more. With renewed ferocity, the basilisk lunged at Harry, its powerful tail shattering the stone columns of the chamber, leaving Harry with no place to hide. Someone help me. Anyone. Please help me. Harry silently cried out, desperately glancing at Ginny, only to receive a cold, indifferent back. Just as he faced the gaping maw of the basilisk, despair enveloping him, a sharp, clear cry echoed through the chamber. Harry opened his eyes to see a phoenix. Two phoenixes, Fawkes and Zoe, appeared in the chamber. Fawkes dropped an old hat, the sorting hat. Unfazed by the basilisk's gaze, the phoenixes attacked from either side, pecking at the creature's eyes until they were blinded. In pain, the basilisk thrashed wildly, demolishing everything in its path, sending boulders crashing down towards Ginny and Harry. Dumbledore's phoenix? Tom sneered upon seeing the sorting hat. He truly is becoming senile. Sending a tattered old hat to shield his little savior's visage, Harry was pinned beneath the stones hurled by the basilisk, immobilized, as its venom grazed his left hand, rendering it numb within seconds. Am I truly destined to die here? Harry thought despairingly, his gaze falling upon the sorting hat. Suddenly, a surge of determination ignited within him. Dumbledore must have had a reason for sending Fawkes with the sorting hat. Struggling, he rushed towards the hat, the basilisk close behind. In a moment of panic, he grasped something within the hat, a hard object. With a mighty effort, he drew forth the object and swung it at the advancing basilisk. It was a sword, the sword of Gryffindor. Ginny watched in astonishment as the once weak boy displayed courage befitting Gryffindor, wielding the sword like a knight from a fairy tale, prepared to slay the dragon. Indeed, the young savior possessed a remarkable quality, boundless courage in critical moments. With a flash of silver, the basilisk was cleaved in two. Even such a magical beast could not withstand the might of Gryffindor's sword. However, the basilisk's demise did not imply that Harry had escaped mortal danger. The creature's dreadful venom continued to spread through him. Unable to endure any longer, he collapsed to the ground, his vision blurring. Would he still meet his end here? The thought crossed Harry's mind fleetingly, yet it was evident that Dumbledore had a contingency plan. He would not allow his chosen savior to perish in the chamber. Fawkes flapped his wings and approached Harry, lowering his head as tears streamed from the phoenix's eyes, falling upon Harry's wounds. The tears of a phoenix are rare elixirs, capable of healing and counteracting poisons. Before long, Harry's injuries were healed, save for the blood loss that would take time to recover from. He was restored to health. Tom's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Dumbledore, expelled from the school, still possessed such a trump card. The two phoenixes had disrupted his meticulously crafted plan. Ginny cast a sympathetic glance at the fragment of a soul, acknowledging that Tom's scheme had been remarkably well conceived, though he was also undeniably unfortunate. It was Dumbledore, favored by the phoenix. It was the savior's unwavering trust in Dumbledore that summoned the phoenixes. It is worth noting that phoenixes are the natural foes of basilisks. Their agile wings and flight capabilities rendered the basilisk's powerful physique rigid and clumsy, and its most potent weapon, its gaze, held no power over the phoenixes. Feudal Harry Potter. Tom seemed to have realized something. You cannot save that girl, nor can you harm me. Instantly, Harry recalled that he was not the only one facing death in this chamber. Ginny Weasley, who had been ensnared by Tom's machinations, Ron's younger sister, was also in peril. He once again attempted to unleash every spell he had learned upon Tom. Yet, once more his efforts bore no fruit. Tom, reveling in Harry's struggles, hastened the siphoning of Ginny's life force, rendering her complexion even more pallid, as a faint aura of death began to envelop her. Suddenly an idea struck Harry. He dashed back to retrieve the sword of Gryffindor, and swung it down forcefully upon the tattered diary lying on the ground. A plume of black smoke arose, and the diary, which had previously withstood countless curses unscathed, was now corroded by the remnants of basilisk venom on the sword. As the black smoke billowed, Tom's visage contorted in horror, revealing a look of sheer dread. No. Yet he dissipated, as the vessel of the Horcrux was destroyed, leaving him unable to survive. Wenda watched this scene with a tinge of regret, having anticipated a chance to exact a small measure of revenge upon Voldemort's lingering soul. With Tom's vanishing, the life force and soul energy that had been drained returned to their rightful owner, and Ginny gradually began to awaken, bursting into tears at the sight of Harry's despair. After allowing the young girl to release a portion of her emotions, Wenda interjected, addressing the entwined pair. "Pardon the interruption, but I believe Dumbledore is likely on his way back, and it is time for us to depart." Fawkes flapped his wings and flew before them, offering his tail feather. Harry grasped the feather with one hand while clutching Ginny with the other, and Wenda took hold of Zoe's tail alone. The phoenix, unbound by the restrictions of Hogwarts' anti-apparition charm, transported them instantaneously to Dumbledore's office. The prescient old headmaster had already prepared tea and honey sweets, eagerly awaiting his young guests to regale him with tales of their adventures that night. Chapter 39. Side story in the canon timeline. Gellert Grindelwald was a seer. To be a seer implies being a step ahead, and Grindelwald had always excelled at playing chess, sacrificing the minimum to gain the maximum advantage, foreseeing everything about his enemies to achieve desired victories. Even when captured and tormented by the American Ministry of Magic, Grindelwald remained steadfast to his principles. For the greater good, any sacrifice was permissible, even his own. However, Albus Dumbledore was not someone who could be merely moved around on a chessboard. The seer glimpsed the crossroads of fate, but chose the path that represented a lifelong shackle. His Albus deserved to be revered and celebrated from a great height. The thread of fate he buried would never resurface. That would be a secret entombed with him until death. The heterochromia, once Grindelwald's unfailing talisman of victory, now guided him willingly towards his own downfall. Listening to the fools of the ministry pronounce his sentence, he found it laughable. Would he seek redemption? No. He would only atone for one. Ariana Dumbledore. He had spent his life repenting for the window he had jumped from, and the remainder of his days would be spent in solitude, lamenting to Albus. That flamboyant politician was a creature as powerful and mysterious as a thunderbird. No one knew that during the summer of glory in Godric's Hollow, this thunderbird had stealthily plucked a blooming red rose. Naturally, the red rose bore thorns, punishing the thief's body without mercy. The thunderbird, having enjoyed the rose's fragrance, could not escape the thorn's grasp. After more than half a century of shackles and solitude, Grindelwald had neither a pensive nor a wand. He relied solely on his memories, revisiting the past repeatedly, hoping to prolong the process of forgetting just a little longer. He could only survive his remaining days through those memories. "I am willing to die." Grindelwald heard his own voice. He had grown too old, too frail to lift a quill, too blind to decipher the words. After all, the sender was long deceased, in another tower he could not see, yet had gazed upon for half a lifetime. "I am willing to die. Death is merely another adventure." The aged man bore no trace of the vibrant figure who once commanded Paris. Only those unique heterochromatic eyes revealed to the world that this was Grindelwald. "Kill me. You shall not possess it," he shouted defiantly at Voldemort, dismissing the fearsome Dark Lord, who in his eyes was merely a misguided descendant attempting to escape death by fragmenting his own soul, oblivious to the true significance of the Deathly Hallows and the nature of death itself. He would never divulge the whereabouts of the Elder Wand. "Albus, this is the last thing I can do for you. At the very least, I can protect your grave." Another cruciatus curse struck him, and Voldemort tormented him mercilessly, attempting to pry open the cracks of his occlumency to delve into his mind. Ha! Thank Merlin. Occlumency requires no wand. Amid the agony, Grindelwald still found humor with himself. He had long since been without a wand. Over the long years, he had survived on the scant remnants of memory and emotion. Fortunately, his occlumency had not deteriorated too severely. Grindelwald even felt a flicker of pride. "I am willing to die, Voldemort." He smirked, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, appearing somewhat unhinged. Kill me. You shall never possess the Elder Wand." At last, Voldemort was provoked. He extended his hand, pointing his wand at Grindelwald. Avada Kedavra. A light, airy green glow ignited, and Grindelwald was finally bereft of breath. The life of the first Dark Lord came to an end here, his eyes gazing towards England until his last breath. Yet he was no longer that free thunderbird. From the pinnacle of Nurmengard, he could not see the distant Hogwarts in the sky. The moon over Godric's Hollow continued to illuminate the earth, the barn long abandoned, the secrets of the youth's encounter eternally buried in the grave. Perhaps like a revolving lantern, Grindelwald recalled the aftermath of that fateful battle, questioning the shattered blood pact with near desperation. "Who will love you now, Dumbledore?" Albus did not turn back, leaving behind a cruel silhouette, allowing that image to torment Grindelwald's remaining days over and over. You are all alone. Yes, he was all alone. You got your wish, Albus. Lovers always know best how to punish one another. They will use the dullest blade to pierce each other's hearts, mingling rust with blood. As if to justify their fervent feelings, Grindelwald finally bid farewell to the solitude he had endured for over half a century, murmuring to himself, as if responding to the last words Dumbledore had spoken to him half a century ago. I am all alone, but you are not. I will always be with you. I and my love perish in the tower. You and your heart remain in the summer. Chapter 40. Horcruxes. Thus unfolded the events. Harry recounted the entire ordeal to Dumbledore, glancing warily at Wenda several times, clearly unsettled by the mention of Grindelwald and Wenda's indifference in the Chamber of Secrets, categorizing Wenda once again within the treacherous and malevolent realm of Slytherin. Do not worry, Harry. Wenda is not a villain. Dumbledore discerned Harry's thoughts and reassured him, though he refrained from elaborating on Wenda's true allegiances. Pomona's mandrakes have matured. I believe you can still see your friends in the infirmary if you hurry. Dumbledore winked at Harry, who was instantly captivated, hastily bidding farewell to the professor and heading to the infirmary to visit Hermione, clutching the remnants of the diary. I do not believe you are entirely uninformed about this, Dumbledore. In the office of the headmaster, Wenda cast a cold smirk at Dumbledore, stating, the soul books of Nurmengard contain this. You have long been aware that Voldemort created Horcruxes. Wenda asserted confidently. Dumbledore's expression grew complex as he turned to observe Fawkes, who was on the brink of a new rebirth, and retorted, and what of you? What are your thoughts on immortality? Immortality? Wenda was taken aback by Dumbledore's inquiry. Are you jesting? If I desired eternal life, would I have returned the Philosopher's Stone for its destruction? Wenda replied, exasperated. It seemed Dumbledore had become quite muddled by Voldemort. She had no interest in immortality. Eternal life is merely a jest by death. A curse upon mortals, she said coldly, disdainful of the Dark Lord who sought to transcend death. As for Horcruxes, I cherish my current soul, and this second chance at life too deeply to be foolish enough to relinquish my sanity. There is no benefit for me in that. Certainly, Wenda would never create a Horcrux, for she understood that losing her sanity was far more terrifying than death itself. Her concern lay in how to accomplish her ambitions within the confines of her finite existence. Dumbledore slowly retrieved a tome of dark magic from behind him, its cover emblazoned with the words revealing advanced dark magic. With a complex expression, he explained, this is where Tom, otherwise known as Voldemort, discovered the methods of creating Horcruxes. Wenda took the book, noting that several pages had been conspicuously torn out, those detailing the creation of Horcruxes, undoubtedly removed by the young Voldemort himself. After scrutinizing the precious tome of dark magic for a moment, she turned to Dumbledore with a grave expression. Dumbledore, have you ever contemplated how many Horcruxes Voldemort might create? Dumbledore's blue eyes widened in surprise at her question. Was one Horcrux not sufficient? He knew well that the creation of a Horcrux was no simple task. It required murder and the excruciatingly complex ritual to split one's own soul, a pain akin to torture or the Cruciatus Curse. Yet, he also recognized that Wenda would not pose such a question without reason, especially considering that Tom, the child he had rescued from the orphanage, was indeed capable of repeatedly fracturing his soul in his quest to evade death. Each person's soul has its limits, Wenda elucidated. Upon departing the body, unless one becomes a ghost, it can only gradually dissipate with time. Some souls are inherently strong and can endure for a long time, while others may perish at the very moment they leave their bodies. She continued, thus, theoretically, there is no upper limit to how many Horcruxes one can create as long as one's soul remains robust enough. Perhaps this is indeed a method of challenging death. Pausing for a moment, she added, Heir of Slytherin devised the methods for creating Horcruxes. I came across this record at Durmstrang. Ironically, in his final moments, he sought a way to restore his own soul. However, the Horcruxes he created, according to the records, did not possess their own consciousness. Dumbledore, Wenda emphasized, that diary is anything but mere memory or lingering soul. I am acutely aware that it is dangerously close to a fully formed soul, especially after it drained the life force from that young lady of the Weasley family. This indicated that Voldemort possessed the capacity to categorize a second, or even more, Horcruxes. Particularly, considering the extent of his diminishing sanity recorded, I suspect the Voldemort you first encountered was not the same mad, rage-filled figure he has become, Wenda asserted. Dumbledore, you have grown old. The girl regarded the great white wizard before her, once her most troubling adversary. Can you truly vanquish Voldemort and all his Horcruxes while you still draw breath? Can the wizarding world, which you protect so fiercely, Withstand Voldemort and the encroaching threat of Muggle technology once you are gone? You cannot shield them forever. Dumbledore's expression grew complex. He understood the validity of Wenda's words, yet for him, there was no alternative. Every individual he encountered, every event he faced, and every choice he made shaped the Dumbledore of today. There was no turning back. Dumbledore could not falter, could not retreat. He had become a symbol of the wizarding world, transcending the unfettered youth of Albus. During Grindelwald's reign, he had been unwilling to witness the bloody carnage, ultimately compelled to act under the pressure of the Ministry. In the face of Voldemort, he was the sole wizard capable of stopping him. Moreover, after vanquishing Grindelwald, he could never turn back. To do so would imply regret for having mustered the courage to defeat his former lover, signifying a betrayal of his own conscience, and suggesting that all he had accomplished was in vain. Dumbledore could not retreat. He had long since become the benchmark of the wizarding world. His actions no longer solely his own, but belonging to the greatest white wizard of all time. He did not fear death, in fact he yearned for it, for sacrifice. In a sense, he bore the weight of the wizarding world's protection upon his aging shoulders, as if seeking atonement for his past self, for that suffering soul. Wenda. I have no choice, Dumbledore said slowly, his wise eyes betraying a rare glimmer of confusion and fragility. He had never forgotten the way Grindelwald had looked at him in Bhutan, the disbelief that had filled the eyes of his former lover. Dumbledore had believed Grindelwald did not love him, that he could not fathom Dumbledore's resolve to abandon him. The blood pact, forged in love, could also be shattered by the betrayal of that love. On countless nights spent gazing at the moonlight from the observatory, he had found himself questioning, do you truly represent justice? Do you genuinely have no regrets? Wenda, too, was uncertain how to respond to the Dumbledore before her. This adversary she had once despised in her previous life, now acknowledging his greatness after setting aside some of her grievances. He was not a good man, but he was undeniably a great one. This was Wenda's assessment of Dumbledore. A saint cloaked in the guise of a politician. He could not shed his compassion, yet he employed the means of a politician to safeguard the young wizarding world. How pitiable it was, not inherently evil. Yet justice remained insufficiently thorough, forcing him to repeatedly restrain himself upon a path fraught with anguish. If there comes a day, Wenda began hesitantly after a pause. If there comes a day when you wish to retire, you may tell me. I will ensure that the room in Nurmengard is reserved for you. Wenda herself was uncertain why she felt compelled to comfort Dumbledore, and hastily added her own explanation, for the sake of Gellert and Anna's happiness, of course. In honor of those two, she could begrudgingly extend some hospitality to Dumbledore. Chapter 41. The Board of Governors and Free Dobby. After departing from Dumbledore's office, Wenda proceeded to the infirmary to visit Pansy Parkinson. She soon encountered a scene of discord at the infirmary entrance, involving Lucius, Draco, and Harry. This tableau was reminiscent of a simplified reenactment of the ruckus at the Leaky Cauldron, as Harry glared furiously at Lucius and Draco, flanked by Ron and a visibly distressed Ginny. Oh, and it appeared there was also a house elf present. Do not think your actions go unnoticed. Ron spat angrily at Lucius, his fury palpable, for he had nearly lost his youngest sister. Redhead? You're one of the Weasley boys? Lucius replied, maintaining his characteristic condescending demeanor. I had thought the Ministry's judgment had made such matters abundantly clear. Unless the Weasley family harbors an illiterate. Draco stood aside, a malicious grin on his face, insinuating as he spoke. The countenances of Harry and his companions darkened, for that diary must have been placed in Ginny's cauldron by Malfoy. They had inquired of Ginny and learned that the diary had appeared right after the incident at the Leaky Cauldron. It was clear that Malfoy sought vengeance for Arthur Weasley's inspection of their estate. Lucius was already on the verge of being ousted from the Board of Governors. Yet the Ministry of Magic intervened unexpectedly, claiming there was irrefutable evidence that this was the work of a fugitive Death Eater. Ha, what a jest. It had been 12 years since Voldemort's downfall. Who was unaware that all those Death Eaters had been captured and incarcerated in Azkaban? They could not fathom the existence of some unknown fugitive Death Eater, who not only possessed the capability to smuggle dark artifacts into Hogwarts, but could also evade capture. This was evidently Malfoy's scheme. When they confronted the Ministry about which Death Eater was involved, the Ministry appeared evasive, clearly silenced by Malfoy's machinations. The absurdity of the Ministry's stance incensed Harry and his companions, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that the Malfoy family alone would not be left unscathed. There was also Wendell's involvement. In the headmaster's office, after discussing Horcruxes with Dumbledore, the Ministry officials barged in. Fudge, accompanied by 2 Aurors, confronted Dumbledore. What on earth is going on? You must provide me with an explanation. I fear we have wronged Hagrid, my friend. Dumbledore regarded the British Minister for Magic with a smile, suggesting, Perhaps you should consider the victim's account. Fudge took the memory vial from Dumbledore, which contained portions of Harry's memories from the Chamber of Secrets, along with Ginny's statement that the diary had appeared only after the altercation with Lucius at the Leaky Cauldron. Are you suggesting Mr. Malfoy? Fudge hesitated, unwilling to offend Malfoy, well aware that the Ministry's economic stability relied heavily on this platinum aristocrat. Yet he also did not wish to cross Dumbledore. Just then, Wendell interjected, "Gentlemen, that diary was the doing of a Death Eater, not Lucius Malfoy." Fudge seemed to finally notice Wendell's presence, while Dumbledore frowned at Wendell's unexpected interruption. "Minister, I possess evidence proving this is the work of a fugitive Death Eater," Wendell declared, producing a letter and sliding it across the table towards Fudge. She then turned to face Dumbledore, saying, "Perhaps Hogwarts still requires the support of its governors, does it not? I believe Mr. Shafiq, Mr. Selwyn, and Mr. Parkinson would not wish for Malfoy to leave the board." Wendell subtly hinted, "Why not contemplate refurbishing Hogwarts classrooms? After all, that is a method Malfoy particularly favors." If it were merely Malfoy, Dumbledore and the Ministry might not have relented, but the Board of Governors comprised more than just Malfoy. With the assistance of Shafiq, Selwyn, and the persuasion of the Auror Saints embedded within the Ministry, Fudge had no choice but to accept Wendell's proposition, thus placing the blame on an unidentified fugitive Death Eater. Unbeknownst to these convoluted machinations, Harry, the youthful Gryffindor, was solely fixated on how to deal with Malfoy. Suddenly, he had a stroke of inspiration upon noticing the cowering house elf nearby. Seizing the moment when Lucius turned away, Harry and Ron hastily tucked a tattered sock into the diary, then pretended to throw a tantrum, flinging it at Lucius. "Take your filthy thing," Ron exclaimed directly at Lucius. Lucius picked up the diary, disdainfully regarding the dirt upon it, and casting a scornful glance at Ron, as if he were confronting refuse. He arrogantly glanced at the elf standing beside him, then tossed the diary towards the house elf. In an instant, Harry and Ron's eyes lit up, and as Dobby eagerly reached out to catch the diary, it soared through the air. Wendell, passing by, was compelled to intervene, casting a charm to intercept the diary mid-flight, seemingly exasperated. Clearly, Lucius's cunning had always been miserly towards those he deemed beneath him. "Harry, you may not fully comprehend the nature of house elves. I understand your sympathy for Dobby, but I do not believe this is a prudent course of action," Wendell explained, opening the pages of the book to reveal a tattered sock secretly tucked within. The disappointment was palpable in the eyes of Harry and Dobby, and Harry even cast a reproachful gaze at Wendell. Lucius's expression darkened, realizing he had nearly been outwitted by these second-year wizards. House elves were a treasured inheritance of pureblood wizarding families, and Dobby had served the Malfoys for generations, privy to many of their secrets. He shuddered to think of the consequences, should Dobby leave the Malfoy family and divulge those secrets. Wendell paid no heed to the accusatory looks from Harry and Ron, offering a courteous nod to Lucius, and began, "Long time no see, Master Malfoy. I hope Draco has conveyed my goodwill." "Indeed, Miss Rogier," Lucius replied with a nod, having discerned that Wendell was backed by the Saints. To the Malfoys, family was paramount. If that individual were truly to return, at least Draco would have an escape route. A house elf with thoughts of betrayal. "I imagine the Malfoy family would no longer require such a creature," Wendell remarked, suggesting that it would be unwise to extend a favor to the little savior, thereby slightly alleviating Harry's animosity. "What do you mean, Miss Rogier?" Lucius raised an eyebrow. "Some oaths are far more reliable than retaining a house elf, sir. At the very least, it prevents them from exploiting loopholes. To my knowledge, this house elf has caused quite a stir this year," Wendell elucidated, indicating her willingness to provide a solution. "Consider this a favor returned, Lucius. A house elf can repay the favor of preserving a board position, which is an exceedingly advantageous transaction." The astute Lucius had no reason to refuse. After receiving Lucius's consent, Wendell produced a magical contract and addressed Dobby. "Dobby, do you vow not to disclose any secrets pertaining to the Malfoy family or the Malfoy estate?" "I will," Dobby replied. "Dobby, do you vow never to oppose the Malfoy family?" "I will." With these words, the contract was sealed, and Lucius glared coldly at the house elf who had betrayed the Malfoy family, tossing a handkerchief towards Dobby. "Master has given Dobby a handkerchief," Dobby exclaimed joyfully. "Dobby is free." Wendell observed this scene with satisfaction, always favoring such mutually beneficial transactions. To her, a small favor in exchange for goodwill from both parties was hardly a loss. For Harry, he had secured the freedom of the house elf who aided him. Lucius had dealt with a traitorous house elf and preserved his position on the board. A win-win situation constituted the best deal. Chapter 42. House Elves and the Witch Hunt Operation. Hermione and Pansy in the infirmary had also witnessed this farce unfold. One was an adoring fan of Wendell's capabilities and knowledge, while the other saw in Wendell a glimpse of her own future aspirations, both marveling at how Wendell had managed the situation. Senior Rogier is so impressive, even able to handle the Malfoy patriarch, exclaimed Pansy a Slytherin, astounded that a favor from the Malfoys was sacrificed for a mere house elf. Senior Wendell is truly kind, willing to assist the house elf Dobby, beamed Hermione a Gryffindor, asserting that she had always believed Wendell to be a good person, despite Harry's earlier arguments doubting her trustworthiness. Yet what exactly were these extraordinary beings known as house elves? Hermione, hailing from a Muggle family, had only ever encountered such extraordinary creatures through the pages of her books. Resolutely, she vowed to delve into their mysteries upon her discharge from the hospital. What is this? Harry and Ron gazed in confusion at the small badge Hermione presented, emblazoned with a crude image of a sock being knitted, accompanied by the letter spew, which cleverly spelled out spew in English. How peculiar, Ron mused silently. Hermione explained. This is the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. Upon learning that the end-of-term exams had been cancelled, this astute young witch felt a wave of disappointment. However, her attention was soon captivated by the remarkable magical creatures she had encountered previously. After immersing herself in the library day after day, the young witch resolved to champion the dignity of house elves, planning to establish the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare, with the sock on the logo serving as a tribute to Dobby's freedom. Enthusiastically, she adorned her two friends with the badges and informed them that joining the society required a fee of 2 silver sickles, a sum she had carefully calculated based on her research into the pocket money of young witches and wizards. We must assist the house elves just as we aided Dobby, she proclaimed passionately to her companions, lamenting their pitiable plight. Without wages, holidays, or respite, they were subject to the scorn of wizards, which was nothing short of abuse. Although Harry and Ron did not fully grasp the necessity of this cause, they joined out of support for their friend, earning the titles of vice presidents of the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. Regrettably, Hermione's fervor was soon met with disillusionment. She discovered that perhaps Dobby was merely an exception. After sharing her initiative with Ginny and Anna, the two young witches hesitantly inquired, "Perhaps you would like to meet other house elves?" Anna led Hermione and Ginny to the Hogwarts kitchen, a clandestine haven for house elves and their friends. A simple scratch on the pair in the portrait would unlock the kitchen door. Upon entering, they were immediately surrounded by a throng of house elves, leaving Hermione and Ginny utterly astonished. They had no idea Hogwarts boasted so many house elves. "These are the house elves of Hogwarts," explained Ariana and her friends. The vast majority were left by Lady Helga Hufflepuff, while others came after being dismissed by their masters. "It must be those lazy elves who don't work hard enough," interjected one house elf. "Only the disobedient lose their jobs. Serving wizards is the elf's greatest honor," another declared proudly, puffing out its chest. Hermione was taken aback. Until then, she had only encountered Dobby. "But don't you wish for a rest?" the girl asked. "I can assist you in applying for holidays and wages." No sooner had she spoken than she realized her error. The house elves displayed expressions of alarm, and one particularly agitated elf dashed to the wall, violently banging its head against it. "Oh no! House elves do not need holidays, bad elf. Bad elf. The bad elf must punish itself. We do not require holidays or wages. That is the shame of house elves." The three girls were swiftly ushered out of the kitchen by the distressed house elves. Hermione, head downcast, felt as though she had ruined everything. The young witch could not comprehend why these creatures vehemently rejected rights that any normal being would desire. For several days, Hermione was despondent, realizing from her encounters with Dobby and the house elves of the Hogwarts kitchen that liberating house elves was far from a straightforward endeavor. One day, in the Ravenclaw common room, the young witch approached Wendy, hoping the wise upperclassman could illuminate her understanding. "I simply cannot fathom why this is the case," the proud know-it-all lamented, her own confusion evident. "Surely, the top student in our year hasn't he forgotten the Goblin Wars mentioned in our History of Magic class?" Wendy jested. Hermione indeed remembered the Goblin Wars, but she was uncertain why Wendy had brought it up. "Did you know that house elves possess powers rivaling those of goblins?" Wendy slowly elucidated. "That account would not appear in young witches and wizards textbooks. In ancient times, wizards and those wise magical beings coexisted peacefully. Goblins and wizards were once friends." Hermione's eyes widened. She had always assumed that goblins and wizards were adversaries, a notion solidified after the Goblin Wars, when wizards vanquished the goblins, leading to a drastic decline in their numbers, relegating them to the roles of mere guardians at Gringotts. During the Goblin Wars, wizards suffered great losses, and many ancient magics were lost. Consequently, when the subsequent witch hunts against wizards commenced, the wizarding community endured tremendous hardships, with many young and adult wizards perishing in flames. Hogwarts was established during that dark period. Do you recall when I recommended that you read? Wendy continued after Hermione nodded in acknowledgement. People often say that Slytherin discriminates against Muggleborns. But there was indeed a rationale behind it. The wizarding community was already in a precarious state, and in the face of Muggle persecution, young wizards lacked the capacity to resist. Wendy elaborated, what is even more terrifying is that many wizards from Muggle families, I don't mean you, betrayed us. They assisted Muggles in capturing wizards, exposing wizarding gatherings, and using learned magic to attack other wizards. It was against this backdrop that Slytherin proposed only accepting wizards from magical families. Wendy informed Hermione that the wizarding world was exceedingly dark at that time, far beyond her imagination, necessitating the establishment of the Statute of Secrecy. But isn't the Statute of Secrecy meant to protect Muggles? Hermione inquired, perplexed. Perhaps yes, perhaps no. Wendy replied with a smile. At that time, wizards were indeed more powerful than Muggles. Had it not been for the recent war, they would not have faced such severe witch hunts. But what about now? Hermione, surely you are aware of the technological prowess of Muggles. Wendy stated if one day, house elves were to revolt, the wizarding world would once again become exposed to Muggles. Do you think there could come a time when wizards themselves become Muggle servants, akin to house elves? Hermione stared, astonished, at the coolly composed upperclassman. The history of the Statute of Secrecy and the formidable nature of house elves were concepts she had never previously contemplated. Perhaps my perspective has been too narrow. The young witch mused, frowning as she clutched her book and exited the common room, for the first time pondering the deeper implications behind wizarding laws. Watching Hermione Granger's retreating figure, Wendy squinted, contemplating that perhaps soon, this clever young witch might be inclined to join their ranks. Chapter 43, Harry's Holiday. The exhilarating academic year came to a close, ushering in the holiday season. Prior to their departure at the station, Wendy extended an invitation to Hermione, Pansy, and Draco, suggesting that if their parents consented, they could visit the Rosier estate to study magic at the manor. For Harry, however, holidays were the bane of his existence. Just 1 week back at the Dursleys, and he found himself longing for the comforts of Hogwarts, constricted quarters, Hedwig confined in her cage, tattered clothing, and an unending list of chores. Merlin's beard. Why can't we remain at school during the holidays? Harry thought despairingly. To compound his sorrow, the Weasley family was off to Egypt for vacation, as Arthur Weasley had fortuitously won 700 galleons in a lottery, and the entire family decided to visit Charlie, who was working in Egypt, while also indulging in some sightseeing. This implies that Harry could not spend the lengthy holidays at the Burrow with the Weasley family as he did in his first year. What truly drove Harry to despair was the arrival of Aunt March. This woman surveyed the Dursley household, as if she were meticulously inspecting goods in a supermarket, particularly scrutinizing the boy who was forced to reside under their roof. What an ungrateful little brat, she remarked disdainfully, casting a contemptuous glance at Harry. It's only thanks to my kind-hearted brother that you have a roof over your head. If it were up to me, I would have sent you off to an orphanage long ago. After that, she turned her back on Harry completely, joyfully embracing Dudley, who was watching television, and exclaimed loudly, "Isn't this my dear, sweet nephew Dudley? Come on, let's show Auntie what a big boy you are. Go fetch Auntie's luggage from upstairs." Uncle Vernon gruffly addressed Harry, "Well, get on with it." With a sigh, Harry complied, knowing he had to behave in hopes of getting to Hogwarts for his 3rd year. At least he could endure until he received the Hogsmeade permission slip, he reassured himself. However, this was merely the beginning, despite Harry's efforts to tolerate the situation. It eventually erupted during that day's dinner. "You say this boy's father is a deadbeat? He must surely be a drunkard," Marge sneered, pointing at Harry as she discussed the boy's parents. "And I dare say, his mother must have had her issues too. Or else she wouldn't have given birth to such a little brat." "Shut up," Harry exclaimed, his fury overwhelming him, and he could no longer contain his magic. He could endure insults directed at himself, but not at his parents. He would not allow anyone to demean those who had sacrificed their lives to protect him. Aunt Marge stared in terror at her fingers, which began to swell from her fingertips to her forearm, and eventually engulfed her entire being, inflating like a balloon until she floated to the ceiling. It was the effect of the engorgement charm. The Dursley household erupted into chaos, with Vernon rushing out to try to grasp Marge, who was floating away, while Petunia, in an unexpected display of complex emotions, did not immediately scold or stop Harry. Instead, she cast a complicated glance at the boy before following her husband. Before becoming a Dursley, she had been an Evans. She had no reason to prevent her nephew from avenging her sister, after all. It is worth noting that Harry was not the only one to lose a loved one that day. Petunia too had lost her only sister. That night, Harry fled the Dursley home with his belongings, wandering aimlessly through the streets, uncertain of his destination. In his daze, he thought he saw a large black dog following him, and the eerie surroundings filled him with trepidation. Just then, a peculiar bus suddenly descended from the sky. It was a purple triple-decker bus, resembling a Muggle bus, perhaps having been modified for magical purposes, with the words Night Bus emblazoned on its side. A wizard clad in a purple robe hopped off, bounding toward Harry, and exclaimed, "Welcome to the Night Bus. This is a transportation service for wizards in distress who are lost. I am your conductor for today." Throughout the journey, the conductor chattered incessantly, informing Harry that the magical world had been quite turbulent recently, as the infamous Sirius Black, a prisoner from Azkaban, had escaped. "That fellow is a Death Eater and has killed quite a few Muggles," he added. The night bus soon arrived at the Leaky Cauldron, where it was evident that the commotion caused by the little savior had not gone unnoticed, for he was immediately surrounded by officials from the Ministry of Magic. "Harry Potter, you have used magic on Muggles outside of school," an official sharply accused him, but Fudge quickly intervened, assuming the role of the good cop while another official played the villain, clearly demonstrating his adeptness in such matters. "Oh, don't worry, Harry. This is merely a small warning. Nothing serious will come of it. After all, young wizards are not permitted to use magic in the Muggle world." He greeted Harry with a smile, adding, however, "I think you should stay here for a while. The magical world is not very peaceful at the moment, so do take care." Harry breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't expelled, he asked, "Excuse me, sir. What do you mean by not very peaceful?" "There's an escaped prisoner from Azkaban, and we are in the process of apprehending him," Fudge replied tersely, not wishing to elaborate further. "In any case, it's best if you remain cautious while you're on your own." After settling into the Leaky Cauldron, Harry wrote to his friends, and Ron, who was in Egypt, replied enthusiastically, expressing how cool it was and sending a family photo with him smiling broadly alongside his pet rat and the Weasley clan. Hermione quickly responded to Harry's letter, offering her sympathies regarding the events at the Dursleys and informing him that she would soon visit him at the Leaky Cauldron. In her letter, Hermione also mentioned that Vinda had invited her to Rosary Manor for some studies, asking if Harry would like to join. If so, she could write to Vinda for him. Eager to reunite with his friends, Harry promptly agreed. Although he still had some reservations about Vinda, after Dumbledore's reassurances and Dobby's liberation, he was no longer as averse to her. He now viewed Vinda as a peculiar yet formidable neutral upperclassman. Upon receiving Hermione's letter, Vinda was surprised that the little savior had found himself in such a predicament so soon after the holiday began. After confirming with Dumbledore, Vinda wrote back to Hermione, stating that she would send someone to the Leaky Cauldron to escort them both back to Rosary Manor. The following morning, Hermione arrived at the Leaky Cauldron and spotted Harry waiting downstairs. "Harry," the young witch exclaimed joyfully, embracing her friend. The two shared stories of their holidays, both eagerly anticipating their upcoming visit to Rosary Manor. Having both grown up in the Muggle world, neither had ever seen what a pureblood wizard's estate looked like. Queenie soon arrived, and as a natural legilimens, she easily gained the young wizard's trust. With laughter and chatter, she led them to the fireplace, took out some flue powder, and proclaimed loudly, "Rosary Manor." After a moment of dizziness, Harry and Hermione found themselves face to face with Vinda, dressed in a green wizarding robe. Vinda sat elegantly on a sofa, perusing the day's newspaper, as sunlight filtered softly into the room. Upon spotting the two emerging from the fireplace, she greeted them with delight. "Hermione Potter, just in time. Afternoon tea is ready." With a warm smile, she welcomed them. "Welcome to Rosary Manor." Chapter 44, Rosary Manor. For Harry and Hermione, it felt as though they had opened the door to a new world. Rosary Manor was utterly enchanting to them. The estate boasted many moving portraits reminiscent of Hogwarts, with a bright and splendid architectural style infused with the distinctive romance of France. Every meal, including afternoon tea, was imbued with French flair. Even the house elves here were uniquely different, dressed in their own butler or maid outfits, and would graciously bow when encountering the young wizards. The manor featured an exceptionally beautiful garden, home to an array of roses. Vinda appeared particularly fond of these thorny yet exquisite flowers. Red, blue, pink, and white roses were strategically planted around the garden, while a meticulously tended patch of black roses occupied the center, surrounded by the other colors, creating an image of the moon encircled by stars. At the heart of this stunning sea of black roses stood a magnificent sycamore tree, a breathtaking sight to behold. Queenie was also staying at Rosary Manor during the holiday, and with the addition of Ariana visiting Aberforth, There would nearly be 5 or 6 young wizards occupying the manor. Vinda would have to juggle her responsibilities with the Slytherin Society, while keeping an eye on this lively bunch. Both Harry and Hermione were immensely curious about the American wizard, especially upon discovering that Newt Scamander was Queenie's brother-in-law. Newt Scamander! Hermione exclaimed, I know. Our textbook for magical creatures protection is written by him. Harry and I have both chosen that course for next year. In fact, this year, the little witch had selected every possible subject, her thirst for knowledge insatiable. Upon noticing a scheduling conflict, she unhesitatingly checked all the boxes, eagerly anticipating her future studies while pondering how the professor would resolve the issue. Did he truly possess that magical briefcase? Was it through the undetectable extension charm? Hermione immediately began her inquiries. I've seen that spell in a book. Harry's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Queenie. Who wouldn't be intrigued by the renowned magizoologist? As time passed, Ariana soon returned with the little phoenix, Zoe, bursting into Rosier Manor like a whirlwind, flinging herself into Wendell's arms. Wendell, I've missed you so much, she cooed. Wendell found himself utterly powerless against this affectionate dove, who could always pinpoint his soft spot with precision. Zoe flitted around, singing joyfully, and happily perched upon her designated sycamore tree. Even a phoenix could appreciate the luxurious villa. Zoe delightedly showcased her melodious voice, her enchanting song cleansing the souls of the young witches and wizards in the manor. Wendell could only manage to spend 2 days a week at the manor. He was exceedingly busy, as the Wizarding Coalition had numerous matters requiring his attention. Fortunately, with Queenie present, the young witches and wizards not only refrained from wreaking havoc, but also received considerable guidance. Rosier Manor was bustling with life. Halfway through the holiday, Draco and Pansy, with their parents' consent, arrived to study there as well. When Gryffindors and Slytherins crossed paths, something was bound to occur. Just because they met during the holidays didn't mean Harry and Draco would become friends. Ha Potter! Draco exclaimed upon seeing Harry. What? Have your Muggle relatives finally abandoned you? Pansy wore a begrudging expression as she glanced at Hermione, wondering why the manor still harbored that annoyingly untidy Muggle. Shut up, Draco! Harry retorted, exasperated. Malfoy was indeed a persistent nuisance, even intruding upon their holiday. Hermione felt little perturbation. In fact, she was somewhat pleased to see Pansy, as their shared experience of petrification, and the days spent in the infirmary, had altered her perception of the proud Slytherin. The tutoring staff at Rosier Manor was nothing short of exceptional. Queenie became the headmistress with whom the young witches and wizards interacted most closely. She could accurately identify their mistakes and soothe their emotions before any explosive arguments erupted. Since Ariana returned from the Hog's Head, Dumbledore occasionally stayed at the manor for a few days. Although primarily to keep Ariana company, he also kept a watchful eye on Wendell's activities, offering guidance to the young witches and wizards, especially Harry Potter. Wendell relayed to Grindelwald the precise nature of Dumbledore's activities at Rosier Manor, particularly emphasizing Dumbledore's special attention to Harry Potter. Since relinquishing his ambiguous affections for Grindelwald, Wendell took great pleasure in teasing the newly appointed Dumbledore's favorite student. The 5 young witches and wizards in the manor resembled a miniature kindergarten, each occupying their own corner with distinct personalities. Hermione was absorbed in the Rosier family's library during class time. Harry and Draco were engrossed in their competitive sparring over the golden snitch. Pansy had become utterly enamored with the exquisite French attire and various etiquette. Anna focused intently on learning how to prune the sycamore trees, often frustrated by Zoe's finicky nature. All of this was soon interrupted by the arrival of new visitors. The professional professors Wendell had invited finally reached Rosier Manor. Dressed impeccably, Jess Johnson appeared in a well-tailored black suit alongside Jennifer Selwyn, adorned in a platinum wizarding robe. Jess, like Newt, was a renowned magizoologist and the current professor of magical creatures at Durmstrang. Notably, this Muggle-born wizard was also a master of charms, having subdued a group of 7th-year wizards who had dared to provoke him on his first day at the Institute. Jennifer Selwyn, on the other hand, was the sister of Roxanne Selwyn, a young witch assistant discovered by Wendell at Durmstrang. This girl possessed considerable talent in dark magic and alchemy, and she was also Wendell's #1 fan and follower at Durmstrang, now responsible for the club he established. The visit from this teacher-student duo marked the end of the young witches and wizards' leisure time at the manor. The Hogwarts students were not keen on being overshadowed by another magical academy. Regrettably, the girl, who was only a year below Wendell, was also a standout at Durmstrang, far surpassing them in both age and magical prowess. Consequently, even Malfoy set aside some of his grievances. Although Draco still struggled to utter kind words, he generously assisted Harry and Hermione, the 2 Gryffindors, in their potion studies. As for Anna, her curiosity about Wendell's life at Durmstrang, coupled with Jennifer's intentional approach, quickly fostered a bond between them. It was undeniable that Wendell's choice of professors was truly unique. A Muggle-born instructor at a school that only admitted purebloods intrigued the young witches and wizards. It was known that even Slytherin had its share of half-bloods. Blood purity discrimination was ever present. How had he managed to teach at Durmstrang? Upon learning that Jess had sent a significant portion of the 7th years to the infirmary on his first day, both Draco and Pansy fell silent. Although they still clung to their pureblood pride, the clever Slytherins were wise enough not to offend such a powerful wizard. Wendell had intentionally chosen Jess to engage and guide the young witches and wizards. Jess's background and abilities served as a benchmark. A Muggle-born wizard could become an important figure at Durmstrang, and within the Wizarding Coalition. Moreover, a Muggle-born presence could disarm Gryffindor and Dumbledore's suspicions. As he was also a target for Voldemort's eradication, Durmstrang's professors would facilitate Draco and Pansy's acceptance of this education and guidance. Indeed, Jess successfully fulfilled his mission at Rosier Manor. As the holiday drew to a close, under the tacit approval and guidance of the adult wizards, two distinctly different friendships emerged within the manor. One pair argued incessantly, resembling a pair of bickering foes. Draco seemed obsessively fixated on mocking Harry, even while delivering potions. Harry, accustomed to the taunts, let them pass in one ear and out the other, having heard plenty of such remarks throughout his life. At least Draco's actions conveyed some goodwill. The other friendship, however, left Pansy, who was unilaterally pursued by Hermione, quite exasperated. Ever since she could no longer resist meddling with Hermione's hair one day, this disheveled know-it-all had clung to her, bombarding her with questions about pureblood families under the pretense of discussing hair care. Merlin, why can't Gryffindors just leave me alone? Rosier Manor was far from lacking in laughter and joy, and the holiday passed in a lively flurry. Once animosities were set aside, one would find that although Slytherin serpents were dangerous and cold-blooded, they also possessed a duplicitous nature. Chapter 45, Ariana's Unease. Ariana's spirits were notably low, ever since her rebirth. Wendell had exuded a sense of distant aloofness. She knew he frequently left the manor alone to attend to some matters, only to return quietly in the dead of night. Ariana was undoubtedly aware of the tumultuous history between her brother and Grindelwald. During the years tethered to the blood pact, she witnessed the rift between them deepen, perhaps ignited by her own unforeseen circumstances. Yet, the scar that grew deeper and more jagged was ultimately a consequence of their divergent ideologies and disparate methodologies. In the realm of the void, Ariana had never pondered excessively. For her, the greatest joy lay in spending each day alongside Wenda and her brothers. However, what if one day, Wenda stood opposed to her brother, much like Gellert? A shiver of fear coursed through her, for she had always dreaded the thought of being alone. Despite enduring the solitude of countless seasons, she could scarcely fathom the anguish that would accompany losing what she held dear. No. Ariana clutched herself in terror. As that peculiar, inescapable emotion overwhelmed her once more, reminiscent of her countless past lives, Ariana stumbled out of her room, the proximity of Wenda's chamber palpable. Wenda was diligently engrossed in paperwork at her desk, as the infiltration of the Muggle-born Registration Commission into the British Ministry of Magic intensified. Rookwood had successfully joined the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes after graduation, allowing him to engage with a cadre of Muggle leaders who were surreptitiously aware of the wizarding world's existence. Hearing the disturbance at her door, Wenda instinctively seized her wand in vigilance, but upon spotting Ariana, she relaxed her grip. Anna? Wenda's voice echoed in the room, sensing that something was amiss with Ariana's demeanor. Their souls had once intertwined intimately, and now Wenda could perceive the waves of despair and fragmentation emanating from Ariana's essence. Compared to others, Ariana's soul was disproportionately fragile, and the tumult of negative emotions had begun to disrupt her already delicate spirit. Ariana hurled herself into Wenda's embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around her. She buried her head in Wenda's neck, uttering not a word, merely inhaling her familiar scent, as if greedily locking Wenda in a cocoon of warmth. Wenda remained silent, allowing the girl to draw forth her emotions, gently encircling Ariana's back and soothing her with tender strokes. After a considerable time, Ariana finally stammered, "Wenda, you won't leave me, will you?" Wenda was taken aback, realizing that Ariana's emotional turmoil stemmed from her own presence. She gently pushed Ariana back, meeting her gaze earnestly. "Ariana, I promised you, as long as you stand by my side, I shall always protect you." Ariana recalled Wenda's vow made upon leaving the realm of the void. Yet, she found herself unable to rein in her emotions, reminiscent of the countless nights she had spent alone in the desolate valleys of Godric. Darkness perpetually lingered at her side. I'm scared, Wenda, she confessed. I'm scared that this time, I will be the one left behind. Ariana reminisced about the first life, facing that horde of muggle boys, who were more devilish than Satan himself. How she longed for her brother and parents to appear and rescue her. Yet none heeded her cries. I'm afraid, Wenda. I'm afraid that someone may become more important to you than I am. She thought of the admirers surrounding Wenda in this life. Jennifer, Victor, Pansy, Hermione, and others, along with the acolytes who revered her as a deity. They consumed far too much of the time that was rightfully hers and Wenda's. The prospect of being the one who could be replaced filled her with dread. I'm afraid, Wenda. I fear that one day we may tread the same path as my brother and Gellert. Wenda, I am not a brave Gryffindor. I lack the courage to confront those who are dear to me. All I desire is for us to remain as intimately connected as we were in the void during our limited time together. Wenda, taken aback by the depth of Ariana's fears, sighed and embraced her once more. My dear girl, do not fear. I promise you, I shall never be stingy with my affections. You may take all that I can offer. The raven pledged to the dove. Wenda took the group to Diagon Alley to procure textbooks for the new academic year. Except for Ariana, who was still in her second year. The other 4 young witches and wizards opted for the Care of Magical Creatures course. What is the Monster Book of Monsters? Hermione puzzled over her book list. The shop at Flourish and Blots resembled a battlefield, with a young clerk chasing a brown book around, yelling, "Stop! Stop!" Merlin, who selected such peculiar textbooks. It turned out to be a book with a mouth, which bit down on a shelf, leaving a tooth mark. Harry had a foreboding sensation. Could this be the monster book? His instincts were correct, as the clerk despaired at the monster books listed on the 4 book lists, lamenting Merlin's ragged trousers. I've had enough. He led the group to a corner of the shop, where a massive cage contained a multitude of monster books, glaring hungrily at the young wizards. The clerk found protective gloves and a stick, trembling as he prodded the cage, quickly snatching a book while the creature bit down on the stick. Harry promptly tied up the struggling monster book with a rope. They repeated the process, securing 3 more. Wenda observed the scene with curiosity. Had the new Care of Magical Creatures professor not informed the young witches and wizards how to handle such dangerous creatures? It was no trivial matter if one lacked the necessary knowledge. Wenda couldn't comprehend it, assuming it was merely the new professor's peculiar sense of humor. Upon leaving Flourish and Blots, the 6 encountered Cedric and Cho Chang from Ravenclaw. Harry noticed that Cho seemed somewhat shy, her tranquil demeanor radiating an enchanting aura, her large, dark eyes appearing almost animated. Hey Wenda, Ariana, Cedric greeted enthusiastically, as he had always maintained a good rapport with them. Long time no see, said Wenda replied. And who is this? Oh, this is Cho Chang, Ravenclaw's seeker, Cedric introduced, and Cho smiled warmly in greeting. These two seem to be on the cusp of something special. Wenda mused, casting a discerning glance at the bashful Cedric, silently wishing them well. Diagon Alley was plastered with wanted posters for Black. Although the young witches and wizards had never seen this Black, they all recognized his face. Black. If memory serves. Didn't he have some familial ties to the Rosier family? Wenda interjected into the conversation among the young witches and wizards, who widened their eyes in surprise, especially Draco. Rosier and Black? His mother was a daughter of the Black family before marrying into his family. Just as he was about to inquire further, Wenda continued. I believe he might be a distant uncle of mine. According to the family tree, his husband was named Cygnus Black. Draco appeared as if petrified. The group paused in confusion, and he incredulously asked, Excuse me, is your aunt named Druella? Yes, why? Wenda replied. Draco fell into stunned silence. It was not uncommon for pure-blood families to intermarry, but discovering a close familial connection with someone he knew was a first. Sister, my mother is a Black. And my grandmother's name is Druella. My grandfather's name is Cygnus Black. So, does that mean you must call Wenda sister? Ariana exclaimed in astonishment. Harry and Hermione shared equally surprised glances at Draco. Mrs. Malfoy is indeed a Black? Is there a blood relation between Draco and Wenda? Wanda was somewhat taken aback. After her rebirth, the Rosier family had nearly been annihilated by traitors and Death Eaters, and she had not anticipated discovering a blood tie with the Malfoy family. It seems I may need to prepare another gift to pay a visit to Mrs. Malfoy. In the final days leading up to the start of term, Wanda busied herself with instructing Ariana on the Patronus charm. After Ariana's emotional turmoil affected her soul, Wanda wrote to both Dumbledore and Grindelwald, 2 wizards with profound insights into magic, who independently recommended the most unique spell, the Patronus charm. Ultimately, Ariana's struggles were rooted in her subdued spirit and the inherent fragility of her soul, which caused instability during moments of excessive negative emotion. The Patronus charm, a special spell reliant on joy and determination, could assist her in combating her negative feelings and alleviating the resulting consequences. Thus, in those final days, Wanda privately taught Anna some techniques regarding the Patronus charm at the Rogier estate. Ariana, your tone needs to be more resolute. This will better evoke your memories and emotions. Wanda gently corrected her. After another attempt, however, Ariana's Patronus still did not materialize, only a faint white light flickering at the tip of her wand before dissipating entirely. Ariana was deeply disheartened. Having inherited the Dumbledore family's gifts, she had never encountered such a significant setback with a spell, or rather, she felt utterly lost regarding this particular incantation. Perhaps you could try recalling a different memory? Wanda hesitated before offering her insight. In truth, Wanda had mastered this spell in her previous life. The only distinction from her past was that during her time at Durmstrang, her Patronus had taken the form of a black cat. However, after traversing the fiery shield conjured by Grindelwald in the Lestrange cemetery, her Patronus transformed into a raven, which coincidentally also served as the emblem of the Lestrange family. Indeed, Wanda's Patronus had undergone a transformation. It is known that a wizard's Patronus changes only after experiencing significant emotional upheaval, reflecting their beliefs and resolve. From the moment Wanda stepped fearlessly into that roaring inferno, she dedicated herself to that noble cause as the objective her soul must pursue. Ever since that day, her Patronus had remained a raven. Even in the desolate days of hopelessness, her conviction had never wavered. Regrettably, despite Wanda's guidance, by the time school commenced, Ariana had still not succeeded in casting the Patronus charm. But I've been so happy. On the platform, Anna continued to lament her predicament. She simply could not comprehend why, despite drawing upon her happiest and most uplifting memories, like the moment she awakened in Nurmengard Castle under the watchful eyes of her brothers, finally able to embrace Wanda for real instead of merely witnessing her from the void, she had failed. In the Hogwarts Express compartment, Anna remained quite dejected, while Ginny offered her comfort. Meanwhile, Harry, Hermione, and Ron were not in the same compartment, as these three young wizards, having not met for some time, required a space of their own to share their holiday experiences and joys. "Hey mate," Ron exclaimed upon spotting Harry on the platform, immediately wrapping him in a big hug. He had a fantastic holiday, eagerly narrating his adventures in Egypt, particularly the sight of dragons with Charlie. The platform was not the ideal place for conversation, so the trio hastily boarded the Hogwarts Express in search of an empty compartment. Fortunately, they soon discovered one occupied only by a rather frail-looking adult wizard. They quietly entered, feeling a bit odd, for the Hogwarts Express typically catered to students, and young wizards rarely encountered adult wizards aboard. "Professor R.J. Lupin," Hermione murmured softly, though both Harry and Ron heard her. Beside the adult wizard was a somewhat tattered suitcase, presumably his luggage, hastily bound with rope. One corner inscribed with the name and title, R.J. Lupin, Professor. "A new professor? What subject does he teach?" Ron asked instinctively, observing the wizard's pale complexion. Harry interjected, "It must be defense against the dark arts. After all, there's been an opening since Lockhart," he faltered, realizing that the previous professors of that subject had all encountered dire fates, seemingly tied to his own circumstances. One had perished after being possessed by Voldemort, and another had been hospitalized due to a rebounded memory charm. The three recalled the rumors that the course had been cursed, and considering the circumstances, the likelihood seemed rather high. After discussing their holidays, they began to contemplate a visit to Hogsmeade this term, the young wizards always brimming with topics to discuss. "Did you know?" Hermione suddenly recalled something from her readings, her excitement palpable. "Hogsmeade is currently the only place in Britain devoid of muggles." A dreamy expression crossed Ron's face, as if he had glimpsed a breathtaking beauty, and he exclaimed, "I want to visit Honeydukes. That sweet shop has everything." He enthusiastically described, "You could nibble on candy quills during class, and everyone would think you were deep in thought." Listening to his friends, Harry felt a wave of despondency wash over him. "I guess I'll have to wait until you all go and tell me about it. The Dursleys didn't sign my permission slip. It's absolutely dreadful." Ron, incredulous, reminded him, "But going to Hogsmeade in third year is something you've been looking forward to." He looked at Harry sympathetically, adding, "Perhaps we could ask Fred or George. They seem to know the secret passage to Hogsmeade." "Ron!" Hermione exclaimed, her disbelief evident. With Black still at large, Harry shouldn't he sneak out of school? Harry and Ron exchanged glances, quickly shifting the topic. They had no desire to provoke Hermione's ire. Thus, the young wizards shared their holiday experiences and aspirations for Hogsmeade, unknowingly traversing a significant distance on the Hogwarts Express. What was that? Ron was the first to notice something amiss, and the three immediately turned their gaze out the window. Cloaked figures floated in the air, surrounding the train. Suddenly, an icy chill enveloped them, and Harry struggled to breathe. Shivering as if trapped in a freezer, a bone-chilling sensation piercing through his skin. The strange, cloak-like beings drifted through the train's walls, revealing a pale hand covered in slime and spots, reminiscent of a corpse left in a Muggle hospital's morgue, decayed and devoid of life. Before Harry could discern more, it felt as though his heart had been encased in ice, and he fainted. Harry, are you all right? Someone was shaking him, and his consciousness gradually returned to his body. As he opened his eyes, the blinding white light coalesced, revealing the concerned faces of Hermione and Ron. And he propped himself up. Eat this. It will help greatly, Lupin said, rummaging through his coat pocket and offering a piece of chocolate. Those are Dementors. Only the Patronus charm can drive them away. Harry accepted the chocolate, and after consuming it, he indeed felt significantly better. After ensuring Harry's safety, Hermione anxiously inquired of Lupin, "Professor, may I ask about the other young wizards?" "Do not fret. Aside from myself, there were others who conjured their patron uses," Lupin replied, equally astonished. For the Patronus charm is not an incantation to be taken lightly. Just moments ago, 2 other young wizards had also successfully summoned their patron uses, one of which was quite formidable. A raven and a phoenix? As Lupin sensed the feedback from his own Patronus, he wondered if it was that girl from the Dumbledore family. Truly, she was a child of Dumbledore, he mused. At the moment Dementors approached, Wenda glanced at Anna, who was taken aback by the unexpected attack on the Hogwarts Express. Yet, she had to acknowledge that this presented a valuable opportunity for Anna to practice her Patronus charm. Wenda did not impede the Dementors' advance. Instead, she positioned herself protectively in front of Anna and Ginny, her pale green eyes locked on Ariana. She allowed the Dementors to draw near, and the chilling cold elicited a pained expression on Wenda's beautiful face. Despite it being intentional, the sensation of joy being siphoned away was indeed despairing. Just as Wenda could feel the fluctuations of Anna's soul, Anna too sensed Wenda's inner turmoil, causing her to panic. "Get away! Stay back!" Ariana waved her hands, attempting to fend off the Dementors, but it was evidently futile. "Patronus charm! Anna!" Ginny screamed. Knowing that Anna was unfamiliar with the spell, the urgency of Ginny's cry jolted Anna back to reality. Patronus charm, but she had never succeeded before. Expecto Patronum. A beam of white light burst forth and a small phoenix soared directly towards the Dementor, which, fearing the apparition, fled from Wenda's side and escaped the compartment. Ariana had succeeded. Perhaps in that moment, her determination to protect Wenda surpassed the belief she had held in all her previous attempts, enabling her to finally cast the Patronus charm. Wenda leaned against the side of the seat, breathing heavily. The experience was undeniably unpleasant. "It's all right, Anna," Wenda gently reassured after regaining her composure. "I am fine. Do not worry. You did splendidly." She looked up at the Dementors still indulging in their feast aboard the Hogwarts Express, her complexion slightly pale. A look of utter disgust crossed Wenda's face as she coldly intoned, "Expecto Patronum." A massive raven erupted from her wand, its sharp and powerful wings striking fiercely against the Dementors from the front to the rear of the train. Chapter 47. The Start of Term. The train finally arrived safely at the Scottish Highlands, the young wizards unsettled as they boarded the magical carriages drawn by the Thestrals en route to Hogwarts Castle. Professor McGonagall, standing at the castle entrance to greet the young wizards, appeared quite grim, clearly having heard of the Dementor attack on the train. "Fudge has become increasingly muddled," Dumbledore sighed, referring to his old friend, the Minister of Magic, who had changed under the lure of power. He was now singularly focused on diminishing Dumbledore's influence, entirely disregarding the consequences. He was incapable of controlling the Dementors. Fortunately, Miss Rosier and Remus were on the train. McGonagall thought anxiously. Had they not been present, she feared that every young wizard aboard would have become a sumptuous meal for the Dementors. "Welcome back to Hogwarts." Dumbledore's voice, accompanied by a resounding spell, echoed throughout the Great Hall, heralding the commencement of the new academic year and the advent of new adventures. "Before you become too dizzy, I have a few words to share." Dumbledore stood at the podium, raising his hands to welcome the young wizards. Despite the tumultuous start to this year, the ceremony must continue as usual. First, let us welcome Professor Art Lupin, who has graciously agreed to assume the position of defense against the dark arts instructor this year. He turned to Lupin seated at the staff table. "Best of luck, Professor." Lupin rose and gave a slight bow to the young wizards, appearing somewhat reserved, while Snape at the staff table wore an elongated expression, his dark eyes fixated on his new colleague with an intensity that suggested deep-seated animosity. Wenda, observing quietly, made a mental note. It seemed prudent to call Saint to investigate. She thought, "No wonder he offered you chocolate on the train." Hermione remarked to Harry. The commotion at the Gryffindor table caught the attention of the neighboring Slytherins. Draco poking his head out with a mocking tone. I heard you fainted from fright, Potter? Is it true? The platinum-haired boy exhibited a hint of curiosity. Get lost, Malfoy. Ron interjected before Harry could respond, pulling him back to focus on Dumbledore's speech. Harry hesitated, casting a glance at Draco. His experiences during the holidays had provided him with a slight understanding of Slytherin's demeanor. Stripped of embellishments, their intentions might be rather straightforward. Could he be concerned for me? Harry pondered, recalling that despite their ongoing rivalry, both remembered their time as guests at Rosier's home, making him somewhat accustomed to Malfoy's taunts. Our esteemed professor of care of magical creatures has decided to retire due to a slight physical ailment. Dumbledore continued with regret. Fortunately, I am delighted to announce that his successor is none other than our own Rubeus Hagrid. The hall erupted in cheers, and upon hearing his name, Hagrid appeared momentarily taken aback. The half-giant seemed unaccustomed to such attention, and at McGonagall's prompting, he suddenly stood up, causing quite a commotion as his massive frame inadvertently knocked over several utensils at the staff table. The diminutive Professor Flitwick nearly toppled from his chair, and McGonagall herself was startled. Hagrid sheepishly sat back down, casting an apologetic glance at the two professors. The young wizards applauded enthusiastically, particularly at the Gryffindor table, where the lions were particularly spirited. In contrast, the Slytherins appeared less than pleased, unimpressed with the notion that a half-giant gamekeeper could possess any real abilities. Wenda at the Slytherin table contemplated Dumbledore's recent announcement about Rubeus Hagrid. Wasn't he that the gamekeeper? If memory served correctly, he had been wrongfully accused in the Chamber of Secrets incident, had he not? Was he the one responsible for the textbook, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them? Wenda felt an ominous premonition. This year's Care of Magical Creatures class might not unfold smoothly. It is known that half-giants possess tough skin, and a degree of resistance to spells and magical creatures. Yet the young wizards were rather fragile. Should they be harmed by any magical creature, the consequences could be dire. As Dumbledore stood at the podium, waiting for the applause to subside, he remarked, lastly, at the request of the Ministry of Magic, I have some disconcerting news. He paused before continuing, this year, Hogwarts will be hosting a special group of guests, Dementors from Azkaban, until Sirius Black is apprehended. An uproar ensued among the young wizards, their whispers filling the hall. What? Sirius Black? The criminal from the newspapers? I've heard he has killed many, and he is also the Dark Lord's accomplice. Good heavens, how terrifying. Dumbledore disregarded the commotion below, continuing, the Dementors will guard every entrance to Hogwarts. The Ministry assures us that their presence will not disrupt our daily activities. However, I must earnestly caution you. Dementors are exceedingly malevolent beings, unable to distinguish between prey and those who merely obstruct their path. Therefore, I must earnestly caution everyone not to grant them the opportunity to inflict harm upon you. He cast a pointed glance at Harry. Those who conceal themselves, be it through the disillusionment charm or the invisibility potion, are utterly ineffective against them. Indeed, the invisibility cloak fares no better. The Dementors possess an innate inability to comprehend the concept of forgiveness. Dumbledore's wise gaze swept over the somewhat agitated young wizards below. However, joy is omnipresent, no matter how dark the circumstances, as long as we illuminate the lanterns of our hearts. Dumbledore cast his eyes upon the ever-burning candles on the podium and spoke slowly. He has always firmly believed that justice will one day prevail. Despite the countless nights he has questioned himself. Yet he has never regretted his path of safeguarding Hogwarts and its young witches and wizards. Wanda found this utterly absurd. She had thought encountering Dementors on the train was outrageous enough. Little did she anticipate that the Ministry of Magic in Britain could stoop to such depths. How did that short-sighted fudge manage to ascend to the position of Minister for Magic? If this news were to spread, the parents of young witches and wizards would surely unleash their fury upon the ministry. It is laughable to employ Dementors to guard the campus. How is this any different from tossing a wolf into a flock of sheep? Dementors ought to bow in gratitude to Fudge. Fortunately, Anna has mastered the Patronus charm. Otherwise, I would be quite apprehensive, for even a phoenix would find it futile against such a peculiar creature as a Dementor. Wanda silently contemplated, deciding to visit Hufflepuff after the dinner to remind Ariana. After all, if that Death Eater, Black, truly possesses the means to infiltrate Hogwarts, then young Dumbledore's Ariana would likely be one of his prime targets. Should I devise a plan to capture that black fellow first? Wanda pondered this semester's agenda, reflecting on whether she ought to partake in this pursuit. Chapter 48. Divination Classes and Ominous Omens. Hermione Granger found herself questioning the competence of the professors at Hogwarts for the first time. She regretted her choice to enroll in divination. Professor Trelawney was utterly nonsensical. Fuming, Hermione stormed out of the castle, heading towards Hagrid's hut, with Harry and Ron trailing behind, both boys too apprehensive to provoke Hermione's wrath. Nodding in agreement with the furious young witch. Ha! What a ridiculous jest, representing death as an omen. Hermione scoffed in indignation. This is nothing but utter nonsense. Ron made a helpless face at Harry, leaning in to whisper. Hey mate, just look at her. Hermione's far angrier than you are. However, Harry found solace in Hermione's fury. The concern of a friend was the best balm. His initial displeasure at Trelawney's foreboding prophecy was considerably alleviated. But what of the omen of the large black dog? Harry couldn't help but recall the night he left the Dursleys, when in the dim light, he had fleetingly glimpsed that large black dog. He hesitated to share this peculiar coincidence with his friends, for in his eyes, Trelawney's eccentric demeanor seemed rather untrustworthy. Harry gazed helplessly at Hermione's incensed back, listening to her disdainfully reiterate Trelawney's words from class. Open your mind, and you shall traverse the future. The young witch walked briskly, prompting Harry and Ron to quicken their pace. What an absurdity! I dare say, arithmancy and ancient runes are far more useful courses. But speaking of which, how many classes did she enroll in? Harry scratched his head in confusion, hastening to catch up with his friends. In the dormitory, Harry found himself reminiscing about the events of the divination class. Professor Trelawney had been waiting in the classroom long before the lesson began. This professor was exceedingly peculiar, with her oversized, bizarre spectacles and an aura of nervousness that left Hermione, who had been eagerly anticipating the skills of Cassandra Trelawney's descendant, sorely disappointed. Today, let us journey into the future, Trelawney intoned in a sing-song manner. She then instructed the young witches and wizards to exchange teacups, using the tea leaves to make prophecies about one another. First, you must broaden your perspective and gaze into the future, she continued in her eccentric tone. Truly, she was rambling. Hermione suddenly interjected, startling both Harry and Ron. When had she arrived? She had not been there moments ago. Me. I've been here all along, Hermione retorted, busying herself with her robes, tucking away items resembling necklaces into her collar, before retrieving her divination textbook. Tell me what you see. Trelawney remained in her whimsical trance. But the next moment, she locked her gaze upon Ron, hastening towards their table, and asked him directly. Ron was taken aback by the sudden inquiry, nervously flipping through his textbook, stammering a response. I saw a cross and the sun. The book says they represent judgment and happiness, respectively. He hesitated, glancing at the book, uncertainly stating, perhaps Harry will face some minor tribulations, but ultimately he will find joy? Trelawney turned to Harry, leaning over to peer into his teacup, then exclaimed, child. She seemed to recoil several steps, her expression a mix of exaggerated pity and terror as she gazed at Harry. You have an omen. The entire classroom appeared stunned by her tone, yet Trelawney paid no mind. Continuing in her unique manner, this is the most dreadful sort of omen. An apparition from the depths of hell, a spectral hound that signifies. She paused, then continued. Death. The young witches and wizards gasped, beginning to murmur amongst themselves. Could it be black? The Death Eaters would undoubtedly wish to eliminate the chosen one. Goodness, should this be reported to the professors? The professors reassured Harry not to worry, for Trelawney prophesied the demise of a student nearly every year. Yet none had ever come to pass. Nevertheless, they also cautioned Harry that until Sirius Black was apprehended, he must not leave Hogwarts under any circumstances, lest he find himself in grave danger. Ginny was quite indignant upon hearing this. As soon as class ended, she rushed to Hufflepuff to find Ariana, venting her frustrations. How could she do such a thing? Isn't this just a ploy for attention? The lovely red-haired witch fumed. Ariana, accustomed to her friend's obsession with the chosen one, shrugged in resignation, offering comfort. Do not fret, Ginny. I remember Albus mentioning that while Professor Trelawney possesses the bloodline of a seer, it has been diluted over generations, rendering her predictions unreliable most of the time. Yet she still shouldn't predict Harry Potter's death. Ginny retorted, still dissatisfied. In her view, even if it weren't about Harry, Trelawney's behavior was decidedly unbecoming of a professor. There's an unspoken understanding in the wizarding world that once a prophecy is uttered, it cannot be altered, especially given this professor's dubious track record of predictions. Albus must have his reasons. His agreement to allow Professor Trelawney to teach at Hogwarts for so many years suggests that she possesses some merit. Anna maintained her stance, understanding her brother well, and believing that one should not hastily dismiss this seemingly eccentric professor. Observing Ginny's displeasure, Anna thought for a moment and then said, Do not be upset, Ginny. Wanda has a prophetic friend. I will inquire about Professor Trelawney when I see her later, shall I? As the evening descended, Anna deftly slung her small backpack over her shoulder and made her way to the Ravenclaw common room to seek out Wenda. Wenda was taken aback when Anna inquired about the seer and Trelawney. She had always been forthcoming with answers for Anna. Gellert differs somewhat from her. He perceives visions of the future, while her abilities seem to yield judgments about it. I have previously investigated that divination professor, and she indeed possesses a fragment of Cassandra's powers. To my knowledge, the prophecy stating that Voldemort would be vanquished by a child born at the end of July originated from her. Ariana gasped, covering her mouth. No wizard was unaware of that prophecy, and it was astonishing to learn it came from the seemingly eccentric divination professor at Hogwarts. Wenda reflected on the information she had encountered about Trelawney and remarked, however, you need not fret. Trelawney's abilities should not enable her to grasp matters of life and death without sufficient mediums. I suspect Harry may face some trials, but he is unlikely to perish. Otherwise, your brother would not be so composed. He would never allow such a fate to befall him. Ariana nodded, somewhat understanding, reassured that it was acceptable to inform Ginny that all was well. Chapter 49. Side story in the original timeline post-UJD demise. Death is but a grand adventure. Please, Severus, Dumbledore implored Snape. Please end my suffering. I beseech you, let me conclude this painful and weary existence. With eyes as blue as the ocean, Dumbledore gazed at Snape, yearning for death, and longing for sacrifice. Avada Kedavra. Snape's voice trembled, yet it was imperative, and it had to be him who ended the life of the great white wizard he had both resented in his youth and sought assistance from in adulthood. Under the curse, what survivor could remain? The cursed one plummeted from the tower, liberated from earthly shackles. The caster's soul and spirit shattered by the rebound. Unforgivable, inescapable. Some spells are marked with a price on both scales, death, eternally observing the mortal realm. The phoenix soared above Hogwarts, singing a lament. While Nurmengard would no longer receive new letters. I am more than willing to face death, Grindelwald declared. How intriguing fate is. The Thunderbird broke its wings. Yet the outcome mirrored that of the phoenix, descending from the tower. I and my beloved perished within the tower. The void was a pale and boundless expanse. And Dumbledore was momentarily astonished upon awakening to this brief posthumous sojourn. What further bewildered the wise elder were the familiar objects upon the platform. It was the shattered blood pact. How did it come to be here? Dumbledore stumbled forward, retrieving the pledge that, though fractured, still shimmered with a semblance of affection. He did not immediately board the train. Certainly, he was not one to fear death or dread the next adventure. He calmly observed the comings and goings, brushing past familiar faces, gleaning from them the happenings in the wizarding world that allowed him to witness his own life alone. Until that day a stranger, yet familiar figure emerged. Unlike other souls he was visible. A man with hair that had dulled to a grayish hue, his eyes lined with wrinkles. Yet the unique glint in his heterochromatic irises unmistakably revealed his identity. Gellert Grindelwald. His gaze pierced through the throng of souls, like a blade, and he hastened toward Dumbledore. Stopping before the white wizard, greedily scrutinizing his former rival. Dumbledore felt as though his soul had been petrified. Gryffindor's courage did not grant him the strength to meet Grindelwald's gaze in death. He could only endure the hunter's appraisal, and after a prolonged silence, he heard Grindelwald's voice. Albus, how is it that you arrived before me? Dumbledore was taken aback that half a century later, their reunion in the void was greeted with such a friendly inquiry. He had anticipated a scornful taunt from Grindelwald, perhaps something akin to, has the greatest white wizard of this century truly been bested by a mere boy? Dumbledore, at a loss, gazed at Grindelwald. Feeling the armor he had constructed over the better part of his life dissolve completely under the weight of that greeting. And you? He heard his voice struggle to emerge, sounding somewhat odd as he thought to himself. Why have you come as well? The Thunderbird is a fiercely aggressive magical creature. Its gaze can penetrate the fade of its prey, piercing their defenses with the most direct statements for a decisive blow. The ministry returned my letter. They said the recipient is deceased. Grindelwald seemed to lament, appearing merely to bemoan his friend's abrupt departure. Though one could only imagine how devastated he was to hold that undelivered letter. He tilted his head, raising an eyebrow as he continued. Your Dark Lord student has sought me out. Did you not account for this in your plans? Dumbledore's face flushed with shame as he could no longer bear to look at Grindelwald. He knew full well that Voldemort, in his relentless search for the Elder Wand, would come to Nurmengard, and the aging prisoner, bereft of his wand, could not escape torment and death. You see, I have always found you insurmountable. Just as I did back then, I must always acquiesce to your wishes, Grindelwald observed with a hint of amusement. Regarding Dumbledore with an understanding that he always held an unyielding resolve paired with a tender heart, forever burdened by guilt over those he had exploited. He could not extract the information he sought from me. Grindelwald paused, reflecting. He had protected Dumbledore's grave until his dying breath. Though he knew it would be of no avail. Voldemort would still find the Elder Wand, still desecrate Dumbledore's final sanctuary. The magical realm of Britain, which he had sheltered beneath his wings, was no different from refuse. All he could do was watch helplessly as it unfolded. But that was what Albus had desired. Only in such a manner would Voldemort be convinced that it was indeed the Elder Wand, believing that only with it could he shatter the prophecy. Thus, Grindelwald acquiesced to Dumbledore's wishes. Even under the Cruciatus curse, his mind remained a tightly sealed fortress, safeguarding everything, including his cherished summer. Grindelwald gazed greedily at Dumbledore's now aged visage, reminiscent of the way the youthful Gellert had once looked upon Albus. Everything was worthwhile, he thought, in this posthumous encounter. May they be free of all shackles. The winds of Nurmengard finally swept towards the starry skies of Hogwarts. What is death like? Harry, struck by the killing curse, awoke in a daze, seemingly transported to a space filled with white light. King's Cross Station, albeit much cleaner and devoid of trains. A voice suddenly echoed. Harry, you are a brave boy. It was Professor Dumbledore. Come, let us take a stroll, he said. Dumbledore turned, his aged face adorned with lines of wisdom, slowly speaking to Harry as he had done countless times during their encounters at Hogwarts. I must return, Professor, Harry replied to Dumbledore. Ah, that is for you to decide. Dumbledore told Harry, once you have made your choice, you may board your train. Where will it take me? Dumbledore smiled, gazing into Harry's eyes as he answered, forward. Having spoken, Dumbledore turned on his heel and departed, waving a hand in farewell to the brave little savior. Help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who deserve it, he declared, resolutely bidding adieu to the boy before him. There were others waiting for him at the far end of the platform, eager to embark on the train together, to venture forth into the next grand adventure. Chapter 50. Care of Magical Creatures. Hagrid may indeed be a splendid friend, yet it is evident that his somewhat careless demeanor renders him less than ideal as an instructor. Today marked the first Care of Magical Creatures lesson for the third years, and the young wizards had gathered early by Hagrid's hut in anticipation, observing the whispering students. Hagrid boomed, "Come here, young wizards, gather round. Today, I shall broaden your horizons." He led the students to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. This lesson will be exhilarating. Follow me. Now, quiet down and turn to page 49 in your textbooks. The young witches and wizards exchanged glances, clutching their tightly bound creature books. Draco scoffed. I told you this half-giant isn't particularly bright. This book cannot be opened. Goyle chimed in, expressing their reluctance to experience the sting of a book's bite. Hagrid gazed at the group of young wizards with disappointment, his towering figure radiating a sense of melancholy. Has no one ever opened one before? He sighed, taking a creature book from a Gryffindor student and untying the binding. The book sprang to life, and just as it lunged to bite Hagrid, he swiftly stroked its spine. As if enchanted, and it fell silent. Just a gentle touch to their spines and they become quite docile, Hagrid explained, seemingly saddened that no one knew this. I thought everyone was aware. Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Despite their friendship with Hagrid, they had learned the hard way about handling these books. The young wizards soon followed suit, cautiously opening their books. Dumbledore must have found a fool to teach us, Draco remarked, clearly unimpressed, thinking the scene utterly foolish. Did the half-giant truly believe that everyone shared his enthusiasm for interacting with these perilous and peculiar creatures? In contrast, the Care of Magical Creatures professor, Jess, was far more reliable, Draco mused, reminiscing fondly about his studies at the Rosier estate during the holidays. Hey, shut it, Malfoy, Harry retorted, having overheard Draco's complaints. Though Hagrid may indeed have his shortcomings, Gryffindor would not tolerate insults directed at their friends. Draco rolled his eyes. Such exchanges had become routine during the holidays. Had it been in the past, he would not have let Harry off so easily. If a Dementor had appeared, St. Potter would surely have been petrified, Draco thought, deciding against engaging Harry further. Ron, however, was taken aback, glancing at Draco in surprise. Malfoy isn't continuing the bickering? Has the sun risen in the west? Before he could inquire about the situation with Harry, Hagrid arrived at a clearing, whistling. The sound of flapping wings filled the air as several extraordinary creatures soared from the trees, standing behind Hagrid. They bore the body of a horse, with hind legs and a tail, yet their forelegs, wings, and heads resembled those of an eagle. Hagrid pulled one from the group, tossing it a chunk of raw meat, which it swiftly caught midair, swallowing it with satisfaction and flapping its wings as if to express its delight. Come and greet Buckbeak. He is a lovely little fellow, Hagrid said, affectionately stroking Buckbeak's head. What is that, Hagrid? Ron asked, taking a step back in trepidation. It is a hippogriff, Ron, Hagrid introduced. Buckbeak seemed to acknowledge Hagrid's introduction with a proud call. They are particularly proud creatures, easily offended. Never show them disrespect, or you'll be in grave danger. Hagrid warned the curious yet apprehensive young wizards. Now who wishes to say hello? The half-giant clapped his hands, looking expectantly at the students. They recoiled in fear, leaving only Harry, who stood frozen in place. Glancing back at his friends in a fluster, Harry felt uncertain. Hagrid's hopeful gaze fell upon Harry, and the boy bit his lip, reluctantly stepping forward. Hagrid clapped his hands, realizing that if no one volunteered, he would be left in an awkward predicament. Thankfully, Harry was willing to assist, and Hagrid believed that with Harry's demonstration, the other young wizards would soon feel Buckbeak's allure as well. Come on, Harry. You must first bow and see if he returns the gesture, Hagrid encouraged. If he bows back, you may then pet him, Hagrid said cheerfully, as if envisioning the moment Harry would stroke Buckbeak. Taking a deep breath, Harry reassured himself. It will be fine, Hagrid is watching. He cautiously approached, nervously bowing deeply to Buckbeak. The hippogriff stepped forward, its golden eagle eyes seemingly assessing the disheveled boy before it lowered its head, elegantly returning the bow. Harry reached out, stroking Buckbeak's head, the magnificent and powerful feathers a stark reminder of their potential danger to foes. Well done, Harry, Hagrid exclaimed with delight. Would you like to try riding him? Harry spun around in shock, incredulity etched on his face. What? Ride a hippogriff? What is Hagrid saying? This could end badly. No, Hagrid, Harry began to protest, but before he could finish, Hagrid had hoisted him onto Buckbeak's back. The boy clung tightly to Buckbeak's neck. In the next moment, Hagrid gave Buckbeak a firm slap on the flank, and the creature bolted, its powerful wings unfurling, leaving the ground behind. My goodness! Harry gasped. This is far cooler than a broomstick. As they soared, Buckbeak flew swiftly and steadily, gliding over the spires of Hogwarts Castle, where curious wizards peeked from the corridors. They passed over the Black Lake, Buckbeak's claws skimming the surface, allowing Harry to catch a glimpse of his own reflection. Hagrid watched with satisfaction, whistling again as Buckbeak turned back towards the forest, the young wizards gazing on in envy. Well done, Hagrid exclaimed, catching Harry as he dismounted. Wasn't that incredibly fun? After a moment, the half-giant leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper. How did my first lesson go? Absolutely brilliant, Hagrid, Harry replied loudly. This is even more magical than Quidditch and flying broomsticks. At this, Draco could no longer contain himself. More magical than broomsticks? Impossible. Potter has no taste. Draco would never admit that he too longed to experience such exhilarating flight. Unapologetic, Malfoy strode boldly up to Buckbeak. You're not at all dangerous, the blonde boy declared with bravado. You ugly beast, take me for a spin. Hagrid turned in alarm. No, Malfoy. You'll anger it. The half-giant was momentarily paralyzed with panic, forgetting to restrain his dangerous creature. Meanwhile, Pansy, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt her expression shift dramatically. Draco had rushed in too quickly for her to intervene. Buckbeak let out a furious screech, unfurling its magnificent wings and standing tall, revealing its razor-sharp talons as it lunged toward the terrified Draco. Suddenly a different cry echoed, unmistakably not that of Buckbeak. As the dust raised by Buckbeak settled, Draco, already shaken, stood aside, while Buckbeak bore a deep gash across its neck. Though not fatal, it was undeniably alarming. It turned out to be a phoenix. In a moment of realization, Pansy shattered the protective vial handed to her by Wanda, a one-time-use item crafted from a feather dropped by Zoe before her rebirth. Upon shattering, the phoenix could apparate to assist its summoner. Although the phoenix was a gentle and amiable creature, its power rivaled that of an adult dragon. Zoe's claws had merely grazed Buckbeak's neck, sparing its life, or else Buckbeak would have perished on the spot. Hagrid's concern instantly shifted to Buckbeak, as he shouted, "Oh no, Buckbeak, are you all right?" He anxiously examined Buckbeak's wound, hastily retrieving an assortment of magical creature herbs from his bag, entirely forgetting about Draco standing nearby. Thus, the lesson concluded in utter chaos. Pansy breathed a sigh of relief upon confirming that Draco was unharmed. Grateful that Wanda had foreseen potential trouble in care of magical creatures, and had entrusted her with the phoenix summoning alchemical vial. Hagrid's unreliability was almost written across his face. Dumbledore had truly gone too far. Had Zoe not arrived, Pansy's dark eyes reflected her profound dissatisfaction. Chapter 51. Hilarity. The incident in care of magical creatures instilled a sense of fear and apprehension among the young witches and wizards of Hogwarts. Although Malfoy had escaped injury, the peril he had faced was frightening enough. The Hufflepuffs, who had always kept an eye on Ariana's phoenix, Zoe, were well aware that everyone here longed to touch a phoenix feather. The Badgers had already come to regard Zoe as a super lucky charm, even forming an unofficial fan club. At that moment, Ariana and Zoe were in the common room, while the Badgers chatted merrily. Suddenly, Zoe stood up and vanished, drawing their attention to the matter. The Hufflepuff's gossip experts quickly pieced together the events. Kind-hearted Badgers were instantly filled with sympathy for the nearly injured Draco, firmly believing that anyone saved by Zoe had to be a good person, and that Malfoy must have been terrified. Bags of snacks were stealthily dispatched to the entrance of the Slytherin common room. Draco was nearly driven mad by the Hufflepuff's overflowing sympathy. He felt an urge to flee at the sight of Yellow, lest he be greeted by the sight of snacks being thrust into his hands as the Badgers scurried away. Hagrid, too, wore a gloomy countenance, having received numerous complaint letters and shouts from parents. What troubled him further was that Parkinson and Malfoy had petitioned Dumbledore for his dismissal. Fortunately, Dumbledore had stood by him, ensuring he retained his position, albeit with the stipulation that an additional safety monitor be hired for the class. Until the monitor arrived, Fawkes and Zoe would be compelled to work overtime. "I've caused Dumbledore enough trouble," the half-giant lamented, feeling he always managed to botch things up. However, the focus of Hogwarts' young witches and wizards soon shifted again. Rumors from the third-year defense against the dark arts class had spread throughout the castle. That Gryffindor wizard, Neville Longbottom, had revealed his greatest fear to be none other than Professor Snape of Slytherin. Even more absurdly, when faced with a boggart, he had transformed Snape into a figure clad in a grandmother's dress. Merlin's Barbie gown. How could he dare? That was Professor Snape after all. The young witches and wizards regarded the previously unseen Longbottom with newfound respect, while silently mourning for Neville and Gryffindor. In truth, even Neville himself was taken aback by how things had unfolded. His emotions were not lifted by the successful casting of the spell, but rather filled with dread at the thought of Professor Snape and Potions class. Merlin. "I am going to die in the next Potions class," he thought dismally. What he had not anticipated was that, under Professor Lupin's guidance, the boggart would indeed take on such a ludicrous form. The once menacing Snape was now adorned in a pink grandmother's dress, clutching a peculiar handbag. Neville's days had not been easy. The Slytherins had mercilessly targeted him for turning their head of house into a laughingstock, and he had been subjected to the leglocker curse more than once. How had it come to this? Neville was utterly frustrated. It was worse than losing the memory ball in his first year. In Potions class, Snape exuded an aura of terror that was far more dreadful to Neville than 100 supercharged dark curses. Harry cast a sympathetic glance at Neville, as Snape's perennial target. He was all too familiar with the discomfort of being singled out by the professor. Sure enough, after one class, the hourglass for Gryffindor had plummeted significantly. In the Ravenclaw common room, the young witches and wizards continued to discuss the matter. Upon hearing her house head's name, Wanda joined the conversation, and Mary promptly produced tea and snacks from her bag, recounting the entire saga to her idol. However, Wanda pondered why Professor Lupin would guide Neville to imagine such a scene. Rather than a jest, it felt more like a deliberate targeting. She recalled Snape's expression during Dumbledore's introduction of Lupin at the beginning of the term, suspecting that there might be some sordid history or rivalry between the two. Perhaps she should write a letter to inquire whether Lucius was aware of the situation, Wanda mused, twirling her quill. After all, Snape was the youngest master of potions in the wizarding world, and once the war commenced, his abilities and worth would only further increase. What a remarkable talent! Since Dumbledore seemed to take him for granted, she wouldn't hesitate to seize the opportunity. As long as the bargaining chips were sufficient, she could acquire what she desired. What Dumbledore could provide, she could as well. She would not let this golden opportunity to recruit the potions master slip by. Harry remained preoccupied with thoughts of the Dementors. The feeling of joy being siphoned away was utterly despairing. That evening, he finally resolved to seek Professor Lupin's counsel on how to confront the Dementors. Cloaked in invisibility, he approached Lupin's office and was surprised to see the door wide open. Was someone still seeking out Professor Lupin at this hour? Curiosity piqued. Harry stealthily drew closer to discover who else might be visiting. To his shock, it was Snape. Surely he had come to confront Professor Lupin. Harry knew all too well that the events of that defense against the dark arts class would surely infuriate Snape. He watched as Snape harshly tossed a small vial at Professor Lupin, which appeared to contain some potion of an unappealing hue. That couldn't possibly be poison, could it? Harry instinctively thought, and then saw Lupin accept the vial, open it, and drink it down in one gulp. His expression contorted, suggesting he was in considerable discomfort. "Thank you, Severus," Lupin managed to articulate after a moment, looking up at Snape with a hint of weakness in his voice. "If it were up to me, you wouldn't even be present at Hogwarts," Snape retorted coldly. "I am sorry," Severus, Lupin suddenly interjected. The reason behind his apology unclear, whether it was for the boggart incident or something else, but it only served to further provoke Snape. You had better pray your little secret remains undiscovered. Snape's tone was venomous as he hurled this warning before turning sharply and striding toward the door. Harry hastily steadied his breath, keen to remain undetected by Snape, for he knew that any discovery would undoubtedly result in severe repercussions for Gryffindor. It was only after Snape's shadow had completely vanished from the corridor that Harry lifted the invisibility cloak. Lupin, surprisingly unperturbed by Harry's sudden appearance, merely propped himself up and greeted him. "Hello, Harry. What brings you here at this hour?" Feeling somewhat sheepish for disturbing Lupin so late, Harry replied, "Professor, I have a question for you. You're wondering why I didn't let you face the boggart?" Lupin said. "Initially, I intended to. I thought the boggart would transform into Voldemort." A look of disappointment clouded Harry's green eyes. "I too first thought of him. But then I recalled that night on the train, and all I could remember was the Dementor. Dementors invariably evoke one's most harrowing memories. Our anguish becomes their source of strength." Lupin explained, "This is one of the reasons people harbor such dread of Dementors. I heard a woman screaming." Harry's voice dwindled. "I believe it was my mother on the night she was killed." Lupin sighed, gazing vacantly out the window. "Harry, when I first met you, I recognized you not by your scar, but by your eyes. You possess a pair strikingly reminiscent of your mother's." Lupin looked at Harry as if peering through him to see someone else. "Your mother was not only an exceptionally gifted witch, but also a remarkably kind-hearted person. In truth, your parents and I were very good friends. You truly resemble them, Harry." Chapter 52, The Rook Club's New Curriculum. Harry returned to his dormitory brimming with excitement, invigorated by the plethora of revelations Lupin had shared about his parents. He gazed out the window at the moonlit sky, pondering whether his parents had once looked upon the moon above Hogwarts in the same manner. Before departing, Harry hesitantly inquired about the Dementors, wishing to confront his fears rather than succumb to them again. "Professor, may I ask about the spell you used on the train? Are you referring to the Patronus charm?" Lupin answered, "It is the most effective means of combating Dementors. The Patronus charm requires a joyful memory to fuel it, enabling one to repel those wretched creatures." "The Patronus charm? What kind of magic is that?" Harry was hearing of it for the first time, yet he was eager to escape the shadow of the Dementors. "You and Professor Snape, do not seem to have the best rapport?" Harry hesitantly broached, recalling the earlier scene. "Professor Snape and I? I fear there may be some misunderstandings," Lupin sighed, appearing reluctant to delve into that topic. That evening, in Slytherin House, Vinda received a letter from the Malfoy owl. A response from Lucius. "Dear Miss Rogier, I hope this letter finds you well. I am indeed aware of some of the grievances between Severus and Remus Lupin, though I regret to inform you that it is likely not the entirety of the matter. From my acquaintance with Severus, there are surely more issues lingering beneath the surface, invisible to the rest of us. The animosity between Slytherin and Gryffindor has always been considerable, with persistent friction between them. Before arriving at Hogwarts, Severus had a close friend, a Muggle-born Gryffindor witch named Lily Evans, and you must be aware of her other identity. She is Harry Potter's mother. To discuss the feud between Severus and Lupin is to invoke another Mr. Potter, Harry Potter's father, James Potter. In truth, during their time, James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew called themselves the Marauders, and they spent their days and nights opposing Slytherin. This led to Severus's irrevocable rift with Lily Evans, and from then on, he was forever at odds with that Gryffindor quartet. Additionally, the fugitive Sirius Black has never had a poor relationship with the likes of her. Should he indeed infiltrate Hogwarts, I would advise you, Miss Rogier, to keep a close watch on Draco. I have always suspected that Sirius was not a Death Eater. We have never witnessed him under Voldemort's command." Lucius's reply left Vinda somewhat astonished. The brooding, notably talented half-blood head of Slytherin had such a history. Yet, was the headmaster's apparent disdain for Harry Potter solely attributable to this? Or was there a deeper story entwined within? Vinda rapidly speculated about the underlying truths. Shattered youthful friendships, instances of bullying within the school, dark magic, and the Death Eaters, all while pondering Dumbledore's faith in Snape. Why did Dumbledore trust Snape so implicitly? What compelled Snape to oppose Voldemort? Did he truly despise the Chosen One? Or was he trying to shield him? A sudden memory struck Vinda from her first year at Hogwarts, when Quirrell had declared he wished to kill Potter, but was thwarted by Snape. In an instant, a bold hypothesis materialized in her mind. Could it be? If her conjecture were accurate, her keen green eyes sparkled with ambition. She believed she could persuade the potion's master to join her cause. Let us not forget. The formidable wizards capable of confronting Voldemort without trepidation are not limited to Dumbledore alone. Having unraveled her thoughts, the witch promptly summoned a quill and parchment with a spell. Her eyes ablaze with fierce ambition as she hastily penned her ideas. The moonlight was dim, and by the flickering candlelight, the recipient's name appeared to be Grindelwald. Harry shared the details of the Patronus charm with Hermione and Ron, who quickly expressed their eagerness to learn the spell. Hermione devoured the library's accounts of the Patronus charm, yet the exceptionally bright young witch found herself struggling to grasp the intricacies of the incantation. Harry suggested they seek Lupin's assistance, but it seemed the professor was unwell, informing Harry that lessons on the Patronus charm would not commence until the following week. Hermione proposed they consult Vinda at the Rook Club, recalling that the raven on the train was indeed Vinda's Patronus. Eagerly, the young witch grabbed her friends and hurried to the Rook Club. "You wish to learn the Patronus charm?" Vinda exclaimed, astonished at Hermione and her companions. "Why is it that so many want to learn this spell lately?" To be frank, despite the charm being one Vinda had mastered in her first life, she viewed it as having limited utility beyond examinations. Dementors were seldom encountered, and communication could be more effectively achieved through a two-way mirror. However, contemplating the current peculiar and bothersome guests at Hogwarts, Vinda expressed her understanding, addressing the young witches and wizards. "Perhaps I could inquire with the other members of the club to gauge interest. If there is substantial enthusiasm, we might establish a dedicated session to teach the Patronus charm this term," Vinda stated, recognizing that since the Chosen Ones trio had this need, other young witches and wizards facing the threat of Dementors would likely share their interest. Mary Flitwick from Hufflepuff quickly polled the Rook Club members, and indeed, many young witches and wizards expressed keen interest, with even some 6th and 7th year students joining in. Expecto Patronum. Vinda stood at the center of the Rook Club classroom, waving her wand, slowly articulating the incantation so the other young witches and wizards could discern its pronunciation. The joyful tip of her wand unfurled to release a dazzling Patronus, soaring around her as her voice resonated throughout the classroom. The Patronus charm is an extraordinary incantation, distinct from other spells that rely on magical prowess. It demands a profound emotional foundation as its essence. Wanda gazed at her Patronus and remarked, "Only the Patronus charm can repel Dementors. Those loathsome beings are nearly impervious to other forms of magic." As she spoke, Wanda's eyes drifted toward the cluster of dark cloaks hovering outside the Hogwarts castle, a manic smile creeping upon her lips. "Imagine, everyone," she continued, "if one day you were to lose your wand, or even if you did not lose it, but simply lacked the knowledge of this spell, encountering a Dementor in the wild. They would drain you of all joy, and despair would gradually engulf you until your soul could bear no more. That is the kiss of the Dementor." Her tone bore an eerie lightness, prompting the young wizards to envision the grim scenario, their faces betraying sheer terror. Yet she quickly brightened, a Slytherin girl's laughter ringing out, reassuring the young wizards before her. "Fear not, Hogwarts remains safe. Rather than being afraid, you ought to master this spell." Wanda paused meaningfully, then continued, "What if one day the Ministry could not control those Dementors, allowing them to invade the Muggle world? We would have our hands full." At that moment, her Patronus, a raven, caught as if in agreement with her words. Chapter 53. The Fat Lady is injured. This term, the Fat Lady of Gryffindor had developed a peculiar new hobby, singing. This pastime proved quite vexing for the young lions of Gryffindor, as they were compelled to endure her vocal performances each time they passed her portrait, a veritable torment. To make matters worse, this rotund lady had a penchant for deliberately shattering her wine glass during high notes, feigning surprise as though her melodious voice were to blame. Thus, on this day, when Harry, Ron, and Hermione approached the door to the common room and spotted a crowd gathered before the portrait, they felt no surprise. Harry even quipped, "It seems it's time once again to enjoy Gryffindor's exclusive opera." However, Hermione keenly sensed something amiss. Furrowing her brow, she said, "Wait, Harry. I think something is not quite right." The young wizards were huddled together, whispering in hushed tones, their emotions and atmosphere markedly different from the norm. Hermione tugged at Harry and Ron, urging, "Come on, let us see." As they pushed through the crowd, they were met with a shocking sight. Good heavens! Where has the fat lady gone? The portrait that housed her appeared to have been viciously slashed by some beastly creature, nearly torn from its frame, presenting a horrifying spectacle, and the fat lady herself was nowhere to be found. "It seems the infamous Sirius Black did this. Doesn't he know the Gryffindor password?" one young wizard remarked. "You mean Black has entered Hogwarts? Goodness, how terrifying!" they gasped. "Where could the fat lady be? Is she all right? I've heard that Black was a Gryffindor. He must have seen the fat lady every day during his school years. How could he act so ruthlessly against a portrait?" If only she hadn't been visiting someone today. It's simply dreadful. The young wizards had never longed for the fat ladies singing more than at that moment. Fortunately, the password for the week was Lucky Star, ensuring her safety. Hogwarts immediately went on high alert. The man who had escaped from Azkaban was now at their doorstep, perhaps intending to slay the chosen one. The students of Gryffindor could scarcely cease their discussions about the incident. After all, with Harry Potter among them, they were central to this unfolding drama. In the Great Hall, the young wizards congregated, deliberating on the enigma of Sirius Black. How on earth did he escape from Azkaban, where there are only Dementors? They pondered. He doesn't even have a wand. Thank goodness he doesn't know the common room password. Otherwise, if he got hold of someone's wand at this thought, a chill of fear washed over them. If Black were to acquire a wand and freely enter and exit Hogwarts, Merlin, that would surely spell disaster. In the stillness of night, who could predict what might transpire? The professors were likewise stirred by the event. Dumbledore, along with the faculty, conducted thorough searches throughout the castle, but found no sign of Black. Snape insisted that there must be an accomplice within the school, his gaze fixed intently on Lupin. Although he did not voice it, everyone understood whom he suspected. News of Gryffindor's plight eventually reached Wanda, who felt a measure of relief knowing that Black's target was not Anna. After all, Sirius Black and Narcissa were not of the same lineage, and shared no blood ties with Rosier. She wished to avoid complications, preferring to remain uninvolved. However, if, as Lucius had suggested, Black were indeed wronged, the situation was likely far more intricate than it appeared. Wanda twirled her quill, contemplating. Dumbledore must know something. Wanda found herself unable to fathom the motivations behind Sirius's actions. The eldest daughter of the Rosier family bore a heavy sense of responsibility. Even at her most resentful of her lineage, she had only sought to follow Grindelwald, striving to carve out an opportunity to lead her family. The family was a burden she could not relinquish, and she had inherited the greatest resources of her house, making betrayal unthinkable. Thus, at that time, she had chosen another path, becoming the head of the family and decisively severing its rot. Wanda could not comprehend why an heir of a pureblood family would choose to abandon their kin. Nor could she conceive of Sirius enduring over a dozen years in Azkaban as a form of self-redemption. Wanda had always been one to forge ahead. She did not understand the concept of pausing. Ultimately, snakes and lions are fundamentally different. The cold-blooded snake hibernates solely for the next spring's battle, while the warm-blooded lion is an idealist, driven by emotion toward their heart's decisions, oblivious to the necessity of penetrating the snake's disguise. They often forget to glance back at the hidden codes within the snake's shed skin. Yet, likewise, when the lion eventually uncovers the truth, their guilt and emotions will multiply, consuming them whole. Next week, in Hogsmeade, Wanda arranged to meet with the already graduated Roxelle, having organized information regarding Snape and the Gryffindor Quartet. Even the most impenetrable armor may one day be pried open. Emotions are the winds that the mind's obfuscation cannot contain, whether of love or hatred. Both can serve as double-edged swords. Moreover, she had received assurances from Grindelwald that the wand, crafted anew with the heart of a thunderbird by Grigorevich, was already en route to Nurmengard. Once everything was in place, she could scarcely conceive of any reason the headmaster might have for not joining their cause. Wanda arched an eyebrow, scrutinizing a newly received document from the Saints. Even Merlin seemed to favor me. One event after another, from Voldemort to Dementors, from Ariana and Dumbledore to Snape and Lupin to Black. The incident concerning Black gradually faded from the professors' minds, and it appeared as though Hogwarts remained undisturbed by those enigmatic cloaked guests. However, tranquility is destined to be shattered. And that day arrived with the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin, where young wizards gathered in droves at the Quidditch pitch. On that day, the peace of Hogwarts was interrupted by the attack of the seemingly bewitched Dementors. Coincidentally, they targeted Harry Potter once again. Rain fell during the Quidditch match, impairing everyone's visibility, making the Dementors' approach all the more sudden. As the Quidditch players from Slytherin and Gryffindor were compelled to chase and soar through the rain, Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy, as seekers, hurtled toward the golden snitch. Suddenly, Harry was beset by Dementors. Despite his utmost efforts to evade them, the sheer number of Dementors threatened to engulf him, rendering him incapable of controlling his broomstick, which spiraled out of control from the heights and plummeted to the ground. His Nimbus 2000, having been his steadfast companion since his first year, careened straight toward the Whomping Willow, which lashed out with its branches, shattering the broom into countless fragments. Fortunately, Professor Dumbledore was present, and this formidable white wizard swiftly brandished his wand, conjuring a magnificent Patronus in the form of a phoenix, its strength reminiscent of a mature bird in contrast to Ariana's youthful Patronus. The powerful phoenix expelled the Dementors, safeguarding the young witches and wizards present. While casting the Patronus charm, Dumbledore also cast a cushioning charm to soften Harry's landing, ensuring he would touch down safely. However, once on the ground, Harry succumbed to unconsciousness once more, the chilling dread of the Dementors enveloping him anew, as his Patronus charm had consistently fallen short of success. Draco, too, maneuvered his broomstick to the ground, triumphantly brandishing the golden snitch. In the midst of Harry's attack by the Dementors, his Nimbus 2001 had enabled him to capture the snitch, granting Slytherin yet another victory over Gryffindor. However, at that moment, Harry's friends were evidently too preoccupied with concern for him to worry about the outcome of the Quidditch match or the House Cup. They gathered anxiously around Harry, reflecting on the perilous nature of the situation. Had he fallen from such a height, it would have been a grave matter indeed, no need for Sirius Black to pursue him. For Harry would have been lost. Dumbledore's anger was palpable. He vented his fury upon the Ministry of Magic and Cornelius Fudge, sternly ordering that Dementors must not approach Hogwarts again, demanding a reasonable explanation from Fudge. This compelled Fudge to rush to Hogwarts overnight. Though he was as bewildered as anyone regarding the sudden incursion of Dementors into Hogwarts to attack students, fully aware that if news of this breach leaked, public opinion would turn against him and the Ministry. Meanwhile, Wanda sat in the Slytherin stands, deep in thought as she observed the direction in which the Dementors had fled after releasing Harry Potter, toward the Gryffindor spectators. Had she just glimpsed a large black dog behind the Gryffindor seats? Perhaps it was due to her mastery of Animagus transformation. But Wanda's instincts suggested that this large black dog was no ordinary creature. Could it be an unregistered Animagus? Was it truly so easy to achieve Animagus status? As she pondered this, she resolved to further investigate the Dementors captured during the Ministry's deployment to Hogwarts, when a sudden inspiration struck her. She recalled a note from the Transfiguration book she had studied during her 4th year on Animagus transformation, which stated that when a witch or wizard transforms into an Animagus, their soul essence shifts, aligning more closely with that of the animal. Could it be that becoming an Animagus would render one imperceptible to Dementors? Chapter 54. The Marauders' Map in Hogsmeade. On Hogsmeade Day, the 3rd-year students and above gathered outside the castle, eagerly anticipating their trip to Hogsmeade Village. Professor McGonagall looked at Harry with a pleading expression. He longed to join his friends on their excursion. "You could sign my permission slip? And then I could go to Hogsmeade." McGonagall sighed, gazing into Harry's green eyes. "Potter, you know I am not your parent or guardian, so I cannot sign on their behalf." She placed a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder. "Besides, Hogsmeade may not be safe at present." Disheartened, Harry watched Hermione and Ron depart. "I'll have to wait for you to return to tell me all about it." His frustration mounted, for without a permit, he could not venture to Hogsmeade. Returning to the castle in a state of vexation, he was suddenly seized by the Weasley twins, one on each side. "Hey, Harry, we have something splendid to show you." Harry could not distinguish which was George and which was Fred. "This is our secret weapon and winning charm," they stated with mystery, "but we think you'll need it more than we will." The twins produced a somewhat tattered piece of parchment, which Harry accepted with curiosity. "What is this?" "It looks like a scrap?" One of the Weasleys replied with irritation. "This is no scrap, George, show him." "Hey, you're the George," Fred retorted, and in unison, they tapped the parchment with their wands and declared, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." In the blink of an eye, Harry watched in astonishment as the seemingly ordinary parchment transformed into a detailed map of Hogwarts. As he examined the map, he noticed numerous names moving across it, and upon closer inspection, it clearly labeled their current positions as Harry Potter, George Weasley, and Fred Weasley. What a wondrous piece of alchemical work is this? This is the Marauders' Map. We've used it to evade numerous nighttime patrols. More importantly, it shows many secret passages leading out of the castle. We've explored quite a few, although some are no longer usable. But fret not, there are still many passages available for use. If you wish to go to Hogsmeade, we recommend this one. The twins exchanged conspiratorial smiles, pointing their wands at one of the passages. It leads to the basement of Honeydukes, allowing you to sneak into Hogsmeade. Harry, elated with the Marauders' Map in hand, marveled at the magical artifact. Realizing he now had a way to visit Hogsmeade, he quickly donned the invisibility cloak and, following the map's guidance, emerged from the basement of Honeydukes to find Hermione and Ron. "Harry," Ron exclaimed, embracing him joyfully. "I knew George and Fred would have a way." "Look, it's Madame Rosmerta. Ron has quite the crush on her," Hermione teased. Madame Rosmerta was the proprietress of the Three Broomsticks. "Who says that?" Ron protested. The trio spotted Madame Rosmerta standing at the entrance of the Three Broomsticks, greeting Professor McGonagall and Minister Fudge. "Dear Madame Rosmerta, How has business been of late? Fudge inquired as he disembarked from the carriage. It would be better if Dementors didn't come to the pub every day to search. Madame Rosmerta replied with a hint of irritation. We have a murderer, Fudge explained. Sirius Black? Is he really coming to Hogsmeade? The proprietress appeared puzzled, pushing open the door to the pub and asking, why would he come here? Harry Potter, Professor McGonagall answered softly. Upon hearing this, Harry swiftly donned his invisibility cloak and stealthily followed them inside. McGonagall, Fudge, and Madame Rosmerta entered a private room in the pub, where Madame Rosmerta inquired, so, what is the situation? Well, do you remember how, over a decade ago, when Harry Potter's parents discovered they were being hunted by the Dark Lord, they went into hiding? Very few knew where they were concealed, and the Fidelius charm was the only way they could be discovered, provided the secret keeper betrayed them, Professor McGonagall explained. Sirius was that secret keeper, and he was the one who killed their friend, Peter Pettigrew. Peter Pettigrew? The diminutive, rotund companion of Sirius, who perpetually trailed behind James and Sirius, was already lifeless by the time we arrived at the scene of the incident. Only a solitary finger remained of him. As Fudge remarked, McGonagall sighed, seemingly reluctant to broach the subject, adding, and worse still, Sirius Black, he is Harry Potter's godfather. Unable to bear it any longer, Harry turned and fled from the three broomsticks, seeking refuge in a deserted area. Hermione and Ron followed the footprints until they discovered Harry alone. Hermione lifted the invisibility cloak and inquired, Are you all right, Harry? In a fit of despair, Harry shouted, Sirius Black, he was their friend. But he betrayed them. Anger contorted the boy's features as he declared, If I ever see him, I shall kill him. Meanwhile, in Madame Pudafut's tea shop in Hogsmeade, Roxelwyn had long since secured a corner table, awaiting Wenda's arrival. Long time no see, Wenda greeted, clad in a relatively casual black wizarding robe, as she entered the tea shop, which was already bustling with young witches and wizards. Good day, Roxelwyn replied, rising to present the meticulously prepared dossier detailing the life and familial background of the Gryffindor marauders, with particular emphasis on the backgrounds of Remus Lupin and Sirius Black, prominently marked for easy reference. Wenda perused the documents, her surprise evident upon reading about Remus Lupin. Father Lyle Lupin was employed in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, where he insisted on detaining the werewolf Fenrir Greyback until the full moon had confirmed his identity. Despite the Ministry's insistence on releasing Greyback, which led to retaliation from the werewolf community, his youngest son was subsequently attacked and infected. Wenda gazed at the line of text in astonishment, realizing that the new defense against the dark arts professor was, in fact, a werewolf. How intriguing, she mused. It appears Dumbledore has had difficulty finding a conventional defense against the dark arts instructor over the past 3 years. She had almost grown accustomed to the various professors of this subject, and as far as she was concerned, werewolves were not particularly frightening. This merely explained why Professor Lupin appeared somewhat frail during certain times of the month. As she continued her reading, the dossier elaborated on the conflicts within the Black family, causing Wenda to suddenly grasp why Lucius had suggested that the accusations against Sirius might be unjust. A Gryffindor within a Slytherin family, a rebel amidst a household predominantly comprised of Death Eaters, had joined the Order of the Phoenix. Wenda realized she had underestimated this infamous fugitive. As a leader of the faithful, she certainly understood the taboos that leaders must navigate. Sirius's actions seemed to put the entire Black family in jeopardy, indeed painting him as unlikely to be a Death Eater. Could Sirius Black be the Animagus I encountered previously? Wenda pondered, lightly tapping the dossier on the table as she contemplated this possibility. Chapter 55. Joyful memories. Harry had never yearned to master a spell as desperately as he did now. He felt the Dementors were his nemesis. Among the members of the Raven Club who began their studies simultaneously, several young witches and wizards had already successfully conjured their Patronus, including Luna Lovegood, a rather eccentric Ravenclaw from the same year as Ginny. At Wenda's suggestion, Harry felt compelled to seek Professor Lupin's assistance once more. Confronting his boggart might prove a beneficial approach, considering that Harry's boggart was a Dementor. Under the pressure of the Dementor, perhaps he could unlock his latent potential for this spell. The Patronus is, in essence, a form of power, akin to a shield that protects the witch or wizard who summons it. Standing firmly between them and the Dementor, Lupin explained, pausing before continuing. I believe you are already aware that to successfully conjure a Patronus, we require a particularly special memory. Not just any memory, but one suffused with joy. Even one that imbues you with strength. Would you like to attempt facing it? Lupin turned to Harry. Beside him was the wooden chest containing the boggart. Ready for their lesson? Harry took a deep breath, striving to steady his nerves. He mentally reaffirmed his choice of a joyous memory. raising his wand to signal Lupin that he was prepared to confront his fears. Lupin opened the chest, and in an instant, the boggart burst forth, transforming once more into the form of a Dementor, draped in its tattered cloak, exuding an aura of darkness and chill reminiscent of that fateful defense against the dark arts lesson. Expecto Patronum, Harry cried, waving his wand and pronouncing the incantation loudly. Yet, as with every prior attempt, it yielded no results. No transformation occurred. The boggart, now resembling the Dementor, drew closer, the damp, piercing cold encroaching upon him, akin to the despair of witnessing one's own demise. Expecto! Expecto! Harry curled in agony, his wand trembling uncontrollably in his grasp. He was once again haunted by those painful memories of neglect at the Dursleys, the echoes of a woman's screams, and the blinding green light. Lupin interposed himself between Harry and the boggart, which shifted once more into the comically spherical shape from their defense against the dark arts class. Ridiculous! Lupin incanted, banishing the boggart back into its chest. He helped Harry, who had collapsed to the floor in exhaustion, rising to his feet and producing a piece of chocolate from his pocket, offering it to Harry much like he had on the train. Here, have some. It will make you feel better, he said. The difficulty of conjuring a Patronus far exceeds that of the wizarding exams. If you succeed on your next attempt, I shall be genuinely astonished. Which memory did you employ? It was the first time I rode a broomstick, Harry replied. Lupin chuckled softly, gazing into Harry's green eyes. That is still far from sufficient, Harry. It simply isn't joyful enough. A hint of confusion flickered in Harry's eyes. A happier memory? He approached the candelabrum, fixating on the flickering candlelight, hearing his voice reverberate through the classroom. Perhaps there is another memory, but I'm not sure if it truly counts. It was indeed the time I felt the happiest. Is it potent enough? Lupin inquired, his tone resolute, as if he were confident that this was the answer. Harry nodded, directing his gaze back to the boggart's chest. The Dementor once again glided forth, a wisp of gravity-defying wind, akin to dark smoke billowing from a muggle chimney. It floated languidly toward the boy, as if drawn by some delectable essence. At that moment, a brilliant white light erupted from the tip of Harry's wand, the ethereal radiance gradually coalescing before him, forming a solid force, akin to a shield raised from his wand, staunchly obstructing the Dementor's advance. Harry was uncertain if this truly represented his authentic memory. He had seen his parents' visages in the mirror of Ariste, and as he uttered the incantation, his mind was filled with visions of his disheveled-haired father, James, and his gentle, beautiful mother, Lily, standing before him. They did nothing but stand there, as if they were sharing some unspoken words. Perhaps it was not a genuine memory, yet it became the most cherished possession Harry could claim. The young savior, having lost both his most beloved and those who loved him in return, continually found himself gaining yet losing in his journey towards becoming a true hero. The scales of balance were laden with weights, and even the most impartial of instruments could tilt under the burden of human emotion. The following day in the Ravenclub's Patronus practice room, Harry successfully conjured his incomplete Patronus once more, eliciting envy from his fellow young witches and wizards. Wanda gazed at Harry with a hint of astonishment. His progress from being unable to conjure to this level could only be described as meteoric. In fact, Wanda confided in Harry that she could sense he was on the cusp of manifesting his Patronus. Potter, perhaps you are merely one opportunity away. The Patronus charm requires not only joy but also a measure of belief, Wanda articulated. This charm is intimately tied to the wizard's essence. It can even fluctuate in response to a wizard's emotional state or shifts in belief. For instance, my own Patronus transformed from a black cat to a raven after I clarified my convictions in the Lestrange cemetery. Perhaps when you feel an urgent need to protect someone, you will finally glimpse your Patronus. Wanda thought of Ariana, reminiscing how she too had been stuck at this juncture, and had it not been for the Dementors on the train, she might still be unable to produce her Patronus. Harry nodded, somewhat understanding, pondering the notion of protective resolve. As they prepared to part, Wanda presented Harry with a small brooch. Could you please deliver this to Hermione? She has been overwhelmed with her coursework this semester. I've noticed her dark circles have deepened considerably. This might offer her some solace, she instructed, pausing before adding, make sure she keeps it close. Harry accepted the brooch, a twinge of envy stirring within him. Wanda was truly kind to Hermione, inviting her to the Riddle Manor over the holidays. Had it not been for his unexpected homelessness, he might have had the chance to join them. Wanda remained seated until Harry's figure vanished from her sight, before rising slowly. She retreated to a corner of the classroom, discreetly waving her wand and uttering a phrase that was not a spell. Tracking location 3. The tip of her wand emitted a soft yellow glow, gradually forming an arrow in the air, indicating the very direction Harry had taken. Chapter 56. Peter Pettigrew. Hermione was genuinely exasperated with Ron lately. For several days, he had found every possible opportunity to mock her, all due to the disappearance of his pet rat, Scabbers, and a few stray hairs from Crookshanks on his bed. Ron was convinced that Crookshanks had devoured Scabbers, and he directed his ire at Hermione, the owner of Crookshanks. At least it wasn't torn to shreds, Ron grumbled. That cat has been eyeing it with predatory intent. He was deeply distressed, for Scabbers was second only to family in his heart. Having been their beloved pet rat for 12 long years, Hermione steadfastly maintained that Crookshanks was innocent, asserting that the feline was a clever and obedient creature. I've told Crookshanks not to eat Scabbers, he wouldn't disobey me. It was worth noting that the weight of her academic burdens this semester had already left Hermione quite fatigued. Coupled with her recent quarrels with friends, she felt utterly drained, yearning for a place to sleep undisturbed for an entire day. Fortunately, the brooch that Wanda had gifted her indeed had a calming effect, enhancing her quality of rest significantly. She wore it wherever she went. Harry found himself at a loss as to how to mediate between his two friends. On one hand, he believed Hermione was placing too much faith in Crookshanks, as it was a cat's instinct to chase mice. On the other, he could see Hermione's exhaustion and Ron's fixation, which prompted him to urge Ron to temper his remarks. After all, Hermione was their academic savior, and if she ever truly lost her temper, they would find themselves in dire straits. As the trio bickered their way to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, they settled into their seats. Just as Harry was lamenting the discord between his friends, Professor Snape strode into the room, forcefully closing the door behind him with a flick of his wand, his black robes billowing gracefully in the breeze. Isn't this the Defense Against the Dark Arts class? Harry instinctively lowered his voice as he turned to Ron. I am quite certain it is, Ron whispered back, his face a mask of fear as he glanced at Snape. We just survived potions yesterday. Professor Snape cast a cold, sweeping gaze across the classroom, seemingly oblivious to the students' whispers and restlessness. Turn to page 394, he commanded, descending from the podium, his icy demeanor indiscriminately assaulting every student. Excuse me, sir, where is Professor Lupin? Harry blurted out, recalling the potions lesson. Snape's eyes locked onto Harry with a piercing intensity. That hardly seems relevant to you, Potter, he replied curtly, striding forward. Let us just say your professor is currently unfit to teach. I will repeat myself. Turn to page 394. Hermione hastily flipped to the designated page, her eyes widening at the title. Werewolves? But we just covered red caps and chisperfles, sir? She interjected, perplexed. Werewolves are a much later topic. Silence, Miss Granger. It was clear that Snape was not one to be swayed by challenges to his authority. Once the classroom settled into silence, he returned to the front, activating the magical projector, which displayed the visage of a werewolf. Who can tell me the difference between an Animagus and a werewolf? Hermione eagerly raised her hand, reminiscent of her enthusiasm in first-year potions class, always eager to provide answers as a means of validation. Allow me to respond, Professor, she said, unable to contain her excitement. She had prepared in advance. An Animagus is a wizard who can willingly transform into an animal form, whereas a werewolf has no choice. On the night of the full moon, a werewolf transforms involuntarily, losing their wizardly consciousness and attacking indiscriminately, even their own friends and family, she recounted, recalling the information from her readings. They heed nothing except the calls of their pack. Merlin, what a dreadful defense against the dark arts lesson. Ron lamented on their way back to the common room. He docked points just because Hermione answered without being called on. Snape's disdain for Gryffindor was not a recent development, but Harry admitted he was concerned for Professor Lupin. He had become a frequent target of Snape's point deductions, and was nearly immune to such attacks by now. Honestly, I think the werewolf essay du Monday is worse. Harry groaned at the thought. 2 rolls of parchment. How on earth am I supposed to finish that? That night, in the Gryffindor common room, Harry had become rather enamored with nocturnal escapades. The combination of the invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map was simply exhilarating. He had returned safely from each of his recent adventures, eluding capture with ease, and he reveled in his newfound prowess. On this particular night, Ron was already snoring in bed, while Harry remained engrossed in studying the Marauder's map. He activated the spell once more, excitement coursing through him as he unfolded the map, only to suddenly come across a peculiar name. Peter Pettigrew. He recognized that name. Harry recalled the story he had overheard at the Three Broomsticks. It belonged to his father's friend, but hadn't he been killed by Sirius? Harry felt a surge of exhilaration mixed with confusion. There was no time to don his invisibility cloak as he dashed from the Gryffindor dormitory. Lumos, he whispered, raising his wand to illuminate the map in his path, cautiously approaching the name. Hey you. A voice suddenly called out, startling Harry. Thankfully, it was merely a portrait in the corridor. Keep it down. We still need our beauty sleep. My apologies, madam, Harry muttered, reducing the magic emanating from his wand as he continued to scrutinize the map, advancing slowly. Curiously, the footprints associated with that name seemed to sense someone was in pursuit. For just as Harry believed he was close to finding Peter Pettigrew, the name abruptly veered around a corner. Harry hurriedly advanced down the corridor, yet found it utterly deserted. Perhaps his movements had been too conspicuous. He soon realized that a name was swiftly approaching him, Severus Snape. The prank was complete. He hastily closed the Marauder's map. And in the next moment, Professor Snape, wand raised, materialized before him. The pallor of Snape's face, coupled with the eerie silence of the pitch-black corridor, rendered him even more sinister. His dark robe seemed to meld with the shadows, as if he himself were being engulfed by the darkness. For reasons unknown, Harry suddenly perceived a semblance of pity for Professor Snape, who appeared uncharacteristically unwell. He swiftly dismissed this bizarre notion. Pity for Snape? Preposterous. He was, after all, a devil incarnate. Potter, I knew it was you, Snape uttered coldly, his waxen visage betraying a gleeful disdain at having caught Harry. You, like your arrogant father, take perverse pleasure in breaking the rules. Professor, I was just, Harry stammered, attempting to explain his presence in the corridor at such an ungodly hour. Sleepwalking. Despair washed over him as he realized the absurdity of his unconsidered response. He was doomed. Snape would undoubtedly have his way with him. What is going on here? Lupin's voice descended like a lifeline, rescuing Harry from his awkward predicament. He looked at Lupin with hope. Snape, however, would not easily relent. He snatched the now parchment-like Marauder's map from Harry's hands. What is this? Reveal yourself, Snape commanded. To his astonishment, the parchment did not transform into the contraband he had anticipated. Instead, a line of text appeared mocking him. Mr. Moonface inquires if you could refrain from meddling with others using that absurdly large nose of yours. Snape froze and Harry, equally taken aback, held his breath. But that was not the end of it. Pointy fork, Bigfoot, Mr. Wormtail, insert further insults. Harry was too frightened to even breathe as he awaited Snape's impending fury. Yet, Lupin wore an expression that seemed a mixture of amusement and embarrassment. He seized the parchment from Snape's grasp and said, "It's merely a trick played by students, likely intended to mock others." He swiftly pulled Harry away, retreating to his office before Snape could erupt. "Harry, where did you find this?" he inquired, closing the door behind them. "From Filch," Harry replied, careful not to expose the Weasley twins. Fortunately, he remembered George mentioning that they had pilfered it from Filch. Evidently, Lupin was unconcerned with the source. He addressed Harry, "Well, since I now know what this is." He seemed to recall something amusing, his demeanor lightening. "As a professor, I certainly cannot return it to you." Yet Harry felt compelled to protest. He still hadn't grasped the significance of that name. That deceased hero. Why had it appeared on the Marauder's map? Gazing at Lupin's resolute expression, he understood he would not reclaim the map and begrudgingly turned to leave. Just before stepping out, Harry hesitated and decided to confide in Professor Lupin. "Professor, I'm not certain if it's malfunctioning." Lupin raised an eyebrow, his eyes betraying surprise, as though he was puzzled by Harry's statement. "Today, I saw a name on it. A name that shouldn't have appeared." Harry's voice, though faint, resonated clearly within the confines of the office. Peter Pettigrew. Chapter 57. Snape's birthday gift. By the 6th year, Vinda had ample free time to maintain correspondence with various heads of the Saints, and Queenie had recently been quite busy. She was a sharp blade concealed within the sheath, wielded by the purists against the Ministry of Magic. As a natural legilimens, she always found a way to uncover the secrets others sought to hide. Those who attempted to obscure the truth would invariably find themselves ensnared by it, compelled to lend their aid. On that day in Hogsmeade, the news Roxanne brought was not limited to information regarding Snape and the Marauders. More importantly, a report detailed a peculiar affliction afflicting a Muggle. At that time, Muggles believed it to be merely a severe case of depression, as such psychological maladies were not uncommon in their world. What was peculiar was that the afflicted was a man with a happy family, both parents and children alive, and a flourishing career, who had suddenly descended into profound anguish within the span of a week, appearing as if he were a mere shell of himself. Ultimately, in a Muggle hospital, the man existed like a thoughtless, vegetative state, devoid of any emotional response. He was so repressed, so bleak, akin to a zombie. Muggles, of course, remained oblivious to the fact that he had been subjected to the intimate kiss of a Dementor, a term wizards affectionately employed. Those kissed by a Dementor were merely alive. They were but soulless husks. It is essential to recognize that Dementors are among the most abominable creatures on earth. They swarm in the darkest and filthiest corners, reveling in decay and despair, siphoning away all peace, hope, and joy from the air around them. Proximity to a Dementor robs one of any positive feelings and joyful memories, ultimately rendering them as soulless and malevolent as the creature itself. When the man finally had no joy left for the Dementor to consume, the creature pressed its chin upon the victim's lips, extracting the soul from its sacrifice. Dementors do not kill their delectable prey, rather, they inflict a fate worse than death, leaving only the brain and heart functioning, stripped of self-awareness, memories, and everything that makes one whole. There is no chance for restoration. Such narratives are not confined to a solitary city in England. They manifest in the United States, Germany, France, and across the globe, where unnoticed individuals endure similar torments. Yet this was merely the beginning. Muggle organizations remained unaware that this was a premeditated trial, while the wizarding world remained indifferent to the Muggles' daily struggles of life and death. Since discovering that Lupin was a werewolf, Vinda had busily prepared a distinctive birthday gift for their esteemed headmaster. The Saints' records clearly documented the headmaster's biography, including the imminent birthday. The potions master must prepare some potions, Vinda murmured, having long since devised her first grand gift for Snape. At the end of her list for Snape's presents, she appended the special materials painstakingly acquired by the Saints, a satisfied smile gracing her face. The youngest potions master held considerable renown in the wizarding world. His improved potion recipes recorded in the International Potions Association, showcasing the remarkable talent of this half-blood wizard. The Saints have always adhered to the principle that investment yields returns. They were never stingy with their own. In recent years, their infiltration into Muggle industries had amassed significant wealth and connections. After all, conducting business with Muggles was simplicity itself. A well-placed confundus charm sufficed to facilitate seemingly reasonable, yet undeniably profitable transactions. If it involved a soul bond, those so-called confidential documents would be even more easily obtained. Invisibility charms might evade the dense webs of infrared sensors, but a wizard's methods have never been limited to mere invisibility. Thus, while obtaining the scant samples returned by Muggles from the moon was no trivial task, the Saints quietly manipulated Muggle scientists to gain access to the laboratory within their base, returning with a portion of lunar soil and minerals to deliver to the waiting wizards, who would subsequently forget the matter entirely. Lunar soil and minerals. I trust the professor will be pleased with my gift. Wenda gazed intently at the object contained within the crystal vial, once again expressing her admiration for the capabilities of Muggles. In this way, she had secured a ticket to converse with her esteemed headmaster. As a potions master with a werewolf nemesis, the prospect of concocting the potion most coveted by werewolves, only to witness her adversary grovel in abject remorse before her, was tantalizing. I hope you achieve your desires, Professor. I also hope you can fulfill mine. January 9th, 1994, marked Severus Snape's 34th birthday. Yes, this brooding head of Slytherin was but 34. Yet his melancholic and dark demeanor often led students to perceive him as a wizened wizard in his 40s or 50s. Severus Snape never celebrated his birthday. Perhaps in his youth, a girl might have remembered it and, with her fiery red hair, sought him out on this day to present a carefully prepared gift. However, he had long since lost everything. The young yet aged potions master loathed to reminisce about his past, for to him, it was undoubtedly the dullest of blades, tortuously and slowly grinding against his heart and soul, incessantly reminding him of his guilt and the need for atonement. Snape toiled in his subterranean laboratory, where the supply of potions for Hogwarts was perpetually insufficient. The chaos wrought by the trolls was inversely proportional to their strength, and the ever-inept Dumbledore had worsened matters, alongside that detestable werewolf. Nevertheless, Snape did not refuse Dumbledore's requests. On one hand, he had long vowed to protect the child at all costs, dutifully following Dumbledore's commands. On the other hand, it was the exquisite joy and sense of accomplishment derived from brewing potions that provided him with a modicum of delight and relief in this world. Yet this night, a knock echoed at the door of his laboratory, and Wenda entered his office, bearing a carefully selected gift. Miss Rogier? Snape queried, perplexed, for he had had little interaction with this peculiar yet trusted witch, aside from her attendance in his advanced potions class. The witch politely greeted the potions master, and presented her meticulously chosen gift. Happy birthday, headmaster. This is a token from my companions and me. Snape was taken aback. How could she possibly know his birthday? However, more than surprise, a sense of wariness arose within him. He had gleaned some information about the witch from Dumbledore, particularly concerning the mysterious and formidable force behind her. Miss Rogier's companions? Snape probed cautiously. Why not first examine our sincerity, Professor? Wenda evaded his inquiry, gracefully sidestepping the venomous serpent's scrutiny and gesturing for him to inspect the gift she had prepared. Snape instinctively turned his gaze to the items Wenda had placed upon the table. An ancient tome of potions, likely a treasured relic of a pureblood family, 2 small vials, one containing a substance akin to soil, and the other filled with an unidentifiable mineral, and a card that seemed to elucidate the contents of the gift. Snape did not scrutinize it closely, merely flipping it over, only to be struck dumb by the symbol emblazoned upon the reverse. It was an odd insignia, yet one he recognized all too well. The Deathly Hallows, the emblem of Grindelwald and the Dark Wizards. Wenda smiled with satisfaction at the rare expression of bewilderment on the headmaster's face, a triumphant glint dancing in her eyes. Snape heard her voice reverberate in the confined space of the cellar, seemingly imbued with a beguiling charm. "Headmaster, what Dumbledore can provide, we can match. You need not hastily refuse me. The performance has yet to reach its climax." Without granting Snape time to ponder or decline, the girl turned and exited the cellar. But not before casting out a bombshell that would unsettle him. "By the way, Headmaster, are you aware that within the boy who lived, Harry Potter, resides a fragment of a soul that does not belong to him?" Chapter 58. The Rat, the Black Dog, and the Little Cat. Following his birthday, Snape found himself in a wretched state, beset by the bothersome werewolf and the elusive Sirius Black, not to mention the emergence of a third faction, ambiguous in its intentions, attempting to enlist him. With a sigh of frustration, he marked AP on Harry Potter's potion essay. Were it not for the fact that this Potter was the child of Lily, he would have dismissed him outright. His brief exchange with Wenda had made him keenly aware of the danger Dumbledore had alluded to regarding that sixth-year witch. They say a serpent strikes at its weakest point. Yet the sensation of having one's vulnerabilities exploited was far from pleasant. He had not anticipated that the true object of his allegiance, Dumbledore and his quest to protect Lily's child, would be uncovered first by Wenda. Even now, Voldemort and other Death Eaters likely believed he was stealthily executing Dumbledore's directives within the halls of Hogwarts. Moreover, the insufferable Harry Potter, with his arrogance reminiscent of his father, was insufferable, yet he was Lily's child. And Wenda's last words echoed ominously in his mind. The issue with Harry Potter. And what did it mean to possess a soul that did not belong to him? Did Dumbledore know of this? A flicker of concern and foreboding crossed Snape's eyes. Until now, Dumbledore had not mentioned this matter, leaving Snape uncertain if he was even aware of the anomaly within Potter. Perhaps it was the weight of Wenda's final revelation. Or perhaps the memory of Dumbledore's favoritism towards Lupin and that insufferable crowd that compelled Snape to withhold the details of Wenda's visit and conversation from Dumbledore. Furthermore, there was the matter of Grindelwald and the Dark Wizards. Leaning back in his chair, Snape felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, rubbing his temples in frustration. The revelations brought forth by Wenda were staggering. The Dark Wizards were not inferior to the fully realized Death Eaters or the Order of the Phoenix. Yet they operated in the shadows. In terms of power, Grindelwald was a dark wizard of a caliber comparable to Dumbledore. "Whatever Dumbledore can offer you, I can match." Headmaster, the words echoed in his mind, compelling him to seriously contemplate Wenda's statement. Indeed, the Dark Wizards could provide the leverage he sought. Yet, Snape was acutely aware that in this world, nothing came without a price. Just as he had never been favored by Merlin, the unending darkness of his childhood had never ceased. The redemption he had once envisioned was merely a fleeting stroke of luck, one that had ultimately slipped away, leaving him with a destiny steeped in solitude and darkness. In his youth, enchanted by dark magic and glory, he had joined the Death Eaters, paying the ultimate price with Lily's life. By the time he sought Dumbledore's protection for Lily and her child, the cost had been to become a double agent, sacrificing his worth as a potions master. And now, if he were to join the Dark Wizards, what would be the price he would pay? What did that witch seek to gain from him? He chuckled bitterly, contemplating how much he had left to barter. Had he not already lost everything? In Snape's hollow eyes lay a mixture of numbness and self-derision, for the spirit that resided within this young potions master had long since withered, aging rapidly with the death of his youthful idealism. Regret was an inescapable torment destined to accompany him in the twilight of his existence, withering like a lily, as a soul too would decay and shatter. Wenda did not overly concern herself with or disturb Professor Snape, for she understood that he would not so easily place his trust in her. The wary prey of a saint always requires time to be appeased, and as the hunter, she possessed ample patience. The only thing she needed was to set the perfect trap and lay out tempting bait, waiting for the moment when her quarry, losing its patience, would willingly step into her snare. The raven soared once more towards the forbidden forest, for she had discerned the hiding place of that large black dog, or rather, Sirius Black. That was bait delivered right to her doorstep, and she had no reason to refuse such an opportunity. transforming into a raven. She flew directly to the treetops beside the Whomping Willow, her keen eyes reflecting the image of the rather gaunt and filthy black dog. The trap, the snare, the bait, the prey. Everything was meticulously prepared. The grand performance was about to commence. The raven's ebony feathers blended seamlessly with the night, as it quietly observed a small cave at the foot of the tree where a cat and a dog appeared to be frolicking in a rather harmonious manner. Was that Hermione's pet cat? Wenda recognized Crookshanks and felt a flicker of curiosity about why Sirius would be so close to Hermione as pet. However, it did not take long for her to uncover the answer. Following the ginger-colored kitten through the Forbidden Forest, they arrived at the castle of Hogwarts. Crookshanks was diligently sniffing something, and soon enough, the clever little feline confirmed its target. Was that a mouse? No. The scent belonged to yet another Animagus? Wenda was perplexed. When had Animagi become so commonplace? It was worth noting that, at present, only 7 Animagi were officially registered with the Ministry of Magic across the entirety of Britain. And here, within the modest confines of Hogwarts Castle, 4 Animagi had already gathered: Professor McGonagall, Sirius Black, the unknown mouse, and Wenda herself. This was indeed rather intriguing. Was that mouse, or rather the wizard transformed into a mouse hiding within Hogwarts, truly Sirius's ultimate target? The raven, flapping its wings, perched itself on a window ledge in the corridor, watching as Crookshanks pursued the mouse. Wenda found the scenario immensely amusing. A fugitive had transformed into a stray dog and tasked an ordinary cat with chasing down a mouse that was, in fact, a wizard. Even the tales in a young witch's storybook would not dare to weave such a narrative. Yet, she believed she would soon uncover the truth. With anticipation and delight sparkling in her eyes, the raven turned and flapped its wings, soaring into the pitch-black night sky. Chapter 59. The Whomping Willow and the Shrieking Shack. I have already told you it is not Crookshanks. Hermione emphasized each word as they made their way to Hagrid's hut. She could not comprehend why Ron was so adamantly convinced that Scabbers' disappearance must be connected to Crookshanks. For heaven's sake. She certainly did not want Crookshanks to devour Ron's annoying, filthy rat. Fuming, Hermione hastened toward Hagrid's hut. What did you provoke her for? Harry patted Ron on the shoulder, hastening to catch up with Hermione. Ron, looking dejected, trailed behind them, unable to suppress a mutter. Oh my Scabbers. Hagrid greeted the trio warmly, immediately producing his rock cakes to share generously. Although they were rather hard for an ordinary wizard, the trio graciously accepted them. Oh right. Hagrid exclaimed, slapping his forehead. He turned to retrieve a delicate little box, thoughtfully lined with hay. A gray mouse promptly poked its head out, and upon spotting Ron, it scurried down Hagrid's hand, and onto Ron's shoulder. Scabbers. So you were here all along. You're alive. Ron exclaimed joyfully. The thrill of recovering something lost was indeed quite delightful. Keep an eye on your pet, Hagrid advised Ron. Well, now you can apologize, can't you? Hermione said somewhat irritably. Ron was overjoyed, completely unfazed by Hermione's tone, and cheerfully replied, of course. Next time I see Crookshanks, I'll apologize. Hermione could only roll her eyes in exasperation, loudly declaring to Ron, I meant me. That evening, as the trio left Hagrid's hut and prepared to return to the castle, Scabbers seemed to sense something amiss. The mouse, which had been quietly resting in Ron's hands, suddenly bit him sharply and leaped to the ground, scurrying away in a flash. Hey Scabbers! Ron shouted, quickly pursuing the direction in which Scabbers had fled. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances before following after him. By the time they caught up with Ron, they found him seated on the ground, cradling Scabbers. Why did you bite me all of a sudden? He asked the mouse, his voice filled with indignation. Oh my! Hermione exclaimed, gazing at the massive willow tree nearby. Harry also recognized what it was, the very culprit that had shattered his Nimbus 2000, the Whomping Willow. Ron! Run! Harry shouted at Ron. Strangely, Ron seemed to have noticed something too. His face filled with terror as he gazed behind Harry and Hermione. Hermione, look behind you. It's ominous. Turning around, Harry and Hermione beheld a large black dog that had appeared behind them, its menacing gaze fixated on them. In the next moment, it lunged toward Ron, sinking its teeth into his leg, and dragging him into the tunnel beneath the Whomping Willow. Ron! Hermione rushed forward but was swatted aside by the tree. Meanwhile, Wenda observed Remus Lupin hurrying past the door of the Raven Club, realizing that the spectacle was about to unfold. Tracking position 3. The arrow pointed towards the Whomping Willow outside the castle. After a moment of contemplation, Wenda rose from the Raven Club and transformed into her Animagus form, soaring into the air. With her expansive vantage point, she followed the unfolding drama. She watched as Lupin hurried to the Whomping Willow, seemingly pressing a particular part of the trunk, causing the tree to fall silent. In the next moment, He vanished into the hollow of the tree. Not long after, a grim-faced Snape arrived, following the same method to find the tunnel, and disappearing from Wenda's sight. Once she confirmed that no one else would arrive, Wenda reverted to her human form and landed on the ground. She located the protruding knot that Lupin had pressed and followed him into the tunnel. After traversing the long passage, Wenda finally arrived at the end. Was it the Shrieking Shack? She recognized it as the infamous haunted house of Hogsmeade, where people had gathered, including the trio from Gryffindor, Lupin, and Sirius Black, while Snape was hastily making his way upstairs. Who is that? Wenda did not know who the newcomer was, yet she would soon find out. It was not I who betrayed them, Sirius Black cried out, somewhat deranged, clearly tormented by Azkaban. The traitor is someone else. Who is the traitor? Harry shouted in anger. It's Pettigrew. Lupin glared in Ron's direction. Come out, Pettigrew. He cast a dark look at Ron, specifically at the mouse in his hand. I know that SU. At that moment, Snape stormed into the room, pointing his wand at Sirius, who was advancing on Ron. Disarm him. In an instant, Lupin's wand flew from Sirius's hand. Severus. Lupin attempted to intervene, but he had already given his wand to Sirius. At that moment, both were unarmed. Wizards without their wands were not much different from muggles. The taste of revenge was truly delightful. Snape gazed at the two individuals before him, stating, I have long been in conversation with Dumbledore regarding your assistance to an old friend in infiltrating Hogwarts, and now, at last, I possess evidence. Turning his attention to Sirius Black, he added, As for you, I shall personally apprehend you. Sirius, seeming to find amusement in the situation, shook his head mockingly. What a grand display, Snivellus. However, your rather dim intellect has once again miscalculated. I have matters to attend to with Remus. He strode purposefully towards Ron. But Snape swiftly blocked his path, asserting, Do not presume I am incapable of taking action. The taste of Azkaban is unpleasant. And those Dementors must be yearning for your essence. I dare say a Dementor's kiss would suit you quite well. They say such scenes are gruesome. Yet I would undoubtedly witness it to the end. Snape's voice dripped with menace. Severus, please, came Remus's pleading voice from the side. Yet it was clear that Snape had no intention of heeding him. Just as Snape prepared to escort Sirius Black away from the Shrieking Shack, Harry stealthily drew Hermione's wand. Expelliarmus. Protego. The first incantation came from Harry, while the latter was uttered by the suddenly materializing Wenda. This unexpected turn of events astonished everyone. Ron and Hermione stared incredulously at Harry, exclaiming, What are you doing? You're attacking a professor. Snape, caught off guard, would have likely fallen victim to Harry's ploy if not for Wenda's timely intervention. It appears I have arrived at the perfect moment, everyone. Indeed, a most splendid performance, Wenda remarked as she gracefully stepped forward, closing the door behind her. She seemed positively delighted, even going so far as to tidy up the dilapidated surroundings of the Shrieking Shack before conjuring a comfortable sofa to sit upon. Are we all here, my dear friends? Let me see. 1, 2, 3 plus myself, that makes a total of 8 wizards. How lively. Her pale green eyes surveyed the expressions of everyone present, finally resting on the rat nestled in Ron's arms. With a hint of French lilt, Wenda continued, Now we can have a proper discussion about the truth of the matter. Let us proceed, gentlemen. She gestured knowingly towards Remus and Sirius, brandishing her wand as a subtle threat. Then addressing Snape, she explained, Professor, you are aware of my position. I am not aligned with either side, yet the truth may indeed diverge from what the public believes, and I believe you ought to be informed of it. I assure you no one shall escape from this room, Professor. Wenda reiterated her promise to Snape, for he was the potions master she sought to win over, and could not afford to offend. Snape narrowed his eyes at Wenda. Their gazes locked for what felt like an eternity, before he reluctantly nodded, indicating his willingness to hear the final justifications from Remus and Sirius. Pettigrew is not dead, Harry. Do you recall telling me you saw his name on the map? Remus addressed Harry. The map is lying. Harry retorted emphatically. The map never lies. Sirius interjected, pushing aside Remus and advancing rapidly, pointing at the rat in Ron's arms. That traitor is right there. Me? Are you out of your mind? Ron exclaimed, bewildered as he clutched Scabbers. It's your rat. Sirius shouted, his expression filled with a fervor that suggested he would pounce upon the creature without hesitation. But Scabbers has been with us for 12 years? Sirius edged closer, his disheveled yet undeniably handsome face contorted with madness. Ordinary rats cannot live that long. Does he not also lack a toe? Suddenly Harry pieced everything together. During their visit to the 3 broomsticks, Fudge had mentioned that they found no body for Peter Pettigrew, only a severed finger at the scene. Scabbers is Peter Pettigrew. He's also an Animagus, Harry shouted. At that moment, Sirius seized the rat from Ron's hands and viciously hurled it to the ground. Scabbers shrieked and attempted to flee towards the door, but was abruptly immobilized by Wenda's spell. Snape, darkly frowning, approached with his wand raised, casting the counter-curse for Animagi. The rat began to grow, and soon a plump, somewhat disheveled man appeared in Scabbers' place. None other than the presumed dead hero, Peter Pettigrew. Remus. Sirius. My old friends. The rat-faced man pleaded, his voice tinged with desperation as he glanced anxiously at Remus and Sirius, only to be shoved violently to the ground. He immediately rolled over and turned to Harry, attempting to leverage his connection with Harry's father for mercy. Harry, you bear a striking resemblance to your father. We were good friends. How dare you invoke his name? Sirius interjected, stepping between Harry and Peter, delivering a fierce blow to his face. You dare mention James? You betrayed James and Lily to Voldemort. Remus followed suit, landing a punch on the fallen Peter. I didn't mean to. They tortured me, the Dark Lord. Who knows what else they would do? Peter pleaded, his voice quavering. If you were in my position, you would have done the same, Sirius. He shrieked, desperately seeking sympathy and understanding. I would rather die than betray my friends, Sirius declared, picking up the wand from the floor and pointing it at Peter. Even if Voldemort had not killed you, I will ensure your demise today. Wenda blinked, realizing the truth of the matter, but could not allow Sirius to kill him so easily. Just as she was about to intervene, Harry preempted her. No, you cannot kill him here. We must take him to the castle and hand him over to the Ministry and the Dementors. That way you can clear your name. He addressed Sirius while Snape, for the first time, caught a glimpse of Lily and Harry. Snape's gaze fell upon Harry Potter's eyes, a striking green reminiscent of his mother's. His expression shadowed by the dim light. The man he had loathed for 12 years, the murderer he despised as much as himself, was, it seemed, someone else entirely. Professor? Wenda's voice broke through Snape's reverie, prompting him to inquire, perhaps you still require Veritaserum? Snape cast a complex glance at Wenda, the witch from the Witches' Coalition, pondering how much she truly knew, even carrying Veritaserum with her. Or would you prefer an alternate ending? Wenda proposed, her eyes glinting with a hint of mischief as she suggested, for instance, Professor Lupin transforms into a werewolf, killing Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew before fleeing into the night? She glanced at the moonlight outside, as if the idea were entirely plausible. I have quite the knack for setting the stage, Wenda added, tilting her head towards Snape, her eyes shimmering with expectation and madness, as if awaiting his affirmation to pursue this as an offer of allegiance. As Grindelwald's assistant, the French Black Rose had much more to offer than mere beauty. In fact, with her dual heritage, her prowess at Hogwarts was likely second only to Dumbledore's. The expressions of Remus and the Gryffindor trio shifted dramatically, the difference being that while the Gryffindor trio was unnerved by the implications of murder and scheming, Remus was horrified by the sight of the moon outside. Snape, too, realized the implications of Wenda's words. He raised his wand towards Remus, positioning the young wizards behind him. Remus, you haven't taken your potion. As the ominous clouds dispersed, a ray of light pierced through the windows of the shrieking shack, illuminating Lupin's form, whereupon an expression of excruciating agony contorted his features. His body underwent a grotesque transformation, his limbs elongated, adopting the sinewy joints and claws reminiscent of a beast. Gray fur erupted from his skin, and his eyes became suffused with a feral crimson hue. On this moonlit night, the werewolf would be unable to restrain his metamorphosis, succumbing to primal instincts that would drive him to savage aggression. Hermione, filled with trepidation, instinctively stepped back, recalling the dire warnings from her books. Stand behind me if you value your life. Severus Snape interjected, blocking the path of the Gryffindor trio with a solemn expression. Be cautious, Wormtail, Harry exclaimed, having spotted Peter Pettigrew attempting to flee amidst the chaos. Pettigrew, having transformed into his rodent form, was poised to escape. The mouse was swiftly swatted to the ground, rendered unconscious. Well done, Zoe, Vinda remarked, patting the small phoenix on its head in commendation. She had deliberately brought the phoenix along to prevent any rodent-like individuals from slipping away from the scene. Professor? The witch seemed to be in a dilemma regarding the stance of her house's head, remaining passive as the enormous black dog, transformed from black, grappled with the werewolf in a fierce struggle, each tearing at the other. Take them to Dumbledore, Snape replied, casting a complex glance at the witch. He understood the necessity of taking a firm stance. He might possess a means to vanquish the werewolf, yet he was acutely aware of the 3 underage wizards trailing behind him. Should they be bitten in the fray, ensuring their safety would be exceedingly difficult. Understood. Vinda replied with a faint smile, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her light green eyes. As you wish, Headmaster. The witch rose slowly, summoning the small phoenix that had been watching the mouse. Zoe, Vinda addressed the phoenix, lead them to Albus. The phoenix nuzzled Vinda's fingertips before obediently approaching Snape and the others, extending its exquisite tail feathers. Snape grasped Zoe with one hand, while he held Harry with the other. Harry grasped Hermione, who in turn held Ron, who clutched his pet Scabbers. Together, they experienced the wondrous gift of the phoenix's apparition. Once Zoe had led the four and the mouse away, Vinda finally turned her attention to the writhing wolf and dog, raising her wand towards them. Thornbind. A self-created spell by Vinda, combining the characteristics of rapid binding and thorns, possessing a faint devouring attribute that grows stronger by siphoning magical energy from the witch, categorizing it within the realm of dark magic. Enormous thorns erupted from the ground, violently separating the wolf and dog, ensnaring their forms tightly. The more they struggled, the stronger the binding seemed to become, leaving several gashes upon the werewolf, and causing the black dog to bleed profusely. Faint, Vinda commanded, watching the still struggling werewolf. With another incantation, the transformed Lupin succumbed to unconsciousness, unable to resist. Vinda then waved her wand to release the black dog from its bindings, tossing a vial of white ointment before Sirius. This has been infused with silver powder. I trust you can manage to apply it? Hurry, Black. The ministry should be arriving shortly, and I do not wish to miss the commotion at Dumbledore's. Chapter 61. The Ministry's Verdict. That night, within the confines of Hogwarts Castle, in the headmaster's office, the small phoenix Zoe appeared alongside Snape and the others, startling Fawkes, who had been resting upon a branch of the sycamore tree. Dumbledore, donning his purple robes, hastily emerged, his wise gaze sweeping over Snape and Harry, confusion etched upon his features. Severus? Harry? What has transpired? I believe the greatest wizard of this century should witness the myriad of flaws within his Hogwarts, Snape retorted coldly. The notion of Hogwarts as the safest haven had become a cruel jest, with escapees, traitors, and werewolves congregating in its halls. Professor, it is as follows. Harry glanced at Snape, wary of exacerbating tensions, and began to recount the events of the night to Dumbledore. You mean to say that the secret keeper was Peter Pettigrew? A flicker of comprehension crossed Dumbledore's azure eyes. He was inclined to trust that Sirius had not betrayed James and Lily, as Pettigrew was a child who had strayed from the path of justice for the sake of his family. Yet, it was common knowledge that Sirius had been the secret keeper, and during the trial he had admitted as much. Professor Lupin? Hermione hesitantly inquired. Does Dumbledore know that Lupin is a werewolf? Although the young witch cherished the rare presence of a competent defense against the dark arts professor, the danger posed by werewolves was undeniable, and the events of the evening had left her profoundly shaken. Just a few furry little issues, wouldn't you agree? Dumbledore blinked. Attempting to soften the blow, Severus has always provided Remus with wolfsbane potion. It was merely an unfortunate incident tonight. He sighed, a note of melancholy in his voice. I fear we shall need to find a substitute professor on short notice. Snape merely snorted in disdain, clearly displeased with Dumbledore's trivialization of the werewolf predicament. Before long, Vinda arrived with Sirius Black, leaving the still transformed Lupin temporarily within the shrieking shack, instructing little Zoe to guard him and prevent any further unforeseen incidents. Vinda. Dumbledore regarded the witch with a complex expression, exhaling deeply. I am grateful for your intervention this time. A slight smile graced Vinda's lips as she responded. I am not aiding you, Albus. You know I never meddle in affairs that do not concern me. After a pause, she glanced towards the fireplace of the headmaster's office, hinting, speaking of which, the ministry's personnel should be arriving shortly, shouldn't they? No sooner had she spoken than Fudge, and the Aurors from the ministry hastily emerged through the fireplace. Fudge bellowed, Albus, I hear that Black has been apprehended? Upon spotting the nearby Sirius, he immediately signaled for his arrest. Cornelius, I believe you should take a look at this. Dumbledore waved his wand, compelling the still mouse-like Pettigrew to revert to his wizard form, where he curled on the ground, trembling in despair, fully aware of his dire predicament. Isn't that Peter Pettigrew? Fudge gasped, recognizing him instantly. Harry once again recounted the events, albeit this time Fudge insisted on utilizing Veritaserum. The sudden revelation left him flabbergasted. He wished fervently that this was merely a fabrication spun by Dumbledore and his allies. Yet once more his hopes were dashed. Fudge, flustered like a frantic insect on a hot skillet, pondered how he would explain this to the public. Albus, I cannot simply announce this to the public, he exclaimed, causing Harry and Sirius to blanch. Cornelius. Dumbledore's tone turned grave. You must provide the truth with its due acknowledgement. However, Fudge cast a reluctant glance at Dumbledore. I believe I have a splendid idea, Minister Fudge, Vinda interjected, her emerald eyes glinting with cleverness. The minister who condemned Sirius Black was not you, was it? What do you mean? Fudge queried, piecing together the implications, but uncertainly looking towards Vinda, aware of her unique connections with several prominent pureblood families in Britain. You are merely a minister who uncovered the truth and restored a hero's honor. The one who rendered the verdict without discerning the truth should also bear the weight of their oversight. Do you not think? Grateful, Harry regarded Vinda, affirming her as a good ally. However, he quickly sensed that her words hinted at something deeper. As for Mr. Black's illegal Animagus transformation, his unlawful intrusion into Hogwarts, and the harm inflicted upon young wizards, Wenda cast a glance at Snape, her lips curling into a somewhat smug smile. How about relinquishing half of the Black family's fortune? To my knowledge, this Mr. Black has always harbored disdain for his lineage. So contributing half of his estate to the Ministry of Magic to offset these charges should be a welcome proposition. Wouldn't you agree? The Ministry's verdict arrived swiftly. Sirius Black was acquitted of the charges of betraying the Potters and murdering Peter Pettigrew and the Muggles. However, due to his concealment of the Animagus transformation and his subsequent attack on students at Hogwarts, he forfeited half of the Black family fortune. While this resolution may not have been entirely satisfactory for Harry, the sensation of reclaiming familial ties filled him with profound joy. Yet for Wenda, the spectacle was far from over. Let our Aurors release Peter Pettigrew during his transport, Wenda instructed Queenie through the two-way mirror. This traitor, having betrayed his friends, now had but one path before him, to pledge allegiance to Voldemort. The clamorous conflict between the clam and the heron would ultimately benefit the fisherman. She was no member of the Order of the Phoenix. Her singular focus was not on vanquishing Death Eaters and Voldemort. Before Remus Lupin departed from Hogwarts, Snape had successfully developed a new wolfsbane potion using moon soil and minerals from the moon, building upon the foundation of the original potion. It was revealed that Belby's wolfsbane potion allowed werewolves to retain their sanity on the night of the full moon, while Snape's improved version would grant werewolves the autonomy to choose whether to transform. For Remus, this was akin to a miraculous remedy. Due to the rarity and specificity of the materials, after accounting for the losses incurred during development, the supplies Wenda had brought would suffice for only 2 vials. Professor, would you mind if I assisted you in managing these 2 potions? Wenda said with a bright smile directed at Snape, entirely devoid of the usual apprehension students exhibited in his presence. In fact, the final act I have prepared may very well require this. Truly, he was the youngest master of potions. Snape's expression was complex. He remained uncertain of Wenda's true intentions. However, this modified potion, which could not be produced in bulk, would not receive the endorsement of the International Potion Association, and yet he was equally reluctant to bestow it upon Lupin or any other werewolf. Ultimately, Snape acquiesced to Wenda's request, curious to see what she would conjure with those 2 potions. Wenda fixed her unwavering gaze upon Snape, her tone resolute. Headmaster, I shall not disappoint you. Chapter 62. The Scale of Justice. No, I object. Lupin immediately rejected the absurd demand with unwavering firmness. Yet he could not suppress his yearning gaze upon the vial of potion in Wenda's hand. He implored, each word a struggle. I would give everything to exchange. But Sirius must not become a werewolf. That potion represented a chance for him to never again suffer the burdens of his lycanthropic identity. The thought was almost unfathomable. As if life could hold new hope. Remus Lupin had long been tormented by this furry affliction, his eyes fixated on the potion as if it were a long-lost love. However, that did not imply he would acquiesce to Wenda's terms. Sirius was the last of his childhood friends. He would not barter his friendship. With all due respect, Mr. Lupin, Wenda remarked, perplexed by Gryffindor's vigilant demeanor as if they were the villains in this scenario. It was merely a transaction after all. As the seller, she had every right to choose the terms of exchange. In truth, neither you nor your companion, she cast a glance at the equally wary Sirius, holds any value to me. The witch coldly articulated her stance, as if condemning the irredeemable to death, her eyes devoid of warmth. The French Black Rose never engaged in endeavors devoid of benefit. She required Snape's talents as a master of potions. Yet she had no shortage of a remaining black or a destitute werewolf. Then why approach us? Sirius challenged, his tone sharp. If that potion were genuine, he would do anything to secure it for his brother. Wenda appraised the duo before her, as if evaluating merchandise, her lips curling into a disdainful smile after a prolonged silence. It seems you both deem becoming a werewolf a grievous fate, thus perceiving this exchange as a threat. Did you consider the consequences when you lured Professor Snape to confront Lupin on the night of the full moon, Sirius? She genuinely could not comprehend the logic of the man before her. She merely returned to Black what he had once wrought upon others. She had not demanded Lupin to slay Black, she had shown considerable mercy. It must be noted that a frenzied werewolf would hardly care whether the prey was infected or deceased. Since the headmaster was unable to exact revenge, it was her duty, as the recruiter, to exact the necessary retribution. If Dumbledore could not represent the scales of justice, then she would deliver the verdict. Sirius and Lupin's expressions froze. They had not anticipated that Wenda's motivations were rooted in her allegiance to Snape. Yet they also recognized that the past was far from just. Dumbledore's scales tipped in favor of Gryffindor, but not Wenda's. She continued, granting no opportunity for rebuttal from Lupin or Sirius. Moreover, I merely return to you the potential consequences of your past actions. Do you not care for your friend Black? Then assist him. With a sarcastic tone, Wenda urged, as if genuinely considering their plight. Her cold gaze pierced through Lupin and Black's hearts like a dagger. Is it not merely a transformation into a werewolf? Gryffindor's courage lies in daring to act without accepting responsibility. No, Miss Rogier, Lupin finally spoke after a long pause. This is my destiny. I should have accepted it long ago, should I not? Moreover, Sirius has already apologized to Severus, and James ultimately prevented the most terrible of outcomes. Lupin turned his face away, refusing to look at the potion in Wenda's hand. For me, Sirius and the others are akin to family. They have never shunned me for being a werewolf, even practicing Animagus to prepare for my transformations on the full moon. If the price of becoming normal is my brother, I refuse. Lupin spoke slowly, his calm tone starkly contrasting the turmoil within. Wenda regarded him with understanding. This professor was, at his core, a man of deep loyalty. However, she did not retract the potion in her grasp. Instead, she turned her attention to Sirius. And what of you, Mr. Black? None, but I can procure this potion. Will you engage in this transaction with me? Sirius gazed deeply into Lupin's eyes, recalling his youthful folly and the regret that followed, guilt not directed at Snape, but rather towards Lupin. In that moment of madness and impulsivity, he had failed to comprehend the consequences Lupin would face had Snape perished at his hands. Had James not arrived, it would have been Lupin who suffered most painfully. Dumbledore's previous actions had favored them. He was not oblivious to this fact. Had it not been for Dumbledore and the Black family at his back, Sirius's expulsion would have been a foregone conclusion. Moreover, he was acutely aware of the hardships Lupin endured due to his lycanthropy, fully cognizant of Lupin's fervent desire for a normal life. After James's departure and Peter's betrayal, they were each other's last brothers. I accept your terms, Sirius declared, addressing Wenda. The Black family was always imbued with a trace of madness, even in the face of inevitable consequences. Wenda chose the Shrieking Shack as the site for Sirius's transformation into a werewolf. After all, a fitting conclusion required both a beginning and an end, deserving of the title of a perfect finale. Her final act of mercy was to send for a werewolf prisoner from Azkaban to infect Sirius Black, rather than allowing Remus to infect his own brother. A deal was struck, and the collaboration was amicable. Wanda gazed with satisfaction at Sirius, who bore the mark of a werewolf bite, and at Remus, who displayed an expression of anguish. From behind her, she produced a wooden box containing the improved Wolfsbane potion, and placed it before Remus. Farewell, Professor Lupin. I wish you all the best for the remainder of your life. Wanda rose gracefully, executing a noble bow, and departed, her emerald robe trailing behind her. Once the dust had settled, she meticulously extracted and packaged the memories of this negotiation, storing them within a specially crafted crystal vial, which she accompanied with an invitation from Ilvermorny to be presented to Snape. Additionally, another vial containing a potion capable of controlling werewolf transformations was intended as a unique gift for Harry Potter at the end of the term. However, every gift in this world bears a price tag, and it was evident that neither Snape nor Harry could refuse the offerings prepared by Wanda. Yet, fate's gifts are always shrouded in hidden costs. One must know where to strike, for taming a lion is no different. Wanda, ever the astute learner, understood that by seizing upon individuals' desires, things they yearned for yet could not refuse, they would invariably become her companions. The witch smirked, her eyes betraying a detached indifference towards the struggles of life. She had long mastered the art of persuasion and political maneuvering taught to her by Gellert. Chapter 63, Grindelwald. Snape was taken aback by the magnitude of the gift Wanda had bestowed upon him. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, indeed it was fair. He could not help but scoff softly, feeling the weight of youthful grievances dissipate. The fears that once loomed at the edge of death now somewhat diminished. He stared at the key connecting to the Raxiel estate and the invitation penned by Wanda, descending into a state of contemplation and prolonged silence. Could he truly trust this enigmatic witch from the pureblood party? Was the path ahead one of redemption or abyss? Snape felt adrift. unable to discern what intrinsic value he possessed that would compel the pure blood party to exert such effort in recruiting him. Severus, could you come to my office, please? At that moment, the silver phoenix Patronus bearing Dumbledore's voice disrupted Snape's solitary musings. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore hesitated as he scrutinized the letter in his hands. Its return address from Ilvermorny, the familiar script exuding Grindelwald's characteristic arrogance and audacity. He was always like this, leaving no room for refusal. With a long sigh, Dumbledore acknowledged the sudden reappearance of this old friend. Once a lover, a confidant, like a candle flame emerging from darkness or a stone cast into a lake, creating ripples in the stillness. The ripples surged throughout Hogwarts, mirroring the turmoil within Dumbledore's heart. My dear Albus, I hear from Wanda that you still need a temporary defense against the dark arts professor? I am here to apply. Don't refuse me, or you'll have to teach the class yourself. Dumbledore understood Grindelwald's implication all too well. Should he adamantly decline, it was likely that any teacher found outside Hogwarts would be unable to serve due to a myriad of seemingly reasonable mishaps. Headmaster, did you summon me for something? Snape arrived in the office, locking eyes with Dumbledore in inquiry. Severus, in the final 2 months of this term, we are likely to welcome a rather extraordinary professor, Dumbledore said, casting a worried glance at Snape, his blue eyes filled with concern. I need you to keep an eye on him to ensure he does not propagate any unsavory ideologies during class. What do you mean? Snape's vigilance heightened. What kind of individual could compel Dumbledore to forego caution? Dumbledore's gaze fell upon an empty picture frame on his desk, and he uttered the name as if it were both a conference and a sigh. Gellert Grindelwald. Snape's pupils constricted sharply. The dark wizard who could rival Dumbledore or Voldemort was about to leave Ilvermorny. He recalled the invitation in the cellar, realizing that the time for him to make a choice was rapidly dwindling. The Hufflepuff gossip group would not overlook any news from Hogwarts. Professor Lupin's resignation piqued curiosity and regret among many. Do you know why Professor Lupin resigned? Marietta asked as she pulled Ariana around, seeking answers. But Ron remained tight-lipped with Ginny, merely stating that Lupin's health was poor, rendering him unable to continue teaching at Hogwarts. Do you know who will take over as the defense against the dark arts professor? Surely it can't be Professor Snape forever? I don't know. There are still 2 months left in the term. Indeed, and finals are approaching. If the new professor is anything like Lockhart, I might as well prepare for failure. Grindelwald donned a black cloak prepared by the saints, admiring his reflection. He had deliberately altered his appearance to appear younger, resembling a sprightly septuagenarian, while partially concealing his signature mismatched eyes. Satisfied, he stepped through the fireplace. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore and Wanda had been waiting for some time, with Ariana amusing herself with Fawkes and Zoe. Albus, Grindelwald's voice arrived before his person, causing Wanda to roll her eyes at the ostentatious display. Turning her back to him and walking over to Ariana. Somewhat embarrassing, Wanda mused to herself. Rachel. Dumbledore read the name from Wanda's prepared identity with surprise. Yes. A reclusive male member of the Raxiel family. My ostensible brother, Wanda replied, this identity seamlessly crafted, having been in motion for a decade since her control over Raxiel began. The Ministry of Magic could inspect any recent activities, but a decade ago, they lacked the capability to unearth such distant history. Do you guarantee that you will not entice young wizards to join your ranks, Gellert? Dumbledore asked sternly, his gaze fixed upon Grindelwald, who found this side of Albus utterly endearing. However, to avoid being expelled from Hogwarts at this moment, Grindelwald obediently assured, I promise not to lure your young wizards. Besides, I am not the leader of the pure blood party anymore. Wanda is. I promise not to entice young wizards, but I never said anything about professors, Grindelwald secretly thought. Dumbledore observed Grindelwald, noting that he indeed appeared disinclined to propagate his ideologies, and he felt a slight relief. Albus pondered for a moment before inquiring, do you have a wand? After all, the Elder Wand is already in my possession. If you lack a wand, I may need to find a temporary one for the new professor. No, Al. Grindelwald was exceedingly compliant. Had Wanda not been aware that the Thunderbird wand had already been sent to Ilvermorny, he would have looked at Dumbledore with anticipation, saying, I would like to use yours. I've used it before, and it feels so natural. Dumbledore was taken aback that Grindelwald had so readily climbed the ladder of nostalgia, recalling how Grindelwald had once taken his first wand from him in the barn, a time when he was as clingy as a golden retriever, perpetually tempting him to exchange wands to demonstrate their sincerity and trust. In their most passionate days, the youthful Gellert always found a way to make Albus yield to him. Now history seemed to be repeating itself. Grindelwald, with a sense of satisfaction, caressed the familiar surface of his oak wand, embedded with a phoenix feather core. and with a flick of his wrist summoned his Patronus, a thunderbird, which burst forth from the confines of Hogwarts Castle, stretching its powerful wings as it soared into the heavens. Indeed, it felt as seamless as it had in the past. Grindelwald cast a triumphant glance at Dumbledore, his eyes brimming with an aggressive glint that seemed to convey, "Albus, your wand is far more honest than you are." Dumbledore, overwhelmed with a throbbing headache, sought to dispel Grindelwald from his presence, hastily ushering him out of the office, leaving Anna to amusingly cradle little Zoe, unwilling to part with his beloved sister. At the entrance of the headmaster's office, Winda gazed at Grindelwald, exasperated. Must you always tease him? Yet Albus appeared adorably shy, a fact that had long since allowed Grindelwald to be his true self in Winda's company. After all, much of what was known and unknown had already been uncovered, and he sensed a subtle dissonance between Winda and Ariana. "You'd best tread carefully. I would rather not witness your premature graduation," Winda remarked with a hint of annoyance, pausing before cheerfully addressing Grindelwald. "Brother." Grindelwald tousled Winda's hair and, taking up his belongings, proceeded to his office. "Just go ahead and do as you wish, Winda. While I still possess my faculties, while I can still protect you." His voice echoed through the corridor, imbued with the same gentle confidence as when he first chose Winda, a quality that could inspire unwavering devotion from even the most ardent followers of the French Black Rose. Chapter 64. Double Agent? Triple Agent? The young witches and wizards of Hogwarts soon forgot their sorrow over Professor Lupin's departure, having grown accustomed to a plethora of instructors, and the arrival of Professor Grindelwald thrilled the students immensely. This new defense against the dark arts professor dazzled them with an array of spellcasting techniques, and introduced them to a myriad of dark magical creatures, blurring the lines between those that could be captured, and those that theoretically could not, rendering all distinctions moot in the presence of this formidable instructor. "Professor Rosy is truly remarkable." Such exclamations echoed throughout Hogwarts, as Grindelwald, under the guise of Rosy, garnered considerable popularity, except for Harry Potter, who felt the world's palpable malice. The attitudes of the previous two defense against the dark arts professors towards him were starkly disparate, with Rosy being even more terrifying than Snape. He felt privileged to be singled out for special attention by Professor Rosy, but the additional assignments were a source of great distress. "So you are the student favored by Dumbledore?" Grindelwald mused to himself, wishing Dumbledore wouldn't hover over him so persistently. Dreaded Scamander. Dreaded Potter. Yet, it was evident that only Harry sensed this peculiar targeting. The other young witches and wizards were utterly captivated by the new professor. Regardless of their support or opposition to Grindelwald, all wizards had to concede that he was an extraordinarily charismatic leader and sorcerer, even under a different guise. His inherent charm could not be concealed. Otherwise, his reputation would not have soared so high. At the Lestrange Mausoleum, many among the throng of wizards were not adherents of the pureblood party, but were simply drawn to Grindelwald's allure. Furthermore, it was crucial to note that for those young witches and wizards who had experienced the Raven Club under Winda's guidance, this new professor was none other than Miss Rosy's brother, a fact that Miss Rosy herself had acknowledged as being more talented and powerful than she. This revelation instantly attracted the attention of Slytherin and Hufflepuff. For Slytherin, they had never shied away from befriending a powerful wizard, especially one of Rosy lineage, a pure-blood aristocrat. Hufflepuff's response was more complex. The Badgers from Winda's support group swiftly categorized the professor as one of their own after witnessing a particular defense against the dark arts lesson, eagerly offering their full support, to the extent that when Dumbledore stumbled upon a magically printed, winking bookmark of Grindelwald, his expression twisted into one of bemusement and abstraction. "You truly have not been promoting your supremacist ideology at Hogwarts?" This was a daily inquiry from Dumbledore, filled with suspicion, yet Grindelwald remained unfazed, even enlisting Ariana to gather his surroundings, methodically placing them in various corners of Albus's office. The above observations were courtesy of Severus Snape, the diligent head of Slytherin, who once more found himself questioning Dumbledore's sanity. He had little interest in the connection between the newly arrived Professor Rosy and Dumbledore, nor did he appreciate the frequent deluge of bookmarks and postcards that rained down upon him whenever he opened the headmaster's office door. Severus had begun to seriously doubt whether Rosy was indeed Grindelwald. He could hardly fathom the nature of Grindelwald's relationship with Dumbledore. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks passed, and all appeared tranquil, as if that dark wizard had genuinely come to assume the role of a mere defense against the dark arts professor. "Headmaster, the day has finally come." Winda once again rapped on the cellar door. "My brother wishes to speak with you." Snape followed Winda to the office of the defense against the dark arts professor, marking his first entry into Grindelwald's domain. The interior was entirely transformed from Lupin's simplicity and modesty. Grindelwald's office bore his unique flair, with wooden furniture and a collection of curious magical artifacts adorning one wall. A massive floor-to-ceiling enchanted mirror stood nearby, and the bookshelves brimmed with a variety of magical tomes and Muggle literature, alongside official newspapers from both the Muggle and Wizarding worlds. On Grindelwald's desk lay a fresh red rose, poised to bloom, delicate and forlorn. Professor Snape, or rather Grindelwald, turned slowly from the window, his metamorphosis revealing his true visage, his heterochromatic eyes glinting with aggression as they fixed upon Snape, who felt as though he were prey under the gaze of a predatory bird, utterly trapped. "Winda has spoken of you," Grindelwald began, omitting any mention of the pureblood party or his own affairs. "She claims you to be a highly gifted master of potions. In truth, you have already demonstrated this to us." Snape furrowed his brow in confusion, warily contemplating the implications of Grindelwald's statement. At that moment, Winda had already prepared a pot of tea, levitating it into the room for Grindelwald and Snape, gracefully taking a seat and reminding them. "That potion formula, along with those lunar soil and mineral samples, Professor." Snape instantly grasped her meaning, whether concerning the ancient potion records used by werewolves or the peculiar potion ingredients. These were deliberate prompts and tests to ascertain whether he was worthy of the title of the youngest master of potions, a necessary step towards securing the subsequent grand gift they had prepared. This was indeed a chain of events intricately linked, Snape marveled inwardly, once again feeling the weight of their strength and influence. Severus began to contemplate the possibilities. What if Grindelwald had not been defeated by Dumbledore? What if the pureblood party had successfully invaded Britain? If at that time, after his graduation, he had not yet fully aligned himself with the Death Eaters? Severus understood that had he been faced with a choice among the Death Eaters, the Order of the Phoenix and the pureblood party, he would have likely joined the latter without hesitation. Indeed, if the Wizarding world and the Muggles had truly coexisted harmoniously, irrespective of the supremacy of wizards, perhaps Tobias would not have treated Eileen so poorly. Perhaps his regrettable childhood could have heralded a fresh beginning. That was the closest he could have come to acquiring power and glory, without making Lily the object of such ambitions, for to the pureblood party and Grindelwald, half-blood wizards were also brethren. Alas, such a choice was never presented to him. Regrettably, history and fate had already predetermined everything. "So what can you offer me? And why should I place my trust in you?" Severus heard his own voice echoing. Ultimately, he found himself wavering. Vinda recognized at the moment Severus spoke that a young, exceptionally talented potions master was about to join the Saints. A double agent? No, one might call him a triple agent. Chapter 65. An unrefusable gift. Before the end of the semester, the Ministry of Magic's verdict finally arrived. Sirius was acquitted, but due to his reckless actions, he was penalized nearly half of the Black family's estate. Ultimately, through negotiations between the ministry officials and Sirius, he chose to retain the Black ancestral home and the stock in Gringotts, as he had no desire to manage the businesses invested in by the Black family. He entrusted all the enterprises requiring his oversight to the ministry. However, despite agreeing to the transaction with Vinda, Sirius did not disclose his transformation into a werewolf to Harry. He stood on the platform, holding a firebolt he had just pre-ordered from the Quidditch shop, awaiting his godson. Harry was overjoyed, never having anticipated that one day he would be welcomed by a guardian. The only disappointment he felt was that Dumbledore had informed him he must return to the Dursleys for a month due to the blood magic Lily had used to protect him. Yet, at that moment, neither Sirius nor Harry knew of the extraordinary gift that awaited them at the Dursley residence. A rather unfamiliar visitor had arrived at the Dursleys, and the neighbors on Privet Drive were curious about the identity of the woman visiting the Dursley household. Just look at the luxurious car parked outside, and the impeccably dressed driver. Surely such elegance was not commonplace. Vinda sat on the Dursley's sofa, quietly awaiting the arrival of Sirius Black and Harry Potter, while the Dursley couple appeared somewhat anxious and apprehensive. A document laid out on the coffee table before them. Dumbledore would certainly not disclose the matters concerning the Dursleys and Harry's blood magic to Vinda, but due to Harry's use of the inflating charm against Aunt Marge, the ministry had registered the addresses of the boy who lived and his guardians. With the Quidditch World Cup approaching, Vinda had agreed to allow the German and French ministries to withdraw from the competition, smoothly obtaining Harry's address from the fame-seeking minister. Harry reluctantly embraced Sirius, reaffirming that he would definitely come to fetch him in a month, before trudging toward the Dursleys' home. He pushed open the door and greeted Petunia. "Aunt Petunia, I'm back." Harry quickly froze, for sitting in the Dursley living room, clad in a deep green muggle gown, was none other than Vinda, the owner of the estate he had visited last holiday. He was momentarily taken aback, unsure why he was encountering her at the Dursleys. Vinda? Vinda took a sip of her red tea and said, Harry, I am here to deliver something to you. After a brief pause, she continued, Mr. Black? Could you please lift the disillusionment charm? This is rather peculiar. Sirius lifted the charm, casting a wary glance at Vinda, whose sudden appearance startled Petunia and Vernon greatly. Uncle Vernon exclaimed, Good heavens, who is this person? He cast a fearful glance at Sirius and then back at Vinda, opening his mouth to speak though no words came forth. Nonetheless, Harry understood the unspoken words, likely cries of monster and calls for the police. Please take a seat, everyone. Vinda began as though she were the true host of the gathering, yet curiously no one opposed her, not even the actual hosts, the Dursleys. I have come to discuss certain matters, Vinda explained, addressing Mr. and Mrs. Dursley. I must apologize for the shortcomings in the wizarding community concerning the upbringing of a young wizard. Harry Potter's identity is of utmost importance to the magical realm. As I believe Mr. Dumbledore has informed you. She cast a somewhat apologetic glance at Petunia, sliding a document across the table toward her. The cover boldly reading Share Transfer Agreement. The wizarding world had not adequately considered the challenges involved in raising a young wizard. In truth, Vinda seemed to ponder her words, then appeared somewhat remorseful as she stated, Our understanding of the Muggle world has proven rather insufficient. This is a personal gift, prepared spontaneously by myself and some like-minded friends. I believe you will find it quite beneficial. Uncle Vernon extended his trembling hands to accept the document, carefully examining it. It was the share transfer agreement for his company. Grunnings. Young wizards often encountered numerous accidents when unable to control their powers, and raising a child was already a considerable expense. Petunia wished to loudly inform Harry and the witch before her that she was not raising the savior of the wizarding world, but rather her sister's child. Yet before she could voice her thoughts, Vinda preempted her. Perhaps you accepted this child out of nostalgia for your sister, but now that we are aware of this situation, we cannot remain idle. Vinda said to Petunia, I kindly ask that you accept this gift, as it will provide you with substantial assistance. Vernon and Petunia received Vinda's gift with mixed emotions. They could not refuse the offering of this witch. As Dudley grew, their expenses increased, and this gift signified that Vernon could easily acquire more income, allowing them to provide greater opportunities for their children. Harry had never anticipated such an occurrence. The idealistic young lion had never realized that the life he loathed was a gift bestowed by others. This kind-hearted child suddenly felt a pang of guilt. For after inheriting the Potter family's wealth, the basic necessities he had during the holidays were still provided by the Dursleys. Aunt Petunia, I'm sorry, the little savior said, his eyes mirroring his mother's, casting a remorseful glance at the relatives he had once harbored resentment toward. Petunia stared blankly at those eyes so reminiscent of Lily's. She too had once yearned for magic, had once envied Lily's talent and their parents' favoritism. But on that fateful day, the day Lily departed, it was not just Harry Potter who lost a loved one, but also Petunia Evans. I simply cannot allow Lily's child to wander, she stated calmly, as if finally letting go of her resentment. Lily had died for this child, yet she ultimately had to respect her sister's choice. Vinda lowered her gaze slightly, concealing her satisfaction. The savior had been well nurtured by Dumbledore, possessing the courage and sense of justice characteristic of Gryffindor. What she needed to do was leverage this sense of justice and moral compass to garner the savior's gratitude and favor. For a savior raised in the Muggle world, supporting the repeal of the Statute of Secrecy would also be a most reasonable and powerful form of assistance. Wanda would never assume the role of a saint who silently dedicates herself to aiding others behind their backs. Every ounce of assistance she offers carries a price. Since she has already invested her efforts, gratitude becomes merely the most fundamental form of recompense. As for the other gift she has prepared, one that is impossible to refuse, Mr. Black, Wanda directed her gaze towards another familiar face and spoke. This is a gift intended for Harry's godfather, and I believe you understand its significance. As for whether you wish to inform Harry, I shall respect your decision. The witch produced a small vial, familiar to Sirius, containing yet another specially concocted wolfsbane potion. Wanda did not hand the potion directly to Sirius. Instead, she placed it on a nearby table. Rising gracefully, she lifted the hem of her long gown and made her way towards the door, her words lingering in Sirius's ears. Oh, by the way, I neglected to mention last time that both potions were crafted by a potions master you are well acquainted with, Severus Snape. Wanda slightly turned her body, casting a glance at Harry. Additionally, have a pleasant holiday, Harry. Chapter 66. The Meeting of the Purity Party. During the holiday, an owl delivered an invitation to Spinner's End. The letter contained nothing but a single line and a key. Welcome to join our ranks, Professor. Severus recognized the handwriting as belonging to Wanda Rocher. He was about to make his first acquaintance with the power of the saints. The key led to Nurmengard, where the upper echelons of the Purity Party, having already seized a significant portion of the German Ministry of Magic, strode confidently into the infamous prison fortress. Nurmengard is both a castle and a prison, regarded by the saints as the supreme tower, illuminating the way in countless nights of confusion. This was the first meeting held at Nurmengard since the reformation of the Purity Party. Prior necessary meetings were convened at Rocher Manor. With the reopening of the conference room in Nurmengard, it seemed to herald the awakening of this long-dormant beast. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Nurmengard. Wanda stood at the forefront of the meeting room, clad in a flowing black wizard's robe, the tailored fit accentuating the alluring curves of the soon-to-be adult witch. Her fiercely striking features, coupled with her unmasked ambition reflected in her pale green eyes, revealed the depth of her formidable prowess and cunning. Unlike the casual and simplistic gatherings of the Order of the Phoenix or the bloody and dark assemblies of the Death Eaters, the meetings of the Purity Party were imbued with an exquisite balance of comfort and decorum, much to Severus's satisfaction as a Slytherin. Let me introduce our two new friends. Wanda turned slightly, addressing Severus and a young wizard who appeared to have recently reached adulthood. Severus Snape. The witch looked towards Professor Snape, a faint smile gracing her lips. You all must have heard of the name of this youngest potions master. He also serves as my potions professor at Hogwarts, and the head of Slytherin House. Professor Snape is the youngest potions master in the wizarding world today. Renowned within the Potions Association, his talents and skills surpassing the rumors that circulate about him. More importantly, Professor Snape has earned the trust of both Dumbledore and Voldemort. He will be an indispensable part of our plans, and I am delighted by his inclusion. Wanda paused, gazing at Severus with a hint of admiration and a smile. May magic and glory be with you, Professor. Wanda's eyes shifted toward Snape, introducing the potions master to the Purity Party's high-ranking members. Snape offered a slight nod, acknowledging Wanda, and the gazes directed his way. Queenie was the first to applaud, signaling her welcome. She was acutely aware of the considerable effort that had gone into recruiting this individual, to the extent that Grindelwald had briefly left Nurmengard. As for the other new friend, Conrad Vogel, Wanda smiled enigmatically, shifting her gaze to the young wizard beside Snape. Queenie cast a surprised glance at Wanda and the young wizard. Vogel? She certainly recognized that surname. In fact, she had met another Vogel, Anton Vogel. You are? Queenie observed Conrad Vogel with astonishment, unhesitatingly tapping into her innate talent. And as she suspected, you are indeed the grandson of Anton Vogel. Snape had also heard of this name. As the third president of the International Confederation of Wizards, preceding the current Albus Dumbledore, is often mentioned in the annals of magical history. Moreover, Anton Vogel was the Minister of Magic in Germany at that time. Following Grindelwald's defeat in 1932, this adaptable president promptly agreed to another election, leading to the appointment of the renowned witch Vicencia Santos, who revised the secrecy laws before Dumbledore. Presidents of the International Confederation of Wizards: Anton Vogel, Gellert Grindelwald, Vicencia Santos, Albus Dumbledore. Wanda lowered her gaze. Anton Vogel's defection had significantly aided Dumbledore and Scamander in dismantling the Purity Party and Grindelwald. Ironically, during the final judgment, Vogel did not wholeheartedly seek to obliterate the Purity Party. Rather, he contributed greatly to Wanda's efforts to preserve the influence of various families within the Purity Party. This was one of the reasons she did not reject the inclusion of her junior, Conrad Vogel. After all, the Vogel family still wielded considerable influence within the International Confederation of Wizards. With Queenie present, no one could conceal their ulterior motives from the eyes of a natural legilimens. My lady, are you certain our new friend is trustworthy? The questioning voice belonged to Jess Johnson, a half-blood professor from Durmstrang who had been invited to Rocher Manor as a tutor last holiday. He regarded Snape and Vogel with skepticism, believing that allowing new members to venture into Nurmengard was unwise, especially since the Purity Party's actions needed to remain concealed before Voldemort and the Death Eaters fully emerged to draw fire. They could not be exposed to the scrutiny of the Ministry of Magic and the wizarding world. I am quite certain, Jess, Wanda replied, addressing the assembly. All present are trustworthy. The witch raised her glass of champagne, surveying the room, her sensuous lips parting slightly. For the greater good. For the greater good. The wizards raised their glasses in unison, some gazing fervently at the confident and charismatic French Black Rose before them. They had all joined the Purity Party to pursue their beliefs, to become the most loyal followers of this elegant and enigmatic witch. On the sunlit balcony of Nurmengard, Grindelwald, resting in the warmth, heard the commotion below and allowed a smug smile to grace his lips. After all, this was the Black Rose he had nurtured, who had always possessed the capability to stand alone for the greater good. The original Dark Lord gazed at the inscription etched upon the walls of Nurmengard, murmuring to himself. Chapter 67, The Quidditch World Cup. Why are we surrounding that wretched boot? Ron, still half asleep, and Harry, uncertain of their destination that early morning, merely followed the Weasley family in a daze. Not long ago, Sirius had once again visited the Dursleys, taking Harry to the Weasley home, and mysteriously informing him that he was preparing a surprise before departing. Hey, that's a portkey, hold on to it. It's far more convenient than a fireplace. We will arrive at our destination shortly. The Weasley twins elucidated to Harry as they circled around the old boot, which had been fashioned into a portkey, each of them reaching out to grasp it. In the next moment, Harry felt as though a hook was tugging at his navel, anchoring him and drawing him toward an unknown destination. His feet left the ground, and he began to float, an experience unlike riding his broomstick, akin to being swept into a vortex. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, perhaps merely a fleeting second, or maybe a tad longer, Harry and his companions suddenly plummeted to the ground, an experience that was decidedly unpleasant. It was customary for first-time portkey travelers to find the experience rather chaotic. A hand reached out to Harry. It belonged to Cedric Diggory, the captain and seeker of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, with whom Harry had crossed paths numerous times on the pitch. His father, Amos Diggory, and Arthur Weasley were colleagues, and the two families had arranged to attend the Quidditch World Cup together. Harry! Someone waved from a distance, greeting him with exuberance. It was Sirius Black. Harry joyfully approached, embracing his godfather. Sirius appeared considerably healthier than before, his once gaunt figure now more robust. The charm that Remus had described in his youth, which drew admiration from many, was still evident, albeit tinged with a melancholic aura from his time in Azkaban. Harry noticed several witches casting discreet glances at his dashing godfather. Sirius clapped Harry on the shoulder, surveying the noticeably taller boy with satisfaction. He ruffled Harry's messy hair, reminiscent of his own, and turned to greet the Weasley family. Hey, Arthur, I've sorted it out. Though it's not the best seats, at least we're not at the summit. During Sirius's mysterious absence over the past half-month, he had leveraged the connections and wealth of the Black family to exchange Arthur Weasley's originally intended tickets at the mountaintop for seats at a more moderate elevation. Good heavens, it's the Quidditch World Cup. The boy's eyes gleamed with excitement. What could be more exhilarating than the World Cup? Hermione, however, found herself perplexed by the boy's enthusiasm. Was Quidditch truly that captivating? She mused that the library and the pursuit of knowledge held far greater allure for her. Wanda, unaware of the Savior's presence, noted that the little witch she favored, along with the Weasley family, had also arrived at the Quidditch World Cup. After reaching an agreement with Fudge, the enthusiastic Minister of Magic welcomed the enigmatic head of the Rosaire family with great fervor. Regrettably, compared to witnessing the Quidditch World Cup, Anna would have preferred to accompany Albus and Aberforth at the Leaky Cauldron, leaving Wanda to venture alone. Having only parted ways briefly, Wanda soon found herself missing her little dove. Miss Rosaire, it has been far too long. Fudge greeted warmly. Given that the Quidditch World Cup occurred only once every 4 years, securing this significant event for England from the German and French Ministries of Magic was a notable political achievement, and he was brimming with pride. He invited, "Would you care to join me in my box tomorrow? It boasts the finest seats." Minister Fudge, it is a pleasure to see you again. Wanda offered a slight bow, gladly accepting his invitation. In truth, her motives for attending the Quidditch World Cup were not merely for sport. Lucius had informed her of a small gathering of Death Eaters post-match to ensure mutual trust and loyalty to the Dark Lord. After bidding farewell to Fudge, Wanda made her way to the Malfoy tent. Upon greeting Narcissa, who shared her Rosaire lineage, she presented the exquisite jewelry she had prepared, crafted by a renowned French wizarding jeweler, whose designs were famous among the aristocracy, and who was also affiliated with the elite faction. They shine as brightly as you do, my lady. Wanda held great admiration for Mrs. Malfoy, recognizing the value of a woman who masterfully orchestrated her life with comfort and elegance. This proud yet poised Malfoy matron certainly belonged to that esteemed category. Within the pureblood aristocracy, there existed unwritten methods of transaction. While women might face limitations regarding inheritance rights, a capable matriarch could provide support that rivaled that of an exceptional heir. After all, the social prowess of a lady was invaluable among nobles, whether muggle or wizard. As evening fell, Wanda's tent welcomed a familiar guest, the current head of her club established at Durmstrang, Jennifer Selwyn. My lady. Jennifer, a notorious little imp at Durmstrang, was the talented daughter of the Selwyn family, and few dared to cross her. In terms of prowess, apart from Karkaroff's favored seeker, Victor Crumb, no one at Durmstrang could rival her, and even Crumb would think twice before incurring her wrath. for Jennifer was adept at curses and could wreak havoc upon her adversaries. "Jennifer, have you conveyed the instructions I provided?" Wanda inquired. Having received intelligence from Lucius, she was determined to act decisively, ensuring the wizarding world remained vigilant against the threats posed by Voldemort's minions. "My lady, our operatives have infiltrated all levels of seeding for the World Cup, and we have stationed individuals in various directions around the tents where wizards are gathered," Jennifer reported, her gaze filled with admiration for Wanda. "Are the sacrifices prepared?" A smile curled on Wanda's lips, her eyes glimmering with a fervent delight at the thought of those troublesome ants, who had long overstayed their welcome, serving as the perfect offerings. "Of course, my lady." As twilight descended before the impending chaos, everything appeared deceptively tranquil. The moonlight was obscured by ominous clouds, and crows perched upon branches sang songs of death, drawn to the scent of mortality that lingered over the battlefield. Tomorrow promised to be a day of great anticipation. Chapter 18, Victor Krum. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner prepared and delivered by the house elves of Rosiri Manor, within the impeccably arranged tent alongside Jennifer, the young girl invited Wanda to visit the Durmstrang encampment to reconnect with old friends. The World Cup campsite was vast, brimming with bonfires and tents, where wizards donned muggle attire, though they seemed oblivious to the proper combinations. Wanda even spotted a wizard in pajamas paired with suit trousers, a sight both absurd and foolish. Wizards often exhibited such arrogance, deeming muggles unworthy of consideration, unwilling to lower their haughty heads to appreciate the wisdom of the so-called ants. Unlike the Hogwarts students, who embarked independently to the Quidditch World Cup, the Durmstrang students appeared to engage in a collective outing, having established their own encampment. This was largely due to the presence of the celebrated seeker Victor Krum, who also hailed from Durmstrang and was a favored pupil of Headmaster Karkaroff. Consequently, under Karkaroff's encouragement and support, many Durmstrang students had come to cheer for their esteemed peer, forming a dedicated gathering. Regrettably, this popular seeker had not joined Wanda's club at Durmstrang, and he had little affinity for the group of young witches who leaned towards Grindelwald's ideals, particularly since Krum's grandfather had fallen victim to Grindelwald's hand, while Wanda had not concealed her admiration for the dark wizard during her time at Durmstrang. Within the confines of the Durmstrang camp, numerous upperclassmen wizards were visibly elated at the sight of Vinda, having witnessed the miraculous feats she achieved as the champion of her 7-year tenure. These confident young wizards, brimming with self-assurance in their abilities, took turns stepping onto the dueling platform, only to be unceremoniously cast down one after another. Durmstrang, a place that venerates strength and reveres the powerful, saw tales of this senior's legendary prowess circulate among the younger students. Upon encountering Vinda once more, they greeted her with warm enthusiasm. Krum, however, merely grunted in indifference at the sight of Vinda and Jennifer, turning back to converse with his friends and fellow players from the Bulgarian team. The following day, the stands of the Quidditch World Cup were a sea of faces, with wizards adorned in varying shades of red and green, representing the supporters of the Bulgarian and Irish teams, respectively. Krum, Krum, Krum. A significant portion of the audience was comprised of Krum's fervent admirers. Thus, amidst the throng of wizards, Fudge projected his voice with a flourish of his wand, announcing, "Welcome to the 422nd Quidditch World Cup Final. Let us warmly welcome the mascots of both teams." The atmosphere was charged with fervor, the cheers coalescing into a palpable wave of excitement. The Bulgarian mascot, a troupe of enchanting women known as the Vila, possessed skin as luminous as moonlight, radiating an alluring glow that captivated all. Harry and Ron nearly found themselves embarrassed, almost succumbing to the temptation to join the Vila's dance, only to be saved by Hermione's timely intervention. Otherwise, the sight of the savior leaping from the stands might have overshadowed the World Cup itself. As the Vila departed, a chorus of discontent arose from the crowd, reluctant to bid them farewell. "Fear not, for the Irish mascot shall not disappoint," Sirius teased, casting a knowing glance at the similarly disappointed Harry. It was a common affliction for wizards witnessing the Vila for the first time, and avoiding embarrassment was merely a minor concern. Indeed, the Irish mascot unleashed an entirely different kind of frenzy. A band of diminutive goblins erupted onto the scene atop a blazing red cart, singing raucously in their native tongue, their exuberant music resonating with the hearts of the wizards, who joined in their exuberance. The goblins scattered gold galleons liberally, the shimmering coins cascading from above like a golden rain. Many wizards, caught in a frenzy, scrambled chaotically to seize this unexpected fortune, akin to muggles in their desperation, believing it to be a blessing from Merlin himself. Arthur intervened to restrain his eager offspring, explaining that this was merely a trick of the goblins' magic, and soon the galleons would vanish, Yet greed continued to cloud the judgment of many wizards. The display of both mascots elevated the atmosphere of the Quidditch World Cup final to a fever pitch. It was in this moment that Fudge once again took center stage, announcing with fervor the commencement of the Quidditch match. With his declaration and the referee's whistle, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of excitement. As both teams' 14 broomsticks soared into the air, the cheers ringing deafeningly. Krum, with his reputation as a prodigious seeker, was a natural fit for the Quidditch pitch. He seemed to be born for this very moment. Yet, despite Krum's valiant effort in capturing the golden snitch, Bulgaria ultimately fell short against Ireland, losing by a mere 10 points, leaving many supporters of Krum and the Bulgarian team in a state of dismay. As the match concluded, Lucius cast a sidelong glance at Vinda, offering a subtle nod that signaled the impending gathering for the evening. Once Lucius departed with Draco and Narcissa, Vinda discreetly retreated from the mingling minister's box and returned to her tent. Estimating the time, she extracted a modified two-way mirror imbued with the essence of the Death Eaters, capable of transmitting commands from the master mirror to multiple subordinate mirrors. The one she held was one such master mirror. Let the flames burn even brighter. She inscribed slowly upon the mirror, indicating that the operation could commence. Simultaneously, Jennifer Selwyn, glancing at the instructions received on her subordinate mirror, smirked slightly. This adept curse-wielding demoness from Durmstrang draped herself in a robe akin to those worn by the Death Eaters. Just before the operation commenced, she recalled Vinda's words from the previous night. "Look, it is not we who are violent. Those generous Death Eaters will bear the blame for us." Chapter 69. The Dark Mark. The night sky was clear and expansive, resembling a vast sapphire embedded in the heavens. Stars twinkled like a multitude of diamonds, scattered densely across the firmament, flickering intermittently yet remaining steadfast. Outside the stadium, the camp was alive with the crackling of bonfires, as goblins celebrated Ireland's victory with raucous music. He is truly a genius, undoubtedly the greatest seeker of all time. Even as the hour grew late, Ron remained in awe of Krum's aerial prowess. As night deepened, Arthur called the young wizards to return to their beds, eliciting a chorus of complaints from the twins, lamenting, "Who can sleep at a time like this?" Harry yearned to immediately wield the rocket launcher Sirius had gifted him, eager to practice the dazzling Wronski feint. He envisioned himself clad in a Quidditch robe emblazoned with his name, surrounded by cheering spectators, basking in the glory of the moment. However, Arthur Weasley's sudden exclamation shattered Harry's reverie. "Up! Harry, Ron, hurry! Something's amiss." Ron, still groggy, sat up in confusion, equally perplexed by the unfolding situation. A vague sense of unease began to dawn on Harry as he sensed that something was indeed amiss. The once jubilant and invigorating drumming of the goblins had abruptly ceased, as if someone had choked the life out of it. Simultaneously, shrill, piercing screams rent the night air, echoing like startled birds fleeing in every direction. Chaos ensued. A cacophony of voices indicating that many were in a state of sheer panic, scattering in all directions. Harry rushed out of the Weasley tent, scarcely managing to don his coat, with Ron trailing closely behind. It felt as though some unfathomable force was silently pursuing the fleeing wizards into the woods. A shadow, dark as ink, flickered in and out of sight, obscuring its true form, yet the sound of mocking laughter echoed through the air, chilling Harry to the bone. It was as if demons from the depths of hell were mocking the fleeing wizards. In an instant, chaos erupted. A throng of wizards huddled together, draped in peculiar black robes, their heads adorned with hoods and faces concealed by masks, rendering their identities unrecognizable. Harry strained his eyes, but to no avail. For motionless figures hung suspended above the crowd of wizards, appearing utterly silent. By the flickering light of the campfire, Harry recognized the 4 individuals as the guardians of the stadium, 2 of whom were mere children. He understood that this family was entirely composed of muggles. "We must assist the Ministry of Magic in maintaining order," Arthur Weasley exclaimed. "You all, quickly take refuge in the woods and do not scatter." The group stumbled into the adjacent forest, breathless and disoriented. The surroundings were cloaked in darkness, filled with the cries of young witches and wizards, and frantic shouts echoed around them. They felt themselves being jostled about. Ron tripped over a tree root and cried out in pain. Well, it's only natural for a Weasley, with such clumsy feet, to trip, came Malfoy's characteristic drawl from behind them. In stark contrast to Harry and the others' disarray, Draco and Pansy stood beside a large tree, arms crossed, appearing entirely unperturbed by the chaos. "I suggest you find a place to hide quickly," Pansy remarked, glancing at the disheveled group. Clearly their targets are not wizards, but muggles. "But mudblood, hey, why are you stepping on me?" Draco began to mock, only to be interrupted by Pansy's foot. "The upperclassman disapproves of that term," Pansy said, turning to Hermione with a serious expression. Granger, you had better hope they can distinguish between muggles and mudbloods. Otherwise, it may be you hanging there. The young witch, clad in dark robes that fluttered in the dim light, shot a deep, warning glance at Hermione, Harry, and Ron before turning away. Hermione looked perplexedly at the retreating figures of Pansy and Draco, but she quickly urged Harry and the others deeper into the woods. After parting ways with Pansy and Draco, Harry's expression suddenly shifted. His wand was missing. He whipped around, glancing back in the direction they had come from. Someone was approaching, their footsteps distinctly audible in the night. They watched cautiously toward the source of the sound, straining to hear the peculiar footsteps concealed in the darkness of the woods. The footsteps halted, seemingly having spotted Harry and his friends. Who goes there? Harry called out. Silence ensued. The surroundings were pitch black, they could see nothing, and the air felt as if it had solidified. Harry was exceedingly tense, aware that an unknown presence lingered nearby, neither friend nor foe. Who's there? Ron gripped his wand tightly, positioning himself protectively in front of Hermione and Harry. Then, without warning, a surge of energy erupted, not resembling a spell but rather a frenzied, ecstatic shout. The dark mark returns. A green light, ominous and malevolent, surged from the woods behind Harry and his friends, racing skyward. What is happening? That light paused, then exploded, releasing a cloud of green smoke that coalesced into a terrifying symbol. It formed an enormous skull, composed of countless tiny green fragments. An appalling representation of a giant skull. A serpent slithered forth from the mouth of the skull, reminiscent of the basilisk that had emerged from the Slytherin statue, exuding an aura of dread. The eerie, malevolent green light illuminated Harry's face. Around them, the forest erupted with screams of terror, as Harry heard cries and sounds of panic from all directions, as if the symbol signified an unspeakable horror. Harry, we must leave at once. Hermione grasped his collar, pulling him backward urgently. Now immediately. In the glow of the green symbol, Harry noticed Hermione's face was pale, her lips trembling uncontrollably. Her expression filled with profound fear, a sight Harry had never witnessed before. That is the dark mark, Harry. I have seen this symbol in books. Hermione's voice was dry, each word seeming to emerge laboriously from her throat, resonating eerily with the dreadful atmosphere. It is the symbol of the Dark Lord. You mean Voldemort? Harry exclaimed, while Ron looked at Hermione with equal trepidation. Whenever Death Eaters kill, they leave the dark mark above the bodies or over the houses. Hermione, pulling both boys along as they fled, explained frantically, those who murdered muggles, those cloaked figures, are likely Death Eaters. We must escape immediately. Her voice rang in their ears, mingling with the screams, as if something dreadful was about to descend upon them. Chapter 70. The Triwizard Tournament. This was utterly terrifying. On the Hogwarts Express, Harry continued to ponder the attack that had occurred after the Quidditch World Cup. Arthur Weasley later informed them that the assault had not been confined solely to muggles. Numerous pureblood and half-blood wizards had also been targeted. It is so cruel, Arthur declared angrily. Alongside the muggles, 3 muggle-born wizards also perished amidst the chaos that day. The dark mark loomed ominously in Harry's mind, compounded by the strange dream before the school year and the pain in his scar, filling him with a sense of dread. He felt as though something terrible was on the verge of occurring. Hermione remained silent, harboring her own unease. She refrained from sharing with her 2 friends that she found Draco and Pansy's appearance that day exceedingly peculiar. Unlike the panic exhibited by others, they seemed to possess foreknowledge of the impending chaos. Yet, what had they come to remind her of? Hermione thought of the 3 unfortunate muggle-born wizards who had perished. Had she and Harry not hidden in time? What might have happened if she had been captured by those dark-robed wizards? She could hardly fathom the devastation her parents would experience upon learning she had died within the wizarding world. By instinct, she chose not to disclose her unsettling observations to Harry and Ron. The train continued along its solitary track, like fate itself, racing toward an uncertain future without the possibility of retreat. In the blink of an eye, Harry was now in his 4th year, while Vinda was on the cusp of graduation. Grindelwald's brief tenure as a professor at Hogwarts had concluded, and although he longed to remain, Dumbledore had resolutely opposed this, packing him and the hidden Grindelwald back to Nurmengard. Grindelwald cast a forlorn glance at Dumbledore, reluctantly resigning to the life of a solitary elder. In the Great Hall, Dumbledore, as customary, recounted the previous year's events, before pausing to announce, now that everyone is settled, I wish to declare something of great importance. This year's Quidditch matches will be cancelled. A wave of discontent rippled through the young witches and wizards, reacting to the dreadful news. But it was soon overshadowed by a sense of excitement. We will be hosting another grand event. Hogwarts has been selected to host a legendary competition, the Triwizard Tournament. Whispers of curiosity spread among the students, with older students eagerly explaining the event to their younger peers. Vinda was not surprised. Such exchanges always required approval from the Department of International Magical Cooperation, and coincidentally, the deputy director of the German department was a saint. Although not particularly eager to bully the younger students, Vinda mused that, regrettably, as the leader of the pureblood party, reputation and glory were the finest adornments. Now, let us first welcome our friends from Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. A woman of considerable stature made her entrance, prompting gasps among the crowd. Only Hagrid's size could rival hers. The towering woman strode confidently toward Professor Dumbledore, her poise betraying an inherent elegance despite her impressive physique. Every step she took seemed to resonate with a heavy sense of power, the ground itself appearing to tremble slightly beneath her feet. "Welcome, Madame Maxime. And the children from Beauxbatons, to Hogwarts," Dumbledore addressed the towering woman. "Thank you, Dumbledore," Madame Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons, replied graciously. "My students," she added, stepping aside to reveal the young wizards behind her. A throng of students, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, surged into the great hall, standing behind their headmistress. Leading them was a strikingly beautiful witch with hair as silvery as moonlight. They appeared rather cold, clad only in delicate blue silk garments. For the weather in England was certainly too damp and chilly compared to France. Harry glanced sympathetically at the group of young wizards, thinking they were dressed far too lightly. Wenda sighed in mild exasperation. The Rogier family had been long-standing governors of Beauxbatons, and it was evident that the current half-giant headmistress was indifferent to the temperature change, though it was rather uncomfortable for the young wizards. She discreetly cast a warming charm for the group, yet it caught the attention of a witch standing behind Madame Maxime. The witch performed a perfectly executed bow towards Wenda and, in a fluid motion, removed her hat, allowing her long silver hair to cascade down gracefully, complemented by her stunning blue eyes reminiscent of the boundless ocean, captivating many of her male peers. Is she truly a witch of Vila lineage? Wenda mused with surprise. Now let us welcome our friends from Durmstrang, Dumbledore announced after greeting Madame Maxime, redirecting the attention of the hall towards the entrance once more. The grand doors swung open again, and unlike the dainty elegance of Beauxbatons, the students from Durmstrang appeared robust, especially in their fur-lined cloaks, each resembling a formidable figure. Harry and Hermione quickly recognized Jennifer Selwyn, whom they had met at the Rogier estate. She looked as charmingly petite as ever, playfully making faces at them. Harry noted the man leading them towards Dumbledore, evidently the headmaster of Durmstrang, clad in an exquisitely tailored silver fur cloak of considerable value. Karkaroff exuberantly embraced Dumbledore, as though they were long-lost friends. Wenda observed this scene with a sardonic smile, pondering the timid yet ambitious Karkaroff, secretly wishing for his survival upon his return to Northern Europe. Karkaroff gestured for one of his students to step forward, and everyone recognized the tall, sturdy silhouette, none other than Victor Crumb, the Quidditch World Cup's prodigious seeker. The hall erupted into applause, akin to Muggles witnessing a celebrity. Soon Karkaroff's gaze landed on Wenda, seated squarely in the center of Slytherin. His eyes lit up as he called out to Dumbledore, "Is that not Miss Rogier?" Wenda was taken aback by the former headmaster's quick recognition, yet she remained unfazed by the attention focused upon her. Rising in her Slytherin robes, she approached Dumbledore, Karkaroff, and Madame Maxime, saying, "Long time no see, Headmaster Karkaroff." In German, "It's a pleasure to see you, Madame Maxime." In French, the raven had previously lingered in these three nations until her wings grew strong enough. Now, the stage awaited its protagonist to seize the crown. The King's Coronation. Chapter 71. The Unforgivable Curses. Mad-Eye Moody was the professor for this semester's Defense Against the Dark Arts class. The renowned former Auror appeared somewhat eccentric. As if his mind were not entirely stable, he seemed to possess a strong affinity for alcohol, carrying a flask with him, taking swigs wherever he went. However, his temperament was as wild as his nickname suggested. At least during the first Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson, he scrutinized Wenda and the other Slytherins with a dangerous, expectant gaze. Like a colossal serpent he had once encountered, his magical eye, resembling a serpent's slitted pupil, fixated ominously on the Slytherins, exuding an air of menace. Regarding the topic of dark magic, Moody cast a cryptic glance at Wenda and stated, "I believe in knowledge gained through experience. Who can tell me how many unforgivable curses there are?" "3, sir," replied a Ravenclaw student. "They are indeed unforgivable and cruel. Should you cast any of them upon a wizard, you would find yourself imprisoned in Azkaban." Moody abruptly turned to Wenda, his gaze implying, "On that day, I could very well send you to Azkaban. Why not Nurmengard?" Wenda shrugged nonchalantly from her seat. In reality, the majority of Aurors and Saints had mastered the unforgivable curses. After all, the killing curse was remarkably practical when facing adversaries. Moreover, the British Ministry of Magic had no jurisdiction over a French witch, and those foolish individuals could hardly catch their own tails. While the ministry deemed this curse inappropriate for children, Wenda held a differing view. Moody appeared quite agitated, as if he were recalling some unpleasant memories. You must be prepared for what lies ahead. Always be ready. Well then, which one shall we demonstrate? He slowly turned his head, once more locking his gaze onto Wenda, Miss Rogier. The young witches and wizards turned to look at her, but she remained seated, merely tapping her book. The tome automatically opened to page 412, the title boldly declaring, The Killing Curse. If I am not mistaken, Wenda began calmly, her tone as unruffled as the surface of a placid lake. You wish to demonstrate the 3 unforgivable curses, correct? Perhaps we should start with this one. The curse that made Harry Potter a savior. She paused, a knowing smile playing upon her lips. A curse that rebounds upon its master. The Avada Kedavra. It was no secret among wizards that Voldemort's demise was not a mystery. When he attempted to kill Harry Potter, it was his own killing curse that rebounded. Thus, in a sense, Voldemort perished by his own hand. A classic case of self-immolation. Moody seemed to have struck a nerve, lost in his own emotions. Yes, the only person to have survived the killing curse is now here at Hogwarts. With a hint of madness, he cautiously produced a spider from behind him, affectionately referring to it as Little Beauty, and placed it before Wenda. I believe our esteemed Miss Rogier from Durmstrang. He grinned maliciously, as if anticipating something, his mouth curving into a wicked smile. Could demonstrate for us, couldn't she? Demonstrate? Demonstrate what? The young witches and wizards could hardly believe their ears. Had this former Auror truly lost his mind? How could he possibly ask a student to demonstrate the unforgivable curses? Was this appropriate for a classroom setting? Yet, Wenda, the one called upon to demonstrate, maintained her composure, appearing as calm as an ordinary wand. She simply gazed into Moody's eyes, particularly focusing on the magical eye, and confirmed in a steady tone. You mean for me to cast the killing curse on this spider, correct? Moody looked expectantly at Wenda, affirming, of course. If Miss Rogier is as gifted as the rumors suggest. Avada Kedavra. A flash of green light cut through the air, and the spider fell silent. The classroom was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Even the 7th-year young wizards found themselves at a loss for words to describe the current predicament. Their defense against the dark arts professor had brazenly incited students to demonstrate the Avada Kedavra curse, and one student had shockingly proven capable of wielding this dreadful and unforgiving spell. Ravenclaws and Slytherins alike cast expressions of incredulity and fear towards Wenda and her wand. Merlin, could she truly be a dark witch? Yet, Moody appeared more exhilarated and deranged than ever, bursting into laughter as he exclaimed, Splendid! Truly a decisive execution of the killing curse. Suddenly he ceased all facial expressions, shaking his head as he grasped the flask hanging at his side and took a long, hearty swig. With a look of disdain he fixed his gaze on Wenda, warning, I hope you never find yourself in my clutches, destined for Azkaban. The classroom fell silent. The young wizards understood precisely what Moody was insinuating. Though some felt a pang of indignation on Wenda's behalf, none dared to involve themselves in this silent confrontation. After a prolonged pause, Wenda suddenly burst into laughter, seemingly finding Moody's words amusing. Her light green eyes glimmered with mockery as she cheerfully replied, as if elucidating a matter of little consequence, Oh, Professor, how could that be? I am but a law-abiding witch. With an innocent expression, she continued, Surely, as a former Auror, you must know that Aurors are permitted to employ the unforgivable curses against foes. After all, such spells are included in the Auror training curriculum. Are they not? She feigned a moment of realization, tilting her head apologetically and executing a graceful bow as she went on. Perhaps you have not kept abreast of the Auror registry since your retirement. Before the holiday, the French Ministry of Magic granted me provisional Auror status. Upon graduation, I shall commence my duties forthwith. Moreover, she added with a disdainful smile, as you are aware, the British Ministry of Magic holds no sway over me. Wenda caressed her wand, casting a wistful glance at the spider's remains before sincerely addressing Moody, as if embodying a keen and earnest student. Do you require me to demonstrate any other spells, Professor? The Cruciatus Curse or perhaps the Killing Curse? As you mentioned, I have a certain aptitude for them. At last, Wenda seemed to tire of the verbal sparring. Her previously gentle features hardened into a steely glare as she looked up at the renowned ex-Auror and coldly declared, Mind your role as a professor, Moody. Do not delude yourself into thinking no one can manage you. This is not Azkaban, and we are not the Death Eaters you once apprehended. Chapter 72. The Four Champions as Night Fell. The deadline for champions to register for the Triwizard Tournament would soon arrive. Jennifer, ever eager, had once again become Wenda's faithful shadow. Determined to witness the coronation of her queen on this fateful eve, she had long resolved to be Wenda's blade and knight, ready to sweep away any hindrances on the path ahead, despite the thickets that lay before them. Since Jennifer's arrival at Hogwarts, Anna had spent significantly less time with Wenda. For reasons unknown, she found herself increasingly reluctant to see Wenda and the Durmstrang girl she had met last holiday. Instead, Anna unconsciously avoided the Ravenclaw Club, preferring to linger in the Hufflepuff common room. As evening descended, the little wizards in the Great Hall buzzed with excitement, watching one after another of their peers of age cast their names into the Goblet of Fire. The allure of eternal glory was irresistible. The underage young wizards watched enviously, yearning to be of age themselves to partake in the Triwizard Tournament. The doors of the Great Hall swung open, and Victor Crumb strode forth amidst a throng of Durmstrang students, extending his powerful arm to toss a slip of parchment bearing his name into the Goblet of Fire, which ignited in a flash of flames engulfing the parchment. Soon after, Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff followed suit, greeted by cheers from a crowd of badgers and the smile of Autumn Zhang, as he confidently placed his name into the goblet. Hufflepuffs were renowned for their loyalty and kindness, yet they were never lacking in courageous souls. At that moment, the Weasley twins burst into the hall, exclaiming, "We did it! We succeeded!" A throng of Gryffindors gathered around them, their excitement palpable as they inquired, "Hey, did you really manage it? Is this truly going to work?" George grinned widely, showcasing a small vial of potion in his hand, proudly proclaiming it to be their freshly concocted aging potion. Dumbledore surely never anticipated this. The twins clinked their vials together and downed the contents in unison, then leaped toward the age line, their slips of parchment flying into the goblet ablaze with blue-white flames. However, to their dismay, despite appearing to be on the brink of success, the goblet forcefully spat their slips back out, sending them tumbling to the ground, where they landed with hair turned white. Clearly, this was a spell set by Dumbledore, the sweet-toothed old trickster, showcasing his penchant for mischief. Meanwhile, Wenda entered the Great Hall, flanked by her Slytherin companions, standing out prominently amidst the crowd. Crumb intercepted her path to the goblet, fixing her with an intense stare and speaking in a tone only audible to the two of them. "Rochelle, servant of Grindelwald, you had best pray you do not meet your end in the Triwizard Tournament." "Thanks for the kind words," Wenda replied, unfazed by Crumb's provocation, having endured similar encounters too many times at Durmstrang. "But we must each make choices, Victor. Being passive only leads to failure, to a future overrun by muggles." For Wenda Rossahel, failure was not an option. "I regret that your grandfather became one of the sacrifices on this path. I can only hope you do not find yourself on the wrong side of the line, genius seeker." Wenda tilted her head back, her gaze transcending Crumb to fixate upon the goblet. She pushed past him, approaching the enchanted object with an expression of delight as she admired its alchemical wonders, before decisively placing her own name within. How can one break the game without entering it? Wenda regarded Dumbledore on the dais, a slight smile gracing her lips. She hoped that the filthy, wretched old rat she had deliberately let loose would not disappoint her. "Silence!" Dumbledore proclaimed, his voice ringing out as he commanded everyone to return to their seats. The goblet behind him blazed with a roaring fire, its blue-white flames illuminating the entire hall. The results of the champion selection were imminent. Dumbledore retrieved his wand and waved it vigorously. The hall dimmed, the candles extinguishing one by one, leaving only a few pumpkin lanterns on the ceiling casting a faint glow. In this moment of collective anticipation, who would emerge as the champion to represent the school? The goblet transformed, its strange, dark blue-white flames shifting to a vibrant and fervent red, belching forth a slightly singed parchment. Dumbledore caught the parchment, holding it aloft as he directed his gaze toward the Durmstrang students seated at the Slytherin table. "The Durmstrang champion," Dumbledore's voice resonated clearly, "is Victor Crumb." The hall erupted in cheers from Durmstrang, while fans from other schools celebrated enthusiastically. After a considerable time, the Great Hall gradually returned to a solemn state. All eyes were captivated by the peculiar flame cup at the center, its flickering flames shifting in hue once more. This time, a delicate azure note fluttered down before Dumbledore. "The warrior from Beauxbatons," Dumbledore pronounced clearly and confidently, revealing the name inscribed upon the parchment. "Fleur Delacour," Vinda observed as the enchanting young woman rose gracefully, her silvery hair shimmering like silk, as if she were dancing with a radiant beam of light. Fleur approached the podium, offering an elegant curtsy to both Dumbledore and her own headmaster. "It is my turn now," Vinda thought with a slight downward glance, her conviction unwavering. Indeed. In the next moment, Dumbledore's gaze shifted to her, and he proclaimed without a hint of doubt, the warrior from Hogwarts. Vinda Rosier. The Slytherin table erupted into loud cheers. An exuberance that seemed at odds with their typically composed demeanor. Jennifer appeared ecstatic, celebrating alongside the nearby Durmstrang students. The Hufflepuffs joined in the applause. Even though they wished the honor could have belonged to Cedric. Nonetheless, they did not hesitate to cheer for Vinda. The ovation for Vinda continued for an extended period, particularly as the Ravenclub's activities had garnered her admiration from many young witches and wizards across the schools. Now that our 3 champions have been chosen, I trust each of you will showcase your prowess. This is a delightful and honorable exchange. You shall be the vanguards of the wizarding world's future. I am fully confident that this competition will be nothing short of spectacular. Dumbledore began, only to abruptly halt, as if petrified. He slowly turned back to the flame cup, which appeared to be brewing something new. The blue and white flames vanished, replaced by the same vivid red flames that danced and flickered, signaling to all wizards that something extraordinary was about to occur. Just as in the previous instances, a fresh piece of parchment was ejected. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, all eyes fixed on Dumbledore and the parchment in his hand. The stillness so profound that the fall of a pin could be heard. Then, clearing his throat, Dumbledore spoke loudly and clearly, as if released from his trance. Harry Potter. Chapter 73, Potter Stinks. Only 2 champions emerged from Hogwarts. What a fair competition indeed. Who knows what schemes they harbor, the organizers. After all, we are not the ones in charge. Following the referee's final announcement that Harry was the 4th champion, Durmstrang and Beauxbatons erupted in outrage, showing no kindness to any Hogwarts student, their complaints dripping with sarcasm. Harry felt the world around him splitting apart. His fellow Gryffindors hailed him as a hero, lauding his cunning in supposedly slipping his name into the goblet of fire. However, students from other houses and the 2 foreign schools accused him of cheating, particularly the Slytherins. What troubled Harry even more was that even Ron doubted his claim of not having entered his name into the goblet. He recalled the argument that day. Karkaroff and Madame Maxime both believed it was a bias favoring Hogwarts and an act of cheating, while Moody asserted it was a premeditated plot against him, suggesting that someone desired his demise. Adding to his frustration, Draco had devised a badge, one side inscribed with support the true champion, Vinda Rosier, while a press of a small mechanism revealed the reverse, emblazoned with Potter Stinks. You should be pleased. At least Draco crafted the side featuring your sister exquisitely. Hermione reassured Harry, the only one currently believing in his innocence. As for your side, it's quite hideous. Hermione frowned, recalling the revolting likeness of the Potter Stinks side. A murky color that had been rendered atrociously, mixed with an odd fluorescent hue that no one with a sense of aesthetics would wear. In contrast, the sisters' side, woven with silver and dark green, displayed the most elegant and beautiful lettering, making it a splendid choice for an accessory. Had there been a standalone version, Hermione would have considered wearing one herself. Just as Harry was contemplating Hermione's reasoning, he encountered the detestable Malfoy, the platinum-haired boy approaching with a smug expression, flanked by several Slytherins all sporting the badge, albeit the green side. Do you like it, Potter? Draco called out, drawing the attention of many wizards. He pressed the badge, revealing the ugly side emblazoned with the scrawled Potter Stinks. Laughter erupted from the Slytherins, each pressing their badges, encircling Harry with the repugnant yellowish badge and its grotesque lettering. Blood rushed to his face and neck. Malfoy was a complete jerk. The long-simmering anger within him finally coalesced into a fiery rage, bursting forth as he drew his wand without hesitation. The surrounding crowd quickly parted, leaving Draco and Harry in the center. Harry, Hermione warned, we're in the corridor. Well, are you mad now? Come on, Potter, Draco said, his gray eyes fixed intently on Harry as he too drew his wand. Their gazes locked like magnets, time seeming to freeze in that moment. In a flash of electricity, both sprang into action simultaneously. Incendio! Harry shouted, waving his wand. Expelliarmus! Draco retorted defiantly. 2 spells shot forth from their wands, colliding in midair, ricocheting off one another and redirecting toward different targets. Harry's spell struck Goyle squarely in the face, while Draco's hit Hermione. Goyle let out a loud cry, clutching his face as grotesque boils erupted from his nose, eliciting nausea from onlookers. Hermione clamped her mouth shut tightly. Hermione was in a dire predicament. Her already prominent front teeth began to elongate unnaturally, surpassing her lips, rendering her increasingly peculiar. Panic filled Hermione's eyes, aware of the spell's effects, as she desperately concealed the lower half of her face, tears welling in her eyes. What is happening? A voice cut through the crowd. It was Vinda, accompanied by Fleur from Beauxbatons, the 2 standing together in a stunning tableau, their contrasting dark and silvery hair reminiscent of the night sky and the moon. Many young witches and wizards were captivated, expressing their admiration with gasps. Finite incantatum, Vinda declared. Her brow furrowed, promptly casting a spell toward Hermione, halting the rapid growth of her teeth. I think you both ought to make a trip to the infirmary, Vinda sighed. Puzzled by Draco's peculiar obsession with opposing Potter, unable to comprehend their conflict. If you don't wish to be caught by the professors and lose points, I assume this ruckus should be sufficient. Vinda noticed Fleur's dismayed expression, following her gaze to the revolting yellowish Potter Stinks badge that was an affront to the eyes. Vinda was genuinely appalled by its ugliness. Please don't tell me you made that, Draco. She quickly spotted the smug platinum-haired boy, clearly indicating that Draco's reaction confirmed his involvement in this childish and crude prank. What manner of parents gave rise to someone like Draco, Nymphadora and Lucius? Wanda found it quite incomprehensible to understand Draco's utterly insane behavior upon encountering Harry. Yet she felt compelled to find a child of some lineage from the Rosier family to maintain a semblance of dignity. Thus, after bidding farewell to Fleur and dragging Draco back to the common room, Wanda immediately inquired, "Do not tell me your taste has descended to such depths." Draco, wearing an expression of incredulity, retorted, "How could that possibly be?" He pressed the badge on his chest once more, flipping it to reveal the silver and green side, showcasing, "This is how it truly appears." Wanda exhaled in relief upon seeing her name inscribed on the other side. Thankfully, Narcissa's son possessed some aesthetic sense. Had her name appeared on that ghastly badge, she might have been driven to hurl Draco from the astronomy tower. So, Wanda could not help but ask, if the intention is to target Potter, clearly that side ought not to be so hideous. No rational person would wear it. I was merely teasing him, Draco replied nonchalantly, seemingly oblivious to any wrongdoing in incurring such costs. Did you see how red his face became? Ha, it was utterly hilarious. Wanda remained baffled, choosing silence. In potions class, Professor Snape, interrupted by a knock at the door, wore a countenance so dark it was worrisome. One might fear he would poison someone. It was Colin Creevey, Harry's enthusiastic young admirer, who perpetually brandished a camera, and he was of the same year as Ginny. He cast an apologetic glance at Snape, cheerfully greeting Harry with his eyes. "What is it?" Snape asked impatiently. "I apologize, Professor. I'm sorry to interrupt the class, but they sent me to escort Harry Potter upstairs." Snape's gaze descended from his hawkish nose to fixate upon Colin, and under the venomous scrutiny of Snape's glare, the smile vanished from Colin's eager face. "Potter still has potions class," Snape replied coldly, his voice reminiscent of a cello, mechanical in its chill. "He will go upstairs after class." "Professor, it's Mr. Bagman who summoned him," Colin gasped, a hint of panic in his voice. "All the champions are going. I believe they are taking photographs, and there are reporters from the Daily Prophet as well." "Very well," Snape declared. "Potter, take your bag and vanish from my sight immediately." Harry quickly gathered his belongings and followed Colin outside. As he passed the table where the Slytherins sat, they synchronously activated their badges, and the phrase "Potter stinks" blared from all directions. He caught sight of Draco's gleeful smirk and rolled his eyes in exasperation. Harry trailed closely behind Colin to an abandoned classroom. Evidently, it had been prepared, as the desks that once cluttered the center had been moved to the back of the room. In the cleared space, 3 desks were neatly arranged in a row before the blackboard, covered with a velvety cloth. Behind the exquisitely draped desk stood several elegant and comfortable chairs, as if prepared for distinguished guests, complete with cushions and backs. Occupying one of the chairs was the distinguished Ludovic Bagman, the director of sports at the Ministry of Magic, who had left a lasting impression on Harry during the Quidditch World Cup. Beside him stood a witch in a magenta robe, adorned with narrow black-framed glasses, engaged in conversation with him. Victor Crumb, as stoic as ever, stood silently in a corner, exuding an air of aloofness. Wanda and Fleur were conversing, Fleur appearing to be in high spirits, occasionally tossing her head, her silvery hair shimmering brilliantly. "Ah, he has arrived. Our 4th champion. Harry, come in. We need to check everyone's wands." "Do not worry, just step inside." "Check our wands?" Harry inquired. "Of course. We must ensure your wands are in perfect condition to avoid any mishaps during the competition. Remember, they are your most vital tools in the upcoming events." Bagman paused before continuing. "Dumbledore and the experts are waiting upstairs, but we still need to snap a few photographs. This is Rita Skeeter, a special correspondent for the Daily Prophet. She has come to Hogwarts to write a piece about the Triwizard Tournament. Perhaps we could make the front page," Rita Skeeter remarked, her gaze piercing through her glasses, fixating on Harry as though he were an exquisite confection. "Before we begin, may I have a word with a few of the champions?" she asked Bagman, her eyes, greedy as those of a vulture, still locked on Harry, though she ostensibly addressed all the champions. It was clear her true target was none other than Harry Potter. He is our youngest champion, Bagman. I need to add some flair to my article. After what felt like an eternity, Harry emerged from the small room designated for interviews, as if his soul had been extracted. Merlin's beard. Being interviewed by Rita Skeeter was a veritable nightmare. Her feather quill that spins its own tails is utterly terrifying. He lamented, recalling the words inscribed by that quill. Harry Potter is a pitiful lad who weeps for his parents in the dead of night. How absurd. Harry fumed, departing from that dreadful little room. He never wished to linger there for even a second longer. Wanda was the last champion to undergo the interview. In fact, she might be the only one among them looking forward to it. This illustrious journalist had published an article over the summer regarding the International Confederation of Wizards, in which she had depicted Dumbledore as a rigid, senile old fool, much to Wanda's delight upon discovering it. As long as you share disdain for Albus Dumbledore, we shall be friends. Before Rita Skeeter could utter a word, Wanda initiated the greeting. It is an honor to finally meet you, Miss Skeeter. She appraised the renowned journalist and continued, Beetle. Rita Skeeter's face momentarily froze, akin to stone. Yet in the next instant, she feigned ignorance. That is rather impolite, Rosier. Her quill, obedient to her whims, began to shake violently, the tip inscribing, Miss Wanda Rosier of Slytherin appears exceedingly beautiful, though her beauty is proportionate to her perilous nature. This witch, a former student of Durmstrang, exhibits a remarkable proficiency in the dark arts, and her eyes are filled with madness, leaving me to ponder whether Slytherin will soon harbor another mysterious figure. What an intriguing assessment, Wanda mused, her interest piqued, even finding the mood to comment. Why not pen about Grindelwald instead? Truth be told, I rather favor Nurmengard. This dangerous witch openly confessed her admiration for another Dark Lord, namely Grindelwald, which caused the author considerable concern for the safety of Hogwarts' young wizards. It is well known that Dumbledore defeated the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, and imprisoned him in Nurmengard. Should this adept witch in the dark arts seek to avenge herself upon Dumbledore at the expense of Hogwarts' young sorcerers, it would be most alarming. It seemed Rita Skeeter would not depart this room with clarity of mind. Wanda's face remained adorned with a smile, even tinged with a hint of appreciation. Perhaps Miss Beetle has heard of a little spell called the soul-binding curse. I am rather proficient in it. The quill trembled, yet it valiantly continued its labor, demonstrating remarkable tenacity. It is rumored that Miss Rosier has even cast the killing curse in her defense against the dark arts class at Hogwarts, and she boldly claims to have mastered all unforgivable curses. When she turns her wand towards defenseless young wizards, I believe we must take this potential threat seriously. Crucio. The unfortunate, hapless fly that ventured too close writhed in agony on the parchment, visibly suffering before it succumbed to its fate mere moments later. The quill finally came to a halt, and Rita Skeeter cast a fearful glance at Vinda. Realizing that this Slytherin Rosier was not jesting, Vinda, satisfied, placed her hands on her lap, leaning slightly forward to speak once more. Very well, it seems we can have a proper conversation. The French Black Rose has never underestimated the significance of public opinion. Those who wield the media possess a power far greater than that of the killing curse. To overturn the Statute of Secrecy, she requires a more resounding call from the wizarding community. Unlike the allure used to recruit Snape, subtler methods are more suitable for this, Miss Beetle. Chapter 75. The Fire Dragon. Mr. Ollivander is a renowned wand master in Britain, a name surely familiar to all. Dumbledore addressed the four champions. Mr. Ollivander needs to inspect your wands. Harry had to admit, with a mix of admiration and astonishment, that Ollivander's discerning eye was indeed sharp. He could identify the materials of each wand, proving himself as the foremost wand master. Fleur Delacour's wand core was, astonishingly, a hair from Avila, gifted by her grandmother. This revelation marked Harry's first encounter with the notion of using other magical beings as wand cores. He had always believed only phoenix feathers, unicorn hairs, and dragon heartstrings were suitable. Victor Crumb rose and approached Mr. Ollivander, presenting his wand with an air of aloofness, perhaps influenced by Vinda's presence. After a moment, Ollivander remarked that it was crafted by Gregorovic, a wand master from Germany. Soon Ollivander's attention shifted to Vinda. Miss Rosier, we have met before. I recall your wand is also the work of that fellow Gregorovic. Ollivander spoke with confidence, evidently impressed by Vinda's wand. Pine dragon heartstring, complemented by a gem imbued with magic and mithril. What a beautiful and formidable little companion it is. Vinda stepped forward to present her wand, cherishing it as an extension of herself, maintaining its condition with great care. It is evident that you take good care of it. It appears as splendid as ever, Ollivander noted, meticulously examining it before reluctantly returning it to Vinda. After Vinda's inspection, it was Harry's turn to present his wand. He withdrew it and handed it to its maker. At last, I can see my own creation, Ollivander joked, his eyes gleaming with obsession and satisfaction as he gazed upon his work. Hawthorn paired with a phoenix feather, truly a remarkable combination. And the destined connection between you and it. Ollivander mused, admiring the wand in his hand. Clearing his throat, Dumbledore interrupted Ollivander's musings, prompting Harry to breathe a sigh of relief. He did not wish for anyone to learn that his wand core shared origins with Voldemort's. Ron was still in a cold war with Harry, while Hermione had nearly transformed into a messenger for the boys, vowing to no longer involve herself in their awkwardness. Hermione rolled her eyes, spotting him while Ron, about 10 meters behind, pretended nothing had transpired. Ron wants me to tell you that Hagrid wants to see you at midnight. Midnight? Why? Harry inquired in surprise. Is there something that must be addressed at such an hour? I don't know. I can't fathom what Hagrid is planning, she replied, glancing around anxiously before whispering. I really don't understand you two. Next time, please find each other on your own, Hermione remarked, rolling her eyes at the distant, evasive Ron, her frustration evident. Despite Harry's reluctance to embark on a midnight excursion, the recent events had rendered him uneasy. However, out of trust for his friends and Hagrid, he donned the invisibility cloak. He traversed the darkened castle, guided by the moonlight towards Hagrid's hut. Hagrid appeared unusually cautious as he opened the door, and Harry noticed Hagrid's atypical attire. He seemed to have made a considerable effort to present himself, donning an ensemble that could barely be described as coordinated, as if awaiting someone. Come on, Harry. I want to show you something, Hagrid urged, hastily moving to greet Madame Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons. Oh, it's Madame Maxime, Harry observed, noting her imposing stature alongside Hagrid. Not feeling particularly surprised. Merlin, this world is utterly insane, Harry thought, struggling to believe his eyes. For immense adult dragons. They were using dragons as part of the Triwizard Tournament's tasks. Unlike the Norwegian Ridgeback hatchling Hagrid had once nurtured, these formidable creatures were such that it would require several adult wizards to subdue them. The dragons appeared quite displeased with their cramped temporary quarters, their wings thrashing against the restraints, even managing to topple a wizard attempting to control them. Harry felt he could no longer remain. The sight of the dragons was too terrifying. Their hardened scales glimmered coldly in the moonlight, their powerful claws intimidating, and their fiery breath was nothing short of perilous. These dragons were of a danger level that reached 5x. Had he encountered these colossal beasts without preparation during the competition, he would likely have fainted before the entire school. An embarrassing thought that made Harry chuckle bitterly. Feeling as though he had been thrust into a surreal experience, he glided back to the Gryffindor common room under his cloak, where Hermione awaited him. You won't believe what I just saw. It's beyond comprehension. I truly cannot grasp what they intend to do. It's far too dangerous and terrifying. Harry weakly exclaimed, his voice laced with woe and fear. What did Hagrid take you to see? Hermione inquired, gently patting Harry's shoulder, curiosity evident in her tone. Dragons, dragons. Harry replied, his green eyes filled with worry and trepidation. But he quickly recalled Madame Maxime and Karkaroff would undoubtedly inform Fleur and Krum about the formidable creatures they would face in the first task. Hermione. I need a moment to collect myself. Those creatures were utterly terrifying. With a sigh, Harry recounted the details of his encounter with Karkaroff and Madame Maxime to Hermione, requesting she relay the information to Vinda the following day. Well, everyone is being spoiled by spoilers. It's only fair, he mused, pondering the matter until the very last moment before sleep. Merlin, what am I to do? Can I truly face those fearsome beasts? Chapter 76, The White Weasel. Harry's life did not become even slightly more comfortable due to the foreknowledge of the first task. In fact, it had worsened. The terrifying dragons heightened his anxiety. And to compound his distress, Rita Skeeter's article, the front-page piece she had authored about the Triwizard Tournament, was published. This article, rather than serving as a mere report on the state of the tournament, veers into a realm of personal conjecture and excessive exaggeration regarding the life of the little savior. The portrayal of Harry within the narrative is utterly tragic, depicting him as a pitiable figure. Rita Skeeter dedicates considerable space to illustrating how deeply Harry yearns for his departed parents, with descriptions of him often retreating into solitude to weep silently. As he traverses the streets, he feels besieged by the scrutinizing gazes that surround him, an unsettling sensation akin to being crawled over by ants. Harry would rather engage in a duel with a dragon at that very moment, aware that the odds of survival are grim. The article is so distasteful to Harry that even he finds it nauseating, not to mention the Slytherins who, after reading it, are left speechless with laughter. The following morning, during breakfast in the Great Hall, Draco was vociferously reciting the Daily Prophet, dramatically enacting the article's contents with a distinctly malicious expression. Potter, I hear you were weeping quietly in the dead of night? Do you require a comforting embrace? He taunted, poor little Potter. I wager with my father that you could last 10 minutes in the competition. He disagrees, claiming 5 minutes at most. Draco's scathing demeanor tarnished his otherwise handsome visage, prompting Harry to desire nothing more than to land a solid punch on Malfoy's face. I care not for your father's opinions, Malfoy, he retorted, stepping forward to shove Draco forcefully. Your father is despicable and shameless. You are pathetically wretched. Harry then turned away, disregarding the twisted fury etched on Draco's face. How dare he insult my father? Draco seethed with rage, his entitlement blinding him to the fact that he had instigated the confrontation. All he wished for was to deliver a swift lesson to Potter. With wand drawn, Draco prepared to aim it at Harry's retreating figure. However, in the next instant, he vanished, leaving behind a frantic white ferret. I cannot abide those who strike from the shadows. Mad-Eye Moody hobbled into view from behind a nearby tree, brandishing his wand menacingly at the helpless ferret. Cowardly, vile, and despicable, attacking others from behind. He forcefully manipulated the poor creature with his wand, shaking it up and down in a tormenting display. Harry watched in shock. Despite his disdain for Draco, he never wished for such a fate. Professor, please, not like this, he exclaimed, attempting to intervene. Yet akin to the earlier scene, another spell suddenly flew from behind Harry, striking Moody's wand. It was a silent, shattering curse. The seasoned Auror seemed overly engrossed in punishing Draco, failing to notice the assault on his wand until it snapped in his grasp. Do you believe I lack 100 ways to make you wish for death without breaching ministry regulations? Wanda's voice echoed from behind Harry as she waved her wand, lifting the transfiguration curse from Draco. The Malfoy heir, unused to such indignities, cowered behind Wanda, finding in her a semblance of refuge. You dare lay a hand on a professor? Moody bellowed in outrage. Harry blinked at this remark, recalling how the previous year in the Shrieking Shack, he had cast Expelliarmus against Snape, albeit thwarted by an upperclassman. A twinge of guilt washed over him. I do not believe a scoundrel who employs transfiguration against students deserves the title of professor. Wanda rarely allowed her temper to flare. Yet Draco bore the blood of her grandmother's lineage, making him a distant kin of the Rosier family. She had not anticipated that anyone would dare to assault someone under her protection at Hogwarts. I, who have always believed in an eye for an eye. Wanda coldly regarded Moody, and amidst the gasps of students, she raised her wand once more, but this time, she articulated the incantation distinctly, syllable by syllable. Without his wand, Moody was utterly defenseless. He was transformed into an unsightly yellow ferret. However, this did nothing to quell Wanda's fury. She waved her wand again, rendering the yellow ferret immobile, helplessly watching as she elevated it higher and higher, eventually suspending it atop one of Hogwarts' towers. What is happening here? Professor McGonagall hastily approached upon noticing the commotion, only to find a shattered wand and a disheveled Draco. The surrounding young witches and wizards clamored to recount the events, leaving McGonagall on the brink of fainting. You mean Professor Moody used transfiguration on a student? Initially, McGonagall thought this absurdity was the peak of madness, but the next moment sent her reeling. Miss Rosier broke Professor Moody's wand. He has been transformed into a ferret and hung on a castle tower. Good heavens! The fair-minded head of Gryffindor could hardly comprehend the sheer insanity of the situation. This was undoubtedly the most challenging dilemma of her teaching career. Miss Rosier, while we do not employ transfiguration as a means of punishment, students must never lay hands on professors. McGonagall could hardly believe that the Slytherin which she had always held in high regard would resort to such actions. The stern and just professor glared disapprovingly at Wanda. I sincerely apologize, Professor McGonagall. While Wanda felt no remorse for her retribution, she held deep respect for the formidable figure before her. Thus, she feigned a semblance of contrition. Draco's grandmother was also of the Rosier line. I never anticipated Professor Moody would act so unhinged. In my moment of anger, I merely sought to return to him what he had done to Draco. I intended for him to fly to the treetops. I regret damaging Professor Moody's wand. Please convey to him that the cost of repairs will be covered by Rosier Manor. I have a reserve of galleons with Mr. Ollivander. And should Professor Moody require further maintenance for his wand, he may charge it to my account. Had Harry not caught the glint of mischief in his upperclassman's eyes, he might have succumbed to McGonagall's bewilderment as well. The professor, momentarily at a loss for words, resorted to deducting 20 points from Slytherin before hastily retreating upstairs. But Wanda's next statement nearly caused her to stumble. Professor, I believe it would be prudent for you to consult with Professor Dumbledore. You are aware that I studied at Durmstrang for 3 years, In my moment of anger, I inadvertently employed a minor curse. I fear that only the headmaster can unravel the intertwining of transfiguration and curses. Should the transfiguration be hastily undone, Professor Moody may very well be condemned to live out his days with the head of a ferret. Chapter 77. Extra, Wanda's Past Life, The Raven and the Moon. Grindelwald was defeated by Dumbledore and sentenced to imprisonment in Nurmengard. Yet the Saint family still had avenues to explore. After completing all she could to safeguard the Saint family, Wanda finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the bed at Rosier Manor. It had been far too long since she had enjoyed a restful sleep since her master's defeat. How could he have lost? Despite having accepted and processed all events, the French Black Rose remained unable to comprehend the situation. That was her master. A figure she revered as akin to a deity, a mysterious and powerful prophet, an undoubtedly astute politician. How could he have possibly lost? Wanda grappled with this reality, even as it had become an established fact. The tale began in the year Wanda arrived at Durmstrang. She was unwilling to be shackled by her family, destined merely to become an exemplary matron. As the eldest daughter of the Rosier family, endowed with extraordinary talent and ambition, Durmstrang represented her final opportunity to carve out her own path. She would either forge a bloody trail from there, proving herself 100-fold stronger than the so-called heir to the family legacy. Either the rose has been stripped of its sharp thorns, thus becoming an object of admiration within a vase. Wendell Rosie Ree has never been a docile domesticated pet. She is, in fact, the most untamed Black Panther in existence. She gazes, entranced, at the colossal symbol of the Deathly Hallows etched upon the walls of the Durmstrang Library, well aware that it was left by none other than Gellert Grindelwald, a prodigious dark wizard expelled from Durmstrang. How beautiful it is! Wendell hears her own voice echoing in a daze, her astonishment fixed upon the imposing symbol. This marks the first time she has yearned so desperately to meet someone. In her final year at Durmstrang, Wendell was filled with dread at the thought of receiving any correspondence from the Rosie Ree family. She was so close to achieving her goals. Yet time dashed her hopes, for a girl must surpass a boy by 100-fold to lead her family to glory. Wendell took 99 steps, yet still lacked that final ounce of strength. After graduation, she would return to France, donning the most exquisite gown, dancing among the aristocracy in various social waltzes. However, that was merely a typical Christmas soiree, Wendell's final taste of freedom. In half a year, she would lose the right to refuse others' invitations to dance. The eldest daughter of the Rosie Ree family possessed the audacity to defy convention. Even after attending Durmstrang, she remained the most coveted bride among the pureblood families of France, powerful, gifted, beautiful, and elegant, as if Merlin himself had favored her. Suddenly, a peculiar gentleman extended his hand, seemingly inviting Wendell to join him on the dance floor. "I beg your pardon, sir. I wish to be alone." At first, Wendell assumed he was yet another useless scion masked in pretense, but she quickly recognized the emblem on his collar. "Who are you?" Wendell asked, astonished, her pale green eyes sparkling with a different light. "Come now, my dear." Grindelwald, disguised as a dandy, invited once more. By the time the ball concluded, Wendell's mind was a haze, rendering her unable to recall the sensation of dancing with Grindelwald. All she distinctly remembered were his words whispered in her ear. "You shall be my most loyal partner." The arrival of Grindelwald was the finest Christmas gift Wendell could have wished for. The witch staggered through her 99 steps, and at the journey's end, someone pulled her close, proclaiming, "Stand by my side, and share in the glory." The moon hung bright, suspended in the starry sky. The cosmos stretched infinitely, adorned with shimmering stars. Those who possess faith never lose their way, and Wendell's morning star shall forever gleam with brilliance throughout the annals of history. Chapter 78. Extra, Wendell's Past Life, The Raven and the Moon. At the banquet, Wendell's pale green eyes, under the prophet's gaze, hardened with determination as she grasped Grindelwald's extended hand, resolutely becoming a member of the saints. It was a path shrouded in the unknown. Yet Wendell walked it with unwavering resolve. She consistently excelled in the tasks assigned by Grindelwald. Her capabilities as a young witch were evident, rapidly establishing her as his most competent aide. Before the Lestrange graveyard, Wendell meticulously concealed her admiration for her master. That proud and formidable Black Rose would ultimately bow to the resplendent and powerful wings of the Thunderbird. Alas! The Thunderbird had long beheld his beloved Red Rose during that everlasting summer in Godric's Hollow. As the reputation of the French Black Rose spread, Wendell achieved her aspiration of becoming the matriarch of the Rosie Ree family. For her, family was a responsibility that she could never forsake. She finally ascended as the ruler of this ancient yet decaying lineage. Thus, she personally excised the family's rot, those useless pests and foolish regulations. She was the shadow of Grindelwald. Whenever he appeared, she was by his side. The etiquette and social graces she had once loathed became sharp instruments for the pureblood party's recruitment efforts. In the gatherings of the pureblood families of France and Germany, Wendell flourished, with no one able to resist the allure of the formidable and enigmatic Black Rose. Everything unfolded as Grindelwald had foretold at that ball. She stood closest to him, sharing in his glory. Prior to Grindelwald's planned speech at the Lestrange graveyard, Wendell's gaze was filled with visions of her master, the astute which had long since discerned his unusual interest in Dumbledore. He seemed to possess intimate knowledge of the wizard teaching in England, confidently identifying his greatest adversary before Dumbledore had even dared to oppose him. Along with the silver vial that he kept close to his heart, the Rosy family archives contained records, and Wendell recognized it as the blood pact. Cherished by her master, it was held close to his chest. A flicker of jealousy sparkled in her pale green eyes, yet what overshadowed it was a sense of despondence. That belongs to Dumbledore and me. Grindelwald noticed Wendell's recent odd behavior. He certainly perceived her concealed affection towards him and hoped to quell her feelings. He did not elucidate his relationship with Dumbledore, but the unspoken rejection was sufficient to awaken the strong-willed witch before him. I will be your most loyal follower. After a prolonged silence, Wendell heard her own voice, somewhat hoarse, echoing, how dreadful. But when did she truly relinquish her initial infatuation? Wendell recalled that her time following her master likely began at the Lestrange graveyard, the moment she crossed the protective barrier of flames. That day her master stood on stage, exuding an irresistible charm. None could resist the allure of such a Grindelwald. She held the specially crafted alchemical skull, standing beside Grindelwald, her pale green eyes filled with devotion. My master is my faith, a divine presence. Wendell had always held this belief steadfastly, yet at the moment she stepped into the blue flames of the protective barrier, she gazed at Grindelwald's silhouette, and seemed to suddenly grasp the new meaning behind his words from that day. She had once regarded the prophet as a divine being, but he had gazed down upon her and said, "You belong to yourself. I will be your most loyal follower, sir." Wendell, you belong to yourself. That figure, like the bright moon, illuminated my muddy and winding path, leading me to witness the most beautiful wilderness of the world. The black cat upon the ground transformed into a soaring raven, thus solidifying its faith, unwavering until death. Chapter 79. The First Trial. The Triwizard Tournament has commenced within the champions' tent. The expressions of the four champions, who feigned ignorance while fully aware of the situation, were far from pleasant. After all, a dragon was rather beyond the scope of expectations. Bagman, still shrouded in mystery, continued to introduce today's competition, entirely oblivious to the countenances of the participants. You must traverse the guardianship of those dragons. Your objective is the golden eggs they protect, which conceal the clues for the next challenge. He elaborated, appearing to believe that such challenges would compel the champions to confront the dragons, convinced it would be a spectacle to behold. Bagman retrieved a small leather pouch from behind him, gesturing for the champions to extend their hands. We have prepared 4 different dragons. You now need to draw from this pouch to determine your opponent. Please begin. Harry and Crumb exchanged glances, tacitly adhering to the principle of ladies first, indicating for Wendell and Fleur to draw first. Fleur stepped forward nervously, her beautiful silver hair appearing somewhat dulled, perhaps due to her anxiety and unease. The young witch, of Vila lineage, slowly reached into the pouch and withdrew a miniature, exquisitely crafted dragon model, which even emitted tiny flames. It was a Welsh green dragon. This particular breed of dragon is relatively mild-mannered. Akin to the Australian opali, they prefer to avoid trouble and seldom attack humans unless provoked. Harry observed Fleur visibly exhale in relief, clearly indicating that everyone had conducted considerable research on the types and characteristics of dragons. The next to draw a fire dragon was Vinda, adorned in a green gown representing Slytherin, the delicate satin interwoven with fine silver threads. Her long black hair elegantly styled in an updo. She appeared not to be facing the dragon in combat, but rather as though she were attending a distinguished banquet. Vinda reached out, grasping the first solid object her fingertips encountered, unveiling it to reveal a model that emitted blue flames, a hallmark of the Swedish short snout. The elder witch seemed remarkably composed, and Harry surmised that she had developed quite an affinity for the model dragon's azure fire, playfully teasing the little creature, as if coaxing it to spew forth more of its blue flames. Next came Victor Crumb, who still bore an aloof demeanor. Yet Harry sensed that Crumb must be quite troubled. Recently, during the hours he and Hermione spent in the library poring over materials on fire dragons, Crumb had been seen perusing the same texts, accompanied by a throng of his admirers, which had left Hermione somewhat displeased due to the incessant noise. Crumb drew forth a dragon with scarlet scales and a lion-like snout, the only dragon from the east known as the Chinese fireball. Harry inhaled deeply, For he was now to confront the largest adversary he had ever faced in his life. He extended his hand, finding only one model remaining in the leather pouch. With no alternative, he retrieved it. Fleur cast a sympathetic glance at Harry, while Vinda raised an eyebrow, and Crumb stole a sidelong glance at the model, a Hungarian horntail. Arguably the most perilous of all fire dragons. The model resembled a lizard, its body cloaked in tough black scales, and it exhaled flames that far exceeded those of the other three models. Merlin, how unfortunate this was. Harry felt as though his heart might leap into his throat, and he took deep breaths to regain his composure. Harry, you know you possess the means to secure that golden egg. You've mastered the spell. You can certainly do this. Thus, it was time to determine the order of appearance. Harry paid little heed to Bagman's words, seemingly engaged in another round of drawing lots, and the final order was established as follows. Vinda, Fleur, Crumb, and Harry, 2 young wizards from Hogwarts, one to enter first and the other to enter last. It was a fitting beginning and conclusion. Harry continued his musings, entirely unable to rein in his thoughts. The host's voice pierced through the warrior's tent. Let us first welcome the champion from Hogwarts, Vinda Rosier. As she lifted the tent flap, the glaring sunlight compelled her to shield her eyes, and once acclimated, she slowly surveyed the competition arena. She traversed the gap in the surrounding railings, which served as the passageway for champions. The arena had been magically arranged to simulate a portion of the dragon's natural habitat, with intricate mounds of earth and imposing boulders serving as obstacles. At the far end of the arena lay the Swedish shortsnout she would face. The dragon rested in its nest, surrounded by its own egg and the champion's golden egg, occasionally emitting a low hum, blue flames wafting from its nostrils. Vinda, clad in a dark green wizarding gown, boldly stepped into the enclosure, the deafening cheers erupting around her, a cacophony belonging to the crows. The witch lowered her gaze, recognizing the need for a resounding victory to cement her initial impression within the wizarding world. First, she employed transfiguration, transforming a distant stone into a roaring, majestic tiger, instantly capturing the attention of the Swedish shortsnout, which abandoned its nest to confront the intruder, seeking to eliminate the perceived threat to its egg. However, in the next moment, it found itself immobilized. Thornbind. Vinda invoked her self-created spell once more, and enormous thorns, more fearsome than those that had ensnared the werewolf Lupin, erupted from the ground, wrapping around the dragoness legs and wings, forcefully dragging it toward the earth. The sharp barbs pierced the dragon's scales, drawing forth crimson droplets. The Swedish shortsnout thrashed in futile resistance, expelling blue flames in an attempt to free itself, but the relentless thorns continued to emerge. For every one it incinerated, another swiftly ensnared it. After an extensive struggle, as the earth beneath the dragon was upheaved, the young witches and judges beheld the once mighty creature now powerless to resist. Merlin! What spectacle was this? This young witch was not merely facing but utterly overpowering a full-grown fire dragon. Charlie and his dragon-taming companions exchanged incredulous glances, recalling how meticulously they had approached these dragons. The impact of this scene was profound. Was this truly the work of a human? Was such prowess attainable by an ordinary 7th-year wizard? They gazed in astonishment as Vinda seemed to stroll through her own garden, casually approaching the dragon's nest amidst the furious yet fearful gaze of the Swedish shortsnout, levitating the golden egg and navigating past the ensnared dragon, before slowly returning to the original entrance. Before the eyes of all, she turned slightly, her delicate hand elegantly and resolutely raising the golden egg, her gaze fixed upon the judges' table where Dumbledore sat. The stage, the protagonist, everything was perfectly aligned. At that moment, the cheers soared to the heavens. It seemed Ariana had momentarily forgotten the Cold War between her and Vinda, clapping vigorously and shouting her name. The formidable crows were deserving of any degree of acclaim. Chapter 80, The Golden Egg. Dumbledore, seated at the judges' table, regarded Vinda with a complex expression, her upturned face evoking memories of recent events. Alastair's wand had been broken by the witch, yet out of both moral obligation and reason, he could not cast reproach upon Vinda. The prowess she exhibited today rekindled his concerns. If she were to become a figure akin to Tom or Grindelwald, could he still protect the wizarding world? After all, one Voldemort was already sufficient to trouble his aging mind. Amidst his swirling thoughts and concerns, Dumbledore nonetheless unhesitatingly awarded Vinda a perfect score of 10. For if this did not warrant full marks, then surely few within the wizarding community could achieve such a feat. Except for Karkaroff S9 points and Barty Crouch S8. All the judges awarded 10, underscoring how even these seasoned wizards struggled to match Vinda's composure. Next came Fleur, who skillfully combined the unique hypnotic charms of the Vila with the sleeping spell, successfully lulling the Welsh green dragon into slumber. However, unfortunately, The dragon's yawn released flames that ultimately singed her skirt, prompting her to employ the water-making spell to extinguish the flames. Crumb, on the other hand, executed a powerful ice-snaring spell, causing the Chinese fireball dragon to shut its eyes in agony, thrashing about in disarray. Although Crumb successfully obtained the golden egg, several dragon eggs were unfortunately crushed in the chaos, eliciting pained expressions from Charlie and others, who nearly rushed forth to protect the dragon eggs. Karkaroff was exceedingly generous with his student, unreservedly awarding him 10 points, whereas the other judges, mindful of the injured and damaged dragon eggs, did not bestow overly high scores. Harry sat as if paralyzed, listening to the cacophony of sounds emanating from outside the tent. Cheers, gasps, trying to discern what transpired beyond the fabric walls from the host's voice, which seemed to drift from the horizon. At last he heard, "Harry, it is your turn." The wizard responsible for ushering in the champions drew back the tent flap and informed him. The Hungarian horntail, at the far end of the arena, glared at him with its snake-like yellow eyes, fierce and menacing. It possessed a long spiked tail, exuding an aura of formidable strength. "Stay calm, concentrate." Harry inhaled deeply. Raising his wand, the firebolt soared towards him. He recited the incantation aloud while deftly dodging, sprinting behind a massive boulder. Indeed, the dragon's flames reached the spot he had just occupied. Curling himself into a ball, he prayed for the success of his spell. Despite countless attempts, the distance from the dormitory made him uncertain of his success. A sudden whoosh filled the air, audible to the entire audience, as Harry gripped his broomstick tightly. In an instant, all fear was cast aside. He was engulfed by the familiar sensation of flight. "He truly can fly," Bagman exclaimed from the stands. From the moment he seized the firebolt, this duel transformed into a spectacle unlike any that wizards had ever envisioned. Harry on his broom taunted the dragon, luring it away from its lair and into the sky, soaring into the distance. The firebolt's acceleration was magnificent. As he approached the optimal distance, Harry skillfully adjusted his altitude and direction, flying straight towards the golden egg, reminiscent of countless times he had chased the golden snitch. He was nearing the dragoness nest, closer and closer, extending his hand to grasp the golden egg amidst the rapid ascent and descent. In that fleeting moment, the crowd erupted into exuberant cheers. He had succeeded. The smallest champion, perhaps lacking the formidable magical prowess of Victor, the unique talents of Fleur, or the extensive spell knowledge of Crumb, nevertheless proved his worth through sheer courage and unparalleled flying skills. Harry was overjoyed. Not only had he successfully navigated the first task and retrieved the golden egg from the fearsome dragon, but more importantly, he had reconciled with Ron. After the competition, Ron, his face wrought with concern and guilt, apologized, firmly believing that whoever had submitted his name had intended to harm him. Nothing was more precious than the understanding of a friend. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, it was already brimming with pumpkin soup and butterbeer, smuggled in by the Weasley twins. The crowd erupted in applause for their little champion, celebrating this victory together. Then, under the eager anticipation of all present, Harry opened the golden egg. He hastily closed the egg again, for in an instant, he felt as though his ears no longer belonged to him. A sharp, loud, and piercing scream erupted from within the egg, akin to a cacophony of nails scraping across a chalkboard multiplied 100-fold. "What is that sound?" Hermione, standing close to Harry, questioned in disbelief, nearly questioning her own sanity, due to the terrifying noise. The young wizards exchanged bewildered glances, scratching their heads. Utterly perplexed by the mystery concealed within the egg, the dreadful shriek cloaked in enigma. This scene was mirrored in the Slytherin common room, where Draco eagerly picked up the golden egg belonging to Victor. Ever since Victor had defended him and acknowledged him as a sort of brother, Draco had been positively elated. During this tournament, Victor's stunning displays of support had all come courtesy of the generous Malfoy. The piercing scream reverberated through Slytherin, leaving the pampered young snakes questioning their very existence. They had never encountered such a horrifying sound. Draco, standing closest to the egg, lost the glimmer in his beautiful gray eyes, staring fearfully at the egg he had just closed. Without hesitation, he tossed it back to Pansy, as if any further contact would spell disaster. Pansy rolled her eyes dramatically, dismissing Draco's boastful antics, after shifting her affections from Mrs. Malfoy to the Parkinson patriarch. She had recognized the childish temperament that had once been tolerated in Draco and found it utterly intolerable. Nonetheless, she still regarded him as an important ally. Victor observed the golden egg in Pansy's hands, a champagne glass in her grasp, and felt a strange familiarity with that sound. It seemed not merely a meaningless scream. Perhaps he had heard something akin to it from a magical creature before? Victor pondered, striving to break the barrier between the wizarding world and the Muggle realm through the exploration of magical creatures. He had traversed many territories during holidays, but the sheer number of creatures overwhelmed him, obscuring his thoughts in a fog. Chapter 81. Seeking a dance partner. Before Victor and Harry could further unravel the mystery of the golden egg, Professor McGonagall swiftly delivered a new announcement. The Yule Ball was also a traditional component of the Triwizard Tournament, with only fourth-year students and above permitted to attend. However, younger students could join if invited, and the champions were required to participate in the opening dance. A ball? But I've never attended one, Harry exclaimed, blinking his green eyes in astonishment. He had no talent for dancing. Professor McGonagall regarded her somewhat jumpy little lion with exasperation. The serious witch sighed and said, "Please calm down, Mr. Potter. Every champion must have a partner." Partner? Harry repeated, bewildered. "I mean a partner for the ball, which signifies that you need to find your dance partner," she clarified, recognizing Harry's confusion. "According to our long-standing tradition, the ball is opened by the champions and their partners." Professor McGonagall paused, as if recalling something, before firmly admonishing Harry. "You must not bring shame upon Gryffindor. You need to find a partner and practice your steps beforehand. I do not wish to see you tripping over your own feet." Potter. Victor stood quietly beside them, and upon hearing about the ball, a glimmer of expectation appeared in her similarly green but slightly lighter eyes. She had already envisioned whom she would invite. Her brother, the former Defense Against the Dark Arts substitute professor, coming to Hogwarts seemed quite reasonable, did it not? It had been ages since she had danced with Grindelwald. The last time they had danced together felt like a lifetime ago. Clearly, the anticipation for the Yule Ball extended beyond just the champions. Nearly all the young witches and wizards at Hogwarts were eagerly looking forward to this event. As Harry and Ron walked down the corridors, they could unmistakably sense the shift in atmosphere. It was as if the school had transformed into a more overtly romantic version of Valentine's Day, suffused with an air of flirtation. At Hogwarts, the girls had evidently put considerable effort into their appearances. Even during classes, they sported light makeup, appearing notably more radiant. Meanwhile, the typically disheveled boys took care to groom themselves, striving not for rugged handsomeness, but at least aiming for a clean and presentable look. Harry felt acutely aware of the numerous glances directed at his unruly black hair, which left him feeling quite out of sorts. "Perhaps I should tidy up my hair," Harry mused, unable to shake off the scrutinizing gazes. In truth, he had long desired to invite a particular witch, Cho Chang from Ravenclaw, who was also the seeker for her house. They had crossed paths several times during Quidditch matches. However, Harry had also noticed that Cho seemed to have a close relationship with Cedric from Hufflepuff, and many speculated that they were a couple. Harry was utterly disheartened, feeling lost as to what to do. "Don't worry, Harry. You are a champion," Ron comforted him. "I bet a number of witches have their eyes on you." Indeed, the very next day, a strikingly elegant Hufflepuff approached to invite Harry. Prior to this, they were complete strangers, and Harry, feeling awkward, declined the invitation. The two oblivious boys failed to notice the growing camaraderie between Hermione and Ginny, who seemed to have an endless stream of conversation, secretly pointing and whispering about the two dimwits. Boys. Truly incomprehensible creatures. Finally, Krum managed to strike up a conversation with Hermione. In truth, his daily visits to the Hogwarts library had been motivated by her presence, which took Hermione by surprise. She had never anticipated that this renowned Quidditch star would invite her to the ball. However, due to her politeness and Ron's obliviousness, she found herself without a partner at that moment. Hermione readily accepted Krum's invitation. By the time Harry and Ron finally realized that their friend, who had always been by their side, was also a witch, Hermione had already begun to dance and practice steps with Krum. "For heaven's sake, I am not your last resort," Hermione exclaimed angrily at the two, before storming off. Ron's foul mood returned, though this time he couldn't quite articulate why. Harry too felt a sense of bewilderment, yet Ron insisted that Krum approached Hermione with ulterior motives. As the days drew closer to the ball, both Harry and Ron remained despondent, still without partners. Similarly forlorn was the third-year Ariana. She too wished to attend the ball, but was uncertain whom to invite or accept an invitation from. Several upperclassmen from Hufflepuff had approached her, for as the caretaker of young Dumbledore and Zoe, along with her own beauty and character, she was not lacking suitors. Yet, Ariana felt an unsettling change creeping in since the beginning of the academic year. Selwyn from Durmstrang, who had previously been on good terms with her, was now constantly pursuing Wenda, and with Wenda's various responsibilities as a saint this semester, she could not afford any lapses. The seventh-year Newt examinations were a crucial credential, compounded by the events of the Triwizard Tournament. Ariana lowered her head in despair, cradling her little phoenix, Zoe. Ah, you are always my solace, steadfast by my side. Unbeknownst to Wenda, the precious dove in her eyes also experienced self-doubt and anxiety. For Ariana, the raven represented an unparalleled brilliance beneath the starlit sky. Yet she regarded herself as an utterly ordinary witch, lacking the remarkable talent and wisdom of her brother, and the determination and capability of her crush. The dove found itself immobilized by its own affections. In the presence of a beloved, we often willingly diminish ourselves. The moonlight was hazy, resembling a sacred pearl left behind by the divine. The full moon cast a mist-like veil of silver, enveloping Hogwarts and the little witches still lost in slumber, as well as the nascent seeds of budding love. That very night, Wenda promptly penned a letter to Nurmengard, inviting Grindelwald to the Hogwarts ball. The following day, the French fashion master among the saints received a new assignment, and set aside her other orders, working tirelessly through the night to prepare 3 gowns for Wenda, Grindelwald, and Ariana. The headmaster's office at Hogwarts was lofty, and Dumbledore stood by the window, gazing at the moonlight and the beautiful stars. This great and wise elder appeared to be lost in nostalgia, as if reminiscing about something. Fawkes perched on a branch, quietly listening. Sensing that Albus was reflecting on something profound, the phoenix faintly discerned a phrase that lingered in the air, as if it were, "Youth is a blessing." Chapter 82, The Ball Begins. The atmosphere was abuzz with excitement, as countless owls flitted about the great hall, delivering gowns and accessories for the young witches and wizards, all of whom were engaged in hushed discussions about their attire for the evening's festivities. Harry and Ron were utterly perplexed by Hermione's insistence on preparing for the Christmas ball a full 3 hours in advance. 3 hours? They could have prepared for 10 balls in that time. In the evening, Hermione hurriedly arrived at the Ravenclaw common room entrance, clutching her gown. She had enlisted Pansy to assist her with her unruly hair. Pansy, already dressed in her finery, stood beside Daphne Greengrass, the eldest daughter of the Greengrass family. As they selected accessories, the Slytherin girls were notoriously discerning in matters of aesthetics. Pansy and Daphne were practically geniuses in this regard. Hermione had never known there existed such marvelous spells capable of transforming her wild, voluminous curls into such obedient, sleek locks. She gazed in astonishment at her reflection in the enchanted mirror, and bestowed a heartfelt embrace upon the two. When the time for the ball arrived, the elegantly attired young men and women eagerly awaited the entrance of the 4 champions and their partners in the great hall. Wenda, arm in arm with Grindelwald, who had once again transformed into Grinlorisiel, was the first to step into the hall. Her custom-made gown of deep purple and black was adorned with patterns reminiscent of the stars against the night sky, silver threads cascading from the hem to her waist. The floor-length gown revealed her graceful swan-like neck, and the necklace, crafted from an exceedingly rare black night gem, complemented her meticulously styled dark hair. Exuding an air of mystery and elegance, she resembled a black rose blooming under the stars. Grindelwald donned a sleek black suit, embellished with subtle golden patterns, looking both regal and handsome. A brooch fashioned from thunderbird feathers and golden gems adorned his lapel, as he unabashedly radiated charisma. Together, they entered the hall, drawing the gaze of every onlooker. Harry was awestruck upon seeing Hermione, barely recognizing his friend who he encountered daily. The witch's previously unruly hair now shone with a silky luster, glistening in the flickering candlelight. Her front teeth appeared smaller, and her lively eyes sparkled as though they could speak. The resplendent blue gown she wore perfectly suited her, with matching gemstone earrings swaying gracefully as she descended the steps. Today, Hermione appeared not only clever and mischievous, but also utterly enchanting. Harry escorted Parvati, who was adorned in a pink robe. She was indeed the epitome of beauty among Gryffindors. The golden headband paired with the bracelet on her wrist made her radiate like a beacon. However, Harry's thoughts were consumed by the vision of Cho Chang, clad in a sleek, white dress that seemed to echo the elegance of an Eastern traditional garment, making her look both graceful and lively. Harry struggled to articulate his admiration, but he couldn't tear his gaze away. If only she were not standing beside Cedric. He thought with a tinge of jealousy. Fleur Delacour, the champion from Beaux Batons, let her long, beautiful hair cascade down like a galaxy, radiating a glow akin to moonlight. Beneath her blue eyes sparkled a tiny diamond, making her appear like an ethereal fairy lost in the mortal realm. Many a wizard cast envious glances at the Ravenclaw Quidditch captain standing beside her. The champion's entrance dance did not disappoint. Aside from the sudden extinguishing of the candles within the pumpkin lanterns, all eyes were drawn to the 4 striking figures at the center of the stage. Their gowns shimmered in the light, tracing elegant arcs that surpassed even the most skilled wand movements. Each individual seemed to glow. Behold, as the witches donned their finest attire, onlookers were astonished to discover that beauty was merely the most trivial of their attributes, scarcely worth flaunting in their everyday lives. They possess far more than mere beauty. At last, the performance concluded, and the 8 wizards hastily descended the stage to take a brief respite, each engaging in conversation with their respective partners at the bar. Victor Krum, earnestly detailing the nuances of Durmstrang to Hermione, surprised Harry with the extent of his discourse. He had always seemed so reticent during interviews and within the champion's tent. Just then, Karkaroff approached, interrupting Krum's exposition, his demeanor exuding an unmistakable reluctance for others to learn about Durmstrang, his expression stern. Dumbledore and Ariana soon followed, with Dumbledore addressing Karkaroff. Igor, do not be so grim. I wager I am still unaware of all the secrets Hogwarts holds. Harry could have sworn he saw Dumbledore slyly wink at him as he overheard the headmaster continue. This very morning, I mistakenly wandered into a restroom I had never encountered before. It was filled with an astonishing variety of chamber pots, unlike anything I had ever seen. Yet, when I sought to investigate further, the room eluded me. He paused before adding, I suspect it may only be accessible at specific times, or perhaps when the bladder of the seeker is at its fullest. Karkaroff appeared utterly disinterested, which was hardly surprising, though Harry noticed the little witch beside Dumbledore raise an eyebrow. Dumbledore and Ariana approached Grindelwald and Vinda, who appeared to be engaged in conversation, but this time, Harry could not discern their words. He observed Professor Rogier from the previous year waving his wand, likely casting a silencing charm. What a pity, as he was quite curious about their discourse. Mysteriously enough, he thought if one cannot listen, then one cannot listen. As the time drew near, the peculiar sisters finally took the stage, each grasping their instruments to perform an array of melodies. Harry found himself dragged onto the stage by Parvati, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Vinda and Professor Rogier exchanging words before the two stood and walked hand in hand toward the stage, while the 2 Dumbledores appeared poised to join them in dance. The music commenced. Chapter 83. The dance unfolds. How does one encapsulate the grandeur of this illustrious ball? The candlelight within the Hogwarts Great Hall radiated a warm glow, enveloping the scene in a resplendent and dreamlike veil. Wizards clad in garments of myriad vibrant hues twirled and embraced one another in rhythm to the music, their movements romantic and graceful, far surpassing the lavish spectacles of any book. Harry felt like a puppet maneuvered by Parvati, his hands stiffly resting on her waist as they slowly spun in circles, desperately focusing on the people around him. He observed Neville clumsily stepping on Ginny's foot, realizing he would not be the worst dancer after all. Pansy was Draco's partner, her sleek, form-fitting gown rendering her remarkably different from her usual self, while even Draco appeared less juvenile than before. Harry attempted to gauge everyone's movements, silently wishing the peculiar sisters would conclude their piece swiftly. Vinda felt as if she had returned to the moment of her initial encounter with Grindelwald. The same radiant ambience and dazzling brilliance enveloping the soirée. Though Grindelwald still donned an unfamiliar visage, the strength of his guiding hands as they twirled her was unmistakable. Vinda, stepping lightly in her high-heeled shoes adorned with black gemstones, danced with the grace of a mysterious butterfly. They were undeniably the most captivating couple on the dance floor, perfectly in sync with an extraordinary rapport. Suddenly, Vinda broke into laughter, shattering her usual composed elegance. Gazing into Grindelwald's eyes, she inquired, "Do you remember what you said to me during our first dance, sir?" Grindelwald seemed to recall Vinda's appearance then, a witch with eyes sparkling with ambition and defiance, sitting in a corner, yet capturing the attention of nearly every wizard present. The moment he laid eyes upon her, he was certain they would be kindred spirits. Grindelwald led Vinda into another spin, chuckling softly, "Stand beside me, and share in the glory?" After a moment he added, "Do you remember what I told you during our last dance, Vinda?" "Of course, sir," Vinda replied, her smile radiating even more joy, her dark brows raised, and the brilliance of her emerald eyes shining brighter than the hall's lights. "You said, I belong to myself. Perhaps it was a gift of fate. The black rose could not win the affection of the Thunderbird, but gained its most precious blessing and affirmation. The world's most enchanting black rose required no subservience. She needed neither to obey nor to bow. The soaring raven need not be contrived or sycophantic. She was no one's appendage, for Vinda Rogier belonged solely to herself. Vinda had once vowed to devote all her being to the charismatic dark wizard she followed, willingly becoming Grindelwald's most exquisite adornment and aid. Yet, that deity in her heart returned her soul and identity. "Vinda, you belong only to yourself." She would forever remember the day Grindelwald whispered these words in her ear. Soft yet resolute, more melodic and moving than when he had invited her to join the saints. He was her salvation from the endless mire, her guiding light through the boundless desert, the one who cleared the fog and nurtured the world's most magnificent rose. Those who truly appreciate a rose do not confine it to a vase. It is born to roam the vast wilderness. Vinda knew she was fortunate. Encountering Grindelwald was the greatest blessing of her life. No one was more worthy of her allegiance than he, nor would any leader return freedom and integrity to a subordinate. Vinda Rogier was not merely a black rose blooming beside Grindelwald. She was the heir he had meticulously cultivated. Because she belonged to herself, Vinda would not hesitate to embark on a daring adventure. Because she belonged to herself, she would not yield to despair following Grindelwald's abandonment, refusing to squander her life. Determined to carve out a glimmer of hope amidst the thorns, because she belonged to herself, she understood clearly that if she yearned for the stars, she must seek them herself. She was never a princess waiting for salvation within an ivory tower. She was destined to be the queen who governs others. This passage is best enjoyed in conjunction with the musical number I Belong to Myself from the musical Elizabeth. Shall we exchange partners? After the first piece concluded, Vinda glanced at Ariana, still dancing with her brother, and raised an eyebrow, speaking to Grindelwald. He immediately grasped her intent, subtly altering their steps, unconsciously moving closer to the two Dumbledores. Harry, finally resting at the bar alongside Ron, witnessed this scene unfold. Vinda and Professor Rogier approached the headmaster and young Dumbledore, seemingly by mistake, as the partner exchange did not result in new pairings. Instead, Vinda embraced Ariana, and Professor Rogier enveloped the headmaster. Dumbledore visibly stiffened, as did the dancing witches and other professors, all eyes upon their headmaster. The peculiar sisters coincidentally commenced a new, more fervent piece, compelling Albus to dance awkwardly in rhythm with Grindelwald's lead. Ariana was utterly bewildered by the events unfolding around her. What had begun as a tender embrace with her brother had transformed into a dazzling dance with a beautifully adorned Gwendolen. Both Dumbledore heads had devolved into a muddled state, swayed by the music and the enchanting presence before them. As the melody drew to a close, Dumbledore hastily pushed aside the still-dressed Grindelwald, casting a menacing glare in his direction before swiftly retreating to his office. Gwendolen took Ariana by the hand and led her to a quiet corner, offering her a glass of pumpkin juice. "Ariana, the gown suits you splendidly," Gwendolen praised, the soft hues of the pale yellow dress harmonizing beautifully with the white dove motif, emphasizing Ariana's charming allure that invited closeness, reminiscent of a delicately nurtured girl, vibrant, lively, and untouched by the world's grime. Ariana blushed, her cheeks flushed with color, as she gazed into her sky-like eyes, complimenting Gwendolen's exquisite attire in return. Clearly, neither wished to linger at the ball any longer, as bothersome suitors, self-proclaimed dapper, approached to invite either Gwendolen or Ariana for a dance. Suddenly, a thought struck Ariana. She gently grasped Gwendolen's arm and whispered conspiratorially in her ear, "I will take you to a place where no one will find us." Chapter 84. In Shadows and Light. Gwendolen allowed Ariana to guide her through the throng, away from the clamor of the hall. She watched the white dove leading her with a tender gaze, reminiscent of countless moments spent in the realm of the void. However, her curiosity soon bubbled forth. "Ariana?" she inquired, glancing at the girl ascending the staircase. "You are not planning to take me to Dumbledore's office, are you?" "I have no desire to tour the headmaster's chamber." Ariana shot Gwendolen an exasperated look over her shoulder, retorting, "Of course not." As they stood before the tapestry depicting the troll being bludgeoned by a club on the 8th floor, Gwendolen observed the girl in her pale yellow gown pacing back and forth 3 times before a door materialized unexpectedly. Hogwarts indeed harbored numerous secrets, and Gwendolen gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding, only to be pulled through the newly appeared door by Ariana into a mysterious room. Crossing the threshold, they entered a space Gwendolen had never encountered before. It was not the elegant grandeur of the Rogier estate, but rather a cozy, simplistic setting. A quaint fireplace flickered with a warm glow, casting a gentle light that was not overly intense. Logs were neatly stacked in the corner, and a wooden table appeared slightly askew, propped up by a basic textbook on transfiguration, the title barely visible. This place exuded a sense of homeliness, Gwendolen mused, casting a puzzled glance at Ariana. "This is the house in Godric's Hollow, where my brothers and I once spent our days," Ariana reminisced, her tone imbued with nostalgia. Here, she seemed to shed some of her burdens, appearing lighter and more joyful. Leading Gwendolen to the end of the room, they entered a clearly feminine space, not expansive, yet blessed with an open window showcasing a view of Godric's Hollow, bathed in sunshine and the fresh scent of rain-kissed grass, albeit evidently conjured by magic. On the beige bedspread lay a charming stuffed bunny, adorned with a patch, a treasured keepsake from its owner. "That was made for me by my mother. Before I lost her." Ariana's voice trailed off, the weight of her past heavy in the air. During that time, only Aberforth had the means to calm the uncontrolled fury within Ariana. Yet tragedy always shadowed her life, as fate relentlessly stripped away her hopes. A sudden surge of uncontrollable magic had led to the irrevocable price of her mother's life. I always feel like a burden that should not exist, Gwendolyn. Ariana embraced the rabbit, fully aware that the real toy had long been consigned to the grave she shared with her mother. If it weren't for me, Aberforth wouldn't have fallen out with Albus. If it weren't for me, my father wouldn't have been imprisoned in Azkaban for seeking vengeance. And my mother would not have met her end. Even now, she pondered her purpose, questioning her very existence. The witch in the pale yellow gown turned her back to Gwendolyn, summoning the courage to recount the haunting tales she wished to forget. In the very place once deemed home. Overwhelmed by emotion, Ariana sobbed, her tears pleading for Gwendolyn's understanding. She seemed on the verge of shattering, and Gwendolyn, observing Ariana's trembling form, sighed deeply and stepped forward to embrace the young girl. Ariana, remember, if it weren't for you, I could not dare to defy death. Gwendolyn's words resonated like unwavering truth, her melodious voice, infused with a hint of French romance, enveloping Ariana. Perhaps all of this is but a jest of fate. Those who once tormented you did so only to guide you in the void to save me. They were each other's salvation. Angels and demons entwined, bound together in an inseparable embrace, regardless of heaven or hell. Under the moonlight of Christmas, their hearts seemed to wander in disarray. Perhaps the ball had been too enchanting, or this evening's attire truly captivating. I have said it before, Ariana. Gwendolyn leaned toward the girl, as if presenting the most exquisite offering. You may possess all that I can give you, including myself. The black rose of France blooms solely for you, should you desire it. Gwendolyn's assertive demeanor flushed Ariana's cheeks. Rarely had she witnessed Gwendolyn so audacious and resplendent, as the raven had always been gentle and accommodating in her presence. Be a good girl, tell me. Do you wish to embrace me once more? Or rather, do you wish to possess me? Gwendolyn understood that one could not forcibly seize the beautiful morning star through power or wealth. If it were genuinely cherished, it would naturally shower boundless brilliance upon you. The rose, woven into a beautiful thorny shackle, tempted the white dove to surrender its heart. I need only your promise to remain by my side, Ariana. I promise, Gwendolyn. The raven, akin to a sacrificial offering, extended her splendid form, her elegantly coiled black hair cascading onto the ivory bedspread, forming a striking contrast. The dark wings, ominous yet alluring, enveloped the white dove, as something warm, perhaps even fragrant with roses, gently brushed against the dove's cheek. Ariana's hands were exquisite, her delicate, rosy fingers reminiscent of the finest musicians from the Muggle world. The raven was composed of ebony feathers and alabaster skin, akin to the most luxurious piano keys, only to be caressed by the hands of a master permitted to play their instrument, and only those granted access could conjure the most romantic of melodies. The white dove was indeed that favored musician, caressing the beautiful, opulent black and white piano before her, entranced by the emerald gaze that sparkled like precious gems. Ariana spiraled into chaos, much like her previous magical outbursts, ever consumed by insecurity, even after shedding the silent threats. Yet the raven assured her, as long as you desire, you can possess me. She once believed herself to be a source of calamity, akin to Pandora, yet she became the raven's sole angel. The powerful and enigmatic raven allowed the curious dove to explore her secrets, not through restraint, but through indulgence. In the graveyard of Godric's Hollow, a simple inscription adorned the gravestone belonging to Ariana. Where treasures lie, there also lies the heart. At long last, Ariana has discovered and claimed her own treasure. The soul that had drifted in the void has finally found its haven. Chapter 85, The Mermaid and the Treasure. On the day following Christmas, the young wizards rose unusually late, perhaps due to the revelry of the previous night's ball, or perhaps because some unfortunate soul had been caught by the irate Professor Snape, leading to a sleepless night. Wenda was uncertain how the absurdity and chaos of the previous evening had transpired. Perhaps her long-standing desire for that pure white dove had finally overwhelmed her. Or perhaps it was the enchanting curves accentuated by their formal attire that had momentarily blinded her. The atmosphere had been perfectly conducive to such developments, as if everything had unfolded in seamless harmony. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for she had indeed been contemplating how to firmly tether Ariana to her side. After that night, Wenda noticed that Anna seemed to be avoiding her, which struck her as somewhat amusing. The girl's bashful demeanor resembled that of a scoundrel who had fled after a night of dalliance. I would never harm her, Wenda thought, observing Ariana's stiff back at the Hufflepuff long table, and she chuckled softly to herself. Wenda's endeavors would not cease because of the romantic evening in the room of requirement. In fact, the incident involving Moody's confrontation with Draco, and his inexplicably mismatched reflexes had alerted her to a sense of unease. As an experienced Moody, who had long been adept at countering Death Eaters, could be caught off guard due to his prosthetic limb, but he would never be oblivious to his own actions. Yet, Wenda found it difficult to reconcile the facts. According to all records and timelines, it was only Moody who had been invited personally by Dumbledore, and there was no indication of a second Moody's presence. Unless... Polyjuice potion? However, the potion and its ingredients have a limited shelf life. Unless this Moody had found a way to continuously procure either the potion or its components. Perhaps I should consult Severus, Wenda mused, considering various possibilities, uncertain whether her head of house was aware of the situation. Is there something amiss with Moody? Severus was somewhat taken aback by the news Wenda had brought. Indeed, his potion supplies had been pilfered. He had long assumed that the culprits were the Gryffindor lot, given their previous transgressions, and the Bubotuber pus had clearly been stolen by that Potter fellow. Being a professor, he was well aware of the contents of the next challenge. Severus promptly returned to his storeroom to conduct a thorough inspection. After a brief interval, he returned to Wenda with a grave expression. His voice, low and somber, resonated within the confines of the cellar. Excluding the Bubotuber pus and other misleading basic potions, the ingredients I have lost indeed align with those required for the Polyjuice potion. I fear your suspicions may be correct. Severus, now concerned, realized that an unidentified Death Eater was lurking within Hogwarts, skillfully concealed. Had it not been for Wenda's alert today, he would not have suspected the Auror, who had exhibited a certain hostility towards him. Should I inform Dumbledore about the stolen ingredients? Severus inquired. No, Wenda countered firmly. This matter must not reach Dumbledore's ears. I need you to ascertain the identity of the impostor posing as Moody. Their intentions are certainly not limited to merely eliminating Harry Potter. Hermione has informed me that in the first task, Harry utilized the summoning charm, which was suggested to him by that Moody. He desires Harry to triumph in the Triwizard Tournament. There must be more secrets at play than simply killing Potter. Wenda locked eyes with Severus and continued, perhaps that individual is soon to return. Severus's pupils constricted sharply, yet an instant later, they reverted to a vacant, numb state. Not only the first task, but after a lengthy pause, Severus managed to compose himself, his deep cello-like voice resuming as he informed Wenda. Among the materials I have lost, there is also Bubotuber pus, and the second task will take place underwater. That Professor Moody is privy to the details of the second task. Severus regarded Wenda as he conveyed this revelation, stating, the golden egg must be submerged to be heard. You mean, it is the voice of the mermaids? Wenda instantly realized, her understanding dawning. Indeed, the voices of mermaids could only be comprehended underwater. According to her knowledge, Albus Dumbledore was a wizard well-versed in the merfolk's tongue. If Potter lacked the bubblehead charm, then Bubotuber pus would indeed be a clever choice. This false Moody is quite diligent, Wenda thought with a hint of sarcasm, aligning perfectly with the Eastern proverb about weasels wishing the chicken well, harboring ulterior motives. Yet she was no virtuous character herself. Thus, armed with the secret of the golden egg from Severus, Wenda resolved to play the role of a benefactor, intending to provide the easily deceived young savior with a hint. Potter, Wenda intercepted Harry at the entrance of the Great Hall. Would you mind coming with me for a moment? Senior Wenda? You're looking for me? Harry replied, somewhat surprised, glancing at Hermione, who stood at attention beside him. Although he had interacted with seniors on a few occasions, they typically sought Hermione out. Today, however, one had chosen to approach him. Yes, regarding the golden egg, Wenda explained as she led Harry to a secluded corner of the corridor, ensuring no one was around. She cautiously cast a silencing charm to prevent their conversation from being overheard. After all, the case of Miss Beadle was still fresh in her mind, and she could not guarantee the absence of another eavesdropping pest. About the golden egg, I think you might try placing it underwater. Underwater? Harry looked at Wenda, perplexed, unable to grasp her meaning. After a moment's reflection, Wenda decided to be more explicit. Mermaids, the voices of these magical creatures can only be discerned beneath the water. If you try to listen on land, you will only hear a tragic wail. I suspect you have encountered it before. Harry recalled the horrific scream that had echoed through Gryffindor Tower when he opened the golden egg, shivering involuntarily. Realization struck him, and he looked at Wenda with gratitude. Although he did not understand why his godfather reacted with trepidation at the mention of her name, he reaffirmed his belief that she was indeed a good person. Not only had she helped him repay the Dursleys this holiday, Harry had even stayed in Dudley's old toy room, but she had also rushed to assist him upon learning the secret of the golden egg. Excitedly, Harry returned to his friends, sharing Wenda's insights. Upon reaching the dormitory, he promptly filled a bucket with water, submerging the golden egg along with his head, and eagerly opened the egg. the melodious voices filtering through the gentle water to reach his ears. Come, seek our voices. We can no longer sing aloud above the surface. In your quest, remember to keep your mind alert. Indeed, we shall seize your most cherished treasure. If within an hour you cannot reclaim what is rightfully yours, then the path ahead shall grow dim, and it shall be forever lost, never to return.